under 18. But hey, kids, you can still watch as much early today as you want. Let's get this Thursday started. Good morning. I'm Philip Mena.
Great to have you with us. I'm Francis Rivera. We begin this morning in outer space. As we speak, 4 astronauts are on a roughly 25-hour journey to the International Space Station. This marks the 6th successful crew launch for SpaceX and NASA. Our Tom Costello had a front row view at the Kennedy Space Center. Tom, good morning.
Hey, Francis and Philip, good morning. Spectacular launch here. Kennedy Space Center, pad 39A at 12:34 a.m. This was the second attempt of the week. The first one, early Monday morning, had to be scrubbed because of a last-minute problem. They had a clogged filter, but they fixed that problem. They launched this morning, again, at about 12:34 a.m. Now, this is a space station mission, crew rotation. So on board this flight, we have 2 Americans, an astronaut from the United Arab Emirates, and a Russian cosmonaut. Interesting. This is now the second mission in 6 months that a cosmonaut has been on board a U.S. rocket. Americans are also on board Russian rockets still to this day, as America and Russia still cooperate on the International Space Station, despite the fact that the tension is the greatest it has been in decades given the war in Ukraine. I asked the crew members, do you talk about Ukraine? Do you talk politics? And they all said no. It is completely a subject we avoid, and the reason is our lives depend on each other on the space station, and it's better that we focus on what we share and the responsibilities we each have. Now that this crew is on their way to the station, docking on Friday, Crew 5, which launched last October, will return to Earth probably within a week or so, as this mission with SpaceX now is very much underway, again, on their way to the space station. The guys, back to you.
It's great to watch live. Tom, thank you.
All right, let's turn now to 2 other flights that did not go as smoothly. The crew of a Spirit Airlines flight reported a battery fire in an overhead bin. The plane was headed for Orlando, but had to be diverted to Jacksonville. Spirit Airlines thanked their crew and guests for their quick actions to ensure the safety of everyone on board.
Meanwhile, the FAA says it is investigating a Lufthansa flight that experienced significant turbulence. The plane was bound for Germany from Austin, Texas, but was forced to land at Dulles Airport in Virginia. Airport officials say 7 people were transported to hospitals. The airline did not immediately respond to a request for comment.
A critical day ahead for Alec Murdaugh as his defense team begins closing arguments. It comes the day after the prosecution tore into the disbarred attorney, condemning him as a cold-blooded murderer and an equally cold-blooded liar. Our Katie Beck has the latest.
Alec Murdaugh was living a lie and would do anything to protect it. That's why the prosecution says he was the only one with motive and means to murder.
The forensic timeline puts him there.
Prosecutors describe a gathering storm, unbearable pressure bearing down on Murdaugh in the weeks and months before the murders. Confronted for stealing money from his firm and about to be financially exposed by a civil case after the 2019 boat crash involving his son Paul.
And they were all reaching a crescendo the day his wife and son were murdered by him.
Prosecutors again pointing to the lie Murdaugh admitted on the stand, that he was never at the kennels that night.
When was the last time I saw my wife and child alive? Why in the world would an innocent, reasonable father and husband lie about that?
And a graphic description of Alex shooting Paul in the feed room with the family gun, and Maggie, who heard and saw the horrific moment just moments before her own death.
She was running to her baby, heard that shot, and was running to her baby when she got mowed down.
Reminding the jury of how moments after the murders, Murdaugh struggled to explain why he was tracking so many steps and why some details, the ones that help him, are crystal clear in an ever-changing manufactured alibi story.
He's asking questions like that. He's trying to figure out, what do the police have?
Replaying various interviews Alec gave investigators.
I stayed on the couch and I dozed off.
The crime scene shown to the jury Wednesday morning, taken from the court to the 1,700-acre Moselle property to walk the kennels, the feed room, and the outside of the former Murdaugh home. Prosecutors concluding their arguments with this.
He's fooled them all. And he fooled Maggie and Paul, too. And they paid for it with their lives. Don't let him fool you, too.
Our thanks to Katie for that trial update.
Pharmaceutical giant Eli Lilly is capping the price of insulin. It is a long-awaited move by many lawmakers, including the president, who have been fighting for lower drug prices for years. For more, let's turn to NBC's Bree Jackson in Washington. And Bree, this is a life-changing move for many in the country.
Absolutely. Good morning, Francis. Well, for years, Americans have struggled to deal with the rising cost of insulin. In 2018, the RAND Corporation, a public policy think tank, estimated that the average price for one vial of the drug was nearly $100. Democratic lawmakers have fought to lower that price. Last year's Inflation Reduction Act capped the cost of insulin for seniors on Medicare. It originally applied for all Americans, but the provision was blocked by Senate Republicans. President Biden called for action again in last month's State of the Union address.
There are millions of other Americans who do not or are not on Medicare, including 200,000 young people with type 1 diabetes and need this insulin to stay alive. Let's finish the job this time. Let's cap the cost.
That brings us to now. Eli Lilly, the nation's largest manufacturer of insulin, announced that they would be capping the cost of the drug at $35, a 70% price cut from those with private insurance. Uninsured Americans can also download a discount card. The company's CEO, David Ricks, said that this decision came after conversations between the company and lawmakers. Lawmakers on both sides of the aisle applauded the move. Republican Senator Josh Hawley tweeted that a $25 cap for insulin should be made law, while President Biden seemingly put pressure on other drug manufacturers to follow Eli Lilly's example. Francis.
Okay, Bree Jackson for us. Bree, thank you.
Arrest warrants are out for standout NFL prospect Jalen Carter. Police in Athens, Georgia said they believe Carter was racing UGA recruiting analyst Chandler LaCroix just before the crash that killed her and Georgia offensive lineman Devin Willock. Authorities are charging him with reckless driving and racing. Carter, who was at the NFL Combine in Indianapolis when the warrants were announced, is projected to be a top pick in the NFL draft in April. In a statement, Carter said he's returning to Athens to answer the charges, and he expects to be fully exonerated.
It is a criminal network spanning from L.A. to New York to Chile in South America. Police are hunting a Chilean gang coming into the U.S. on temporary visas and breaking into wealthy homes, stealing millions. Here's Dana Griffin.
Authorities trying to track down these notorious burglars. San Diego police saying they suspect they are part of a Chilean crime ring. The criminals, highly coordinated, covered from head to toe, taunting security cameras in the mansions they rob in less than 15 minutes.
They are up in their game. They're getting smarter as how they're acting and what they're doing.
The Chilean nationals are suspected in at least 21 burglaries since December. San Diego police believe these crime tourists are hiding in nearby canyons. They plagued the area last year, but then went quiet until this recent string of robberies. In this heist, they made off with more than $80,000 in jewelry and heirlooms.
They knew exactly what they were doing and where they were going. They just were like an organized group like you see in the movies.
Police say these Chileans are entering the U.S. on 90-day visas, hitting some of the wealthiest neighborhoods across the country. Authorities are also looking into robberies in New York, Connecticut, Washington, D.C., New Jersey, and Florida that they believe were also carried out by this ring.
We had a safe that was hidden in the back of the closet, bolted to the floor, had been ripped out of the floor and had been smashed open.
In Long Island, New York, 3 Chileans were arrested in January of 2020, accused of committing burglaries across multiple states.
In the Nassau County area alone, they probably count for 10 to 12 burglaries. Throughout the tri-state area, there's probably a couple of dozen burglaries.
Police tracked the alleged burglars down to this house in Queens, New York, where they found the proceeds from multiple heists. This doorbell camera shows a suspect running away from police in Saddle Rock, New York. Investigators say at least 2 homes were targeted there, including one belonging to the town's mayor.
That episode was a real punch in the gut.
While these arrests were made in 2020, experts say even if these criminals are caught, the bail for nonviolent property offenses can be low or non-existent, giving them the chance to make a getaway or even fly back home with the score.
And our thanks to Dana Griffin for that report.
A winter wallop left parts of the country buried in snow as March gets underway. Heavy snowfall piled up 10 feet in some areas of Southern California. After crews worked to clear the roads during the day, the Mount Baldy Police Department watched for avalanches overnight.
All right, these storms aren't letting up. NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman is tracking more threats to the south. Hi, Angie. Good morning.
Hi, good morning, guys. We have a cold side of the system and a warm side. And on the warm side, we're tracking severe weather through the day today. 27 million people are included in the potential to see some of these strong storms develop. And we have the risk for tornadoes, and they could be strong tornadoes, EF2 or higher, and you see where it's centered. As we get into tomorrow, can't let our guard down either. For parts of the southeast, we'll continue to see that threat for 28 million people. The tornado threat will be a little lower, but still the damaging wind and hail will be there. And not to mention heavy rain working through. That's going to bring the potential for some flooding concerns. We already have 10 million people under flood alerts. Let's look at the weather across the country. Let's take a look at what's happening in your neighborhood. The temperatures in New York today ending up at 57 degrees, feeling a little warm for this time of year, but not quite as warm as what they're dealing with in the southeast. Temperatures end up at 84 for Charleston, 89 for San Antonio, watching for some storms across parts of the south. And we also, guys, I mentioned, have a cold side of this system where snow and ice accumulation will be possible. We'll talk about that coming up.
All right, Angie, thanks. So a lot of snow in Minnesota didn't stop this Dairy Queen from opening for the spring. You see, the DQ in Moorhead opens up every year on March 1st, no matter the weather. So even with a foot of snow on the ground, customers are right there lined up for their favorite treats. And the store said that the first customer at 10 a.m. ordered a hot fudge malt.
Still to come, the FBI finds an explosive in a bag at a Pennsylvania airport.
And new intelligence on the debilitating condition known as Havana syndrome. We're back in just 1 minute.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Leading the news, the government is being told that rail workers were sickened at the East Palestine derailment site. It's been nearly a month since the disaster upended life in the small Ohio community. Rail unions now raising the alarm to Biden administration officials. And this comes on top of another health scare elsewhere, like in East Liverpool, Ohio. That's where some of the toxic material is heading for processing. Residents there have fought the local incinerator plant for years.
They've just not been showing themselves to be good neighbors.
The facility never should have been here in the first place.
The EPA says the plant released high levels of toxic chemicals 195 times between 2010 and 2014.
In Pennsylvania, a man is in custody after the FBI says an explosive was found in a bag he checked at the airport. The bag set off an alarm during TSA screening at Lehigh Valley Airport before it could be loaded onto an Allegiant Air flight to Orlando. When the agents inspected the bag, the FBI says they found the device with 2 fuses hidden inside the lining.
A new assessment by U.S. intelligence officials says the debilitating ailment known as Havana syndrome cannot be linked to any foreign adversary or weapon. The report casts doubt on suspicions that Russia or another country caused brain injuries reported by U.S. diplomats and spies overseas. While not discounting it, officials cited pre-existing medical conditions and environmental factors as possible causes.
All right, still to come. What are some parents going to do now that Miss Rachel is signing off? The social media star taking a mental health break.
And TikTok is starting the timer on teens using the app.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels like.
The bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
This is what it looks and feels like.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle. New numbers just out this morning.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
Russia has launched another round of attacks.
What was it like when you came back and saw your neighborhood like this?
They say that in modern war, there aren't any front lines anymore. Here, there certainly are.
We begin with the breaking news. Hurricane Ian gaining in strength.
We've had some of the strongest winds here. How many of you were up there?
At least 11.
Down to the economy as Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
How does this all impact your wallet? More fallout from Elon Musk's Twitter takeover.
An urgent warning this hour about the flu.
How does RSV specifically hit some kids so hard, and then it seems like it almost doesn't affect others? Can voters trust that you will be able to do this job?
Why should voters believe you?
This special election night.
We love it. We live for this.
We have a substantial team of NBC News correspondents fanned out.
This is the first time we've not been able to call control of the House on election night.
Tonight, we'll take an unflinching look at the resurgence of anti-Semitism in America.
They're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
What made you decide to go the medicinal healing route for what you're growing here?
Who should be accountable? The city points the finger at the state, state at the city.
Making news right now.
We are live on the ground there.
I want to show you an up-close look at what we're talking about here.
The news continues right now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The pig is pink. The pig is pink. Pink.
Well, your toddler and my daughter's best friend is taking a break. Miss Rachel announced that she's stepping away from social media for her mental health. The viral sensation broke the news on TikTok, saying hurtful videos and comments will not bring you what you want. She has faced backlash from some in recent weeks. These parents say that her content is inappropriate because her co-star Jules uses they/them pronouns. Other users have rallied in support of Miss Rachel and Jules, and you can count me among those with the full support. I mean, Jules is a big part of the show. I'm glad that Jules is there, and again, my daughter loves the show, and shouldn't let that discourage her from making these things.
A massive void in your household now that Miss Rachel is taking a break, so let's hope it's a quick break at that.
Very, very quick, and Miss Rachel, if you're watching, forget the haters. Forget the haters.
Do your thing.
There's so many of us out there who love you.
Do your thing. All right, so this can upend my household, too, from Miss Rachel.
Oh, my gosh.
What's TikTok. TikTok is rolling out a new feature after concerns over the platform's impact on teen users. So the app will now automatically add a 60-minute screen time limit for users under 18. Yes, so that's my daughter. Minors will be required to enter a passcode after reaching the limit in order to continue using the app. Users may opt out of this screen time feature, but will need to set a daily limit if they spend more than 100 minutes a day on the app. So let's all be honest here when it comes to these screenagers, is what I call them, preteens, teenagers.
I've never heard that one. I like it.
100%. They're not going to self-regulate. Come on. They want to keep on with that finger scrolling up with their dances, and TikTok taught me in their tutorials and everything. That means that they're going to have to confiscate it to the people. We got to parent. Basically, we got to parent and make sure that we get that password they're doing, and, you know, that thing called parenting.
Yeah, we got to step up, too. I got to lighten the load from Miss Rachel and TikTok. All right, Angie's back after the break with a look at our weekend forecast.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started a vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are out.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt, or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt, or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. We're tracking some severe storm potential through the parts of the plains later today, so be careful of that. And as we get into tomorrow, it shifts a little farther to the east. We'll see some heavy snow and ice accumulation from the northeast to Great Lakes.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tanya Amos. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
In today's Quick Hits, the White House announced retired U.S. Army Colonel Paris D. Davis is set to receive the nation's highest military accolade. Tomorrow, President Biden will present the Medal of Honor to the colonel, commemorating his acts of valor during the Vietnam War.
Kiss is gearing up to rock and roll all night for one last time. The band revealed their farewell tour will kick off in Austin, Texas in October. They will close out their 5-decade career with 2 Madison Square Garden shows just blocks away from where the group was formed.
And a new Jenny's flavor will have Ted Lasso fans saying ice cream is life. The brand released the shortbread flavored collab called Biscuits with the Boss ahead of the Emmy-winning comedy season 3 premiere.
Today's top stories, Prince Harry and Meghan Markle got the royal boot. It's Frog No More for them. According to the couple's spokesperson, they were asked to give up Frogmore Cottage in the UK. The 10-bedroom property is not exactly what you or I would call a cottage. It's more of an estate. It's where the Sussexes stayed when they visited the UK. And back in 2019, they spent $3.2 million of taxpayer money renovating the property.
A federal judge ordered Starbucks to reopen stores and reinstate workers who launched efforts to unionize at locations in Buffalo. The judge says Starbucks committed, quote, egregious and widespread labor law violations in disciplining and firing those workers. A Starbucks spokesman called the judge's ruling and order inappropriate and said the company is exploring options for further legal review.
Well, the New York City Police Department has agreed to pay millions to George Floyd protesters who say they were mistreated. Roughly 320 protesters will be paid over $21,000 each over a case in which the NYPD put down a protest in the Bronx on June 4th of 2020. Attorneys accuse cops of indiscriminately sweeping protesters up in a controversial practice known as kettling. The NYPD says the 2020 social justice protests prompted internal reform of crowd control policies and training.
Now to a bizarre story out of Peru where authorities found a centuries-old mummy inside a delivery man's cooler bag. Look at this thing. The video shows the mummified corpse, which is believed to be up to 800 years old inside that bag. The owner telling police it's been in his family for 30 years and was passed down to him from his father. He is now under investigation.
That is bizarre. Fascinating, though. All right, it's a season of success for Michael B. Jordan. The actor has received a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame just days before the release of Creed 3, which will also be his directorial debut. Attendees of the ceremony included Black Panther director Ryan Coogler and his Creed 3 co-star Jonathan Majors.
Great for him. Thanks for waking up with Early Today. I'm Francis Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. Have a great Thursday. See you tomorrow. Jurors strapped in for an explosive day in court as the prosecution delivered closing arguments in the double murder trial of Alec Murdaugh.
Maggie sees what happens and she comes running over there, running to her baby. Probably the last thing on her mind, thinking that it was him who had done this. She's running to her baby. What father would hold anything back if he were innocent? What father would care what happens to him after that? To compel.
Today, all eyes are on the defense as they make their final bid.
A major win for the Biden administration. Eli Lilly slashes the price of their insulin, bringing critical relief for millions of Americans.
A Texas mother outraged after her son is taped to a chair in class.
You don't do that to a child. He's not an animal. He's a human being.
What the school is saying about the teacher and the incident.
Duncan into your wallet. Big chains put loyalty to the test. But who's really reaping the rewards of those points programs?
Putting your best face forward. TikTok on the hot seat over its latest face filter. But is it harmless fun or distorting beauty standards? An unfiltered early today starts right now.
Good morning, I'm Frances Rivera.
I'm Philip Mena. The defense will begin closing arguments today in the Alec Murdaugh double murder trial. The prosecution got their turn yesterday, painting the disbarred South Carolina attorney as a man under unbearable financial and legal pressure and who one day couldn't take it anymore.
And they were all reaching a crescendo the day his wife and son were murdered by him.
Prosecutors hammering Murdaugh on the lie he was caught telling. He claimed he was never at the family kennel that night, except he was, coming clean about his lie on the stand. The state also replaying video of what they say are misleading statements Murdaugh made to police. Earlier, the jury visited the scene of the crime, seeing the two separate locations where Murdaugh's wife, Maggie, and his son, Paul, were found shot to death. The defense had requested the tour, saying it would help everyone spatially understand the layout of the crime scene.
Back in the courtroom, the prosecution laid out a dramatic picture of their version of events on June 7th, 2021, alleging that Alec Murdaugh first gunned down his son and his wife ran screaming to the scene, and he ran over and shot her too. Ultimately, they branded him as a heartless and conniving murderer, telling the jury he fooled everyone.
And he fooled Maggie and Paul, too. And they paid for it with their lives.
If convicted, Murdaugh faces life in prison.
Now to breaking news. NASA and SpaceX have successfully launched a new crew to the space station.
2, 1, engines full power, and liftoff. A crew 6. Go Dragon, go Falcon.
This was their second attempt this week after a clogged filter caused the mission to be called off at the last minute on Monday. On board, there are 2 American astronauts, 1 Russian cosmonaut. And this marks the first time an astronaut from the United Arab Emirates launched into space from U.S. soil. They are expected to dock early Friday morning.
Pharmaceutical giant Eli Lilly is capping the price of insulin. It's a long-awaited move by many lawmakers, including the president, who have been fighting for lower drug prices for years. For more, we go now to NBC's Bree Jackson in Washington. Bree, good morning. This is a life-changing move for many in this country.
Good morning, Philip. It certainly is. For years, Americans have struggled to deal with the rising cost of insulin. In 2018, the RAND Corporation, a public policy think tank, estimated that the average price for 1 vial of the drug was nearly $100. Democratic lawmakers have fought to lower that price. Last year's Inflation Reduction Act capped the cost of insulin for seniors on Medicare. It originally applied for all Americans, but the provision was blocked by Senate Republicans. President Biden called for action again in last month's State of the Union address.
There are millions of other Americans who do not or are not on Medicare, including 200,000 young people with type 1 diabetes and need this insulin to stay alive. Let's finish the job this time. Let's cap the cost of insulin for everybody at $35.
And that brings us to now. Eli Lilly, the nation's largest manufacturer of insulin, announced they would be capping the cost of the drug at $35, a 70% price cut for those with private insurance. Uninsured Americans can also download a discount card. The company's CEO, David Ricks, said that this decision came after conversations between the company and lawmakers. Lawmakers on both sides of the aisle applauded the move. Republican Senator Josh Hawley tweeted that a $25 cap for insulin should be made law, while President Biden seemingly put pressure on other drug manufacturers to follow Eli Lilly's example. Back to you, Philip.
Rare bipartisan agreement on that. All right, Bree, thank you.
It has been nearly a month since the train derailment in East Palestine, Ohio, and now the government is being told that rail workers were sickened at the site. Rail unions raising the alarm to Biden administration officials. This comes on top of another health scare elsewhere, like in East Liverpool, Ohio. That's where some of the toxic material is heading for processing. Residents there have fought the local incinerator plant for years.
They've just not been showing themselves to be good neighbors.
The facility never should have been here in the first place.
The EPA says the plant released high levels of toxic chemicals 195 times between 2010 and 2014.
Attorney General Merrick Garland was on the hot seat on Capitol Hill, facing tough questions from the Senate Judiciary Committee on a range of topics, including the rise of fentanyl-related deaths. Alice Barr has more.
I'm asking you my question. Answer my question.
In an explosive hearing, the nation's top law enforcement official facing his own interrogation from the Senate Judiciary Committee. Lawmakers in both parties grilling Attorney General Merrick Garland over a range of crises and controversies. Topping the agenda, how the Justice Department is handling the epidemic of fentanyl overdoses.
This is out of hand.
The Attorney General pointing to stepped-up enforcement.
Last year, DEA and its partners seized enough fentanyl-laced pills and powder to kill every single American.
While acknowledging more needs to be done to cut off supply of the dangerous drug.
Can I answer the question?
No, you cannot. Tempers flared as Republican senators hammered Garland for not charging protesters outside the homes of conservative justices when the Supreme Court overturned the landmark abortion ruling Roe v. Wade.
Have you brought a case under this statute, yes or no?
As far as I know, we haven't, and what we have done is defended the lives of the justices.
It's part of a larger picture of Republicans attempting to cast the Justice Department as biased against conservatives while trying to shield liberals.
I believe the men and women of the department pursue their work every single day in a nonpartisan and an appropriate
General
way.
Garland.
Hanging over the hearing, the Justice Department investigations into how President Biden, former President Trump, and former Vice President Pence handled classified documents. In Washington, Alice Barr, NBC News.
A mother in Texas is calling for her son's teacher to be arrested and fired after her 10-year-old son said his teacher taped him to his chair in class. It happened at Crosby Elementary in Forney, Texas.
Went to another teacher's room to get some tape. She come back into the classroom, and that's when she began to tape him. He got his hand, and he went like this here, went around, came back around. I say, when she started to tape you, what did you say? He said, I asked her, what did I do? I wasn't doing anything. I was just walking.
Zai told his mother once he was taped, students started hitting him from behind. The teacher is on administrative leave as Forney School District Police investigate. They issued a statement saying they are aware of the allegations and are investigating the incident.
A little or a lot of snow in Minnesota didn't stop this Dairy Queen from opening for the spring. You see, the DQ in Moorhead opens every year on March 1st, no matter the weather. So even with a foot of snow on the ground, there were the customers right there lined up for their favorite treats. The store said that the first customer at 10 a.m. ordered a hot fudge malt.
And not a blizzard, though, because they got enough snow right there. We are in for another round of severe weather today, though. NBC meteorologist Angie Lastman is tracking it all. Hi, Angie.
Hi there, guys. It's going to be a busy day for folks in the southern plains and parts of the Mid-South where we'll see the most active pattern today before it gets even busier tomorrow. Here's where we're currently dealing with the rain, some thunderstorms working through, but as we transition through the afternoon hours and into this evening, this is the bullseye for where we can expect the strongest of those storms, and that does include tornadoes and strong tornadoes at that. You can see where the stripes are in the red. That's where we'll have that risk for EF2 tornadoes or higher. It does include places like Little Rock, Dallas, as far south as Alexandria and Lufkin, so just be aware and staying connected through the day today, along with some heavy rain that will work through Friday in parts of the valley. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Let's take a look at what's happening in your neighborhood. Temperatures in Philadelphia ending up in the mid-60s today, 53 in Pittsburgh, a little farther to the south. Temperatures are once again well above normal and flirting with some records. We'll see 80 stretch from Montgomery to Mobile, New Orleans, and San Antonio ends up at 89 degrees. Still have the heavy rain that we'll deal with from this system, as well as the snow and ice accumulation. We'll talk about that coming up, guys.
Yes. See you in a few. Thank you, Angie. All right, Kevin Durant, he is back on the court after a knee injury, and he's playing for his new team. After the big trade, Durant made his debut with the Suns, scoring on a layup early in the game against the Hornets. KD put up 23 points, had a pair of assists after playing just over half the game. Phoenix beat Charlotte 105-91.
In 60 seconds, a federal judge is seeing a latte violations from Starbucks from their anti-union efforts.
But first, a royal ousting. Meghan Markle and Prince Harry are getting the boot from their UK cottage.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. But let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. But let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Now to an NBC News exclusive. The Department of Homeland Security is expanding its investigation into a number of slaughterhouses that employed migrant children as cleaners. This comes after the Department of Labor discovered last month that Packers Sanitation Services, Inc. employed over 100 children in their slaughterhouses, some as young as 13 years old. Two U.S. officials familiar with the probe tell NBC News that DHS is now working with the Department of Justice in order to find out whether these migrant children ended up at these slaughterhouses as part of a human trafficking scheme. A spokesperson for PSSI say that the company complies with the law for new hires and has no knowledge of any such investigation.
The president of Iran says he is ordering an investigation after the apparent poisoning of schoolgirls across the country. They are attacks that may have been deliberate attempts to keep the girls from getting an education. Local media report that girls have been sickened in at least 30 schools. One Iranian lawmaker putting the number at about 900 students since November. Iranian officials initially downplayed the issue, but now the interior minister has been tasked with coordinating a response.
Prince Harry and Meghan Markle have gotten the royal boot. It is Frog No More for them. According to the couple's spokesperson, they were asked to give up Frogmore Cottage in the UK. This 10-bedroom property is not exactly what you or I would call a cottage. It's more of an estate. It's where the Sussexes stayed when they visited the UK. Back in 2019, they spent $3.2 million of taxpayer money renovating the property.
A federal judge ordered Starbucks to reopen stores and reinstate workers who launched efforts to unionize at locations in Buffalo. The judge says Starbucks committed, quote, egregious and widespread labor law violations in disciplining and firing those workers. As Starbucks spokesman called the judge's ruling and order inappropriate and said the company is exploring options for further legal review.
Still to come here, he's bringing the Lombardi to the Studio 8H stage. Travis Kelce gears up to host SNL.
And putting a price on loyalty, we'll take a look at how much those restaurant rewards programs really cost you.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. But let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
NBC News, streaming free now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tanya Amos. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now. Streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now. Streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Oh, crap. It's too heavy. It's probably too heavy.
How long have they been doing that?
A couple hours.
Doesn't he play football?
He plays soccer? Oh, football.
Football. No, that would be football.
Yeah, Travis Kelce. Yeah, it's football. Whips up his best Indiana Jones impression before touching down at Saturday Night Live this weekend. The Kansas City Chiefs tight end and Super Bowl champ makes his hosting debut with musical guest Kelsey Ballerini. You can catch it Saturday at 11:30 p.m. right here on NBC.
I think he's going to kill it. All right, big chains like Dunkin' Donuts, Starbucks, and Chipotle are changing their reward programs, with many offering a trade-off for the points you've earned. But does it cost more to be loyal? Marsan Brock takes a look.
Americans' caffeine addiction and the thrill of a free drink has made loyalty programs for Starbucks and Dunkin' Donuts fan favorites, even as the entry level for earning a basic coffee has crept up a bit. In October, Dunkin' Donuts raised the points needed for a free regular coffee from $40 to $50 spent, while premium sips like lattes jumped from $40 to $90.
Honestly, I feel like if I spend $50 with you, then if you're gonna do something in return and show, your appreciation, I feel like 50 is worth it. 100 is kind of pushing it.
That's still less than a brewed hot Starbucks coffee, which just went from 50 stars to 100.
That's basically $100 for a free cup of coffee. Wow. Does that surprise you?
It doesn't surprise me, just the way that inflation is happening in America.
Starbucks points out their iced coffee and tea are actually fewer stars now, adding in a statement to NBC News, "We occasionally need to make changes to ensure the long-term sustainability of the Starbucks rewards program and to meet the changing needs of our members." Dunkin's president likewise says reshaping its rewards program has allowed them to keep consumer sentiment strong. They've added more than 3 million members and deliver what customers asked for, the ability to redeem points for more than just beverages.
You actually have more options now. You can get donuts, you can get munchkins, you can get sandwiches.
Still, consumer experts say these tweaks can go a long way for the corporate bottom line.
To you, these points might only be worth a couple dollars, but in aggregate across all their customers, they can be worth millions and millions of dollars.
For years, airlines have been trimming the purchase power of miles. And now even some department stores are using clever tricks, offering points that can only be redeemed when the shopper returns to the store another day and not during the same sale. Here's a few things that can help you maximize your rewards. For flights and hotels, comparison shop first because the better deals often save you more money than using points. Check the terms. In some programs, points expire after 6 months. And do the math. Don't go out of your way to spend $250 to earn 250 points that in reality are worth $2.50.
It's not a necessity. It's one thing if the staples were just exceedingly soaring in price, but these are perks.
Sam Brock, NBC News.
All right, our thanks to Sam for that report.
Angie's got your weekend forecast. That's next.
And ahead, beauty lines blurred with this controversial TikTok filter.
This is what it looks and feels.
With the latest, the bigger piece of the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments.
We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. We're headed close to the weekend, but we've got some busy weather to deal with between now and then. Some severe storms are possible for parts of the southern plains and stretching into the southeast over the next couple of days. We'll also, with that same winter storm, deal with some ice accumulation in parts of the northeast and stretching in the Great Lakes, along with some heavy snow in places like New England by the time we get into tomorrow. As we look ahead to your Saturday and Sunday, things will be a little nicer, especially if you're in the middle of the country. But on the West Coast, that next Pacific storm will gear up and work onshore.
Okay, thank you, Angie. We're trying this new filter that we're going to talk about next. Coming up, there's the filter fury. Why TikTok is under fire for this glam filter that we're looking at.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
and around the world,
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
and ways you can take care of your health
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
and your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
and around the world,
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
and ways you can take care of your health
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
and your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
So we were trying this during the commercial break, the new TikTok filter that's causing a lot of controversy over the way it's making some users look. It's called the Bold Glamour filter. Some love it while others hate it. Our Valerie Castro is unmasking it.
You can't even tell it's a filter anymore.
What do you think? Do I look better with it?
Definitely made my lips bigger.
Bold Glamour, the latest viral TikTok filter, is causing a stir. It has users divided over the way it instantly changes how they look compared to what they see in reality.
This filter should be illegal. Here's the real me.
Some are amazed.
So this is you without it, right? You look normal. Okay, and this is you with the filter. Oh my goodness. What do you think about how you look? I think it's amazing. Like some famous actress.
But not everyone loves the look. Even actress Katherine Heigl saying this filter is not for me.
I don't like it so much, I have to say.
Why don't you like it?
I look a bit fake, yes.
Like,
too perfect.
What do you think?
You have to live up to like this expectation, like this look that's not realistic, and it creates a world in your mind that doesn't exist. It's destructive to the identity.
It's concerning. This is what a human face looks like. Content creator Hira Mustafa stunned by the new standard the filter is setting.
What is it about Bold Glamour that makes it different from those other filters that we've seen?
It was just a completely different face to me. The lips were larger, eyes were larger, skin tone was lighter. I've seen more people in my age group than ever pursue cosmetic surgeries to make their faces look more like these filters. And I worry about how this impacts young girls' confidence.
A recent CDC study found that 57% of teenage girls reported feeling hopeless or sad. Many believe social media is among the causes for the drastic increase.
We're going to see psychological consequences.
Psychology professor Renee Englund has spent more than 20 years studying the effects of media and photo editing on women and girls.
You could be forgiven for not even noticing that all of the faces you see are filtered all the time.
She says when the filtered face you see is your own, it's a standard you might never be able to attain.
It's one thing to compare yourself to like some famous, beautiful person. It's another thing to compare yourself to an extra beautiful version of yourself that doesn't exist in the world anywhere.
TikTok hasn't responded to NBC's request for comment on the new filter.
Thanks to Valerie Castro for that report. Hey, when it comes to the filters, photoshopping, it is just kind of like alternative realities of yourself that's out there. Just look in a mirror, look at yourself, and love what you got.
That's important to remember. Truer words have never been spoken there. You take a step away if it's going to affect your confidence like that. Thanks for taking an unfiltered view of the world with us. Have a great day. See you tomorrow.
Good morning. I'm Stephen Romo.
And I'm Zinclea Samoa. Joe and Savannah are off this morning. Right now on Morning News Now, motive and means. Dramatic developments in the double murder trial of Alec Murdaugh. This morning, the defense set to give their closing arguments after the prosecution wrapped its case, painting Murdaugh as a man living a lie and willing to kill his own wife and son to protect it.
He's fooled them all. And fooled Maggie and Paul, too. And they paid for it with their lives.
All this after jurors get a first-hand look at the scene of the crime. We have team coverage this morning. Attorney General Merrick Garland in the hot seat on Capitol Hill, facing some of his toughest critics over a number of controversies under his watch. We'll bring you highlights from his testimony before a Republican-led Senate committee. Also this morning, a new warning from the CDC about what it calls a serious public health threat. What you need to know about a highly infectious drug-resistant stomach bug and the people most at risk. Finally, blast off. New this morning, NASA's SpaceX crew celebrating a successful launch after calling off its first attempt earlier this week. More on the mission, the astronauts on board, and what it all means for the future of space exploration. We begin with the latest developments in the double murder trial of Alec Murdaugh, with the defense set to present their closing arguments this morning.
Yeah, prosecutor Creighton Waters delivered the state's closing arguments yesterday against the disbarred South Carolina attorney. Murdaugh is accused of murdering both his wife Maggie and their son Paul. During his statements, Waters again argued to the jury that the evidence in the case shows Murdaugh carried out the killings, the prosecutor saying all in an effort to mask his financial troubles.
He'd avoided accountability his whole life. He had relied on his family name. He had a powerful family. He carried a badge and used that authority. He lived a wealthy life. But now finally, he was facing complete ruin. He couldn't live for that. He's the kind of person for which shame is an extraordinary provocation.
Throughout the case, Murdaugh's defense team has pushed back against the prosecution's theory behind Murdaugh's motive, arguing that the prosecution has not shown evidence showing how Murdaugh would benefit financially from the deaths of his wife and son.
Yeah, this all comes as the jury got to do something that few of them get to. They toured the Murdaugh's family property where these killings happened. We have our team here to break down the latest on the Murdaugh trial. NBC News legal analyst Stanley Savalos and trial consultant Richard Gabriel, both on standby to help walk us through all of these developments. But first, let's go to NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber, who's live outside the courthouse in Walterboro, South Carolina, with more. Ellison, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Ellison. So to start, good morning. Can you walk us through the key takeaways from the prosecution's closing arguments yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, it was complicated. These were very long closing arguments. This has been a very long trial. But what you heard the prosecutor say a lot in his closing remarks was gathering storm. He described this gathering storm that he says was putting so much pressure on Alec Murdaugh that he felt his only way out, his only chance to buy some time to cover his tracks was by killing his family. And really, when they're talking about that gathering storm, they were breaking it down into three key motivating factors. They said, one, there was this history of financial crime, specifically one legal case that he had been working on within his firm where people had started to notice that the legal fees he'd gotten, they were missing. His firm, his colleagues, they were asking questions. They were starting to investigate him. Then there was a boat crash in 2019 where his son Paul was accused of driving the boat that killed 19-year-old Mallory Beach, a boat that was owned by Alec Murdaugh. He was named as a defendant in a multi-million-dollar civil suit. The attorney in that case testified that once Alec Murdaugh's family was dead, that case against him was essentially over because he was too sympathetic of a defendant, and they had other more culpable defendants that they would have to go ahead with in that case. The third thing in that gathering storm, they say, was the fact that Alec Murdaugh's father was dying, someone he trusted, someone he was close with. They say all of that was just too much for Alec Murdaugh to bear, and that his way out was killing both his son and his wife. They also said, hey, look at his history, listen and remember to everything you have heard from people who knew him so well. They say Alec Murdaugh's life was basically a Ponzi scheme, and he was a skilled lawyer, and anytime things got tough, he manipulated and lied. Listen.
Everyone who thought they were close to him, everyone who thought they knew he was who he was, he's fooled them all. And he fooled Maggie and Paul, too. And they paid for it with their lives. Don't let him fool you, too.
And remember, so much of the prosecution's case has focused on GPS data, cell phone data. They say, look at the timeline, look at the technology. There is only one person who could have been there that night, and there is only one person who had the means, the motive, and the opportunity. And the prosecutors, they say that was Alec Murdaugh. Sinclair, Stephen.
Yeah, prosecutors hitting that timeline very hard in their closing arguments yesterday. Allison, the jury got to tour the Moselle family property where these murders actually happened. Can you talk to us about what were they actually able to see out there?
Yeah, so they had 30 minutes on the grounds. They were seeing that outside of the press. The video that we have access to is because the press was able to see exactly what the jury saw after they saw it. They were able to see the outside of the main house, which is what we're looking at right here. They were also able to spend time where these murders occurred over at the kennels. We've heard a lot of talk from both the prosecution and the defense about the feed room, the size of that space where Paul Murdaugh's body was found in the doorway, and the distance between Paul Murdaugh and Maggie Murdaugh. The jury was able to walk through and see all of that. Our colleagues who were traveling with them, while they weren't able to see every moment of what the jury was doing, they did say they could see one juror standing in the doorway of that feed room, looking up and seeming to try and get a sense of just the size in that space. There was a lot that you could see still kind of a little bit left over from what happened here. The big thing is there is like a stain on the cement where Paul Murdaugh was killed. Everything else has been cleared out. The state had made a big point of that beforehand, saying this crime scene has changed a lot, but the judge decided at the defense's request that it was worth the jury having the opportunity to physically see where all of this occurred. Stephen, Sinclair.
An unusual move there. We're going to talk more about it. Ellison, thanks so much.
Thank you. And we have NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos on set to help us walk through this case. Also here with us is trial consultant and author of Acquittal, Richard Gabriel, to give us insight into the jury process. So, Danny, let's start with you. The prosecution has to show burden of proof. That seems to be the key phrase here. Burden of proof. After yesterday's closing arguments, is there room for reasonable doubt?
We'll see if the defense can create it. I mean, as a defense attorney, the thing I'm going to be hammering, if I'm them, is that burden of proof. I even have a chart that I use. Then you go up a sort of layered continuum and you say, well, look, even if you think it is highly likely that my client is guilty, then you must acquit. Even if you think he's probably guilty, you must acquit. Only if you make or reach the highest level, the highest burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt, which really means to the exclusion of a reasonable doubt, then you can convict. Sometimes when you're on the defense, it is the only thing you have going for you. And I venture to say that this is one of those cases where you're going to hear reasonable doubt, the burden of proof, and the presumption of innocence over and over and over again. It's what you argue when you don't have a lot else.
And Richard, we know that as we were talking about, the jury did get to visit that Moselle property where these murders happened. Not completely unheard of for a jury to go do this, but a pretty rare thing. How could that influence their decision?
Well, it's crucial for jurors because they want to have a sense of what it is. They've been hearing about it. It's all two-dimensional and verbal, and they're there. They can feel the gravity. They can feel the seriousness, and they can measure three basic components. What's the timing, the distance, and the space? Because they want to know, especially with opportunity, that feed room is really small. Does he have the opportunity? Can he really do it in there? And then how long is it going to take him to move up to the house? If for some reason he's not guilty, how long does it take him to get up there, take a nap, or if he did do it, is he going to be able to shower? And also, if he didn't do it, can he hear the sound of gunshots? All those things can be much more measured when they're there in the scene and they have a sense of the physical space.
And Richard, you touched on it. There's just been so much information here. We know that they've even looked at Murdaugh's steps at the time, in addition to a lot of electronic data. Of course, they brought in information about were there multiple shooters? Was he big enough to fit? So, Danny, I wonder, with the closing arguments expected today, what are you expecting to hear?
Yeah, the state had a challenge in that they had too much evidence, and it's hard to marshal all of that. The defense, on the other hand, doesn't have a lot. They're going to focus on 2 or 3 points that came out in the case in chief and in the defense's case, one of which is the theory by an engineer that a shooter was 5 feet tall. Next up, the idea that one expert conceded that there may have been more than one shooter. That's a very significant one because then you can argue to the jury, well, if it's 50-50, 50-50 is not reasonable doubt. And then thirdly, I don't even know if you can count this, Murdoch's own theory on the stand where he utters the idea that, oh, Paul had all these nasty social media comments. By the way, did they introduce any of those social media comments? No. And the theory that mean people on social media commit murders. I mean, folks, I guarantee you've had some nasty things said about you on social media. It's obviously serious if it's a threat, but that kind of theory without any evidence is a hard one to swallow. So they're going to hammer those, and then they're going to pound the podium on reasonable doubt, presumption of innocence, and the prosecution hasn't met their burden, because that's about all they have.
It'll be fascinating to see. And Richard, obviously you know a lot about juries. What are you expecting once they actually get in that room behind that closed door? What are you expecting there?
Well, for the most part, everybody's got their mind made up even before closing arguments. It's really about arming your advocates in closing argument. You got to pick out who are the people I think are going to carry the water for me. And so when you get in the room, they already know pretty much who the foreperson is because the social dynamic that goes on in the trial. And so it's a matter of them actually negotiating, because what happens is they don't know exactly what their positions are. They may come in there and they may go, hey, we're all pretty much in agreement. They may also say, no, we're completely split here. And then it's a matter of, okay, or some people might say, we have some real questions that they have to answer. So then it's a process of, okay, let's go through the evidence, let's figure it out. There's two typical types of deliberations. There's verdict-driven and evidence-driven. Verdict-driven is usually a quicker verdict because it's, let's go around the table, how many yeses, how many nos. That's usually fast. But evidence-driven is let's go through all the evidence, and that can take some time.
Oh, so much to dig into here. We're all watching it. Danny Savalas and Gabriel, thank you so much.
All right, on Capitol Hill yesterday, Attorney General Merrick Garland faced a grilling from the Senate Judiciary Committee. The explosive hearing focused on a range of topics, including the rise of fentanyl-related deaths and the protesters who had gathered outside the homes of conservative justices after the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin is with us now with more on all of this. A lot that they talked about yesterday, Julie. I know Senator Cruz really hammered Garland on the issue of those protesters who went outside of the justice's home. Walk us through, what were the key points Cruz was trying to make there?
Yeah, well, look, this was Garland's first appearance before the Senate Judiciary Committee in a year. So there was a lot to talk about, and essentially think about his appearance like a yearly review before the panel. And you had some heavy hitters on the Republican side on the panel, including Senator Ted Cruz, who decided to use his moment of questioning to focus on Roe v. Wade, on Dobbs, and the fallout from that, specifically as it relates to security threats made against Supreme Court justices. Take a listen to that exchange, and we'll talk about it on the other side.
Has the Department of Justice brought even a single case under this statute? It's a yes-no question. It's not a give a speech on the other things you did.
The job of the United States Marshals is to defend the lives
So the answer is no.
It's to defend the lives of the justices, and that's their number one priority. They have.
Why are you unwilling to say no? The answer is no. You know it's no. I know it's no. Everyone in this hearing room knows it's no. You're not willing to answer a question. Have you brought a case under this statute? Yes or no?
As far as I know, we haven't, and what we have done is defended the lives of the justices.
So Cruz was talking about the attempted assassination of Justice Brett Kavanaugh over the summer. He also went on to crisis pregnancy centers and protesters targeting those areas. So heated exchange in those moments.
Yeah, it got quite heated. I know there was some more heat as well. Committee members zeroing in on the ongoing issue of those fentanyl-related deaths. What was going on that front?
Well, this was actually interesting because it was one of the moments of agreement between Garland, between Republicans and Democrats on the panel. Durbin, who chairs the committee, the top Democrat, he actually said that he had committed to Lindsey Graham, the ranking member, the top Republican there, to spend equal time discussing gun violence as they do fentanyl deaths. So this was definitely a big topic of the hearing. Take a listen to one point of questioning from Senator Cornyn.
Your 71,000 roughly of fentanyl overdoses. Do you consider your current policies successful?
We have a huge epidemic of fentanyl problem created by intentional acts by the cartels. We are doing everything we can within our resources to fight that. I have personally twice traveled to Mexico to try to get greater cooperation from the Mexicans on exactly the problem you're talking about.
Yeah, certainly this was a big topic. Millions of Americans being affected, dying every single year from fentanyl deaths, which are crossing over the border. And this is a committee that is also looking into the immigration issue. So that's important to keep in mind as you listen to that line of questioning to Garland.
All right, Julie Sirkin, thanks so much for breaking that down.
Now to your weather this morning. It seems like snow is on a nationwide tour.
It sure does. Meteorologist Angie Laspin joins us now with the latest on the winter system heading toward the south. Not a tour I'm buying tickets for, Angie.
Yeah, I won't be either, but luckily we're in New York where we really haven't had a whole lot to deal with, but we will have a wintry mix that's going to work in over the next couple of days. But today, it's all about the severe weather that's focused into parts of the south. It's going to be a really active afternoon and into the evening hours, and one that folks are going to want to pay attention to and have a way to get any watches or warnings because there is a potential for some strong tornadoes. Here's the system that is the culprit of this tour, as you guys have said. We're going to see it race into parts of the southern plains. That's where the main focus of the severe weather is going to be today. But there's the wintry mix that will stretch from parts of the Great Lakes into the Northeast in New England, and the rain stretching down into parts of the south where once again we will see strong to severe storms tomorrow. Eventually we'll see this work out and we'll have a better weekend on tap for us. But there's a whole lot of impacts that we're going to have to watch for over the next couple of days. The tornado risk, the flooding, we have ice, we have snow. All of that is going to be something that you'll want to pay attention to depending on where you live. So let's start with the severe weather. This dangerous setup that we're seeing really gives the bullseye to places like Shreveport, Lufkin, Alexandria, Little Rock. That's where we'll see the best chance to see some of these stronger storms, and where you see this shaded or this striped, rather, I should say, red bubble. That's where we have the best chance for some of these stronger tornadoes. And this isn't just a couple of hours. This is going to be afternoon into the evening hours and, of course, through tonight. We know that when the sun goes down, those tornadoes are much more dangerous than nocturnal tornadoes. So just be aware of that if you live in that area. And gearing up and preparing for tomorrow, the southeast, you're also going to have to watch for strong storms. Not as likely to see those tornadoes or as many of them, but we will have to keep a close eye on that. We've got plenty of rain working through. We've got gusty conditions with this, and we also have that snow and ice accumulation that I mentioned for parts of the Northeast and the Gulf or in the Great Lakes, guys.
Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow.
Yeah, I've been lucky here in New York, not getting much of that snow.
I want the snow.
What?
That's just you.
Snow angels, snowmen, we love it all.
We'll have to get to the bottom of this one. All right, Angie, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Well, coming up on Morning News Now, hundreds of schoolgirls in Iran poisoned. Critics are calling it an attempt to shut down education for girls.
When we come back, the criminal investigation now underway as the fight over women's rights escalates.
people need most right now. Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Todd Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels
the latest film, the bigger piece of the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back with news from Iran. Authorities there are investigating the poisoning of hundreds of schoolgirls over the course of several months.
Yeah, dozens of girls are now being treated. They had respiratory problems and other symptoms as well. Some officials are saying these poisonings may have been intentional. NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman joins us now with more on this. A disturbing situation there, Josh.
That's right, very disturbing. And many of these students have reported symptoms that have ranged from heart palpitations and breathing trouble to nausea, headaches, and even numbness. Some of the students and their teachers have reported strange odors that they said smelled like chlorine or other cleaning chemicals. That led to some initial speculation that maybe these poisonings were accidental. But now Iran's leaders insist they are taking this very seriously. Outside a high school in Tehran, confusion. About a dozen students apparently victims of poisoning. Local media reporting girls have been sickened in at least 30 schools across Iran. One Iranian lawmaker putting the number at about 900 students injured since November. This woman in Qom says it smells like cooking gas coming down into the classroom. While this schoolgirl says it made her feel dizzy. She says, my entire body feels very numb and it doesn't allow me to walk. But amid fears this is all a campaign to shut down girls' education, Iran's President Ibrahim Raisi taking action. Iranian state media reporting he's now tasking Iran's interior minister with investigating the cause and coordinating the response. A criminal investigation by the prosecutor general is also underway. A big step after senior Iranian officials had been downplaying the incidents as recently as today. Iran's deputy interior minister saying more than 99% of this is caused by stress, rumors, and psychological war by hostile TV channels. He says their goal was to force schools to close. Unlike the Taliban in Afghanistan, Iran's theocratic government has not traditionally targeted girls for seeking an education. But other women's rights issues have been front and center for months, amid protests set off by the death in September of 22-year-old Mahsa Amini. Iran's morality police had detained her for allegedly violating Iran's law on headscarves for women. Hundreds more died in the protests that followed.
Do you believe that what we're seeing right now is connected to the protests?
There's no coincidence that it would suddenly happen at this moment, and the government knows that the protests are not dead.
In Iran, parents in fear, some reportedly pulling their kids out of class, as authorities vow to find out what is sickening Iran's school children and why. A member of Iran's parliament who runs the education committee says health officials have now detected evidence of nitrogen gas, which could explain many of those symptoms that have sent those school children to the hospital. All of this creating a heightened sense of anxiety in a country of some 80 million people, where women have traditionally made up more than half of the student population in universities. Stephen and Zinkley.
Josh, thanks so much.
More international news now. The U.S. has just approved a multi-million-dollar major arms sale with Taiwan.
NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us now for this and more. Megan, good morning.
Guys, good morning to you. Yeah, several stories to get to, but want to start first in Taiwan. As you mentioned, the U.S. State Department now saying that they've approved selling Taiwan millions of dollars worth of munitions, including missiles used for F-16s. Now, this latest sale is likely to be yet another point of friction between China and the U.S., where tensions between the two nations are already at the highest levels that we've seen in years. All right, want to turn now to Norway, where police reportedly removed Swedish climate activist Greta Thunberg and at least 9 other people from a protest. The group was speaking out against Norwegian wind farms built on land that's used by indigenous people. Thunberg told Reuters that indigenous rights are human rights that must go hand in hand with climate protection and climate action. All right, and lastly, a fascinating study out of Europe. Researchers unveiled analysis of genome data from hundreds of hunters and gatherers who lived on the continent around the time of the period of the Ice Age. Part of what the study uncovered is that Homo sapiens who entered Europe after coming from Africa were dark-skinned. The genome data showed a change towards lighter skin among people in Europe between 14,000 and 8,000 years ago. They also discovered that human beings that were living on the Italian peninsula during this time period became extinct because that area was uninhabitable. The only people who survived during the Ice Age's coldest period were the hunters and gatherers who lived in portions of France and the Iberian Peninsula. So pretty cool stuff there.
Wow.
Guys, back to you.
It kind of shows if you have thick skin and can deal with the cold weather, apparently you're set for
Oh, well, I'm not set then.
generations.
Good to learn. All right. Megan, thanks so much.
Thank you. And coming up, it's drug resistant and spreading fast. After the break, the warning from the CDC about a new highly infectious stomach bug sweeping the country.
And a potential game changer for millions of Americans, how one company's plan to cap insulin costs could affect the entire pharmaceutical industry. You're watching Morning News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
We're back now with a new warning this morning about a drug-resistant stomach bug that's quickly spreading.
Yeah, it's called Shigella, and the CDC says we're seeing a worrisome increase in the strains of that are resistant to most antibiotic treatments. They say it's also highly contagious. So for more on this, we're joined by Dr. Amesha Dalja, senior scholar at Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security, joining us with more. Good morning, Dr. Dalja. Thanks so much for being with us. A lot of people, of course, we've heard of stomach bugs, but Shigella bacterial infections, maybe not something a lot of people are really familiar with. So what are the symptoms here and how are we spreading this?
So Shigella is a bacteria that's been a well-described cause of what's called dysentery, or really severe diarrhea with mucus, sometimes blood, abdominal pain, fevers, and chills. And there's hundreds of thousands of cases that occur in the United States. They just have not been drug resistant. And it's spread the way many GI bugs are spread, through fecal oral content. That means people not washing their hands. They have fecal matter on their hands or in their food, and it gets into someone's mouth. And it's usually something that affects children. But in this particular outbreak with this resistant strain, it seems to be affecting adults because it has seemed to have gotten into sexual networks.
And doctor, to that end, why exactly are we seeing a rise in drug-resistant strains of Shigella right now, and who exactly is most at risk? I know you touched on children and some adults.
So this is not something that just happened overnight. This has been over the last several years. The CDC has noted increasing reports of drug-resistant strains of Shigella. So this has been something that's ongoing. And I think this is part of the general larger policy problem we have with antibiotic resistance, that there's so much injudicious use of antibiotics. So many people get antibiotics for coughs and colds. And what it does is it makes many of our organisms resistant to those antibiotics. And we know during COVID-19 that a lot of overuse of antibiotics occurred when people had COVID-19. I'm not sure if that's linked, but in general, we have a problem with antibiotics. Who's at risk? It's going to be children. And as you said earlier, this is very contagious. It just takes a few organisms, maybe 10 organisms, to cause infection. Children are usually where you see this, but it can infect anybody. And what's happening now is that we're seeing this kind of moving in networks of men who have sex with men. This is something that we saw with monkeypox, how it wasn't strictly a sexually transmitted infection, but it was transmitting through sexual contact. And that's what's happening with this strain, that we're seeing a lot of reports, mostly in men, and many men who have sex with men, rather than the traditional group that usually had Shigella.
And Doctor, you mentioned some good practices here to help prevent this, so hand washing, that type of thing. You also mentioned COVID, though, so a lot of people think about a possible vaccine for this, but no, it is a bacteria. What can be done to prevent the spread?
The biggest thing is going to be hand hygiene, washing your hands after you go to the bathroom. And if you're sick, if you've got diarrheal symptoms, to make sure that you're washing your hands a lot and that other people know, especially if you're engaging in sexual activity when you're sick. You should make sure that your partner knows that. The other thing is they do try to make vaccines for bacterial infections. There just haven't been one for Shigella. People have dealt with Shigella for some time, and you treat it with antibiotics. Eventually, I do think that there will be vaccine development, but it's probably not something that's going to happen in the near term.
Well, until then, I'll just keep washing our hands as much as we can. Dr. Adalja, thanks so much for your time.
And we have more details about major health news we brought you just yesterday. Pharmaceutical company Eli Lilly says it will immediately cap the out-of-pocket cost for its two biggest selling insulin products to $35 a month. But that's not all. The company also says it will be slashing the price of its unbranded insulin to $25 a vial, making it the lowest list price for insulin on the market. President Biden praised the decision, saying other companies will have to follow suit as a result. NBC News correspondent Kristen Dahlgren has the details.
Well, patients and advocates and doctors we talked to say they were surprised but thrilled by the news.
It's being hailed as a huge win for diabetics. Drug maker Eli Lilly announcing it's cutting the list price of its most commonly prescribed insulin by 70% and capping out-of-pocket costs at $35 a month.
Such a relief. It's a huge, significant step in making this disease manageable.
Anne-Marie Gibson's sons both use Eli Lilly insulin for their diabetes. They spoke to NBC News in December as costs in America soared for the life-saving drug.
I'm so angry. It's exhausting.
In January, the Inflation Reduction Act imposed a monthly cap on insulin costs for seniors on Medicare, but millions of younger diabetics were still paying much higher rates. The move comes after years of political and patient pressure.
I think we all have heard enough about insulin affordability. Here in America, we should be able to solve this problem ourselves.
Eli Lilly's cap automatically applies to people with private insurance. Those without coverage will be eligible as long as they sign up for a savings card through the company. But only about 30% of the nation's 8.4 million diabetics who rely on insulin get it from Eli Lilly.
Do you expect to see the other drug makers following suit?
I certainly hope that they do. I think that in general, all of the insulins that the drug manufacturers make should be affordable and accessible.
Insulin makers Sanofi and Novo Nordisk pointed to their own savings plans for participants. For mom Anne-Marie Gibson is a good start to saving lives.
Rationing insulin gets scary. Some have died.
Knowing her sons now face a future where a vital prescription won't carry such a hefty price. Kristen Dahlgren, NBC News.
All right, turning now to more medical breaking news. Walgreens has announced a partnership with Uber and DoorDash to deliver HIV medication to patients for free. Walgreens says the service will be available to anyone who lives within 15 miles of their stores. It's part of the company's initiative to support the White House National AIDS HIV strategy. The goal is to bring down HIV infections by 75% over the next 2 years.
And coming up, it's typically a who's who of rising stars for the Republican Party, but this year's CPAC will have some high-profile no-shows. We'll tell you who's skipping out and what it could mean for 2024.
And college costs are going up, way up at some of the most elite schools in the country. What students should brace for next on Morning News Now.
Podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico.
What's the World Cup experience been like? It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tanya Amos. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. CPAC, the Conservative Political Action Conference, is billed as one of the biggest political events of the year. And while headliners like President Trump and failed gubernatorial candidate Kari Lake will be there, what may be most notable this year is who will not be there. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns is in Maryland, where CPAC is about to kick off its second day, and joins us now with the latest. Good morning, Dasha. I can see a busy room behind you, or at least a room that's starting to get full. So the two confirmed 2024 presidential candidates, President Donald Trump and Nikki Haley, will be there at CPAC. But who else can we expect to see?
You're not going to be interviewing anyone?
Yeah, Zinkley. Well, as you mentioned, this is a narrative more so about who is here and who is not here. But in terms of the speakers that we're going to see throughout the next couple of days, we're going to see My Pillow's Mike Lindell, Senator Ted Cruz, Senator Tim Scott, Senator J.D. Vance, Steve Bannon, Mike Pompeo, Lauren Boebert, some of those stalwarts of the right wing of the Republican Party. And this really is the Trump show, though, Zinkley. This is a conference that has been remade in Trump's image. Now, this used to be sort of the center of gravity for conservatives each year when this conference happens. But now that gravitational pull is disrupted a little bit. As we'll talk about in a moment, there are some folks, notable names, especially looking towards 2024, that are not here.
So yeah, Dasha, let's get into that, because two of the biggest names in the party right now, former Vice President Mike Pence and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, are skipping this conference. So what exactly are they doing instead, and do we know why?
So they are actually going to be at the Club for Growth, a private donor event in Florida, also Trump's turf, mind you, there and talking to donors there instead. I mean, look, this is significant. Ron DeSantis did speak at the conference last year, but this time around, it's a little bit of a divided split screen within the Republican Party. You have former President Donald Trump, who is really the main event here. This is the guy that everyone is here to see. But at the end of the conference, there is going to be a straw poll, and DeSantis will be on the ballot there. So it'll be interesting to see. Of course, this is very much the MAGA crowd that's going to be here. So if DeSantis can run up the numbers just a little bit on that straw poll at the end of the conference, we'll be watching to see what happens there. And we'll be watching to see the reception that Nikki Haley is going to get as Trump's challenger showing up here on his turf, St. Clair.
A litmus test for 2024. Dasha, thank you so much.
All right, now to a new TikTok filter. It's at the center of a much heated debate among many of the users of the app. It's been used more than 8.5 million times, and some people, they love the effect. Others say it's annoying, but maybe even dangerous, and that it creates unrealistic beauty expectations. NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro has more on what people are saying about bold glamour.
You can't even tell it's a filter anymore.
What do you think? Do I look better with it?
Definitely made my lips bigger.
Bold glamour, the latest viral TikTok filter, is causing a stir. It has users divided over the way it instantly changes how they look compared to what they see in reality.
This filter should be illegal. Here's the real me.
Some are amazed. So this is you without it, right? You look normal. Okay, and this is you with the filter.
Oh my goodness.
What do you think about how you look?
I think it's amazing. Like some famous actress.
But not everyone loves the look. Even actress Katherine Heigl saying this filter is not for me.
I don't like it so much, I have to say.
Why don't you like it?
I look a bit fake, yes. Too perfect.
What do you think?
You have to live up to like this expectation, like this look that's not realistic, and it creates a world in your mind that doesn't exist. It's destructive to the identity.
It's concerning. This is what a human face looks like. Content creator Hira Mustafa stunned by the new standard the filter is setting.
What is it about bold glamour that makes it different from those other filters that we've seen?
It was just a completely different face to me. The lips were larger, eyes were larger, skin tone was lighter. I've seen more people in my age group than ever pursue cosmetic surgeries to make their faces look more like these filters, and I worry about how this impacts young girls' confidence.
A recent CDC study found that 57% of teenage girls reported feeling hopeless or sad. Many believe social media is among the causes for the drastic increase.
We're going to see psychological consequences.
Psychology professor Renee Englund has spent more than 20 years studying the effects of media and photo editing on women and girls.
You could be forgiven for not even noticing that all of the faces you see are filtered all the time.
She says when the filtered face you see is your own, it's a standard you might never be able to attain.
It's one thing to compare yourself to like some famous, beautiful person. It's another thing to compare yourself to an extra beautiful version of yourself that doesn't exist in the world anywhere.
TikTok hasn't responded to NBC's request for comment on the new filter, but in somewhat of an about-face today, TikTok announcing new restrictions on screen time for users under 18, limiting them to 60 minutes a day before requiring a passcode to continue use. The company says it's all to promote parental involvement in their children's digital well-being.
Do you think there needs to be more of that?
I would love to see that, especially for her.
Brad Baker's daughter, Abby, is 16 years old.
Okay.
What do you think?
It doesn't look like me.
Do you like it? You don't like it?
I like it. I think it's cool. Well, I don't usually wear any makeup, so it's just kind of weird to see.
Her dad, a high school teacher, also trying it out, seeing only subtle changes in his own face versus a drastic transformation in his daughter's appearance.
Yeah, it gives me a little bit more color in the face and, you know, could be improved. A little bit more hair on top would be nice. You know how it is.
And what do you think about what it does to your daughter's face?
Yeah, I mean, I could definitely see them having, I mean, you can tell it like definitely makes their lips bigger and make the, you know, the eyes with makeup kind of stand out. I definitely like her 10 times better in natural.
Oh, and our thanks to Valerie Castro for that report. That psychology professor Valerie spoke with, by the way, says she's concerned that filter is creating an unattainable beauty standard and that our brains just really can't help but immediately make that comparison between the filter and our own faces.
Now to our financial headlines. Tesla could soon become a little more affordable after a recent vow to cut production costs.
Yes, CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and more money news. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Stephen, Zinkley, good morning to you. Yeah, so Tesla is vowing to cut production costs of its electric vehicles in half as it plans for the world to embrace sustainable energy. But at the company's Investor Day event last night, CEO Elon Musk didn't unveil when Tesla will debut a long-awaited affordable car. He had been expected to discuss plans to make a less expensive electric vehicle to help broaden Tesla's appeal and fend off the competition. Musk did say discounts Tesla has offered this year have led to an increase in demand. Speaking of Tesla, it will soon launch a new unlimited overnight charging plan for $30 a month. It's part of the company's energy retailing business called Tesla Electric. It will initially be rolled out to owners in Texas in July, and Tesla says it can afford to do this through its relationships with utilities who have a surplus of power at night, thanks to lower demand and strong wind power. And fans of Ted Lasso will now be able to get their hands on the coach's famously persuasive shortbread cookies as a frozen dessert. Starting today, you can grab a scoop of biscuits with the boss at Jenny's Splendid ice cream shops through the store's app, or you can buy it online for $12 a pint. It's described as crumbly shortbread cookies and buttery sweet cream. Some customers can also score exclusive Jenny's and Ted Lasso merchandise. The third season of the Apple TV show premieres on March 15th, guys, and I still haven't watched it.
Still haven't watched it, but now I would like to taste the biscuit.
Yeah, I haven't watched it either,
good.
but I'm down for biscuits with the boss. Yeah, let's go.
Sounds delicious.
We'll go after the show. Silvana, thank you so much.
All right.
All right, well, we're waiting for that much-anticipated ruling from the Supreme Court on President Biden's student debt relief plan. But this morning, the cost of higher education, well, it's in the spotlight for another reason. It looks like students at several of the nation's elite private universities and colleges will be facing price hikes next year. Many of these colleges and universities have released their tuition rates for next year, and according to Forbes, students can expect to see at least a 4% increase. Sandy Baum, senior fellow at the Center on Education, Data and Policy at the Urban Institute, joins us now for a closer look at all of this. Not the most welcome news, Sandy. Thanks for being with us, though. So why are we seeing this trend in rising tuition rates, especially at that 4% or higher mark?
Well, the first thing to understand is the price we're talking about is the sticker price. It's, if you look on the website, what they will say if you get no financial aid, you have to pay. But most students at these institutions are not paying those prices. These elite institutions are institutions that meet full financial need. So they figure out how much they think you can afford to pay. You might not agree with that, but then they give you enough aid to fill the gap, frequently without loans. So this price that is increasing applies to students from families with incomes that are so high that the college thinks they can afford $70,000, $80,000, $90,000 a year. So that's the first thing to understand. And then the second thing is inflation. I mean, 7% at Stanford is a high increase by historical standards, certainly. But remember, inflation was, more than 6% this year and more than 7% the year before. So these prices are actually not keeping up with the increases in other prices in the economy.
Fascinating to think about it that way. And you mentioned Stanford. Do we know what other colleges and universities are seeing the highest tuition hikes? And is it possible to give us a general idea about how much these places are typically asking?
Well, we don't know all of the price increases yet, but the others that have announced are lower than the 7%. We hear some 5%, we hear some 4%, and the range of prices. I mean, the problem is that Stanford and Harvard and Williams and Amherst have much higher prices than most private colleges in the country. So thinking about, an $80,000 tuition fees, room and board price tag at some of these institutions is just not representative of what the vast majority of college students face, because these are unusually expensive colleges, but they're cheaper for low and moderate income students than even frequently the local community college.
Wow, certainly a glimmer of hope in hearing it that way. And Sandy, I know whatever institution that people are studying at, paying for college can be just a real financial strain. Do you have any tips at all to help sort of offset any types of increase in costs?
There's no question that college is very expensive, and it has become a larger share of income over time for everyone except people at the very top of the income distribution. Apply for financial aid. Fill out the federal application for financial aid. If the institution asks for another application, do it. Don't hesitate to apply because of the sticker price, because you might get generous aid. But look very carefully at your offers to make sure you understand how much you will be expected to pay. Apply for financial aid.
That's a great advice there. All right, Sandy Baum, thanks so much for your insights.
Thank you.
Coming up, we have liftoff. New this morning, SpaceX celebrating a successful rocket launch.
Yeah, that's after an earlier attempt this week was scrubbed. We'll tell you about the crew, their mission, and what it means for us Earthlings sticking around back here at home. This is Morning News Now.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes. New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford. And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. It was a romantic sight in the sky last night, sort of. Some astronomers are saying it was a kiss between two planets. Jupiter and Venus were very close to each other overnight. Now, it's not, of course, actually a kiss. Astronomers say it's a conjunction, meaning Venus is passing Jupiter as they both orbit the sun. But the planets looked very close together from our perspective here on Earth. They're still actually about 400 million miles apart, though. If you missed this last night, the next time Jupiter and Venus will share a kiss will be in February 2032. A little while to wait there.
Well, I thought you're not supposed to kiss and tell, but it looks like they already told us when they're next going to
Putting them on blast,
so.
yeah, that's true.
Stephen, thank you.
3, 2, 1. Engines full power and liftoff of Crew 6. Go Dragon, go Falcon.
Now launching on Endeavour's fourth flight to the International Space Station.
The cheers you just heard, well, that's the sound of success coming from the Kennedy Space Center in Cape Canaveral, Florida overnight, right after the NASA SpaceX crew had a successful launch into orbit.
Yeah, maybe a little bit sweeter for them because this was the crew's second attempt at blasting off this week. Monday's launch was abruptly called off due to a filter clog in the engine's ignition system.
Mike Massimino, former NASA astronaut and senior advisor for space programs at the Intrepid Museum, joins us now to talk more about this mission. Thank you for being here. Clearly, exciting day.
Yeah.
Rousing success for them.
Yep.
But this is just the first part of their journey. So walk us through what a crew can expect in these first 24 hours.
So they are getting acclimated, trying to get some sleep for sure. You know, it's a big day launching, so they'll try to get a little bit of rest. The next big event for them is going to be the rendezvous and docking with the space station, which occurs about 24 hours after they launch. So early morning, you know, set your clocks around 1:15 or so. They should be docking with the space station, and then they'll ingress and get settled in the space station.
Oh, my goodness.
Probably so excited for them to actually be on board that space station. And we know about the crew. There are 4 men on board. What else do we know about this crew?
Well, one of my good friends, Steve Bowen, is the commander of the mission. He's been an astronaut for quite a while. He has not flown since the shuttle days. So he was selected. I was selected in '96. He came into NASA in 2000.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and his last flight was in 2011. So he's been hanging in there for a while for this long duration flight. So I'm very excited for Steve. Woody Holberg is another American on board. He's a newer astronaut, so he's on his first flight, as the other 2 crew members are too. We have a Russian on board, and also the first astronaut from the UAE, who will be spending time on a long duration flight on the space station. So it's a bit historic in that respect as well.
I mean,
so happy for all of them. Yeah.
Since you're so close to them, have they given you any insight into what it's been like so far, even with the initial fail and now the success?
I haven't spoken to them since they've been down at the Cape, but these things happen when one of my launches was delayed a day. You know, we woke up thinking we were going to space, and then we found out we weren't. They were on the launch pad, though. That's a little closer. But all that means is you have another day or 2 to hang around and see your family and get ready to go. This is what happens sometimes in the space business. So I think that the delay, you know, they wouldn't necessarily sign up for a delay, but that's part of the game.
Yeah.
You want to make sure everything's good before you actually light the rocket ship. But I'm sure they're very, very excited about what's ahead of them, which is spending time, 6 months is the plan on the International Space Station.
Right, not a short mission. What are they expecting to do?
So they'll be doing lots of experiments. What the space station is about now is about the science and the research. It is a laboratory with several different labs up there. They'll be conducting over 200 experiments during their time there. Basic science research and a lot of research into how the human body performs in space. There's still a lot of questions we're trying to figure out. Technology that needs to be developed, like being able to grow food and so on. We've made a lot of strides, but we're looking toward the moon and beyond, and to do that, we need to understand a lot more about how humans perform in space. So a lot of interesting things will be coming down. I'll probably get a spacewalk or 2 in there. I hope they get a chance to do that as well. So, well, we'll look forward to following their flight over the next 6 months. There's going to be 11 people on board, which is a pretty crowded space station. Yeah. But the crew, another SpaceX crew, Crew 5, will be returning in a few days, so that'll clear up some room.
That's actually something I was curious about. Just from I wanted to ask an astronaut. They meet and train together before. They're not just all of a sudden thrown on this, right? I've always thought like that would be so awkward, just to be thrown on a spacecraft, thrown up there and have to meet new people.
Yeah, no, it's the time you spend with your crew. You spend 6 months together in space, but you also spend a lot of time on the ground. The shuttle flights were a little more of that. The training flow together as a crew was a bit longer than what they have now. But yeah, you bond with that crew on Earth and you spend a lot of time together on Earth. You have that 6 months in space, but they get to know each other pretty well and their families. And it's the closest relationships I've had outside of my family or with my crewmates. It's like a hybrid between family and friendship. And I've spoken to, like, I think 3 of my crewmates this week from my last flight, which was in 09. It was like 14 years ago.
I love it.
But they're some of my best friends, and it's a very special relationship that you have with those people. Kind of like co-anchoring a news.
I was going to say, and you're a friend of the show.
You spend a lot of time together, and you develop these close relationships, and it's a wonderful thing that doesn't end after you leave the office.
Absolutely.
You keep
Great to hear. I love that.
I'm happy for all of us.
Behind the scenes insight there.
There you go.
Yeah.
Mike Massimino giving us that out of this world, rather, news. Thank you so much.
All right, that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Zincle Asamoah.
And I'm Stephen Romo. Joe and Savannah are on assignment. Right now on Morning News Now, a gathering storm in the trial of Alec Murdaugh. The case now in its final stages as the prosecution paints the picture of a man with both the motive and the means to gun down his wife and younger son at their sprawling South Carolina estate. The jury visiting that property yesterday at the request of Murdaugh's team. But back in the courtroom, fiery closing arguments from the state, resting its case with one final searing message to the jury.
And fooled Maggie and Paul too, and they paid for it with their lives. Don't let him fool you too.
What we're expecting to hear from Murdaugh's team as closing arguments continue this morning. We're also following an airport scare out of Pennsylvania. The man you see here now facing federal charges after he allegedly tried to take explosives hidden in a suitcase onto a plane. How potential disaster was avoided. Also this morning, a major price cut in the pharmaceutical industry. Drug maker Eli Lilly announcing it'll cap the price of insulin at $35 a month. With relief now on its way to millions of Americans, could other big pharma companies follow suit? We'll dig into that. And booked, he's a top NFL prospect out of Georgia, but now Jalen Carter has turned himself in to police on a pair of charges. It's related to that deadly University of Georgia car crash back in January, in which killed a football staffer and another player. His statement this morning. And overcoming the odds. Later this hour, a story of triumph over adversity out of the UK. He couldn't speak until age 11. He couldn't read or write until age 18. But that did not stop him from becoming the youngest black professor at one of the world's most prestigious universities.
So inspiring.
A lot to get to this morning. A lot of variety in there.
Yes, so much to get to. We thank you for joining us on this Thursday, and we begin this hour with the latest in the double murder trial against Alec Murdaugh.
Yeah, today the defense team is set to present its closing arguments. They'll try to convince jurors that the former attorney did not kill his wife and son. That, of course, after the prosecution's closing arguments yesterday when they said Alec Murdaugh was the only person with motive to commit those murders. NBC News correspondent Katie Beck has the latest.
In closing, prosecutors painting Alec Murdaugh as a person of prominence who simply couldn't live with his shame for his bad decisions. They say in the months leading up to the murders, Murdaugh was facing a gathering storm, about to be exposed for stealing millions of dollars and facing a mounting pressure for which they say Maggie and Paul paid the ultimate price.
Prosecutors telling the jury on Wednesday, Alec Murdaugh is a skilled liar who murdered his wife Maggie and son Paul as his world was falling apart. They say the former attorney was facing questions about stealing millions from his firm and clients, and a civil suit seeking millions from him after his son Paul was involved in a deadly boat accident.
The entire illusion of his life was about to be altered. He couldn't live for that.
In a passionate closing argument that lasted hours, the lead prosecutor painting Murdaugh as a calculated killer and liar who manufactured an elaborate cover-up. But they say Murdaugh was unable to refute one critical piece of evidence, placing him at the scene of the crime. This kennel video in which Alec, Maggie, and Paul can be heard speaking minutes before the murders. Murdaugh admitting on the stand that he repeatedly lied to investigators about being there, in part blaming an opioid addiction which he says caused paranoia.
Why in the world Would an innocent, reasonable father and husband lie about that?
Earlier in the day, jurors visited the Murdaugh property known as Moselle to walk the area near the kennels, the feed room where Paul was killed, and outside the Murdaugh home, even seeing a bullet hole in this window. During the trial, Murdaugh repeatedly denied killing his wife or son. The state also suggesting in the minutes after the murders, Murdaugh made multiple calls and texts on the way to his mother's house to manufacture an alibi. Among those he called his friend Chris Wilson, who recently sat down with Craig.
How hard was it to agree to testify against your friend?
It's hard because there's a relationship there that I thought was based on trust and respect and all of those things that when you find out it's not, it's hard to relive that.
Prosecutors telling jurors Murdaugh lied to everyone he ever knew.
And he fooled Maggie and Paul, too. And they paid for it with their lives. Don't let him fool you, too.
In another dramatic moment in that closing, prosecutor Creighton Waters describing Maggie Murdaugh's final moments, saying she heard the gunshots and went running toward her baby when she herself was mowed down by the only person they know to have been conclusively there that night. Back to you.
Katie Beck, thank you.
All right, joining us now for more is legal analyst Angela Sinadella. Angela, thanks so much for being with us this morning. I'm really curious to know what you thought about the prosecution's closing arguments. They really hit home on that timeline and the financial issues. What would you make of it?
So, Stephen, I actually thought the prosecution left this gaping hole. So if the defense can crawl in there and just expand it, we have reasonable doubt. The prosecution was really saying there was nobody else who we think could have done it. But did they actually say this man did it? No. And that's the prosecution's burden of proof, to show this man did it, and that's why you have to put him in prison.
And the prosecution's argument has really centered around Murdaugh's financial crimes. They mentioned this in the closing argument. So let's take a listen and we'll talk on the other side. And so they focused on that. We don't have that sound at the moment, but why has the prosecution decided to pursue this strategy, focusing on Murdaugh's financial crimes?
Well, I think that's what we're going to see in the defense a lot, that the prosecution's case was somewhat weak to begin with because there was no murder weapon, there was no eyewitnesses, there was no cameras that placed him there at the time. So we need a motive, we need a story. But in the prosecution's close, I thought they were equating these financial crimes with the murder, and that sort of equation doesn't sit well with the jury. The jury can understand somebody who doesn't have money, who has a drug addiction, could commit financial crimes. But whether or not that means they would then murder their family, and we've had no indication so far that he had any disdain for his wife or his child. In that stand, in his testimony, all we saw was that he loves his family. So that's a big question.
That's an important point.
Of course, you know, when he actually took the stand, he admitted to lying, and that was a huge deal. Just what do you think that effect will have on the jurors to know that he's admitting that he lied in the situation, that it did place him at the scene just before these murders were committed? How do you think they're going to take that?
I think that's going to be 95% of juror deliberations. It's going to be, how much do we trust this guy? He obviously lied. He is definitely a liar. But does that mean he's a murderer? That's the question that they are going to have to settle on.
So much to watch in this case. Angela Sinadella, thank you so much.
All right, a busy week with scares in the sky and new details about the Pennsylvania man who, according to TSA agents, entered an airport and tried to bring explosives onto a plane. NBC's Emily Ikeda joins us now, or has more on this story.
Hey there, it's been a string of scares for the airline industry. Parts of an airport in Pennsylvania evacuated after TSA agents made that alarming discovery in checked luggage. And overnight, 2 emergency landings rattling passengers and sending multiple people to the hospital. Overnight, chaos and fear in the sky after 2 airlines made emergency landings.
Lufthansa Airbus A330 experienced extreme turbulence.
7 people were taken to the hospital after a Lufthansa flight traveling from Texas to Germany experienced significant turbulence and had to land at a Washington airport.
The plane completely just dropped and everything
all the food and everything just flew everywhere. And it was pretty scary, honestly, for a little bit.
Earlier in the day, a Spirit Airlines flight flying from Dallas to Orlando was also diverted after a battery in an overhead bin caught on fire.
All of a sudden, just a ton of smoke came out. So I yelled fire a few times.
Frightening moments ensued as the cabin quickly filled with smoke. But thanks to quick reaction from those on board, the fire was extinguished and the plane landed safely in Jacksonville, Florida.
There was a retired fireman that jumped up and flight crew came in. They got it put out. The flight crew did a really nice job.
10 people were transported to the hospital, according to the Jacksonville Fire and Rescue Department. It comes amid a serious scare at a Pennsylvania airport after authorities say a man who is now detained tried to bring an explosive device on board an Allegiant airplane heading to Orlando. According to federal officials, 40-year-old Mark Muffley checked a suitcase at Lehigh Valley International Airport Monday morning that contained a combustible device. About an hour later, when TSA agents screened the bag, it set off alarms. According to charging documents, agents found a circular compound containing a granular type of powder often used in commercial-grade fireworks. Authorities say the device, which was found hidden in the lining of the suitcase, also contains several fuses. The FBI was called to the scene and part of the airport was evacuated. Investigators say surveillance cameras captured this picture of Muffley leaving the airport just after being paged to come to the security office.
The FBI was able to arrest the suspect without incident at his home Monday night. He's since been charged with possession of an explosive in an airport and attempting to have it placed on an aircraft. Muffley is set to appear in court later today. We've reached out to his attorney for comment, but have not heard back. Back to you.
All right, a lot of questions there. Emily, thank you.
And we're learning new information this morning about the car crash that killed one player and one staff member from the University of Georgia football team back in January.
Yeah, top NFL prospect Jalen Carter turned himself in to police after being charged with reckless driving and racing. He was released shortly afterward. Police say Carter was racing against the recruiting staffer, 24-year-old Chandler LaCroix, before that accident happened. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk joins us now with more on this. Just a tragedy all the way around.
Yeah, it really is, guys. Good morning. It's been emotional whiplash for the Bulldogs, who had been celebrating the school's second straight national championship that night. Now Carter's NFL future is up in the air, with even Georgia's coach calling the charges, quote, deeply concerning, as the community is really still coping with that devastating loss.
This morning, top NFL prospect and former Georgia Bulldog Jalen Carter is facing charges in connection to a fatal crash in January. His teammate Devin Willock and team recruiter Chandler LaCroix were killed. According to jail records, the star player turned himself into authorities overnight, was booked into the Athens-Clarke County Jail, and released a short time later. According to an arrest warrant obtained earlier by NBC News, police filed 2 misdemeanor charges against Carter for reckless driving and drag racing. This surveillance video obtained by our NBC News affiliate appears to show 2 cars matching police descriptions of the vehicles allegedly racing minutes before the crash. Police have not confirmed the cars in the video were the ones involved. Investigators finding both Carter and LaCroix drove at high rates of speed, overtaking other motorists and switching between lanes. LaCroix said to be driving over 100 miles an hour with a blood alcohol level more than twice the legal limit.
It was a car that definitely sped away.
But there are questions surrounding Carter's statements to police about where he was at the time of the crash. According to documents reviewed by the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, he left the scene apparently before police arrived, but then returned nearly an hour and a half later and gave shifting accounts about the crash. When he returned, Carter initially told police he was nearly a mile away when the crash happened, making it seem like it was a single-car accident, but later acknowledged he was actually alongside the other car, according to the documents, which have not been seen by NBC News. This week, Carter has been meeting with teams in Indianapolis at the NFL Combine, but left shortly after his warrant was issued. In a statement posted on Twitter, Jalen writing in part, numerous media reports also circulated containing inaccurate information concerning the tragic events of January 15th, 2023, adding, when all of the facts are known, I will be fully exonerated. Now, with charges laying in wait, an NFL future hangs in the balance.
It's a bit early right now to say definitively that his draft stock is going to plummet. But we have seen many situations over the years where off the field issues arise.
As for the University of Georgia, the athletics department will be conducting their own review to fully understand the circumstances of January's fatal crash. And, you know, guys, he was expected to be a top 5 draft prospect. And you have to wonder what's going to happen with that now.
Absolutely. I'm sure the whole community is watching. Stephanie Gosk, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, time now for some breaking news.
Out of today's G20 foreign ministers meeting in New Delhi, India, according to a State Department official, Secretary of State Anthony Blinken and a Russian foreign minister, Sergei Lavrov, met for 10 minutes on the sidelines of the summit, their first in-person meeting since the war in Ukraine began. The official said Blinken urged Russia to reverse its decision to pull out of the New START nuclear treaty. Blinken also urged the Kremlin to release detained U.S. citizen Paul Whelan and reiterated U.S. support for Ukraine.
All right, more to come on that, that's for certain. But now let's get a check of our weather. We're keeping up with that near nationwide storm warning.
That's right. Meteorologist Angie Lassman joins us now with the latest. Good morning, Angie.
Good morning, guys. A busy couple of days ahead, especially if you live in parts of the south for today. That's where we'll be watching for those stronger storms to develop. And we do have the chance to see a risk of some tornadoes, hail damage, and wind damage as well. We'll get to that in a moment, but here's all of the impacts that we'll have on deck for us here as we transition through at least the next couple of days. Flooding concern with heavy rain working through parts of the Tennessee Valley and stretching a little farther to the south in places like Texas. Ice, snow, it's all on the table here for us. But let's focus on the severe weather first, because that's going to be what happens in the short term through basically the afternoon hours today and into the evening hours tonight. Even after the sun goes down, we'll still have that potential to see some of these stronger storms develop as this line of thunderstorms works across parts of Texas, Oklahoma, Louisiana, Arkansas, and stretching into parts of Mississippi. The bullseye is where you see this red, but we have the chance to see some of these strong tornadoes. We're talking EF2 or higher as we go into the afternoon hours for a lot of places. Little Rock, Dallas, Waco, Lufkin, Alexandria, all included in that. And a little farther out, places like Memphis, in Austin, you're not in the clear either. We'll still have the potential to see some of those strong storms through the day today. Something that you'll want to make a mental note of if you plan to be out and about anytime this afternoon or in the evening hours in those areas. And tomorrow, parts of the southeast, you're going to have another chance to see some strong storms. Not quite as robust, not quite as good of a chance for us to see some of those stronger tornadoes, but we're not ruling that out either. There's the heavy rain that I mentioned. Anywhere from 1 to 2, even up to 3 inches of rain is possible. We will have rainfall rates close to 2 inches per hour. So that threat on already saturated grounds of flooding will be there through the day today and even into tomorrow as well. Not to mention some gusty winds. We know that these gusts, 43 miles per hour in places like Detroit, 46 for Dayton, 46 for Nashville. That could mean some down power lines, some down trees. So we'll be watching for the power outages with some colder air working in and even some snow and some ice. Here's the heaviest of the snow that we're expecting. Now, pay close attention to this because over the next day or so, we could see this change just because snow forecasts are so particular with exactly where that track is. We could see some of the higher mounts a little farther to the south, a little farther to the north. That means big changes in those totals. But right now, it looks like New England could pick up another 6, maybe 9, even up to a foot, 9 inches and up to a foot when it's all said and done here over the next couple of days. You can see some of those highest totals, but places like Chicago and Detroit will get anywhere from maybe 2 to 4 inches. Now, if we talk about the tornadoes, we've had already a record-breaking start so far, guys. We're going to continue to see the 3rd most active start to the year when it comes to tornadoes and the most active January. So we'll see if we add to that tally later today.
Wow. Yeah, it's barely March, already dealing with all those storms. Angie, thanks for that.
Thank you. And coming up on this hour of Morning News Now, concern is mounting over exactly where some of the hazardous material from that train derailment in Ohio is headed next. How people in East Palestine are reacting this morning.
Plus, some major progress from Big Pharma. Drug maker Eli Lilly capping insulin prices at $35 a month. So now the big question is, will other companies follow suit? We'll dig deeper coming up next.
begin Top Story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We have some new developments about that toxic train crash and chemical spill in Ohio and the health fallout for people who live nearby. This morning, there are new concerns about where crews are taking the material after they clean it up. NBC's Gabe Gutierrez has the latest from East Palestine, Ohio.
There is growing scrutiny across the country about the railway industry, and now there are also new questions about where some of the toxic dirt from East Palestine is heading. Nearly a month after the Norfolk Southern train derailment in Ohio, the presidents of U.S. railroad unions say workers have fallen ill at the site, as federal regulators promise to improve railway safety nationwide, revamping inspections. There are also new concerns about where some of the hazardous materials are heading. Among the sites spread across several states is one longtime incinerator in East Liverpool, Ohio, about 20 miles south of East Palestine. How many of you are worried about this situation? We spoke with several residents here who've been fighting the plant run by Heritage Thermal Services, previously known as Waste Technologies Industries, for decades. Since the plant opened in 1992, it's faced protests and lawsuits from environmental groups. The EPA said the plant released high levels of toxic chemicals 195 times between 2010 and 2014.
They've just not been showing themselves to be good neighbors.
The facility never should have been here in the first place.
The company has denied wrongdoing. Do you have any concerns that this site will be able to handle all those toxic materials?
Overall, I don't.
Mayor Greg Bricker lives with his family near the incinerator.
They gave me their assurances, and I'm going to rely on them.
Heritage Thermal Services says it is fully permitted to manage the materials generated at the derailment site and stands ready to do its part to help protect human health and the environment.
I would just ask they don't forget about us.
These longtime residents are skeptical.
We're in a crisis right now. It's choking me up. It's emotional.
Also, Norfolk Southern CEO has just agreed to testify on Capitol Hill next week. Back to you.
All right, Gabe, thank you.
Turning now to the latest on the breaking news we brought you yesterday. Effective immediately, insulin products from Eli Lilly will now cost $35 for patients paying out of pocket. So how will this impact the million of Americans who rely on insulin daily? NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel joins us now to answer that question and more. Dr. Patel, good morning. So this is a big deal. I've reported on the challenges insulin users have had affording this life-saving medication for so long. So give us some context for this announcement. Why are insulin prices so high? First off, for people who desperately need the medicine, and who is benefiting now from this price cut?
Yeah, good morning. Between about 7 to 8 million Americans need insulin literally to save their lives. This isn't a one-time medication. They really have to take this medication every day the rest of their lives. And there are 3 major manufacturers that make most of the insulin products. And that really amounts to having an incredible amount of market share. So most of these manufacturers have, in lockstep together, either kept the price that they offer insulin at around the same price, which can make it very unaffordable, especially for uninsured or low-insured people. And this is a big deal that one of the 3, Lilly in particular, has made a point to say that they're going to cap out-of-pocket costs, so that really will affect people who have insurance that doesn't cover it completely, and that they'll offer it for anyone who doesn't have insurance at an incredibly cheap cost. It was $25 a vial, and many people need on anywhere from 1 to 4 vials for a month's supply of their insulin.
And Dr. Patel, it's not just users praising this, right? President Biden praised this decision from Eli Lilly, saying more companies will have to follow suit. So how do you see this announcement impacting other companies and the healthcare industry at large? And also, where do you see the future of insulin prices going?
Yeah, like all things in healthcare, it takes time. Even with this great announcement by Lilly, we're not going to see those prices change overnight. But as you point out, we hope that we can see the other 2 manufacturers. And just in general, having people realize that if people need these life-saving medications, which, by the way, there's so many medications that are out of reach for most patients because of simply cost, that they will look and take suit. Having said that, I think that it's going to be very difficult. And one of, I think, the pressures that came on, Lily, for patients to get lower insurance was the fact that Congress passed legislation ordering lower prices on insulin for Medicare patients. So I think as goes Medicare, which is paid for by the government, so will other things go in the future.
And Dr. Patel, you touched on the number of people who battle diabetes every single year. How serious is this issue in the U.S., and are there certain groups that are more impacted than others?
Yeah, so people often think unfortunately that diabetes only affects, say, older patients or certain ethnic populations. Simply not true. We have patients of all ages, including millions of young people under the age of 20, for example, that are dependent on insulin. Their organs don't produce enough insulin to be able to have regular sugar control. So this affects all ages, all racial and ethnic groups, but in particular, there are higher Native American, Black and brown communities that have disproportionate amounts of diabetes and unfortunately go not only underdiagnosed, but undertreated because of the cost of drugs.
So a major change that's going to impact a lot of people. Dr. Kavita Patel, thank you so much.
Right.
Now to the investigation into a mysterious illness that has plagued several American diplomats and spies overseas. Since 2016, people serving in Cuba and other countries have reported experiencing symptoms of so-called Havana syndrome. They say they've experienced some bizarre sounds and sensations followed by illnesses. There were some suggestions that Russia, China, or other countries could be behind it, but U.S. intelligence agencies now say that is not the case. A newly released review concludes it's, quote, very unlikely that any foreign rivals or some type of weapon caused these ailments. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian joins us now for more on this review. So, Ken, if you could first walk us through Havana syndrome, what it actually is and what the symptoms are we're talking about.
Good morning, Stephen. It's called Havana syndrome because a group of spies and diplomats at the U.S. Embassy in Cuba were struck down and reported it back in 2016, and many of them say they had similar symptoms. They felt a dizziness, a loud sound, a pressure in their head, and some of them were rendered unable to work, and they've been diagnosed with traumatic brain injury, and it was unexplained. It didn't just happen in the embassy, it happened in various locations around Havana, and that launched an investigation, which has been going on for years, and ultimately the U.S. government put out a call and said that we think that our diplomats and spies may be under attack around the world, and anybody who has any symptoms, please come forward. And ultimately, 1,500 or so people reported an incident. And so the intelligence community has been investigating this, and it was more than a suggestion. It was a working hypothesis that a foreign adversary, likely Russia, was attacking members of the intelligence and diplomatic community around the world. But yesterday, they released an unclassified version of an intelligence assessment that reflects years of investigation, millions of dollars, hundreds of officers, where they said no, they didn't find that at all. In fact, they found evidence refuting the idea that it was a foreign adversary. They found nothing to tie these to a deliberate act, in fact, and they found no credible evidence that any weapon could have produced these kinds of effects. Furthermore, they found that more medical analysis over the years found that this really isn't even a coherent group of symptoms. It's really different things among a lot of these people. And so they're essentially saying that what happened here is chalked up to pre-existing conditions, environmental factors. I mean, they even cited things like faulty HVAC systems can cause a room to pressurize. Now, none of that's going to be satisfying, particularly to the people that I know who were struck down on assignment, say, for the CIA, and can't work and have documented brain injuries. And these are sophisticated people, and no one can explain what happened to them. But what the intelligence community is saying is whatever happened, it wasn't the work of a foreign adversary. They're confident of that. Now, this is not going to affect the government-wide effort to compensate people who have suffered brain injuries on the job, but it is an odd situation now where the U.S. government is saying this wasn't actually caused by a foreign adversary, but we're going to compensate you anyway, guys.
Yeah, that was a huge question. I know people have already started receiving those payments through the Havana Act. These people who were victims, apparently, of Havana syndrome, even though now it seems sort of shaky on what exactly that is. Is this review, is that expected to have any effect on those payments?
Well, they're saying that it's completely separate, and that the Havana payments are mandated by an act of Congress. So they're going to continue. But there's a set of criteria, and that includes, a doctor essentially certifying that you got this brain injury on the job. And that, I think, will become more difficult now that the intelligence community has said, well, actually, these aren't intentional acts. So we'll have to see. But the thing about this is that all these intelligence officials were careful to say they are not disputing or casting doubt on the symptoms that these people suffered. They're absolutely real, and they're saying that they need to be treated, and this whole endeavor made them realize that they need to take better care of their workforce. So if anything came out of it that's positive, that's one thing, guys.
An important point to make. All right, Ken, thank you.
Thanks, Stephen.
Now to more international news. Protesters are demonstrating across Greece following yesterday's deadly train crash.
NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald has that and more international headlines. Megan, good morning.
Guys, good morning to you. That's right. A lot to get to, but we want to start in Greece, where protests have erupted after the deadliest train crash in the country's history, which killed more than 40 people. Protesters clashed with police in Athens, right outside the headquarters of the company responsible for maintaining the railways in Greece. There were also demonstrations near the site of the crash. These protesters are upset. They're angry because they believe it was only a matter of time before a disaster would happen, and they also say that this could have been avoided. Greece has one of the most dangerous train systems in Europe. All right, want to turn now to Argentina, where about half of the country is in the dark and left without power after a fire impacted the national electricity grid. Officials say the fire impacted critical power lines and knocked a nuclear power station offline. Now, what makes this even worse, Argentina is dealing with a heat wave right now and a drought. So we're talking about thousands of people living without air conditioning, creating a dangerous situation. Government officials are saying the power will be restored soon, but a time frame hasn't been released. Now I want to turn to Africa, where Microsoft has struck a deal with Africa's biggest independent fiber network. This deal contributing to a goal of expanding internet access on the continent. Company officials say this will widen connectivity in several countries like Zambia and the Democratic Republic of the Congo. So we're talking about 20 million people. This is huge news for the continent. Guys.
Yeah, that's going to be incredibly consequential for the continent of Africa. Megan Fitzgerald, thank you so much.
All right, coming up, some fresh drama from the royal family this morning. Harry and Meghan now say they've been kicked out of their longtime Windsor home. We've got the details on that coming up in just a moment.
Plus, while you were sleeping, another successful launch for SpaceX. We'll take you inside the crew's month-long mission at the International Space Station next.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back with new details about the widening rift within the royal British family.
Yeah, a spokesperson for Prince Harry and Meghan says, quote, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex have been requested to vacate their residence at Frogmore Cottage. Even though, of course, they moved to the U.S., that residence has been the couple's base in the U.K. Buckingham Palace is not commenting on that. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobayea has more.
Overnight, a spokesperson for Prince Harry and Meghan Markle saying the couple is being kicked out of their Windsor home, telling NBC News the Duke and Duchess of Sussex have been requested to vacate their residence at Frogmore Cottage. The cottage, owned by the Crown Estate and just minutes from Windsor Castle, was a gift to the couple from Queen Elizabeth. It's been their official residence in the UK since the birth of their son Archie. They talked about it in their recent Netflix docuseries.
It was a place where we had so many memories. From our courtship, our engagement, our wedding, our walks. And then where we ended up, having our baby.
The eviction coming after the couple was critical of the royal family in that Netflix series and in Prince Harry's explosive memoir, Spare.
It's a dirty game. Pain and suffering of women marrying into this institution, this feeding frenzy.
The message that the King has sent by taking Frogmore Cottage away from them is you, Harry and Meghan, have made it very clear that you see your future in the United States. You've made your bed and you can lie in it. And I am not going to provide you with a bed, courtesy of the royal family, in the United Kingdom.
The couple were heavily criticized after spending a reported $3.2 million of taxpayer money renovating the country estate before moving in. Later repaying those costs after stepping down as senior royals, but hoping to hold on to the property.
Frogmore Cottage is a very private, very secure house on an estate where Harry and Meghan's privacy was never intruded upon. So in some ways, not having that in the United Kingdom will be a wrench for them.
Harry and Meghan, who are now raising son Archie and daughter Lilibet in California, renewed a long-term lease for Frogmore Cottage in 2020, staying there last year while in the UK for the Queen's Platinum Jubilee and throwing a birthday party for Archie. Now that home away from home, no longer an option.
King Charles's coronation is coming up in just over 2 months. The royal couple, Prince Harry and Meghan Markle, are expected to get an invitation. And from a practical standpoint, there are other places where they could stay, other royal residences like Windsor Castle or even here at Buckingham Palace. But from an emotional standpoint, it's different. This latest move likely caused more hurt feelings and made that family rift even wider. We did reach out to Buckingham Palace. They said they wouldn't be commenting on this story.
Kelly, thanks so much.
Success at the Kennedy Space Center in Cape Canaveral, Florida overnight as the SpaceX Crew 6 rocket successfully launched into orbit.
This was the crew's second attempt at blasting off this week. Monday's launch was abruptly called off due to a filter clog in the engine's ignition system. Tom Costello joins us now from the Kennedy Space Center. Tom, I think you have the best assignment of anyone at NBC today. You had a front row seat to all the action. How did it go?
I have the best beat at NBC News, and I'm not giving it up. I've had it for 18 years, and this is why we live for days like this, not necessarily the hours. 12:34 a.m. this morning is when we had liftoff here. Crew 6 headed for the International Space Station, blasting off Launch Pad 39A, that historic pad that has also launched Apollo missions and shuttle missions. And this Crew 6 mission headed for the space station, a 6-month stay on the station. Now, I got to tell you about the crew. We have 4 crew members, 2 of them American, including the commander. We've also got an astronaut from the United Arab Emirates, and then we have another Russian cosmonaut, the second Russian cosmonaut to go up on an American spacecraft in just the last 6 months. That despite the war in Ukraine and the worst relationship between the U.S. and Russia, really since the end of the Cold War and probably going back further than that. So I have asked the crew members members, both American and Russian, over the last 6 months, and again recently. How do you deal with that tension? Do you simply decide that you're not going to discuss Presidents Biden and Putin and Ukraine and the threats of nuclear war? And the answer is, yeah, we don't talk about it because our lives depend on each other when we are on station. If something goes wrong, we need each other. And so they kind of leave that topic off the table. They focus on their jobs as professional astronauts and cosmonauts. I've also got to tell you about what's happening on the station. This is fascinating because 2 Russian spacecraft have developed leaks over the last few months. Spacecraft docked to the station. Now, the Russians believe that they were hit by micrometeors that caused these leaks. One of those spacecraft, they cut loose, they let it go fall back into Earth's atmosphere and burn up. The other one was supposed to be an emergency lifeboat in case of an emergency on the station to get astronauts and cosmonauts off. Well, now the Russians have sent up a replacement lifeboat, and so there is now a lifeboat, a Soyuz, attached to the station in the event of an emergency. But Crew 6 on its way to the station, docking early Friday morning. Guys, back to you.
Wow. Lots of drama going on there. Tom, I did want to ask, though, I'm happy anytime a launch is successful. It's very cool to see. What exactly are they going to do up there, though? What is this trip actually for?
200 science experiments on board the International Space Station over the next 6 months, and these involve dozens of universities from around the world. And as one of the astronauts said, you know, that is really a great heavy obligation because these universities and these students from around the country and around the world have worked so hard on these experiments, and now they hand it off to the crew to finish it, to do these experiments on board. And they're very mindful that these are, in some cases, you know, PhD students' lifelong work. So they feel an obligation to really ensure that it's all done properly and correctly. And they'll be busy. There is rarely any downtime on the station.
Man, leaks and science experiments, so much going on there. Tom Costello, 18 years. Nobody does it like Tom. Thanks so much.
Thank you. And coming up, we'll bring you a story of triumph over some pretty tough odds.
Yeah, Jason Arde couldn't speak until age 11. He couldn't read or write until age 18. But today, at 37, Jason is the youngest black professor at one of the world's top universities. We'll have his story coming up next.
podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We're back with new developments involving a burglary ring that stretches across multiple states and even to South America. Police in San Diego are hunting a suspected criminal gang originating from Chile. Officials say the gang members are entering the U.S. on temporary visas and then breaking into wealthy homes, stealing millions in cash and valuables, and then leaving. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin has the details.
Authorities trying to track down these notorious burglars. San Diego police saying they suspect they are part of a Chilean crime ring. The criminals, highly coordinated, covered from head to toe, taunting security cameras in the mansions they rob in less than 15 minutes.
They are upping their game. They're getting smarter as how they're acting and what they're doing.
The Chilean nationals are suspected in at least 21 burglaries since December. San Diego police believe these crime tourists are hiding in nearby canyons. They plagued the area last year, but then went quiet until this recent string of robberies. In this heist, they made off with more than $80,000 in jewelry and heirlooms.
They knew exactly what they were doing and where they were going. They just were like an organized group like you see in the movies.
Police say these Chileans are entering the U.S. on 90-day visas, hitting some of the wealthiest neighborhoods across the country. Authorities are also looking into robberies in New York, Connecticut, Washington, D.C., New Jersey, and Florida that they believe were also carried out by this ring.
We had a safe that was hidden in the back of the closet, bolted to the floor, had been ripped out of the floor and had been smashed open.
In Long Island, New York, 3 Chileans were arrested in January of 2020, accused of committing burglaries across multiple states.
In the Nassau County area alone, they probably count for 10 to 12 burglaries. Throughout the tri-state area, there's probably a couple of dozen burglaries.
Police tracked the alleged burglars down to this house in Queens, New York, where they found the proceeds from multiple heists. This doorbell camera shows a suspect running away from police in Saddle Rock, New York. Investigators say at least 2 homes were targeted there, including one belonging to the town's mayor.
That episode was a real punch in the gut.
While these arrests were made in 2020, experts say even if these criminals are caught, the bail for nonviolent property offenses can be low or non-existent, giving them the chance to make a getaway or even fly back home with the score.
All right, and our thanks to Dana Griffin with that report. Police are reminding people to be vigilant and make sure your security alarms are on. They also suggest using cameras to monitor your home through your phone. They also say ask neighbors to keep an eye on your home while you're away on vacation. Yet another reason to know your neighbors.
Important information now to our financial headlines. Shares of Salesforce are soaring thanks to a massive earnings report.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Good morning, Stephen. Good morning, Zinkley. Let's start with Salesforce. Shares of the company are set to pop today. The business and cloud software maker reporting better than expected fourth quarter results and issuing upbeat guidance for this year. Salesforce also announcing it will return up to $20 billion to shareholders through a stock buyback. It's a move that could appease a slew of activist investors who are circling the company and are seeking changes. Ford has filed a patent for self-repo driving technology, which could penalize drivers who are late on their car payments. It could go as far as locking the owner out and even driving itself to an impound lot or scrapyard. Ford filed the application in 2021, but it wasn't published until last week. And Ford says it imagines the system as a solution to the issues of owners being, quote, uncooperative and attempting to, quote, impede the car from being repossessed. And KFC is bringing back a fan favorite after nearly a decade-long hiatus. The Double Down will return for a limited time starting March 6th. Now, if you don't remember, it has 2 fried chicken fillets that replace the bun with 2 slices of cheese, bacon, and a choice of mayo or spicy sauce. The Double Down debuted in 2010, and KFC sold more than 10 million sandwiches. But the fast food chain said sales overall were below expectations, guys. I never had one.
Have you had?
I have had.
I was going to say, with the protein, the macros, Stephen.
Yeah, it's a health food, that's for sure.
Very healthy.
All right, Silvana, thanks so much.
Thank you.
You got it.
And now to an inspiring story out of the UK. As a child, Jason Arday had the odds stacked against him. He was diagnosed with a developmental disorder and autism spectrum disorder at an early age. He could not speak until the age of 11, and he couldn't read or write until he was 18. But that did not stop him from following his dream of becoming a professor, and now the 37-year-old has achieved what was once seemingly impossible. Arday recently joined the faculty at the University of Cambridge, making him the youngest black professor on campus, and he joins us now. Jason Arday, a professor in sociology of education at Cambridge University's Faculty of Education. First off, Jason, congratulations. You are clearly just like an image of resilience, so we're so glad to have you on with us. Tell us first a bit about the challenges you faced and how you overcame them.
Firstly, thank you so much for having me here. I'm so grateful, tremendously grateful. In terms of the challenges, I mean, it depends how one looks at them. You know, I feel that I was very fortunate actually to not be able to speak, because it allowed me to observe the world in a completely different way, which is in some ways shaped the individual I've become in terms of my worldview. And I guess the obvious challenges were not being able to speak and obviously not being able to read and write until the age of 18. But I think that a lot of these things are things are sent to try us. And I was very fortunate that I had a fantastic mother who supported me and really nurtured any kind of talent I had. And then I had fantastic mentors who really supported my growth and development. And if not for them, I don't think I would be sat here talking to your good self now.
It's really powerful. It takes a village, right? And I've also heard it said, you know, we have 2 ears and 1 mouth, so we should listen more than we speak. And clearly you've done that throughout your life. And I mean, your list of accolades is pretty impressive. You've earned 2 master's degrees. You have a PhD. Now you've become one of the youngest professors in the UK. How do you do it, first of all? And how do you take care of yourself in that? But also, I understand teaching was a lifelong dream of yours. So what was that moment like when you learned you got the job?
In some respects, it is an amazing feeling. But what I would say is that standing upon this vista, one of the things that you would want is to look to your left and to look to your right and to see people that look like you. And I guess in the UK, I don't see that. And there's been a generation of amazing people who have been lost to institutional and systemic racism. And what I want to do is use this platform to continue the work I've been trying to do over the last 10 years to bring as many people of color on the vista with me, so that when I look to my left and I look to my right, I can see people that are reflective of a wider multi-ethnic, multicultural society, particularly Black women who face particular difficulties through these systemic systems that often oppress them in a very unique and violent way.
Absolutely, and very powerful that, you know, you're the first in many regards, but you don't want to be the last. So I wonder, to that end, what advice would you give to anyone who is facing challenges today, whether personal or systemic? What advice do you have for them in reaching their goals?
The advice I would have is, I think humility is one of the most important qualities a human being can have. And I think that mapped against faith, hope, and self-belief become extremely important anchors for one chasing their dream. And the most important thing is to surround yourself with good people, take the time to be a good person, to listen to what people have to say, and more importantly, situate yourself within the spirit of what can I do to help other people, and center that as your mission. And I think that's a really important thing, particularly given the world we find ourselves in at the moment, where individualistic endeavor can sometimes trump the idea of the collective. And I think that's hugely important.
Absolutely. Faith, hope, and self-belief. I think I got to put that on my office. Jason Arday, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and have a wonderful day.
Well, coming up this morning, some hidden secrets of the Great Pyramid of Giza now coming to light for the first time.
That's right, and it's all thanks to modern technology. We'll take you inside a newly discovered corridor hidden from experts for centuries. That's up next.
Wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
It might be the last of the 7 wonders of the ancient world that's still standing, but the Great Pyramid of Giza still holds many mysteries that experts are hoping to uncover.
And today, Egyptian antiquities officials say new technology has led to a major discovery that could unravel some of those hidden secrets. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter joins us now for more on this. Molly?
Zinkley Stevens, so many secrets hidden behind. Of course, this is one of the most famous structures in the world, Giza's Great Pyramid. Back in 2016, scientists detected a thermal anomaly, what they call a cavity, what they believed was a corridor behind the north face of the Great Wall, of the north face of the Great Pyramid. Well, this morning, they're telling us what it is and bringing us inside. Take a look.
This morning, a new discovery inside the Great Pyramid of Giza. Behind these gigantic chevrons above the main entrance, for the first time, a look inside, a precise analysis, a real characterization of the North Face corridor.
This discovery, in my opinion, is the most important discovery on the 21st century.
The towering structure has for centuries kept secrets out of reach of scientists and archaeologists. And now, for the first time, images showing a vaulted ceiling, a corridor measuring 30 feet with 5 chambers designed to release pressure.
This corridor, it's protecting or reducing the pressure on something beneath it. It might be chamber, it might be something else. Very soon we can figure out what is the main issue of this corridor.
Inside the Great Pyramid, the possible tombs, the unknown artifacts, even the ancient construction techniques, it's all fascinated the world for the last 4,500 years.
It's wonderful that we keep getting new developments and learn new things.
Back in 2016, a cavity behind the north face was first discovered. Scientists believed it was horizontal, and now they know it is, with perhaps a small upward slope. After 7 years of exhaustive investigation, a true picture of what it looks like. Launched back in 2015, Scan Pyramids set out to penetrate the walls of this ancient pyramid without disrupting them. No drilling required, no excavations. Using advanced cosmic ray scans in the form of muons, scientists can peer behind the thick limestone walls with technology far more powerful than any X-ray. But this morning, the questions remain. What else is behind the north face? What's below that corridor? What is it hiding?
Hey guys, as always with these big breakthrough discoveries, we want to know more. We have more questions. What's next to that corridor? What is underneath it? What's so amazing, though, as technology advances, it also accelerates the speed of these big discoveries being unveiled. And what is so amazing about this one is all of this was discovered without a single stone being removed from the Great Pyramid. I'll send it back to you guys.
Wow, they're just looking right through those walls. Still so many questions. This is the follow-up of a lifetime. I want to hear more about this one, Molly.
Thank you.
All right, that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now.
Good morning. I'm Stephen Romo.
And I'm Zinclea Samoa. Joe and Savannah are off this morning. Right now on Morning News Now, motive and means. Dramatic developments in the double murder trial of Alec Murdaugh. This morning, the defense set to give their closing arguments after the prosecution wrapped its case, painting Murdaugh as a man living a lie and willing to kill his own wife and son to protect it.
He's fooled them all, and fooled Maggie and Paul, too. And they paid for it with their lives.
All this after jurors get a first-hand look at the scene of the crime. We have team coverage this morning. Attorney General Merrick Garland in the hot seat on Capitol Hill, facing some of his toughest critics over a number of controversies under his watch. We'll bring you highlights from his testimony before a Republican-led Senate committee. Also this morning, a new warning from the CDC about what it calls a serious public health threat. What you need to know about a highly infectious drug-resistant stomach bug and the people most at risk. Finally, blast off. New this morning, NASA's SpaceX crew celebrating a successful launch after calling off its first attempt earlier this week. More on the mission, the astronauts on board, and what it all means for the future of space exploration. We begin with the latest developments in the double murder trial of Alec Murdaugh, with the defense set to present their closing arguments this morning.
Yeah, prosecutor Creighton Waters delivered the state's closing arguments yesterday against the disbarred South Carolina attorney. Murdaugh is accused of murdering both his wife Maggie and their son Paul. During his statements, Waters again argued to the jury that the evidence in the case shows Murdaugh carried out the killings, the prosecutor saying all in an effort to mask his financial troubles.
He'd avoided accountability his whole life. He had relied on his family name. He had a powerful family. He carried a badge and used that authority. He lived a wealthy life. But now finally, he was facing complete ruin. He couldn't live for that. He's the kind of person for which shame is an extraordinary provocation.
Throughout the case, Murdaugh's defense team has pushed back against the prosecution's theory behind Murdaugh's motive, arguing that the prosecution has not shown evidence showing how Murdaugh would benefit financially from the deaths of his wife and son.
Yeah, this all comes as the jury got to do something that few of them get to. They toured the Murdaugh's family property where these killings happened. We have our team here to break down the latest on the Murdaugh trial. NBC News legal analyst Stanley Savalos and trial consultant Richard Gabriel, both on standby to help walk us through all of these developments. But first, let's go to NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber, who's live outside the courthouse in Walterboro, South Carolina, with more. Ellison, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Ellison. So to start, good morning. Can you walk us through the key takeaways from the prosecution's closing arguments yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, it was complicated. These were very long closing arguments. This has been a very long trial. But what you heard the prosecutor say a lot in his closing remarks was gathering storm. He described this gathering storm that he says was putting so much pressure on Alec Murdaugh that he felt his only way out, his only chance to buy some time to cover his tracks was by killing his family. And really, when they're talking about that gathering storm, they were breaking it down into three key motivating factors. They said, one, there was this history of financial crime, specifically one legal case that he had been working on within his firm, where people had started to notice that the legal fees he'd gotten, they were missing. His firm, his colleagues, they were asking questions. They were starting to investigate him. Then there was a boat crash in 2019 where his son, Paul, was accused of driving the boat that killed 19-year-old Mallory Beach, a boat that was owned by Alec Murdaugh. He was named as a defendant in a multi-million-dollar civil suit. The attorney in that case testified that once Alec Murdaugh's family was dead, that case against him was essentially over because he was too sympathetic of a defendant, and they had other more culpable defendants that they would have to go ahead with in that case. The third thing in that gathering storm, they say, was the fact that Alec Murdaugh's father was dying, someone he trusted, someone he was close with. They say all of that was just too much for Alec Murdaugh to bear, and that his way out was killing both his son and his wife. They also said, hey, look at his history, listen and remember to everything you have heard from people who knew him so well. They say Alec Murdaugh's life was basically a Ponzi scheme, and he was a skilled lawyer, and anytime things got tough, he manipulated and lied. Listen.
Everyone who thought they were close to him, everyone who thought they knew he was who he was, he's fooled them all. And he fooled Maggie and Paul too. And they paid for it with their lives. Don't let him fool you too.
And remember, so much of the prosecution's case has focused on GPS data, cell phone data. They say, look at the timeline, look at the technology. There is only one person who could have been there that night, and there is only one person who had the means, the motive, and the opportunity. And the prosecutors, they say that was Alec Murdaugh. Sinclair, Stephen.
Yeah, prosecutors hitting that timeline very hard in their closing arguments yesterday. Allison, the jury got to tour the Moselle family property where these murders actually happened. Can you talk to us about what were they actually able to see out there?
Yeah, so they had 30 minutes on the grounds. They were seeing that outside of the press. The video that we have access to is because the press was able to see exactly what the jury saw after they saw it. They were able to see the outside of the main house, which is what we're looking at right here. They were also able to spend time where these murders occurred over at the kennels. We've heard a lot of talk from both the prosecution and the defense about the feed room, the size of that space where Paul Murdaugh's body was found in the doorway, and the distance between Paul Murdaugh and Maggie Murdaugh. The jury was able to walk through and see all of that. Our colleagues who were traveling with them, while they weren't able to see every moment of what the jury was doing, they did say they could see one juror standing in the doorway of that feed room, looking up and seeming to try and get a sense of just the size in that space. There was a lot that you could see still kind of a little bit left over from what happened here. The big thing is there is like a stain on the cement where Paul Murdaugh was killed. Everything else has been cleared out. The state had made a big point of that beforehand, saying this crime scene has changed a lot, but the judge decided at the defense's request that it was worth the jury having the opportunity to see, physically see, where all of this occurred. Stephen, Sinclair.
An unusual move there. We're going to talk more about it. Ellison, thanks so much.
Thank you. And we have NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos on set to help us walk through this case. Also here with us is trial consultant and author of Acquittal, Richard Gabriel, to give us insight into the jury process. So, Danny, let's start with you. The prosecution has to show burden of proof. That seems to be the key phrase here, burden of proof. After yesterday's closing arguments, is there room for reasonable doubt?
We'll see if the defense can create it. I mean, as a defense attorney, the thing I'm going to be hammering, if I'm them, is that burden of proof. I even have a chart that I use. Then you go up a sort of layered continuum and you say, well, look, even if you think it is highly likely that my client is guilty, then you must acquit. Even if you think he's probably guilty, you must acquit. Only if you make or reach the highest level, the highest burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt, which really means to the exclusion of a reasonable doubt, then you can convict. Sometimes when you're on the defense, it is the only thing you have going for you. And I venture to say that this is one of those cases where you're going to hear reasonable doubt, the burden of proof, and the presumption of innocence over and over and over again. It's what you argue when you don't have a lot else.
And Richard, we know that as we were talking about, the jury did get to visit that Moselle property where these murders happened. Not completely unheard of for a jury to go do this, but a pretty rare thing. How could that influence their decision?
Well, it's crucial for jurors because they want to have a sense of what it is. They've been hearing about it. It's all two-dimensional and verbal, and they're there. They can feel the gravity. They can feel the seriousness, and they can measure three basic components. What's the timing, the distance, and the space? Because they want to know, especially with opportunity, that feed room is really small. Does he have the opportunity? Can he really do it in there? And then how long is it going to take him to move up to the house? If for some reason he's not guilty, how long does it take him to get up there, take a nap, or if he did do it, is he going to be able to shower? And also, if he didn't do it, can he hear the sound of gunshots? All those things can be much more measured when they're there in the scene and they have a sense of the physical space.
And Richard, you touched on it. There's just been so much information here. We know that they've even looked at Murdoch's steps at the time, in addition to a lot of electronic data. Of course, they brought in information about, were there multiple shooters? Was he big enough to fit? So, Danny, I wonder, with the closing arguments expected today, what are you expecting to hear?
Yeah, the state had a challenge in that they had too much evidence, and it's hard to marshal all of that. The defense, on the other hand, doesn't have a lot. They're going to focus on 2 or 3 points that came out in the case in chief and in the defense's case, one of which is the theory by an engineer that a shooter was 5 feet tall. Next up, the idea that one expert conceded that there may have been more than one shooter. That's a very significant one, because then you can argue to the jury, well, if it's 50-50, 50-50 is not reasonable doubt. And then thirdly, I don't even know if you can count this, Murdoch's own theory on the stand where he utters the idea that, oh, Paul had all these nasty social media comments. By the way, did they introduce any of those social media comments? No. And the theory that mean people on social media commit murders. I mean, folks, I guarantee you've had some nasty things said about you on social media. It's obviously serious if it's a threat, but that kind of theory without any evidence is a hard one to swallow. So they're going to hammer those, and then they're going to pound the podium on reasonable doubt, presumption of innocence, and the prosecution hasn't met their burden, because that's about all they have.
It'll be fascinating to see. And Richard, obviously you know a lot about juries. What are you expecting once they actually get in that room behind that closed door? What are you expecting there?
Well, for the most part, everybody's got their mind made up even before closing arguments. It's really about arming your advocates in closing argument. You got to pick out who are the people that I think are going to carry the water for me. And so when you get in the room, they already know pretty much who the foreperson is because the social dynamic that goes on in the trial. And so it's a matter of them actually negotiating, because what happens is they don't know exactly what their positions are. They may come in there and they may go, hey, we're all pretty much in agreement. They may also say, no, we're completely split here. And then it's a matter of, okay, or some people might say, we have some real questions that they have to answer. So then it's a process of, okay, let's go through the evidence, let's figure it out. There's 2 typical types of deliberations. There's verdict-driven and evidence-driven. Verdict-driven is usually a quicker verdict because it's, let's go around the table, how many yeses, how many nos. That's usually fast. But evidence-driven is let's go through all the evidence, and that can take some time.
Oh, so much to dig into here. We're all watching it. Danny Savalas and Gabriel, thank you so much.
All right, on Capitol Hill yesterday, Attorney General Merrick Garland faced a grilling from the Senate Judiciary Committee. The explosive hearing focused on a range of topics, including the rise of fentanyl-related deaths and the protesters who had gathered outside the homes of conservative justices after the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin is with us now with more on all of this. A lot that they talked about yesterday, Julie. I know Senator Cruz really hammered Garland on the issue of those protesters who went outside of the justice's home. Walk us through, what were the key points Cruz was trying to make there?
Yeah, well, look, this was Garland's first appearance before the Senate Judiciary Committee in a year. So there was a lot to talk about, and essentially think about his appearance like a yearly review before the panel. And you had some heavy hitters on the Republican side on the panel, including Senator Ted Cruz, who decided to use his moment of questioning to focus on Roe v. Wade, on Dobbs, and the fallout from that, specifically as it relates to security threats made against Supreme Court justices. Take a listen to that exchange, and we'll talk about it on the other side.
Has the Department of Justice brought even a single case under this statute? It's a yes, no question. It's not a give a speech on the other things you did.
The job of the United States Marshals is to defend the lives
So
of
the answer is no.
Is to defend the lives of the justices, and that's their number one priority. They have
Why are you unwilling to say no? The answer is no. You know it's no. I know it's no. Everyone in this hearing room knows it's no. You're not willing to answer a question. Have you brought a case under this statute? Yes or no?
As far as I know, we haven't, and what we have done is defended the lives of the justices.
So Cruz was talking about the attempted assassination of Justice Brett Kavanaugh over the summer. He also went on to crisis pregnancy centers and protesters targeting those areas. So heated exchange in those moments.
Yeah, it got quite heated. I know there was some more heat as well. Committee members zeroing in on the ongoing issue of those fentanyl-related deaths. What was going on that front?
Well, this was actually interesting because it was one of the moments of agreement between Garland, between Republicans and Democrats on the panel. Durbin, who chairs the committee, the top Democrat, he actually said that he had committed to Lindsey Graham, the ranking member, the top Republican there, to spend equal time discussing gun violence as they do fentanyl deaths. So this was definitely a big topic of the hearing. Take a listen to one point of questioning from Senator Cornyn.
Your 71,000 roughly of fentanyl overdoses. Do you consider your current policies successful?
We have a huge epidemic of fentanyl problem created by intentional acts by the cartels. We are doing everything we can within our resources to fight that. I have personally twice traveled to Mexico to try to get greater cooperation from the Mexicans on exactly the problem you're talking about.
Yeah, certainly this was a big topic. Millions of Americans being affected, dying every single year from fentanyl deaths, which are crossing over the border. And this is a committee that is also looking into the immigration issue. So that's important to keep in mind as you listen to that line of questioning to Garland.
All right, Julie Sirkin, thanks so much for breaking that down.
Now to your weather this morning. It seems like snow is on a nationwide tour.
Yeah, it sure does. Meteorologist Angie Laspin joins us now with the latest on the winter system heading toward the south. Not a tour I'm buying tickets for, Angie.
Yeah, I won't be either, but luckily we're in New York where we really haven't had a whole lot to deal with, but we will have a wintry mix that's going to work in over the next couple of days. But today, it's all about the severe weather that's focused into parts of the south. It's going to be a really active afternoon and into the evening hours, and one that folks are going to want to pay attention to and have a way to get any watches or warnings because there is a potential for some strong tornadoes. Here's the system that is the culprit of this tour, as you guys have said. We're going to see it race into parts of the southern plains. That's where the main focus of the severe weather is going to be today. But there's the wintry mix that will stretch from parts of the Great Lakes into the Northeast in New England, and the rain stretching down into parts of the south where once again we will see strong to severe storms tomorrow. Eventually we'll see this work out and we'll have a better weekend on tap for us. But there's a whole lot of impacts that we're going to have to watch for over the next couple of days. The tornado risk, the flooding, we have ice, we have snow. All of that is going to be something that you'll want to pay attention to depending on where you live. So let's start with the severe weather. This dangerous setup that we're seeing really gives the bullseye to places like Shreveport, Lufkin, Alexandria, Little Rock. That's where we'll see the best chance to see some of these stronger storms. And where you see this shaded or this striped, rather, I should say, red bubble, that's where we have the best chance for some of these stronger tornadoes. And this isn't just a couple of hours. This is going to be afternoon into the evening hours and, of course, through tonight. We know that when the sun goes down, those tornadoes are much more dangerous than nocturnal tornadoes. So just be aware of that if you live in that area. And gearing up and preparing for tomorrow, the southeast, you're also going to have to watch for strong storms. Not as likely to see those tornadoes or as many of them, but we will have to keep a close eye on that. We've got plenty of rain working through. We've got gusty conditions with this, and we also have that snow and ice accumulation that I mentioned for parts of the Northeast and the Gulf or in the Great Lakes, guys.
Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow.
Yeah, I've been lucky here in New York, not getting much of that snow.
I want the snow.
What?
That's just you.
Snow angels, snowmen, we love it all.
We'll have to get to the bottom of this one. All right, Angie, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Well, coming up on Morning News Now, hundreds of schoolgirls in Iran poisoned. Critics are calling it an attempt to shut down education for girls.
When we come back, the criminal investigation now underway as the fight over women's rights escalates.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes. New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere?
Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford. And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes. New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We're back with news from Iran. Authorities there are investigating the poisoning of hundreds of schoolgirls over the course of several months.
Yeah, dozens of girls are now being treated. They had respiratory problems and other symptoms as well. Some officials are saying these poisonings may have been intentional. NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman joins us now with more on this. A disturbing situation there, Josh.
That's right, very disturbing. And many of these students have reported symptoms that have ranged from heart palpitations and breathing trouble to nausea, headaches, and even numbness. Some of the students and their teachers have reported strange odors that they said smelled like chlorine or other cleaning chemicals. That led to some initial speculation that maybe these poisonings were accidental. But now Iran's leaders insist they are taking this very seriously. Outside a high school in Tehran, confusion. About a dozen students apparently victims of poisoning. Local media reporting girls have been sickened in at least 30 schools across Iran. One Iranian lawmaker putting the number at about 900 students injured since November. This woman in Qom says it smells like cooking gas coming down into the classroom. While this schoolgirl says it made her feel dizzy. She says, "My entire body feels very numb, and it doesn't allow me to walk." But amid fears this is all a campaign to shut down girls' education, Iran's President Ibrahim Raisi taking action. Iranian state media reporting he's now tasking Iran's interior minister with investigating the cause and coordinating the response. A criminal investigation by the prosecutor general is also underway. A big step after senior Iranian officials had been downplaying the incidents as recently as today. Iran's deputy interior minister saying more than 99% of this is caused by stress, rumors, and psychological war by hostile TV channels. He says their goal was to force schools to close. Unlike the Taliban in Afghanistan, Iran's theocratic government has not traditionally targeted girls for seeking an education. But other women's rights issues have been front and center for months, amid protests set off by the death in September of 22-year-old Mahsa Amini. Iran's morality police had detained her for allegedly violating Iran's law on headscarves for women. Hundreds more died in the protests that followed. Do you believe
that what we're seeing right now is connected to the protests?
There's no coincidence that it would suddenly happen at this moment, and the government knows that the protests are not dead.
In Iran, parents in fear, some reportedly pulling their kids out of class, as authorities vow to find out what is sickening Iran's school children and why. A member of Iran's parliament who runs the education committee says health officials have now detected evidence of nitrogen gas, which could explain many of those symptoms that have sent those school children to the hospital. All of this creating a heightened sense of anxiety in a country of some 80 million people, where women have traditionally made up more than half of the student population in universities. Stephen and Zinkley.
Josh, thanks so much.
More international news now. The U.S. has just approved a multi-million-dollar major arms sale with Taiwan.
NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us now for this and more. Megan, good morning.
Guys, good morning to you. Yeah, several stories to get to, but want to start first in Taiwan. As you mentioned, the U.S. State Department now saying that they've approved selling Taiwan millions of dollars worth of munitions, including missiles used for F-16s. Now, this latest sale is likely to be yet another point of friction between China and the U.S., where tensions between the two nations are already at the highest levels that we've seen in years. All right, want to turn now to Norway, where police reportedly removed Swedish climate activist Greta Thunberg and at least 9 other people from a protest. The group was speaking out against Norwegian wind farms built on land that's used by indigenous people. Thunberg told Reuters that indigenous rights are human rights that must go hand in hand with climate protection and climate action. All right, and lastly, a fascinating study out of Europe. Researchers unveiled analysis of genome data from hundreds of hunters and gatherers who lived on the continent around the time of the period of the Ice Age. Part of what the study uncovered is that Homo sapiens who entered Europe after coming from Africa were dark-skinned. The genome data showed a change towards lighter skin among people in Europe between 14,000 and 8,000 years ago. They also discovered that human beings that were living on the Italian peninsula during this time period became extinct because that area was uninhabitable. The only people who survived during the Ice Age's coldest period were the hunters and gatherers who lived in portions of France and the Iberian Peninsula. So pretty cool stuff there.
Wow.
Guys,
Absolutely.
back to you.
It kind of shows if you have thick skin and can deal with the cold weather, apparently you're set for
Oh, well, I'm not set.
generations.
Good to learn. All right. Megan, thanks so much.
Thank you. And coming up, it's drug resistant and spreading fast. After the break, the warning from the CDC about a new highly infectious stomach bug sweeping the country.
And a potential game changer for millions of Americans, how one company's plan to cap insulin costs could affect the entire pharmaceutical industry. You're watching Morning News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are out.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes. New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes. New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We're back now with a new warning this morning about a drug-resistant stomach bug that's quickly spreading.
Yeah, it's called Shigella, and the CDC says we're seeing a worrisome increase in the strains of that are resistant to most antibiotic treatments. They say it's also highly contagious. So for more on this, we're joined by Dr. Amesh Adalja, senior scholar at Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security, joining us with more. Good morning, Dr. Adalja. Thanks so much for being with us. A lot of people, of course, we've heard of stomach bugs, but Shigella bacterial infections, maybe not something a lot of people are really familiar with. So what are the symptoms here and how are we spreading this?
So Shigella is a bacteria that's been a well-described cause of what's called dysentery, or really severe diarrhea with mucus, sometimes blood, abdominal pain, fevers, and chills. And there's hundreds of thousands of cases that occur in the United States. They just have not been drug resistant. And it's spread the way many GI bugs are spread, through fecal oral content. That means people not washing their hands. They have fecal matter on their hands or in their food, and it gets into someone's mouth. And it's usually something that affects children. But in this particular outbreak with this resistant strain, it seems to be affecting adults because it has seemed to have gotten into sexual networks.
And doctor, to that end, why exactly are we seeing a rise in drug-resistant strains of Shigella right now, and who exactly is most at risk? I know you touched on children and some adults.
So this is not something that just happened overnight. This has been over the last several years. The CDC has noted increasing reports of drug-resistant strains of Shigella. So this has been something that's ongoing. And I think this is part of the general larger policy problem we have with antibiotic resistance, that there's so much injudicious use of antibiotics. So many people get antibiotics for coughs and colds. And what it does is it makes many of our organisms resistant to those antibiotics. And we know during COVID-19 that a lot of overuse of antibiotics occurred when people had COVID-19. I'm not sure if that's linked, but in general, we have a problem with antibiotics. Who's at risk? It's going to be children. And as you said earlier, this is very contagious. It just takes a few organisms, maybe 10 organisms, to cause infection. Children are usually where you see this, but it can infect anybody. And what's happening now is that we're seeing this kind of moving in networks of men who have sex with men. This is something that we saw with monkeypox, how it wasn't strictly a sexually transmitted infection, but it was transmitting through sexual contact. And that's what's happening with this strain, that we're seeing a lot of reports, mostly in men, and many men who have sex with men, rather than the traditional group that usually had Shigella.
And doctor, you mentioned some good practices here to help prevent this, so hand washing, that type of thing. You also mentioned COVID, though, so a lot of people think about a possible vaccine for this, but no, it is a bacteria. What can be done to prevent the spread?
The biggest thing is going to be hand hygiene, washing your hands after you go to the bathroom. And if you're sick, if you've got diarrheal symptoms, to make sure that you're washing your hands a lot and that other people know, especially if you're engaging in sexual activity when you're sick. You should make sure that your partner knows that. The other thing is they do try to make vaccines for bacterial infections. There just haven't been one for Shigella. People have dealt with Shigella for some time, and you treat it with antibiotics. Eventually, I do think that there will be vaccine development, but it's probably not something that's going to happen in the near term.
Well, until then, I'll just keep washing our hands as much as we can. Dr. Adalja, thanks so much for your time.
And we have more details about major health news we brought you just yesterday. Pharmaceutical company Eli Lilly says it will immediately cap the out-of-pocket cost for its two biggest selling insulin products to $35 a month. But that's not all. The company also says it will be slashing the price of its unbranded insulin to $25 a vial, making it the lowest list price for insulin on the market. President Biden praised the decision, saying other companies will have to follow suit as a result. NBC News correspondent Kristen Dahlgren has the details.
Well, patients and advocates and doctors we talked to say they were surprised but thrilled by the news.
It's being hailed as a huge win for diabetics. Drug maker Eli Lilly announcing it's cutting the list price of its most commonly prescribed insulin by 70% and capping out-of-pocket costs at $35 a month.
Such a relief. It's a huge, significant step in making this disease manageable.
Anne-Marie Gibson's sons both use Eli Lilly insulin for their diabetes. They spoke to NBC News in December as costs in America soared for the life-saving drug.
I'm so angry. It's exhausting.
In January, the Inflation Reduction Act imposed a monthly cap on insulin costs for seniors on Medicare, but millions of younger diabetics were still paying much higher rates. The move comes after years of political and patient pressure.
I think we all have heard enough about insulin affordability.
here in America, we should be able to solve this problem ourselves.
Eli Lilly's cap automatically applies to people with private insurance. Those without coverage will be eligible as long as they sign up for a savings card through the company. But only about 30% of the nation's 8.4 million diabetics who rely on insulin get it from Eli Lilly.
Do you expect to see the other drug makers following suit?
I certainly hope that they do. I think that in general, all of the insulins that the drug manufacturers make should be affordable and accessible.
Insulin makers Sanofi and Novo Nordisk pointed to their own savings plans for participants. For mom Anne-Marie Gibson is a good start to saving lives.
Rationing insulin gets scary. Some have died.
Knowing her sons now face a future where a vital prescription won't carry such a hefty price. Kristen Dahlgren, NBC News.
All right, turning now to more medical breaking news. Walgreens has announced a partnership with Uber and DoorDash to deliver HIV medication to patients for free. Walgreens says the service will be available to anyone who lives within 15 miles of their stores. It's part of the company's initiative to support the White House National AIDS HIV strategy. The goal is to bring down HIV infections by 75% over the next 2 years.
And coming up, it's typically a who's who of rising stars for the Republican Party, but this year's CPAC will have some high-profile no-shows. We'll tell you who's skipping out and what it could mean for 2024.
And college costs are going up, way up at some of the most elite schools in the country. What students should brace for next on Morning News Now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are out.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford. And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are out.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. CPAC, the Conservative Political Action Conference, is billed as one of the biggest political events of the year. And while headliners like President Trump and failed gubernatorial candidate Kari Lake will be there, what may be most notable this year is who will not be there. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns is in Maryland, where CPAC is about to kick off its second day and joins us now with the latest. Good morning, Dasha. I can see a busy room behind you, or at least a room that's starting to get full. So the two confirmed 2024 presidential candidates, President Donald Trump and Nikki Haley, will be there at CPAC. But who else can we expect to see?
You're not going to be interviewing anyone?
Yeah, Zinkley. Well, as you mentioned, this is a narrative more so about who is here and who is not here. But in terms of the speakers that we're going to see throughout the next couple of days, we're going to see My Pillow's Mike Lindell, Senator Ted Cruz, Senator Tim Scott, Senator J.D. Vance, Steve Bannon, Mike Pompeo, Lauren Boebert, some of those stalwarts of the right wing of the Republican Party. And this really is the Trump show, though, Zinkley. This is a conference that has been remade in Trump's image. Now, this used to be sort of the center of gravity for conservatives each year when this conference happens. But now that gravitational pull is disrupted a little bit. As we'll talk about in a moment, there are some folks, notable names, especially looking towards 2024, that are not here.
So, yeah, Dasha, let's get into that, because two of the biggest names in the party right now, former Vice President Mike Pence and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, are skipping this conference. So what exactly are they doing instead, and do we know why?
So they are actually going to be at the Club for Growth, a private donor event in Florida, also Trump's turf, mind you. They are going to be speaking there and talking to donors there instead. I mean, look, this is significant. Ron DeSantis did speak at the conference last year, but this time around, it's a little bit of a divided split screen within the Republican Party. You have former President Donald Trump, who is really the main event here. This is the guy that everyone is here to see. But at the end of the conference, there is going to be a straw poll, and DeSantis will be on the ballot there. So it'll be interesting to see. Of course, this is very much the MAGA crowd that's going to be here. So if DeSantis can run up the numbers just a little bit on that straw poll at the end of the conference, we'll be watching to see what happens there. And we'll be watching to see the reception that Nikki Haley is going to get as Trump's challenger showing up here on his turf, Zinkley.
A litmus test for 2024. Dasha, thank you so much.
All right, now to a new TikTok filter. It's at the center of a much heated debate among many of the users of the app. It's been used more than 8.5 million times, and some people, they love the effect. Others say it's annoying, but maybe even dangerous, and that it creates unrealistic beauty expectations. NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro has more on what people are saying about bold glamour.
You can't even tell it's a filter anymore.
What do you think? Do I look better with it?
Definitely made my lips bigger.
Bold glamour, the latest viral TikTok filter, is causing a stir. It has users divided over the way it instantly changes how they look compared to what they see in reality.
This filter should be illegal. Here's the real me.
Some are amazed.
So this is you without it, right? You look normal. Okay, and this is you with the filter.
Oh my goodness.
What do you think about how you look?
I think it's amazing. Like some famous actress.
But not everyone loves the look. Even actress Katherine Heigl saying this filter is not for me.
I don't like it so much, I have to say.
Why don't you like it?
I look a bit fake, yes. Too perfect.
What do you think?
You have to live up to like this expectation, like this look that's not realistic, and it creates a world in your mind that doesn't exist. It's destructive to the identity.
It's concerning. This is what a human face looks like.
Content creator Hira Mustafa stunned by the new standard the filter is setting.
What is it about bold glamour that makes it different from those other filters that we've seen?
It was just a completely different face to me. The lips were larger, eyes were larger, skin tone was lighter. I've seen more people in my age group than ever pursue cosmetic surgeries to make their faces look more like these filters. And I worry about how this impacts young girls' confidence.
A recent CDC study found that 57% of teenage girls reported feeling hopeless or sad. Many believe social media is among the causes for the drastic increase.
We're going to see psychological consequences.
Psychology professor Renee Englund has spent more than 20 years studying the effects of media and photo editing on women and girls.
You could be forgiven for not even noticing that all of the faces you see are filtered all the time.
She says when the filtered face you see is your own, it's a standard you might never be able to attain.
It's one thing to compare yourself to like some famous, beautiful person. It's another thing to compare yourself to an extra beautiful version of yourself that doesn't exist in the world anywhere.
TikTok hasn't responded to NBC's request for comment on the new filter, but in somewhat of an about-face today, TikTok announcing new restrictions on screen time for users under 18, limiting them to 60 minutes a day before requiring a passcode to continue use. The company says it's all to promote parental involvement in their children's digital well-being.
Do you think there needs to be more of that?
I would love to see that, especially for her.
Brad Baker's daughter, Abby, is 16 years old.
Okay. What do you think?
It doesn't look like me.
Do you like it? You don't like it?
I like it. I think it's cool. I don't usually wear any makeup, so it's just kind of weird to see.
Her dad, a high school teacher, also trying it out, seeing only subtle changes in his own face versus a drastic transformation in his daughter's appearance.
Yeah, it gives me a little bit more color in the face and, you know, could be improved. A little bit more hair on top would be nice. You know it is.
Okay. And what do you think about what it does to your daughter's face?
Yeah, I mean, I could definitely see them having, I mean, you can tell it like definitely makes their lips bigger and make the, you know, the eyes with makeup kind of stand out. I definitely like her 10 times better in natural.
Oh, and our thanks to Valerie Castro for that report. That psychology professor Valerie spoke with, by the way, says she's concerned that filter is creating an unattainable beauty standard and that our brains just really can't help but immediately make that comparison between the filter and our own faces.
Now to our financial headlines. Tesla could soon become a little more affordable after a recent vow to cut production costs.
Yes, CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and more money news. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Stephen, Zinkley, good morning to you. Yeah, so Tesla is vowing to cut production costs of its electric vehicles in half as it plans for the world to embrace sustainable energy. But at the company's Investor Day event last night, CEO Elon Musk didn't unveil when Tesla will debut a long-awaited affordable car. He had been expected to discuss plans to make a less expensive electric vehicle to help broaden Tesla's appeal and fend off the competition. Musk did say discounts Tesla has offered this year have led to an increase in demand. Speaking of Tesla, it will soon launch a new unlimited overnight charging plan for $30 a month. It's part of the company's energy retailing business called Tesla Electric. It will initially be rolled out to owners in Texas in July, and Tesla says it can afford to do this through its relationships with utilities who have a surplus of power at night, thanks to lower demand and strong wind power. And fans of Ted Lasso will now be able to get their hands on the coach's famously persuasive shortbread cookies as a frozen dessert. Starting today, you can grab a scoop of Biscuits with the Boss at Jenny's Splendid ice cream shops through the store's app, or you can buy it online for $12 a pint. It's described as crumbly shortbread cookies and buttery sweet cream. Some customers can also score exclusive Jenny's and Ted Lasso merchandise. The third season of the Apple TV show premieres on March 15th, guys, and I still haven't watched it.
Still haven't watched it, but now I would like to taste the biscuit.
Yeah, I haven't watched it either,
good.
but I'm down for Biscuits with the Boss. Yeah, let's go.
Sounds delicious.
We'll go after the show. Silvana, thank you so much.
All right.
All right, well, we're waiting for that much-anticipated ruling from the Supreme Court on President Biden's student debt relief plan. But this morning, the cost of higher education, well, it's in the spotlight for another reason. It looks like students at several of the nation's elite private universities and colleges will be facing price hikes next year. Many of these colleges and universities have released their tuition rates for next year, and according to Forbes, students can expect to see at least a 4% increase. Sandy Baum, senior fellow at the Center on Education, Data and Policy at the Urban Institute, joins us now for a closer look at all of this. Not the most welcome news, Sandy. Thanks for being with us, though. So why are we seeing this trend in rising tuition rates, especially at that 4% or higher mark?
Well, the first thing to understand is the price we're talking about is the sticker price. It's, if you look on the website, what they will say: if you get no financial aid, you have to pay. But most students at these institutions are not paying those prices. These elite institutions are institutions that meet full financial need. So they figure out how much they think you can afford to pay. You might not agree with that, but then they give you enough aid to fill the gap, frequently without loans. So this price that is increasing applies to students from families with incomes that are so high that the college thinks they can afford $70,000, $80,000, $90,000 a year. So that's the first thing to understand. And then the second thing is inflation. I mean, 7% at Stanford is a high increase by historical standards, certainly. But remember, inflation was, more than 6% this year and more than 7% the year before. So these prices are actually not keeping up with the increases in other prices in the economy.
Fascinating to think about it that way. And you mentioned Stanford. Do we know what other colleges and universities are seeing the highest tuition hikes? And is it possible to give us a general idea about how much these places are typically asking?
Well, we don't know all of the price increases yet, but the others that have announced are lower than the 7%. We hear some 5%, we hear some 4%, and the range of prices. I mean, the problem is that Stanford and Harvard and Williams and Amherst have much higher prices than most private colleges in the country. So thinking about, an $80,000 tuition fees, room and board price tag at some of these institutions is just not representative of what the vast majority of college students face, because these are unusually expensive colleges, but they're cheaper for low and moderate income students than even frequently the local community college.
Wow, certainly a glimmer of hope in hearing it that way. And Sandy, I know whatever institution that people are studying at, paying for college can be just a real financial strain. Do you have any tips at all to help sort of offset any types of increase in costs?
There's no question that college is very expensive, and it has become a larger share of income over time for everyone except people at the very top of the income distribution. Apply for financial aid. Fill out the federal application for financial aid. If the institution asks for another application, do it. Don't hesitate to apply because of the sticker price, because you might get generous aid. But look very carefully at your offers to make sure you understand how much you will be expected to pay. Apply for financial aid.
That's a great advice there. All right, Sandy Baum, thanks so much for your insights.
Thank you.
Coming up, we have liftoff. New this morning, SpaceX celebrating a successful rocket launch.
Yeah, that's after an earlier attempt this week was scrubbed. We'll tell you about the crew, their mission, and what it means for us Earthlings sticking around back here at home. This is Morning News Now.
This is what it looks and feels
like. The latest film, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels
like. The latest film, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts. NBC News, streaming free now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe. NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Welcome back. It was a romantic sight in the sky last night, sort of. Some astronomers are saying it was a kiss between two planets. Jupiter and Venus were very close to each other overnight. Now, it's not, of course, actually a kiss. Astronomers say it's a conjunction, meaning Venus is passing Jupiter as they both orbit the sun. But the planets looked very close together from our perspective here on Earth. They're still actually about 400 million miles apart, though. If you missed this last night, the next time Jupiter and Venus will share a kiss will be in February 2032. A little while to wait there.
Well, I thought you're not supposed to kiss and tell, but it looks like they already told us when they're next going to
Putting them on blast,
so.
Yeah, that's true.
Stephen, thank you.
3, 2, 1. Engines full power. And liftoff at Cruise 6. Go Dragon, go Falcon.
Now launching on Endeavour's fourth flight to the International Space Station.
The cheers you just heard, well, that's the sound of success coming from the Kennedy Space Center in Cape Canaveral, Florida overnight, right after the NASA SpaceX crew had a successful launch into orbit.
Yeah, maybe a little bit sweeter for them because this was the crew's second attempt at blasting off this week. Monday's launch was abruptly called off due to a filter clog in the engine's ignition system.
Mike Massimino, former NASA astronaut and senior advisor for space programs at the Intrepid Museum, joins us now to talk more about this mission. Thank you for being here. Clearly, exciting day.
Yeah.
Rousing success for them.
Yep.
But this is just the first part of their journey. So walk us through what a crew can expect in these first 24 hours.
So they are getting acclimated, trying to get some sleep for sure. You know, it's a big day launching, so they'll try to get a little bit of rest. The next big event for them is going to be the rendezvous and docking with the space station, which occurs about 24 hours after they launch. So early morning, you know, set your clocks around 1:15 or so. They should be docking with the space station, and then they'll ingress and get settled in the space station.
Oh, my goodness.
Probably so excited for them to actually be on board that space station. And we know about the crew. There are 4 men on board. What else do we know about this crew?
Well, one of my good friends, Steve Bowen, is the commander of the mission. He's been an astronaut for quite a while. He has not flown since the shuttle days. So he was selected. I was selected in '96. He came into NASA in 2000.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and his last flight was in 2011. So he's been hanging in there for a while for this long duration flight. So I'm very excited for Steve. Woody Holberg is another American on board. He's a newer astronaut, so he's on his first flight, as the other 2 crew members are too. We have a Russian on board, and also the first astronaut from the UAE, who will be spending time on a long duration flight on the space station. So it's a bit historic in that respect as well.
I mean,
so happy for all of them.
Since you're so close to them, have they given you any insight into what it's been like so far, even with the initial fail and now the success?
I haven't spoken to them since they've been down at the Cape, but these things happen when one of my launches was delayed a day. You know, we woke up thinking we were going to space, and then we found out we weren't. They were on the launch pad, though. That's a little closer. But all that means is you have another day or 2 to hang around and see your family and get ready to go.
We're following breaking news in South Carolina. Closing arguments are getting underway again in the Alec Murdaugh trial.
This comes just as the judge just removed a juror for allegedly having outside conversations about the trial. That juror has now been replaced. The defense is now making its case to the jury. Let's listen in.
My goal is to address questions that you may have about what you've heard. And the jury system that we have, frankly, is the greatest criminal justice system in the world, because it's the only system, jury system, that a criminal defendant's fate is put in the hands of his or her peers. In this country, we don't leave the decision of guilt or innocence up to the governor, to the attorney general, to the prosecutors, to the presiding judge. You, ladies and gentlemen, make that decision. And as perfect as our jury system is, there's one thing that I wish it provided: an interchange during the course of the trial between us. You're all sitting there and listening to what we say, and we don't know what questions you have and what you want answered. By the same token, we may have questions of you that we can't ask. Here's my opportunity to try to answer the questions that I think you have. There may be some things that I go over that you've already decided, and I'm wasting your time, and if I do that, I apologize. I truly do. But I don't, this case is so important, I don't want to leave anything out that one of you may have a question about. I think I can probably speak for everybody in this courtroom that there's one thing that we on this side have no question about. It's that y'all have been ideal jurors. We've been here 6 weeks, and each of you have come every day on time, and you've been very attentive, and it has not gone unnoticed, and we do appreciate you for your service. We know what a sacrifice it is, being away from your home, your work, your family, your personal obligations. Maybe some of you miss vacations, but you've been here in a 3-week trial, and here we are at the end of 6 weeks. And I want to thank you personally. I want to thank you on behalf of Mr. Harpootlian, Mr. Barber, Ms. Fox, and especially on behalf of Alec Murdaugh. In his opening statement, Mr. Harpootlian explained to you that the law governing your service requires each of you to engage in an unnatural task. In every criminal case, jurors are required to begin the process by presuming the defendant innocent. In this case, you were required, under your solemn oath as we began, to presume Alec Murdaugh innocent of these charges. And frankly, as he explained, that's not natural. When you hear on the news that a crime has occurred and an arrest has been made, you feel a little bit relieved. Thank God they caught him. And frankly, I would not be surprised if some amongst you, when you read in the paper that Alec Murdaugh was charged with the murder of wife and son, that you thought, oh good, they got him. But those opinions, and each of you, when you filled out your questionnaire, agreed and affirmed that you would leave those at the door of the courthouse, and that you would decide this case solely on the evidence. And that's what the law requires. And when we begin, the law also requires you to presume him innocent of these charges. Now, I've been doing this a long, long time, and up until the advent of instant replay in sports, it's been very difficult to explain just how to do that to jurors, how jurors can do this, apply this presumption of innocence. And if you're not as interested in sports, I apologize for this analogy, but the analogy is the instant replay. Whether you're a Clemson fan or Georgia fan, that on a Saturday afternoon, there's a play called on the field, and then it's reviewed. And under the rules, the call on the field stands unless there's visual, incontrovertible evidence that the call on the field was wrong. We see that every weekend on sports. Here, the call on the field is that Alec Murdaugh is innocent of these charges. That's what the law requires. And that unless and until the state proves his guilt to each one of you individually, voting individually, proves his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, then that presumption of innocence stays with him. You're not being tasked here to give your opinion in this trial. You're being tasked to apply the Constitution, the bedrock principles that protect us all from a government. Those bedrock principles are, first, you get tried by a jury of your peers. Second, that the jury of your peers begin with presuming you innocent. And third, that you will remain innocent until the government, if they can, proves to you individually, in your mind, that the person is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, the judge will give you jury instructions on what that means, beyond a reasonable doubt. But the definition has been defined that reasonable doubt is doubt that would cause a reasonable person to hesitate when making an important decision in their personal affairs, such as to buy a house, get married, any consequential decision. And you will be making, when you get this case, probably later this afternoon, you'll be making one of the most consequential decisions that you will have ever made in your life, I suspect. I don't know all of your backgrounds, but it will be a very consequential decision. And if the proof that the state has put before you causes you to hesitate, when you go to fill out that vote as you're deliberating in your jury room, each of you will have a vote. And you will have the right to vote guilty or not guilty. And each of you will write it down. And if there's any reasonable cause for you to hesitate to write guilty, then the law requires you to write not guilty. This burden of proof that we have, many of you may have had experience with civil cases. And in civil cases, the burden of proof is much lower, and it's called by preponderance of the evidence. And you may have seen lawyers or judges or watched on TV as they give a visual image of Lady Justice, who's blind and who's blindfolded, so she does not bias from one side or the other, and there's scales on Lady Justice, and those scales are the scales of justice. And in a civil case, if one party proves their case by a preponderance of the evidence, meaning ever so slightly tilt those scales in their favor, then they're entitled to the verdict. There's another heightened level of burden of proof in a civil case called by clear and convincing evidence, and the law requires things like to prove fraud or some intentional acts. You have to prove by clear and convincing evidence, and that's an intermediate level of proof. And so it's not just tilt the scales ever so slightly in the favor of the party that prevails, but you have to get sort of 3/4 of the way there. But now, proof beyond a reasonable doubt is the highest standard of proof the law recognizes, and it is you have to tilt the scales all the way to one side in order for the state to meet their burden. Now, a little bit about the verdict. You will have an option of guilty or not guilty. My friend Dick Harpootlian over here he travels a lot. He's been to a lot of countries, and he frequently he recently returned from Scotland, where he attended a jury trial in Scotland, and he tells me it's much like this, except the lawyers wear a wig, and I might benefit from something like that. But in Scotland, it runs about the same until it gets time to the verdict in the criminal case. And the jury in Scotland, where we derive our laws from, and they are given 3 options. One option is guilty. Second option is not guilty. And the third option is not proven. Not proven. Now here in America, we have combined the verdict of innocent and not proven into one of not guilty. And so when you go to render your verdict, if it's a verdict of not guilty, it's either you concluded that the defendant is innocent of the charges, or that the government has not met their burden of proof, their heavy burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, and one of the reasons that defendants are presumed innocent and the government has such a high burden is because in criminal cases, the defendant really doesn't have the ability, doesn't have the resources, doesn't have the lawful authority to execute search warrants, subpoena documents, to prove his or her innocence. And so a defendant cannot secure a crime scene, cannot lift a crime scene for fingerprints, shoe wear impressions, cannot secure telephones and get electronic data in the course of an investigation. So the defendant is limited on what they can do. In this case, on June 7th, 2021, Alec Murdoch called 911, and Deputy Green, and then followed by other deputies, rolled up on the scene. And he is standing on his property. His wife and son lie dead in a pool of blood each. He's within yards of him, and he just put a shotgun down. He just put a shotgun down. And what would that look like? 90 out of 100 cases when an officer rolls up, it would look like the person who had the shotgun and 2 dead bodies may have done it, probably have done it. Certainly is someone who should be strongly considered. And all the officers in this case told you that. Deputy Rutland said, yeah, Alec Murdoch was a suspect, but there are a lot of suspects out there. Everybody was a suspect. Fair enough. Agent Owen says, well, you know, we have a circle, investigative circle, and it starts with immediate family members, particularly if they found the deceased, the victims. So he's in the circle by virtue of calling 911. And that's fair enough. But what doesn't strike us as fair is that the next morning, on June the 8th, after the gruesome murders of Maggie and Paul, this is what is issued, a joint press release, Colleton County and SLED, that says, at this time, there's no danger to the public. At this time, there's no danger to the public. You have 2 people who have been executed within, y'all are out there, I don't know, is it 100 yards, 200 yards from Moselle Road? They've been slaughtered. And at this time, there's no danger to the public? Does that tell you that on June 8th, law enforcement had decided it had to be Alec Murdoch? It's a fair question for you to ask yourselves. It's a question that's not been fairly answered in this trial. What we know from June 7th to June 8th, Alec is a suspect and he's in the circle. And from that day forward, he is at the mercy. He is at the mercy of the ability of SLED to exclude him from that circle. They have the ability to do the forensic work, they have the ability to interview witnesses, and they have the ability to gather electronic data. And we believe that we've shown conclusively that SLED failed miserably in investigating this case. And had they done a competent job, that Alec would have been excluded from that circle a year ago, 2 years ago, but he would have been excluded. What did you hear from the witness stand? You heard from Chief Barry McCroy. I didn't know Chief McCroy until I got involved in this case, but his reputation is outstanding, and he's a consummate professional. And he explained that when he got there, he was concerned that cars would be pulling up and there were some tire tracks that were not being protected and that they could have evidentiary value. And then you heard from Mark Ball, who had a conversation with Sheriff Hill, who's another fine public servant here. And he also agreed we've got to stop cars from coming in here to preserve these tire impressions. And it was not done. It was not done. Captain Chapman from the Colleton County Sheriff's Office, he testified about seeing other sets of tire tracks. As you came in off Moselle Road, you probably saw where Deputy Green's vehicle had stopped right at the kennels, but then on the other side, where you saw that Alec was parked and pacing on some of these videos, that's where Captain Chapman had talked about seeing tire tracks, and he tried to track them. Slab was coming on, and then it was like a trail to nowhere. It was a trail to nowhere. Deputy Rutland talked about seeing hair in Maggie's hands, you'll recall. You didn't hear anything about the hair in Maggie's hands from that moment forward. Was it tested? Was it sent off for analysis? There was no evidence of what, if anything, happened to the hair in Maggie's hands. Was it as a result of a struggle with her assailant? Was it her own hair? I mean, we don't know the answer to that. We know they failed to take fingerprints from the feed room, and they should have. They failed to properly take footwear impressions from the feed room or at the apron right outside the feed room. And I think that's I don't think that's uncontradicted. The Agent Worley, who doing the best she can, did not go there to document footwear impressions. Did not do that. You heard from our expert, Mr. Zerchi, what is required, and I believe Dr. Kinsey also agreed it was not done. I know Mr. Palmbach did, and both. Now I'll get to the shot angles in a little bit, but both Dr. Kinsey and Mr. Palmbach had the murderer for Paul standing on the concrete. Standing on the concrete. Whether 1 foot's in, 1 foot's out, both feet are in, but there should have been footwear impressions. But we'll never know because it was not preserved. It was not taken. The thing that has baffled us, has completely baffled us, is why did they never take DNA samples off of Maggie's clothes, her dress? Why did they never take DNA samples off Paul's clothes? They never did. They never did. And we asked their investigators, why didn't you? Well, that's somebody else's job. That's somebody else's job. It was never done. But you know whose clothing they took DNA off of extensively? Alec. And you heard Agent Zapata talk about all the different grids on her shirt where DNA samples were taken. Was Alec assaulted on June the 7th? No, he wasn't assaulted. Was Alec wrestling with the assailant on June the 7th? There's no evidence of that. So why are they taking DNA evidence of Alec's clothing in June of 2021? And there's only one reason. And it goes back to this right here. There was only one reason. Only one reason. Is that they had decided that unless we find somebody else, it's going to be Alec. Unless we find somebody else, it's going to be Alec. And I'll get I'll get into more detail about Maggie's phone. And Maggie's phone was not secured properly. Maggie's phone was, well, let me just go right into it. Maggie's phone was found on the side of the road in the morning or early afternoon on June the 8th. Whoever killed her threw that phone on the side of the road, without a doubt. Without a doubt. Alec, from the get-go, has said, you get Maggie's phone, you get my phone, or you get my OnStar data, and you will not see my car traveling down the road with Maggie's phone, because it did not happen. It could not happen. Detective Owen, have you gotten it yet? No, we've not. We sent the black box from on the Chevy to the FBI. It was a new model. Turns out the data's encrypted, and so we haven't got it yet. Well, what about General Motors? I mean, I'll do what I have to do, whatever I can do. And so, well, you know, we're looking into it. We're looking into it. But what we learned during this trial is, sure, SLED sent a subpoena via fax machine to somebody in Detroit, I believe, and whoever got it in Detroit, whether there was a number off, I have no idea what the reason was. But we do know the initial response was, we don't have anything. We don't have any OnStar data that you're looking for. There's no indication that SLED followed up with a phone call. There's no indication SLED followed up with a letter. There's no indication SLED did anything other than put it in a file. Put the response in a file. And that was it. That was it, ladies and gentlemen, until somebody watching this trial somewhere contacted somebody at General Motors and said, why don't you guys cooperate with the FBI and SLED on this investigation? And like, what are you talking about? So Friday, you know, sometime in the last 6 weeks, lo and behold, here comes all the OnStar data that you got to see. And that would be great. That would be great. But for the fact that when they seized Maggie's phone, it had, they put it in airplane mode. They knew how to put it in airplane mode. Excuse me, I'm losing my voice. Let me get water. I apologize. Oh, there's pollen. Something else. They put it in airplane mode, but what you'll see, I got a photograph, is the location services were still on, meaning still pinging off GPS satellites. And the phones don't hold that much memory. They hold a lot of data, as we have learned, but they don't hold that much memory. And it writes over itself. And for GPS location services, the ping points that we see from Paul's phone on all that data, that would have been on Maggie's phone for the 7th. But for the fact that it wasn't extracted until sometime in like June 16th. I think that's the date, but if I'm wrong, I apologize. But it's around the middle of June. And that ping information that we see on Paul's phone, for Maggie's phone, it goes back to like June the 9th. Well, a lot of good that does. A lot of good that does. We don't have it. We would have had it had they extracted it earlier. Now, Agent Dove says we didn't have an upgraded software that would read it. Took us a while to get it. I don't know why it took them a while to get it. There's really no explanation about that. But you heard about Faraday bags. Put it in a Faraday bag. So it's not pinging against satellites, not overriding. They didn't do that. And it's lost. Had they done it, I hope we wouldn't be here. I hope. Because I know it would say, because we have enough evidence in the record, and we have to go around our elbow to get to our thumb to get there, but there is sufficient evidence in the record that shows Alec Murdaugh was not driving down the road, Moselle Road, with Maggie's phone in the car and tossed it at whatever time. When he went by at 9:08, I don't know what time they think it's tossed, but that would have gotten him out of the circle. I would hope, but probably not, because they've been so focused on him. Now, as I mentioned, Alec asked multiple times. I think the testimony was 5 times. Agent Owen, you know, if you get this data, it will show I wasn't there. And you know, we didn't learn why they didn't get it off Alec's phone until very recently, because on June, you'll remember on June 10th, he gave SLED his phone. Yeah, you can copy it. Please copy it, because it'll show that I wasn't driving. My phone was not with Maggie's phone at any point in time going down the road, and that I did what I said I did. Well, they did extract it, but what we've learned, the extraction was a superficial extraction. Not because Alec requested it, that's just what they did. Said a logical surface extraction. So they didn't go in and pull out any GPS pinging data like you see on Paul's phone. They didn't get it off Alec's. Now, if Alec had not made those requests to Owen, and they are disputing that, there's one thing you can be 100% sure of, is they would have called Detective Owen up here on the witness stand during their rebuttal case to say, no, he lied. He didn't ask that of me. I mean, they got Sheriff Smalls in here to say, I didn't give him permission to put a blue light in his car. They came and challenged whether he had authority from the sheriff or maybe a deputy sheriff to put a blue light in his car. But they didn't contradict anything you said about, I've been asking for this data that would get me out of the circle. And now we know why it took so long to get the stuff from his car. It's because General Motors, it's because the FBI wouldn't go to General Motors on this event data. The FBI was up there and they bought a Suburban, they're riding it around and they're reverse engineering all these systems to try to come up with reports. And then they come in here and tell you, well, it's not complete, something's inaccurate, but this is what we got. And during the middle of all that, that's when, lo and behold, we get on started. Thankfully, we did. Thankfully, we did. So then we roll into Labor Day weekend of 2021, where Alec's long-time drug problem, his financial issues, misconduct were exposed. And that made him an easy target for SLED. And I hate to say this, but the evidence is crystal clear. From that moment, they started fabricating evidence against Alec. Well, Mr. Griffin, that's an awful charge. Don't all lawyers accuse law enforcement of fabricating evidence? And I can tell you, this guy right here was a federal prosecutor, was a state prosecutor, and some of my best friends are in law enforcement. And I don't make that claim lightly. Here, what you have heard is they came up with a report that says Alec's T-shirt had high-velocity blood spatter on it. High-velocity blood spatter. What's that? That means you're within feet of a shooting, and they didn't just say any shooting. It said in their report, it says as a result of Paul's murder. High-velocity blood spatter on a shirt as a result of Paul's murder. That was number one. Well, let's stick with number one. Why do I say that it's fabricated? Well, you heard Agent Zapata said we did hemotrace confirmatory blood tests on that shirt. That means there was two types of tests. There's a presumptive test, which is what they use a product called LCV that makes it turn purple where it might be blood. But it turns purple on other agents as well, including bleach, you heard. You also heard that the shirt came out of the bag wet and it smelled like detergent. Anyway, they spray it, it turns purple in places. So they think, well, that must be blood. Next thing they do at the SLED lab is they do a confirmatory test to see if it's blood. 0 for 74, not blood, not blood. That didn't stop SLED from going out and pursuing with vengeance this report. They didn't give the no blood test result to the guy in Oklahoma, and when it surfaced, they had a problem on their hands, and they were pushing it up until this trial. And you heard the testimony from the stand that they went from Mr. Bloody Shirt leading up to this trial to Mr. Clean during this trial. And they asked him, and they raised issues during the trial with Blanca, where were his clothes? No one's asking about the man's clothes that he had on the Snapchat video back in, at 7 o'clock with his son until November or so, I think is what she said. I mean, the issue of changing clothes, it was late to the dance because when they went to, as you heard, when they went to the Collin County grand jury to get an indictment that you're going to be deliberating on, they told that grand jury they had an expert report that says high velocity blood spatter. And I asked Agent Owen, I said, when you went to the grand jury and when your guy gave you the report, how'd you not know, you chief investigator, how'd you not know that there's this hemotrace test that says it's no blood? Well, I didn't get the email. I say it in somewhat jest, but, should the dog eat his email? I mean, how's the lead investigator in the case not get the lab report that says there's no blood on the shirt? Now, ultimately, it was produced to us, and we were raising Cain about it and saying, how can you say this on one hand and that on the other hand? And here we are with a Mr. Clean theory that he washed off after brutally murdering Maggie and Paul. He takes a hose and washes himself off and gets in a golf cart, butt naked, I guess, and drives to the house. So that's the blood spatter fabrication. The other is this blue raincoat with GSR, and do you remember that testimony? Shelley Smith, who worked for Ms. Libby and Mr. Randolph, had told SLED after September, after Alex's problems had been exposed, after she had a conversation with a Allendale police officer following an accident investigation in which she was in an accident, that on the morning, she said in here, as she told you, on Wednesday after Mr. Randolph's funeral, and that turns out to be, I think, June 16th, that Alex shows up at the house at Alameda at like 6:30 in the morning, knocking, trying to get in, and he has a blue tarp. And in this blue tarp, she lets him in. He goes upstairs with this blue tarp. He comes back downstairs. He lays this blue tarp out on Ms. Libby's retirement rocking chair in the living room, and then he leaves. And then she leaves to go to her day job. And when she left, the blue tarp was laying out on Ms. Libby's rocking chair. That was her testimony. And so SLED gets that, gets a search warrant, goes to Alameda, and they seize a blue rain jacket. They seize a blue rain jacket. And when they do, they take that blue rain jacket and they show it to just about every family member. Let me get it right quick. That they can think of, and it's Defendant's 87, Doug, if you can pull it up. But they show this blue rain jacket to as many family members as they can get in contact with, and the rain jacket is And no one recognizes it. No one sees it. No one said Alex ever worn it. No one said Paul's ever worn it. No one said Buster's ever worn it. No one said Maggie's ever worn it. Have not seen this blue rain jacket. Have not seen this blue rain jacket. One more thing about this blue rain jacket. When they did the search at Alameda, John Marvin was there. And John Marvin asked him, did you find anything? And he said, well, we found a blue rain jacket back on the property. Back on the property. And he said, well, you know, my dad drives a buggy around, and maybe it fell off the back of his buggy. Clearly, John Marvin was understanding that it was back on the property. And then they asked him to come look at the blue rain jacket, and he was told it was found in the closet. He was told it was found in the closet. And he said, that didn't sound right. And they never clarified it. Now, here's a picture. I'm not even going to put it up, but I'm going to. 411 is a picture of this closet, and you can see the blue rain jacket that's just sort of folded up and stuffed down here at the bottom right. That's the blue rain jacket. And apparently right before this trial, they showed Shelley Smith this picture and says, does that look like the blue tarp you saw? She said, well, yeah, sure it looks like it. They never showed her this. And she said, this is page 87, it's on the screen. She'd never seen this. But they did GSR testing on this, and it says, whew, it's hot. A lot of GSR on that. Manufactured evidence, ladies and gentlemen. And then there's this issue of misrepresenting what are the type ammunition found in the shotguns at the residence at Moselle. Paul was murdered with first shot was a buckshot. Went to his chest. He was turned this way. Went in here. And then out under his arm, and that was buckshot. The second shot was into the head, either, depending on what expert and what pathologist, it's either this way or this way, but into the head. And that was steel duck shot. I learned that you can't shoot ducks with anything but steel pellets because they don't want lead in the water, so you've got to have steel pellets. And then A.J. Owen testified, admitted begrudgingly that he had testified to the grand jury that there were 4 weapons found up on the property in the gun room, 12 gauges that were loaded, or I'm not saying 12 gauges, I'm sorry, 4 shotguns that were loaded with buckshot and birdshot. There's 4 other ones. So that matches. Well, guess what? Totally not true. That was totally not true. And he admitted on the stand it was not true. He admitted telling Alec during the interview, and he said, well, I can do trickery. And we're going to see that shortly. And then I said, are you trying to trick the grand jury? No, I didn't say that. Well, we walked through it, and he did say it. And he didn't remember it, and you'll remember the testimony. And I said, well, people make mistakes, don't you? Yeah, that was a mistake. And it's okay to make mistakes, right? Yeah. And you can make mistakes about time. Well, that's the most common thing people make mistakes about. It's not all right for Alec Murdaugh, who's in the center of the circle, who's not all right for him to make mistakes about time. It is not all right, according to the same investigator who says it's okay, it happens all the time. But here we go, and then Eureka. They finally get into Paul's phone in April of 2022, and they see Alec. Well, they don't see Alec. They see Cash the dog, and they see Paul's feet walking around, and they hear voices in the background. One of them sounds like Alec. And off they go. They go off, and get an indictment from the Collin County Grand Jury, relying upon high-velocity blood spatter, relying upon 4 guns having the same load, and relying upon a rain jacket that's got GSR on it, and Alex lying about being down at the kennels. Now we know, after we've been here 6 weeks, of those 4 things,
Bixby voice privacy contacts have been updated. To continue, review the updated items on your screen.
I'm so sorry. No, that was turned on. I will turn it on. What we know is 3 out of those 4 things that was presented to the Collin County Grand Jury that you're going to be deliberating on for the indictments that return aren't true. No blood spatter, no GSR rain jacket that's ever been connected to Alex whatsoever, and there's no loaded gun. So we're left with the lie. We are left with the lie. Now, Alex lied about being down at the kennels in Almeda. And why did he lie? And that is certainly a fair question. And that's, and frankly, I probably wouldn't be sitting over there right now. He had not lied. But he did lie. And he told you he lied. And he told you why he lied. He said he lied because, I'll tell you, he lied because that's what addicts do. Addicts lie. He lied because he had a closet full of skeletons, that he didn't want any more scrutiny on him, which is the most ironic thing in the world, because depending on which day of the week, their theory is that he slaughtered his wife and son to distract from an impending financial investigation. But he puts himself in the middle of a murder investigation, and he puts himself in the spotlight of a media firestorm. That's their motive evidence, and we'll get to that. But he lied. He lied because of his drug paranoia kicked in, and he was clearly in the throes of addiction. He lied for all those reasons. But what he didn't lie for is because he was covering up the fact that he killed Maggie and Paul. That is not the reason he did it. Doug, will you play the dog kennel video, please? I'm going to play the dog kennel video. So just please listen to the voice. Get that.
Quick, Cash.
Four minutes later, the state would have you to believe that Alec Murdoch up and blew his son's brains out of his head and murders his wife after having that conversation about Bubba having a chicken or a guinea. 4 minutes later, their case wants you to believe that this is a family down at the dog kennels doing what families do. They're checking on a dog, tail, Bubba's out running around, and they're saying, Bubba, got a chicken. Now, why would Alec not want law enforcement to hear that? I mean, there's nothing on that tape. There's nothing on that tape that indicates there's any strife, any conflict, any anger, any planning, anybody being afraid, anybody running, anybody scurrying. Nothing. It's Maggie, Paul, and Alec down at the kennel. That's it. And their timeline is based on the fact that this automated thing kind of messed me up, but the point I was going to open this up and say, you know, under their theory, if your phone's not moving for some period of time, you're dead right then. You could be run over in the traffic 2 hours later, but if you're not answering a text 2 minutes after you receive it, you're dead at that point. And that's their case. That is their case on time of death. Is phone stop moving, you're dead. You've heard testimony from a lot of witnesses. I would say practically every witness who took the stand, who actually knew Alec and Maggie and Paul and Buster, testified under oath how much Alec adored Maggie. She was his all. Some people describe Paul as Alec's best friend. His relationship with him was awesome. And that was unanimous. Unanimous. I want to just play briefly a clip from Blanca testimony about Alec's relationship with Maggie.
You've also, I think in multiple interviews with Sweat and other folks, described, I think the words were, Maggie.
Please continue, Doug.
All. Isn't that what you told Slade?
Yes, sir.
What does that mean, Maggie was his all?
He adored her. He loved her. He adored her.
Worshipped her. I mean, just treated her as somebody he adored, correct?
Exactly, yes, sir.
Now, this was her testimony from the witness stand. And then in every trial, there's you hope you find, some very authentic witness, part of the fabric of America that comes in this courtroom. And we had it in this case, and it's Dale Davis. And I want you to remember what Dale testified about Alec's relationship with his family. We played Dale Davis's.
Me? When you use the phrase lovey-dovey about Alec and Maggie, what does that mean? It means they loved each other. What, in your presence, you described them as being lovey-dovey, didn't you? Yes. And tell the jury what you meant by that. Oh, every time I always say them, I've never seen that man even raise his voice at his wife or kids. Or his wife. I've never seen him even, none of them argue. But he always, anything she wanted or the boys wanted, he would try to get it. And what was your observation about his relationship with Paul? They like to hunt and fish together. I mean, they drink beer together. Okay.
That was Dale Davis. Which brings us to the question, why? Why would Alec Murdaugh on June 7th execute his son Paul and his wife Maggie, who he adored and loved? Why? The state's theory is that that it was a storm a-coming, clouds are arising, and that his financial house of cards is about to collapse, and he's about to be exposed. And because of that, he does what every rational person would do: go kill your wife and son. That is their theory of motive. That is their theory of motive. And it worked too, by the way, because he killed his wife and son. Guess what? Jeannie Seconder quit asking questions for a few weeks. Oh, in the boating case, that won't be worth anything now that his wife and son's been murdered, because he's sympathetic. Have you heard such? One thing Mr. Waters and I agree on is the best thing about jurors is you bring your common sense in here, and you use your common sense, and that's what it's all about. That's what your collective wisdom. And just collectively think, individually think, what kind of sense does that make? Alex, his financial house is a wreck. He's stealing money from clients. He's got to produce a financial statement, maybe, in a hearing coming up. And his dad goes back in the hospital that day. His dad goes back in the hospital that day, and he ultimately dies a few days later. Okay, so I get a call. Jeannie comes in. My dad's going to the hospital. Paul's coming home. That'd be a good time to kill Paul, wouldn't it? That is their theory of the case. And if you don't accept that beyond a reasonable doubt, ladies and gentlemen, I submit the verdict has to be not guilty. Because there's no reason for him to do it. No reason whatsoever. Now, you've heard a lot of testimony about these financial crimes, misdeeds, and he told you he did it. He told you he did it to support a very expensive drug habit, and none of that's an excuse, but he is an addict, and addiction is real, and addicts lie, addicts cheat, addicts steal to keep getting their drug. The evidence was permitted in this case for you to hear solely to consider, did he murder his wife and son because he had this storm a-coming, that he was going to be exposed? Is that why he murdered? That's what they say. That's why he murdered, and that's why you're allowed to consider it. Now, Judge Newman in his jury instructions will tell you that's all you can consider it for. You can't consider it by saying, man, I never knew he could do that. So if he could do that, he must be able to do the most heinous crimes in the world. Kill his wife and son, execute him style. That's a no-no use of that evidence. The only permissible use of the evidence is that sufficient provocation, motive for him to kill his wife and son? Is it sufficient motive, not provocation? And the evidence in the case is that there was no impending financial doom on June 7th. June 7th was a day which, frankly, was no different than any other day in the frenetic lifestyle of Alec Murdaugh. He had so many balls in the air, and he even I forgot his paralegal's name, and I apologize to her. I think Christy. She said he would come in like a Tasmanian devil. I mean, he was frenetic. And they were on to this $792,000 fee in the Ferris case, and they were asking questions of Chris Wilson's office. But the reason they weren't concerned that he was stealing money. They were concerned that he was sheltering money, trying to hide it from being disclosed in the voting litigation, in which he was a defendant. And they didn't want any part of that. And that situation with the with the Ferris fee, as Ms. Seconder, Jeannie Seconder said, that was a one-off. That was completely on its own, different type conduct than all the other stuff that you heard about. That was a one-off. And what happened on June 7th? She says, I'm in his office, and he gets a phone call that his dad's put back in the hospital. And she thinks that he told her it was terminal. He may have, I don't know, you know, but his dad is put back in the hospital. He wasn't terminal that day, but the next day he got the terminal diagnosis. In any event, she takes off her CFO hat and puts on her mama bear hat and hugs him, and a friend hat, and you know, their theory is he slaughters Maggie and Paul to buy time from her investigation. That is it. That is their theory. That is their theory. And it's totally fabricated. They've got no evidence of that. There's no evidence that Maggie was on to his financial misdeeds. There's no evidence that she was about to blow the whistle on him. There's no evidence that he had a $20 million life insurance policy on her, and that if he murdered her, that he could get out of financial bond. None of that. None of that. And I asked Ms. Secretary, how long of a delay did that buy Alec? What, month maybe? A month? A month? That's their theory. That's what their case is built upon. And then this motions hearing is, there's a motions hearing scheduled for Thursday. It had previously been scheduled 2 other times. And it was continued at the last minute on the other occasions because 2 of the lawyers had cancer and were receiving treatments. But it wasn't sure it was going to be continued previously. Did he go murder anybody, you know, to get out from under those prior hearings? No. This had nothing to do with it. And, you know, so they brought the plaintiff's lawyer in. He's an excellent lawyer, and he's, you know, like any plaintiff's lawyer. I'm going to clean his clock. I'm going to take everything he's got. That's what they all say. So then we had to bring the defense lawyer in to say that was a negligent parenting case, and it wasn't worth the paper it was written on. I mean, folks, that's what we are in a murder case, and that's what we're having to deal with because that is their theory of motive. But even if the financial day of reckoning was impending, if it was right there, Alec would not have killed the people he loved the most in the world. There's no evidence that he would do that. We do have evidence of what he would do and did do, and if you'll pull up Defense Exhibit 125, which is in evidence. On September 2nd, 3rd, 4th, I forget the date. This is the Labor Day weekend. He gets his drug dealer, Curtis Eddie Smith, to shoot him in the head because he couldn't go on, because it was all going to come crashing down, and he had a big life insurance policy. So when Alex is at financial collapse, he doesn't go kill somebody else. He tries to end it himself. This is a natural response. You don't want anybody to do it. But people kill themselves from being exposed. Don't kill their wife they adore, son, the apple of his eye, as some people have said. That's not. That is, I don't have the adjective for that. That is so outlandish. I don't have a word for it. Totally illogical, irrational, and insane. Those are the words I wrote down. For someone to kill their loved ones when their criminal conduct is being exposed. So, you can tell you that now. Yeah, thank you, Doug. Yesterday we heard a lot from Mr. Waters. And I've been in Mr. Waters' position. As I explained, I was a federal prosecutor for a number of years. I've been a state prosecutor, part-time mostly. And And I've done his job. It's a very rewarding job. And I hold him and I hold his office in very high esteem. But there just sometimes folks just get caught up in a case, they get a desire to win, they get so intoxicated by the attention that's brought on by the case that they start sort of a win-at-all-cost approach. And I'm going to go through some things that Mr. Waters stated to you that just aren't facts and aren't supported by the facts and the evidence that you heard. And before I do that, I want to give you a cautionary statement. We lawyers aren't witnesses. I didn't take an oath to stand up here and talk to you. I have ethical obligations about what I can say and limitations under the rules, but I'm not a witness. I'm here to talk to you about the evidence. And the same applies to Mr. Waters. You decide what the evidence is. You decide. And
further, we're going to take a short break for about 10 minutes. Please do not discuss the case.
Are we?
All right, we have our team coverage here breaking down what's going on during this 10-minute break in the Murdaugh trial. We've been hearing the closing arguments from the defense team right now, trying to refute all that was said yesterday during the prosecution's closing arguments. And joining us now for more on this, we have our attorney here, Angela Sandella, to break down all that we've been hearing in this case. And we did hear quite a lot of them trying to really go for that reasonable doubt. They started off right off the bat, the defense team trying to target that and then leading on to questioning the motive. Like, why would Murdaugh do this? Do you think they've been effective so far?
I think it's been great. I've seen three things. First, the defense went on the offense, and they actually accused the state of fabricating evidence. So the idea there is you say Alec is a liar. Well, guess what? The state is also a liar. Second, we saw them questioning the entire competency of the investigation. So when we start to see the defense saying it could have actually been Paul's enemies, it could have been these other people, two shooters, questioning the competency will lead to that. The third thing that I think we saw is the motive. He's saying here, look, all of these people have testified that this man loved his wife, loved his son. Just to equate that financial crimes would result in murder is a logical fallacy. So I think it's been strong.
Yeah, I was also wondering about that. We were talking about it briefly, the idea that Alec Murdaugh that's not a rational thing for him to do, according to the defense. It's not irrational for him to kill his wife and son to try to hide these financial crimes. But as we were talking about, there's a lot that he did that is not rational, including what they just brought up in that roadside suicide for hire attempt. Is that a good argument that they're making then by them bringing up that attempt on the side of the road?
Well, they have to bring that up because with the question of motive, at this point, the jury's going to wonder, well, what could this man have done? So you need to start from a basis of rationality. But that's what deliberations is going to cover. The jury is going to question whether or not this witness is credible. Would his rationality lead to this, or would it have led to something else?
And I want to bring in our legal analyst, Danny Savalas, who I know has been standing by. Danny, you told us at the start of the hour that you...
Nothing.
And we'll have Danny soon, but Angela, I'm actually going to bring it back to you. I wonder, you've outlined the things that you had expected, right? The things that you think they argued incredibly strong. Was there anything that they haven't said yet that you'd like to hear after the break that surprised you?
I want to hear them bring up those crazy theories that we saw during the last few days, which was it could have been two different shooters. It could have been the social media people who are against Paul, because any single one of these questions could lead to an acquittal. All the jury needs is one question of could it have been this person, that person? Well, the prosecution never really hit home. It was definitively Alec Murdaugh. They placed him at the scene. They've showed him to be a liar time and time again, and that could be enough. But whether or not they actually placed him there as the murderer is really the biggest question.
And interestingly, they also dig into the fact that they didn't really investigate other people as thoroughly as they did to Alec. What do you make of that, them really driving this home in the closing arguments?
That's them going through this little hole of reasonable doubt and trying to expand it. That's what the defense is doing successfully, I think, here. They started off by saying that they did not test the clothing. They did not look at Maggie when she was a victim and actually see whether or not the DNA on her was Alec or somebody else. So they're starting with that little hole, and then we're going to see them start expanding it, saying, well, it could have been the cartel, it could have been Papa, it could have been, Papa's friends, it could have been all sorts of people.
Yeah, and going through what the defense is trying to bring up here right now, the prosecution was really hitting hard on that timeline. They were trying to box Murdaugh in, saying the means, motive, and opportunity, saying basically that no one else could do it. There are questions about if people believe that motive is actually what he would do to try to hide the financial crimes. But in going through the prosecution's case, do you think that the defense is doing a good job of refuting that timeline?
Well, we haven't seen the end of the defense yet. I don't think we've seen a real refutation of the timeline, but I expect that to be his next steps here.
And right now we actually have NBC News correspondent Katie Beck outside the courthouse in South Carolina. Katie, obviously a lively day, even starting with the removal of a juror who was accused of discussing the case with outside parties and promptly removed. Then they brought in another juror. What's it looking like on the ground right now, Katie?
Well, I mean, I think that was a sort of a sideshow this morning before we got into the real meat of things. They did have 2 alternates left, so they've replaced that juror with an alternate. The judge was very gracious, thanked the juror for their service, said, I don't think you intentionally spoke about this case, but I did advise you not to, and we've interviewed the people who brought that to our attention and feel that it is in the best interest of the case and the integrity of the case to remove you from the jury. So that is why there are alternates. There is still another alternate left if for some unforeseen reason they have to replace another juror, but they are down to 1 alternate. I think the things that stood out to me so far this morning are the fact that the defense is leaning in to that kennel video instead of making that sort of the big pivotal gotcha moment piece of evidence like the prosecution suggested yesterday. What they're saying is all that video shows is a family that has a loving relationship, that we're spending time together down at the kennels. They're saying that the time of death is when these cell phones stopped moving, so it was close in time, but you know, that's to be debated. So I think it's interesting to hear the defense bringing up that kennel video in sort of a positive light. They're definitely leaning into that. I also think what we predicted yesterday, the fact that they were going to mention all of this witness testimony and no one describing a conflict, a strife, some malice, anger, you know, even hatred that was ever seen or ever exhibited between Alec, Maggie, and Paul, that by all means, these relationships were loving and they were described that way from everyone that had daily encounters with them. So we expected they would bring that up, and the defense, we expect to say more of that as they get more into this argument. I sort of agree that, you know, initially this, as we saw yesterday, it takes a minute to get into the meat of what is going to be, you know, the real heart of the argument. It takes a minute for the person delivering that closing argument to sort of hit their stride. It did yesterday. We expect it will probably be the same today.
An important point, and I mean, we heard from nearly 75 witnesses across the board, and we really saw in this closing remarks lots of emphasis leaning into some of that information, right? Yes, he did attempt to kill himself. Yes, some of these more unflattering takes, they still went and looked at that. So, Katie, is there anything you're expecting after the break that they haven't yet touched on in this testimony?
Well, I think they're going to go right back to that motive, because I do think that is something that they can work with and sort of put in the jury's head as a reasonable doubt. You know, is it reasonable that somebody who was facing financial peril and didn't want to be in the spotlight, wanted to provide a distraction or a sympathy or a cover for exposure, would place himself directly in the middle of a murder investigation and perhaps this massive media frenzy that would surround it? Does that make sense? Does it make sense that somebody who had great relationships with his wife and with his son, from all accounts, would suddenly have a light moment 1 minute and then a brutal execution the next. I mean, that's the kind of reasoning I think we're going to see them drawing on to the jury. The why is really going to be at the heart of what I think is still to come. And I do think that motive has always been a steep hill here. It's been a steep hill for the prosecution. You know, to the average person, it perhaps is a minute to think about whether this makes sense. So I do think that that's what we're going to hear more of later.
Yeah, great analysis there, Katie. Also want to bring in our attorney legal analyst, Danny Savalos, for more on this. Danny, I'm curious to know your take on this. As Katie just mentioned, the defense sort of turning that timeline on its head with that video from the kennels with his voice on it saying that how could they go from having a light family moment to, according to the prosecution's timeline, just 4 minutes later, that's when they say that he killed his wife and son. Do you think that was effective?
The prosecution has handed the defense a gift, and that gift is injecting a motive into the case that they didn't need to inject, which is that this defendant killed his wife and son in order to garner sympathy or because the walls were closing in on him. And everything after that for the defense is going to flow from that mistake. The reason I say that is that that is the weakest part of the state's case. That the idea, people cannot swallow the idea that somebody would kill their wife and son if financial crimes were looming and other prosecutions for fraud or whatever the case may be. So it's no surprise that the defense is now hammering that because it's their best point. Other than that, it is a relatively prosecution case, except for this motive theory. So no surprises here. You see the defense talk about reasonable doubt, the burden of proof, the fact that the burden of proof here is the highest in the law, and then they're going to hammer the fact that there's this this prosecution motive that makes no sense. And it's because of that they can introduce evidence that it appears this is somebody who loved his wife and son, which is really inconsequential because somebody who loves their wife and son can still kill them. Again, it's because the state made motive a part of this case. Motive is not a necessary element of the crime. Yes, it's evidence of intent in cases, but it may be or may prove to have been a misstep for the state to even rely on this motive theory.
And Danny, in addition to the motive theory, we saw the defense really dig in on the fact that they believe law enforcement compromised the crime scene. Do you feel that that was effective in establishing reasonable doubt?
They had to go there. They had to go to every point in the investigation that they believe law enforcement either botched or they got tunnel vision. You heard a variation of that argument, the whole tunnel vision. They decided early on that this was the defendant, and they colored all their evidence after that to make him the bad guy. Although I have to point out, a little inconsistent there because they also argue that, well, at the outset, they announced that the public is not in any danger. That casts some doubt on the way the investigation was conducted. So you have a lot of the classics here for a defense closing. Poke holes at different parts of the state's case, say it was a shoddy investigation. The only problem with that is this. Even though the defense doesn't have the burden here, even if the state's investigation was shoddy, no one has answered the question then, who the heck else was there? Who else could have done this? Again, the defendant doesn't have the burden to prove it, but it sure would help if they could.
And to that point, Angela, I want to bring you back in here because you praised essentially the defense's arguments so far. But is there anything they haven't gotten right yet? Anything you want to hear them say?
Well, frankly, that very last bit to me was very hairy when he was saying that it looks like someone who is in a financial distressful situation would kill himself but wouldn't kill his family. Like, that is not rational, as you, Stephen, said. Like, rationality is important when you go through motive because you're trying to convince the jury because X happened, Y is happening. Saying this person would commit suicide but wouldn't commit his family or wouldn't kill his family is not that logical.
Yeah, and Danny, I was going to ask you this question. I'm curious what you think about. We know that the jurors have been told they can hear this financial information. The judge has allowed that, but to use that information not for his character, but only for that motive. In a jury room, are they going to be able, just as humans, to separate that in their minds, that they can think about this, the fact that he lied and the fact that he committed these financial crimes that he admitted to under oath? Will they be able to separate those two things in their mind, character versus motive?
This is the great dilemma that vexes criminal defense attorneys everywhere, which is when you introduce this essentially bad character evidence, how in the world do you tell the jury and explain to them that they're supposed to consider it for this and not for the defendant's guilt? The reality is, at least we defense attorneys think, that they don't differentiate that when they go into the jury room, it's a little too nuanced of a concept. It's hard to figure out whether or not you're using this character evidence to show something like motive, absence of mistake, some of these other reasons, where instead of using it for, hey, this guy did bad things in the past, therefore he's guilty. It's a difficult concept to grasp, which is why defense attorneys fight all the time against introducing this 404B evidence, as it's called commonly. The idea being that prior bad acts, if they come in, the jury's going to use that against the defendant anyway, no matter how you instruct them. So you can instruct the jury. Whether or not they actually follow that instruction, because it's a little complicated, it remains to be seen. And I just want to add another point. Angela made a good point talking about the very last thing we heard, which was the defense arguing that when this defendant is under financial duress, he seeks to kill himself. And that makes more sense. But the problem with that is the juror may conclude when they go to deliberate, yeah, but he seeks to kill one way or another. So I think that could go both ways. I mean, I think it could go the way Angela says, or it could be problematic for the defense. And if it is, they were the one that made that point.
Danny. All right. Danny, thanks for that. And Angela, I think they might be coming back in the courtroom, but I did want to ask you before we do get back to them. Once they start, we will go to them. But I was going to ask you just the behavior, the demeanor of defense today. Prosecution was a bit more heated. What do you think of that?
Personally, I like the style of this defense attorney. I felt he was rational, reasonable, in ceding reasonable doubt. It was someone that I wanted to listen to. I felt the prosecution yesterday was a little more aggressive, in your face. I felt like I was back in a law school classroom just listening to this professor saying, believe me, I'm right. So I thought the defense was gracious.
Well, we have more testimony coming now. The jury is re-entering the courtroom, and we thank you, Danny, Angela, and Katie, for your analysis. We're going to head back there for closing arguments underway in the Alec Murdaugh trial.
All right, it looks like it's going to be a bit before they actually begin their closing arguments again.
You may continue.
They're bringing the jury back in right now. All right, here comes defense. Looks like they're about to resume, and we will listen in.
Yesterday in Mr. Waters' closing argument, he said that the evidence established that Paul and Maggie were murdered with family guns. I mean, that perhaps is his view of the evidence, but that's not a fact. In fact, the state's ballistic expert testified that the 12-gauge shot shells, as you found in the feed room, were fired by the same shotgun. That the shot shells, the things that rolled under the door, were fired by the same gun. That's all he testified to as to shotgun. Now, they have put a lot of guns in evidence here that have nothing to do with the crime. So we don't know what shotgun was used. It could have been a shotgun bought at Walmart that afternoon. It could have been a 20-year-old shotgun. But all the evidence, ballistic evidence, is shot shells were fired by the same gun. And that's, don't know that you really need an expert for that, but that's what the testimony was on the shotgun. With regard to the 300 blackout, you'll recall that this guy, Paul Greer, testified that the cartridges found at the crime scene, and Maggie was shot with a 300 blackout, that the tool marks, it's called tool marks, that the extractor and ejector marks from the cartridges found at the crime scene matched extractor and ejector tool marks on some cartridges found at the house and some found at the driving range. Excuse me, shooting range. And what he didn't say was that where the firing pin breaches, that is one of the most reliable indications, it did not match. No match. And he also did not did not compare projectiles. There was a projectile found. When I say projectile, that's the bullet. That's the bullet thing. It went into Maggie's body and broke up. But one went into the dog house and was found in the dog bed. And so they have that. And what they did not do is take that projectile and dig projectiles out of the berm where the shooting range was and compare it to see if they match. And that's the most reliable way to do it. Now, you know, in David Owen's notes, he said that the ballistic expert can't be 100% sure until you have the gun. And you heard, you know, my cross-examination of Agent Greer, and this tool mark ballistic examination is somewhat soft science. It's come under criticism. It's what they rely upon. Not every investigative lab relies upon it. That's what they did here. But it's not gospel. It's not gospel. Another thing about the 300 blackout, he in his closing, Mr. Waters repeatedly said that Alec bought it. Alec bought it. And I assume we're talking about the replacement. I don't know. Alec bought it. Well, Alec didn't buy it. The evidence in the record is Maggie bought it. And he kept saying it's the defendants. And it's not the defendants. The replacement 300 blackout, which frankly no one had seen Paul with it in quite some time except Will Loving on one occasion in sometime in March. It was Paul's gun. It wasn't Alec's gun. Paul's gun. At one point in time during his closing argument yesterday, Mr. Waters reenacted a shooting scenario, if you'll recall. And I'll do my best, but he stands up here and he says that Alec shoots Paul in the chest one time. And 999,999 times out of a million, that person is dead. He puts his shotgun down, and he has a 300 blackout right here because he is so smart and so diabolical that he's going to stage it so it'll look like two shooters. So he's got a 300 blackout here, a shotgun that he just took his son out, but his son was 1 in a million, he says. 1 in a million. Comes this way, so Alec has to put the 300 blackout back down, pick up the shotgun, and shoot Paul. Where in the world does that scenario reside other than in Mr. Waters' mind? It doesn't. It doesn't. There's no evidence to support anything like that. None. None. And the fact that he has to go to such gymnastics to come up with the Alec staging a two-shooter theory, I ought to tell you, there's a two shooters out there. I ought to tell you, someone to do that. Another curious point in Mr. Waters' closing argument yesterday involves Paul's intuitive talents. You will recall that Alex informed agents that Paul was an intuitive little dude. Referred to him as a detective. That Miriam Proctor, Maggie's sister, said that Maggie referred to Paul as this little detective, her little detective. And particularly when it came to trying to root out whether Alex was still doing drugs. And then he just sort of left it there. Sort of left it there for you to then take it and run with it as if, oh, Paul must have found Alec using drugs. There must have been a confrontation down there at the kennel, and that must have been what happened. Now he didn't go that far in his argument, but he laid it out there for you to run with. But that was clearly the implication. And I want to tell you first, there are no facts to support that. None whatsoever. Let me add another scenario that's equally as plausible. What if Paul the detective learned the source of drugs that were being sold to his dad. What if Paul, the detective, goes to that drug source, says, cut it out. That's my dad. You're ruining my family. And if you don't, I'm going to tell on you, turn you in. And what if source is a member of dangerous drug gang?
No, that won't jet.
Sustained.
Well, the point is, there's no more evidence to support it, and there was no evidence. Those were just plausible scenarios that they were throwing out to you, and that you could think up many equally plausible scenarios. But you have to decide the evidence based on the facts that the state puts before you. Not theories, not inferences, not speculation, but cold, hard facts. Mr. Waters also said that Alex, the master liar, accused Shelley, Smith, Blanca, and perhaps another witness of lying. He never did such a thing. He never accused anybody of lying from this witness stand. Now, I've been around long enough to know that witnesses can misremember things and believe them to be true. And frankly, I'm the biggest offender of that trait in my household. I convinced myself that I remembered something accurately, and I will have an argument with my wife until she shows me photographic evidence that I'm just wrong, and that's what it takes. I mean, that happens. People misremember things. But because we point out that there was an inconsistent fact, that doesn't mean we're saying someone lied, and we never did that. We never did that. One example is Sister Marion. One example of misremembering. Sister Marion said that she spoke with Maggie about 7 p.m. while she was at Edisto, and that Alec wanted to come to Moselle to visit her father. Well, we know that her recollection is mistaken because we have cell phone records, we got FBI records, we got her phone bill, we got that shows she was in Mount Pleasant and then she was traveling to Moselle around the period of time where Sister Marion thought she was at Edisto. Did not happen. That doesn't mean she's lying about that. Absolutely not. That's just how she remembered it. And she also said that when she talked to Maggie, that Maggie was going to go over and visit Mr. Randolph at Alameda. But we know from the records that Mr. Randolph had already been readmitted to the hospital. I mean, that's in the records. And that Maggie knew it. We've got Maggie's text to Blanca, I think, in the day saying they're putting Mr. Randolph back in the hospital. We're scared for everybody and hope Alec doesn't go down to the hospital. Well, no reason I'm pointing it out. This is how Miriam remembered it. But if she remembered it incorrectly, and that happens. Because we point stuff out like that, we're not saying they're lying. Now, then the same with Shelley and the blue tarp. She remembers something, we're not sure what. But the evidence clearly is, she says it was on Wednesday, June 16th. And we got FBI cell phone forensics, we've got records, and we got testimony that Alec is in Somerville. Spent the night with his in-laws, the Branstad on Tuesday, and he stayed there toward the end of the week, and then they went to the mountains at Kiowee. So Alec could not have been knocking on the door of the Alameda house on the morning of June 16th. And Barbara Mixon came in and told you that she relieves Shelley. Shelley works all night, leaves, and goes to work at the school district. Barbara Ann comes in at 8 o'clock and relieves Shelley. And as Shelley recalled it, as the tarp was laid out when she left for work. Barbara Ann came in and said, I didn't see it. No time during that week that when I worked was there a blue tarp. I mean, Shelley remembers something, but she's not a blue raincoat, and it's certainly Alec could not have come over there on Wednesday. Now Shelley also says that he spoke to me about times, and that bothered me. I called my brother. We're not disputing that. But what she didn't say is Alec told me to say I was here and 45 minutes or things like that. And frankly, it doesn't make a lot of sense because Alec kept saying, you get my phone records, you get my phone records, and you'll know exactly what time I was when I was there. And I'll get to this a little bit more in a moment, but Mr. Waters keeps talking about, oh, he's hurrying to get over there. He's hurrying to get over there to compress the time so that it looks like he's been gone from Moselle longer than he was. Fair enough argument. I understand his point, but that point evaporates when you're talking about how long you are at Alameda. It doesn't matter if he's there 45 minutes or 20 minutes. Does it really matter how long he was there? Now, I guess before you had the OnStar data, they could be saying, oh, he said he was there 45 minutes, but he was only there 22 minutes, and he spent the other 10, 15 minutes traipsing through the woods, burying bloody clothes, and getting rid of murder weapons. Well, we may have heard that in this trial, had we not gotten the OnStar data from General Motors in the middle of the trial, which shows conclusively he drove over there and he drove straight back. Another small point, he said there's biological material on the Polaris. I don't think that was ever tested. It certainly looks like it. But what we've learned in this case is things aren't always as they seem. They thought they had blood on the shirt. Turns out there's no blood on the shirt. And that this biological material showed that Maggie was running toward her baby. Now, I don't know that there's any evidence which way Maggie was running or what she was running to. There's not. I mean, it's a fair inference, and everyone who knows Maggie would know that's what she would do, and we're not disputing that would be her mother instinct. And did that probably happen? It probably did, but it's just to state it as a fact. There's no evidence of that. Now, one thing he also said, the cell phone backlight turning on. And I don't have an Apple phone, but so here's the issue. And mine won't do it because I don't have an Apple phone, I don't think. But if you take a phone flat and pick it up, light comes on. And why is that important? Why is that important? Like I say, I'll probably turn this phone off. And if I'm making a point that you all know the answer to, I apologize, but it's important that you do know the answer to why this is important. It's important because now that we have the OnStar data, we know Alec drove his Suburban by the spot where Maggie's phone was found at 9:08. Now, there's probably some seconds in there, but 9:08. And we know that her phone is in the woods at that point. So the question is, did Alec throw it out the window at 9:08? And the answer is, no, he didn't. Because if you throw it out the window, at a minimum, the display light's going to come on. At a minimum. And when that display light comes on, it registers. These phones say a lot. Lesson learned in this case. It registers in this Knowledge C database, and it says display light on. And it has a time that the display light came on. Well, on Maggie's phone, the display light does not come on at 9:08. Okay? So, means Alec didn't throw the phone out. And yesterday, Mr. Waters says every single expert testified that the backlight comes on and sometimes it doesn't when the phone is raised aggressively. That's not true. Only one person testified to that. And Mr. Manigault, who, over the weekend, he works for Charleston County Sheriff's Department. I don't know why they didn't get SLED agent to do it, but he says, apparently he got a phone similar to one that Maggie had, not Maggie's phone, had software, not the same version as Maggie, and he spent all weekend throwing the phone on the ground to see what would happen. Or many hours of the day throwing the phone on the ground. And then he comes in here and says, hey folks, sometimes the light comes on, sometimes it doesn't. Well, our expert, Mika Sturgis, says it comes on. It comes on. And that's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about. But folks, we wouldn't even be having this discussion if they had secured Maggie's phone and not allowed and put it in a Faraday bag so that the GPS coordinates on the 7th would not have been overwritten. And they were. So now we got a guy down in Charleston throwing a phone around all weekend. Because they are desperate to prove Alec threw the phone out when he went by the ring. They got no evidence of that. In fact, the evidence is the contrary. He did not. And the evidence supports everything that he had said from the day he had that interview, or a couple of days. You get the OnStar data, you get GPS data, you get my GPS data, and you'll know I'm not traveling with her phone. Never got it, wrote over it, and now we've got a guy tossing a phone in an office. Doesn't even work for SLED. Not every expert says that. The guys even said that's not his area of expertise. So, let me see if I've hit all. Oh yeah, the last one's about me. Mr. Waters says that I did an HBO interview in November 2022, and he references some things I said in the HBO interview. Well, I didn't, and he knows I didn't. It was testified about. There's an HBO special. I am on it. I'm not telling anybody to watch it, but that was filmed back in, I don't know, spring, summer of 2022. I'm well before he was charged with murder. I'm not on TV talking about his murder charges. But he wants you to think that, and I don't know why. And I took a little bit offensive to that. I really did.
And we object, because he was.
I was not being interviewed.
Objection's overruled.
Not being interviewed in November of 2022. Not. So I've asked why. They can't answer that. They don't have an answer as to why. Now how? How could Alec, in the time period we know we're going to get to it, but how could he have butchered Maggie and Paul without leaving a trace of evidence within a matter of minutes? How? We went from why, now how. And the answer to the how is he couldn't. But this is the wrong question to be asking yourselves. Because the question that you are tasked with answering is, has the state presented evidence that proves beyond a reasonable doubt showing that Alec butchered Maggie and Paul without leaving a trace of evidence, all within a matter of minutes? In a matter of minutes. Have they proven evidence? Do they present evidence of that? Proof beyond a reasonable doubt. He was able to make bloody clothes, bloody guns, who knows how much, whatever, disappear in a matter of minutes without leaving a trace. Without leaving a trace. Of course they haven't. A reasonable doubt is doubt that causes a reasonable person to hesitate in one of the most important decisions of your life. And here, there's no direct evidence of Alec doing anything other than he's at the kennel, 844, and it's just pleasant family talking about Bubba the dog getting a chicken. So the state's trying to weave this story of his guilt based upon circumstantial evidence. And the judge will charge you on circumstantial evidence, and I have no dispute with what the state put up here yesterday, because that's the law, and you're going to get it. He's going to give you the written document with the charge. And you will see in there that when they rely upon circumstantial evidence, it's as good as direct evidence, but there's some things that it has to do to be as good as direct evidence. And what it has to do, the circumstantial evidence, is that the circumstances must be consistent with each other, and when taken together, point conclusively to the guilt of the accused beyond a reasonable doubt. And if these circumstances portray the behavior of a defendant as suspicious, the proof has failed. That's circumstantial evidence. So what are the circumstances that the state relies upon? Well, he was at the kennel at 8:44. Paul last used his phone at 8:48. He replied to a text with a friend about a movie recommendation. Maggie's phone locked for the last time at 8:50. Actually, it's 8:49 and 50 some odd seconds, but 8:50. But, however, her phone recorded significant steps around 8:55, and we're going to see that. And her phone tried to activate the camera at 8:55. And it registered an orientation change at 9:06. And I think you pretty much understand the orientation change, but when the phone goes from landscape to portrait or Mrs. beats me, but goes from that to that is an orientation change. And the phone will tell you. So it did that at 9:06. And they've got 300 casings, the extractor and ejector markings matched with casings found around the house and shooting range. So that's pretty much it. And then of the circumstantial evidence of his guilt. Now they want to say, well, he lied about it, so it's consciousness of guilt. But I'm talking about what evidence they have, put all the circumstances together, prove he shot to kill Maggie Paul, and that's pretty much it. And how have they established the time of death here? Solely on cell phone use. Solely on cell phone use. And using the phone or not using the phone doesn't dictate or define whether you're dead or alive. I mean, I'd say most everybody in this courtroom does not have their phone with them right now. Under the state's theory, as I mentioned before, you know, if they die while they're not using their phone, then they're dead the moment they stop using their phone. That's what they have here. That is their case. There are a number of reasons that Paul would stop using his phone. First, so I got two testimonial clips, one from Rogan. Remember Rogan Gibson? If you'll play that quickly, Doug. This is Rogan testifying about Paul's phone.
You were asking a little bit about Paul's cell phone usage. He was on it a lot. He was on it a lot, yes, sir. Yeah, and
Who's testifying?
and did the battery get down?
Okay, just a moment. All right. What is the objection?
Not showing the witness, they're showing the defendant while the witness is testifying. I think the testimony
What's the legal basis for the objection? All right. Mr. Griffin.
It's a clip from the live feed of this trial, Your Honor. I can't control who is being depicted, but it's my voice asking Rogan.
Been in trial how many weeks?
6 weeks.
Right, so we're not going to replay the trial.
That's right. That's a clip of a few seconds.
I sustain the objection.
All right, take it down, Doug. So you will remember that Rogan said that when Paul's phone, and by the way, if you don't remember and you have questions about it, when you're in jury deliberations, you can always ask to have testimony replayed for you through. You can play the audio without the video. You want to do that? Your Honor, can we play the audio without the video?
You're asking me,
Yes.
What can you do? I rule on objections.
Can you play the audio then, please?
You were asking a little bit about Paul's cell phone usage. He was on it a lot. He was on it a lot, yes, sir. Yeah, and did the battery get down low pretty regularly? Yes, he would let his phone die sometime where he would lose it. Well, and when it would get down low, did he have a habit of not using it to try to keep him going all the way out? Yes, I have seen that happen before. And have you done that yourself? Yes, sir.
All right, and so you'll know from the photographs and the evidence in the case that Paul's phone was at 2%, and it was on low power mode at the time. He was texting this friend of his about a movie recommendation. And then can you play the audio only of, you remember Nate Tootin, and he testified about Paul putting the phone down when he was working around the kennels.
And how would you describe the relationship between Paul and Alex?
They had a really good relationship.
Would you say that Alex?
I don't think that's the right clue. So there's Mr. Tootin testified that when Paul would work, he would put the phone down, forget where it was at times, and that it was pretty common for him to put the phone down at the kennel so he wouldn't get it wet. And you recall Dale Davis, they brought him to the stand. I think they brought him to the stand to make it seem like the hose was unraveled and then it was used and put back. And we know from the video, and you can see it again, the dog kennel video, we pointed out the hose is on the ground outside Cash's kennels. And Mr. Davis says, yeah, that was not how I left it. Someone had put it down, and then I'm going to show you. Oh, shit. Got it right here. Doug, can I have the Elmo, please? Oh, that's awful. Just give it to me, please. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll have back in the jury room State's Exhibit 503, which is a picture of the dog kennels from the murder scene, and what I'm pointing out on top of these two kennels are dog beds. You'll see Exhibit 503. The dog beds are up here on top, and you recall Dale Davis says that when you clean out the kennels, hose it down, you put the dog beds on top. On top. So it's pretty clear from these photos, this photo, that Paul and or Maggie had sprayed out those dog runs and put the dog beds on top, and put the hose away. Alec testified that Bubba and Grady had on collars, and we see the collars in State's 45, and so their collars hanging here, but their collars hanging here, and then there's collars here, and the dogs don't have collars on them in the dog picture. So it's a fair conclusion that after Alec left, when he said he left, that Paul puts Bubba up, Paul puts Grady up after cleaning out the kennels, and then he goes back into the feed room to get his phone, where he was confronted. Or sometime later it happened. I don't know. But they are relying upon cell phone usage for time of death. The coroner said he did the armpit test, which is no test at all. It's just a guesstimate. Can you pull up in evidence? Now I want to talk about Maggie's phone and Defendant's Exhibit 158, please. So this is Maggie's phone timeline that we put in evidence, and this is going from 8:49 to 9:07. And if you'll just walk through it, you'll see at 8:49:26, last text message read by Maggie. Okay, go to the next one. 8:49:28, backlight off. Go to the next one. 8:49:31, phone locks and remains locked until recovery by law enforcement. It was locked for the last time and never unlocked. 8:53, but on 8:53 the backlight comes on. Backlight comes on. It's being manipulated. 8:53:12, orientation to portrait starts. 8:53:15, phone begins logging 59 steps. 8:53:20, there's a Siri usage, and the testimony is you can get that by squeezing the button. 8:53:24, the orientation portrait completes, so it switches. And then 8:53:28, backlight is off. Next, backlight is on. Backlight is off again. And it's on again. Keep going. And then 8:54:34, camera use starts. It's activated by touching the camera icon or by swiping left from the lock screen. There was a question as to whether that could be from facial recognition, and Lieutenant Dove said that information resides in the Knowledge C database, but he did not look for it. Mike Sturgis, our expert, looked for it, found it, and came and told you that was not a facial recognition miss. It was from intentionally activating the phone only for 1 second. Go to the next slide. Camera usage ends. Go to the next slide. Orientation of landscape starts. 8:54:44, it ends. And then 8:55. So the point is, there's a lot going on with Maggie's phone at around 8:55. Keep going. Keep going. And then at 9:03, the backlight goes off. And at 9:04, there's a missed call from Alex. And at 9:04:23, the backlight's off. And 9:04:41, the missed call from Alex ends. So let's back up to, let's go to 9:04:23, missed call from Alex. Okay, and this was the testimony on 9:04:23, and it's important. Alex calls Maggie, and when that happens, you would her backlight was on. Go back one more. So her backlight is on at 9:03:52. At 9:04. Missed call from Alex starts at 9:04:23, and instantaneously the backlight goes off. Now you heard the testimony of that means when that call came in, someone pushed on the side to stop the call. Now was that done by Maggie because she was over on the other side of the workshop where we see those footprints that we heard about that were never really analyzed, and that she didn't want any noise coming through? Or was that some bad guy or bad person has Maggie's phone and stops the call? But something's going on with her phone at 9:04, I'll tell you that. And then at 9:04, the next one is missed call from Alex ends. 9:05, backlight on. 9:06, orientation changes to portrait. 9:07, incoming call from Alex. 9:06:14. Keep going, Doug. And 9:06:52. Keep going. And then at 9:07, her phone stops. for good. Now, one of the things that you heard in this case is that orientation change was at 9:06 that we just talked about. And Doug, if you'll go to the if you go to Defendants 156, please. And so these are Alec's steps on his phone that were registered during this time period. And if you'll go to entry, if you'll look at entry 28, and if you'll pull that out, Doug. All right, so 28, this is between 9:02:18 and 9:06:47, and this is the time period that Mr. Waters in his argument said was scurrying around because he took. Can yeah, just bring it back a little bit more, please. So can we do it so we can see the whole line? Just that's fine. So that so here we see line 28 between 9:02 and 9:06. There's 283 steps, and it went 208 meters. So I want you to first, and so they've taken the position that this is him scurrying around. But if you do the math, which we haven't done here on this document, but 283 steps in 269 minutes, excuse me, 269 seconds, turns out to be 1.05 steps per second. 0.05. 1.05 steps per second. Multiply that by 60, you get 63 steps per second. And if, ladies and gentlemen, this is a slow walk. 1 step per second. 1001, 1002, 1003, 1004, 1005. This is Alec scurrying around, according to the state's case. And if you look at the distance in meters of the last, when he gets, I guess, to the house at 7:55 to 8:55, he goes 203 meters before it stops registering. And then one thing you will remember during this time period, between 9:02 and 9:06, at 9:06, Maggie's phone has an orientation change. Her phone has moved from here to here. But what her phone doesn't have, go to the second page. What her phone doesn't have are steps. Are steps. And Lieutenant Dove testified that, yeah, it doesn't look like anyone that her phone is moving at 9:06, but there's no steps being registered. Alec is walking from 9:02 to 9:06. So bear the reason that Alec is not walking with Maggie's phone. That's the timeline data that I wanted to review with you. The if you'll go to Exhibit 524. Defendant's Exhibit 524, please.
States 524, Counsel?
I think it's, yeah, States 524. I'm sorry. Do you have that? So if you'll go to the slide where no, sir, not 38. Do you have the whole document, or you don't? Oh, you will drop that. Drop that. Okay. Well, I mentioned earlier, and so Stage Exhibit 524 is all the OnStar data. You will see there that he goes by the spot at 9:08 where Maggie's phone was found, and there was testimony that he sped up after he went by there. He sped up to like from 42 to 45 and went back down to 44 miles an hour when he went by there. He's not speeding up when he goes by the area where Maggie's phone was found, whenever it was tossed. And then they have, a chart or slide that talks about how long it took him to get over there and the speeds that it took. And Mr. Waters was arguing to you that compressed the timeline. The faster he gets over to Alameda, it means that he's gone longer from Moselle, and it gives him a better alibi because, as you know, he's orchestrating this alibi. And so he's driving fast over to Alameda according to their theory, and we graphed it out, and he's driving, he's passing some cars, and he is, he's a fast driver. Okay, so they say, oh, he's compressing the timeline. Compressing the timeline is what they say. Compressing the timeline. But then they say, he drives fast on the way back. Why? He's driving the same speed over there, same speed back. There's no reason to compress the timeline coming back. I mean, you'd want to be driving slow as you can, make it appear you've been gone a lot longer. I mean, he drives the same speed from Moselle to Alameda as from Alameda back to Moselle. It takes him the same amount of time. He's not compressing any timeline at all. And what's the most curious part about Maggie's phone? About Maggie's phone? What's most curious about it is Alec has her password. Alec, if he is wanting to change the timeline, when he calls her phone, he should answer her phone. When he texts her, he should reply to that text to show activity on her phone that she's still alive. If he is manufacturing a timeline by speeding, the easiest way to do it is use both phones, talk on both phones, and he did it. And this whole thing about using Maggie's phone, driving Maggie's phone, throwing Maggie's phone out it's such a stretch for them to come in and try to put her phone in his hand. And then you start thinking through, why would Alec take her phone and not Paul's phone? Let's start there. Why would Alec take her phone and not Paul's phone? That's a question I don't have an answer to. It makes no sense. It makes no sense why he would take Maggie's phone. If there's something on there, he knows her password. Put it in. See what it is. We know from all this phone data, her phone was never unlocked. And he had the keys. So if he's taking her phone to unlock or to do something with it, he didn't. And so why? Why? And these are circumstances that have to be consistent with each other and have to point conclusively to the guilt of Alec Murdaugh, beyond a reasonable doubt. And these circumstances just raise more questions, ladies and gentlemen, raise more questions that we wouldn't have to be dealing with if they had just simply secured Maggie's phone in a Faraday bag on June the 8th when they got it. We wouldn't be here. So we do know from the timeline that Alec left the property at 9:07. Were they killed before he left? I don't know the answer to that. I don't know the answer to that, but we do know that if he was in the house when the shots were made down at the kennel, that he would not have heard them. We had decibel testing from Mr. Sutton. Now they were angry with Mr. Sutton's angle test. They were angry, not angry, but they challenged his conclusions on a lot of things. But they didn't touch his acoustic testing. Didn't doubt that. Haven't challenged that. And so if he's in the house and shots are going down, ringing down at the kennel, he doesn't hear them. He doesn't hear them. Now, they say that sometime after 8:44, and they peg it 8:48, 8:50, because that's when Paul last responded to a text from this friend of his, but they ignore the fact that it had to be cleaned up, and I think Buster testified that takes 10 minutes at least to get the dogs in, clean up, and et cetera. And then there's all this 8:55 stuff going on Maggie's phone. But let's take him at their theory at 8:50, after having a pleasant conversation, talking about is it a guinea or is it a chicken, and Bubba, and all right, so 4 minutes later, let's go ahead and kill my wife and my son because I got questioned at the office today by Jeannie's secretary. Okay, that's their case. So let's run with it and see where it takes us. Well, it takes us that he leaves the property at 9:07. So from the moment, if he's got, if it happens at 8:50, he's got 17 minutes. 17 minutes. He would have to be a magician to make all that evidence disappear. As you heard, under either Dr. Kinsey or Mr. Palmbach, Dr. Reamer and Dr. Kinsey, Mr. Palmbach and Dr. Eisenstadt, either way, the shooter's covered with blood on Paul's shooting. And that's what all that testimony was about. It wasn't about trying to figure out who's got the right angles. The whole point of that is, while we ended up having to get our own experts, is to prove the shooter is covered in biological material, covered in blood, covered in everything, because of the blowback. And it wasn't until on reply that Dr. Kinsey said, oh, well, there'd be blowback under my version too. Blowback meaning blood, biological material from killing Paul. So the shooter's covered in blood. The shooter's gun is covered in blood. And that there's not sufficient amount of time to clean all that up, make all that disappear, and then call your son Buster, driving to visit your mother, who you got a call from Barbara Mixon earlier today and said your mother's agitated because your dad went back in the hospital and you might want to check on her. He goes to check on her. He calls Buster. And does he say, hey, Bus, I just blew your mom and brother up. You should see the damn mess. Are you kidding me? He calls Chris Wilson. Normal conversation. He calls his brother John Marvin, talking about his dad. And then he goes over there and he sits down with Shelley and sits on his mom's dad. And he stays there 20 minutes, not 40 minutes or 22 minutes. I don't know. The records show what time. But the fact of the matter is, he's got no blood on him. He's acting normal as every day. He is the same old Alec. Yet their theory is he just blew the person the people he loved the most in this world, blew him away. Now, I'll talk a little bit about the angles that Mr. Sutton did, his reverse trajectories on the shots, and I mean they're having a good time joking about the size of the figure in the pharaoh, saying, oh, it must have been a 12-year-old kid, it's 5'2", 5'4", and you know, let them have their fun, but that's not what the testimony was. Testimony was that the barrel of the gun has to be at that level to make the shot into the quail pen. We didn't take the measurements. SLED took the measurements. And so, yeah, could a 6'4" person get down to that level? Sure. And Mr. Sutton says that's not a natural shooting angle. Could a 6'4" person get on their knees? Sure. Shooters are in movement, and a 6'4" person is going to be moving around on their knees? I don't think so. But, you know, the most common sense thing here is there were two shooters. Because there were two guns, and as Mr. Palmbach said, one gun is high capacity, holds 10, 20, 30 rounds. And if you're going down to execute somebody, one gun's enough. Why take another gun that only has 3 shots? And Dr. Kinsey agreed with the angle coming out of the quail pen, so that the angle puts it pretty far away from the door of the feed room where Paul's killed. But it's not our burden. It's not our burden. It's their burden to prove to you, based on circumstantial evidence, that all the circumstances are consistent with each other and point conclusively to the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. And those facts are just not consistent. Those facts are just not consistent. I want to say a word about condition of Paul and Maggie, particularly Paul. I'm not going to show you any photos, but I think you would agree that it was so bad. It was so bad. And Alec, in the back of the car, with me in the back of that, you could see me on the camera, sitting there and talking to Agent Owen and Agent Croft, and he says it was so bad, they did him so bad. Agent Croft misheard that and said, he said I did him so bad. And I think the evidence is, everyone who's listened to it and everyone who knows what Alex was talking about around that time says they did him so bad. And Agent Owen was in the car, and he doesn't say to you, oh, he actually said I did him so bad. I think we can put that issue to rest, but that issue points to a bigger question. What would they be saying in this trial if that conversation wasn't videotaped? What would they be saying? We know Agent Croft would be saying, he said, I did him so bad. And then where would we be then? I am grateful to SLED that they videotaped that, so that you'll hear it if you have any questions. I don't think you should, but they did him so bad. That is for sure. Another thing that we're going to clear up right now is Alec's concern for Buster. You heard that, and you heard that in Mr. Waters' closing. That in the statements that Alec made on the roadside shooting in Labor Day weekend, where he tried to arrange an assisted suicide, that he told officers that there's no danger to Buster. Of course, there was no danger to Buster because of that roadside shooting, because he knew who shot him, Curtis A.D. Smith. He knew he was trying to get himself killed. But from that, there's going, the reason he knows there's nothing to worry about Buster is because he knows he did it. That's what was just argued yesterday. Well, Deputy McDowell, in a body cam video that's in evidence, captured Alec speaking to Buddy Hill about his concern about Buster's safety. Will you play that now, Doug? It's in evidence. I don't have the exhibit number.
Can y'all get a police officer with my older son in Columbia? Can you call back to I haven't told me yet.
Can you play that again? Because I think the...
Randy, what about Buster? You gotta get... Mr. Bud, can y'all get a police officer with my older son in Columbia? Can you call back to I haven't told me yet.
Did you hear that? Can y'all get a police officer for my oldest son in Columbia? What about Buster? What about Buster? Can y'all get a police officer for my oldest son? Buddy, can y'all get a police officer for my oldest son in Columbia? That's Buddy Hill, the sheriff. And they want to come in here and tell you he wasn't concerned for Buster's safety? Once again, I'm grateful Colleton County Sheriff's Department had body cams. Because now you know. You know Alec was concerned. You know Alec asked for a police officer for his son in Columbia, Buster. Now I'm almost done, I promise. But I do want to talk about Alec's misstatements about time. Alex told Deputy Owen during the interviews that, well, first, Alec's statements about time are not lies. They were just misstatements. And even, like I said, Deputy Owen says people make mistakes about all the... Agent Owen, they make mistakes about time all the time. And they do. Now, Mr. Waters is critical because Alec was wrong every time he gave a time estimate. Turns out, I think Mr. Waters is probably right about that. Whether the time period is inconsequential or consequential, he's wrong about it. And the and we had brought in, Alec had told deputies in an interview that he got home at 5 o'clock, and that's not true. That he went to work that day at 8:30, and that's not true. And so he is just wrong on times. But what was consistent, whenever he had an interview, he said, you get the records, and it will show what time I did this, what time I did that. It will all be in the records. And guess what? They are in the records. And when the records show that his time estimate was wrong, they jump up and down. The statement to Deputy Green, he says, I've gone to my mom's for about an hour and a half, and I last saw them 45 minutes. Now that I don't know. I frankly don't know if that's wrong or not. I mean, he's talking to Deputy Green about 10:30. Hour and a half from 10:30 is 9 o'clock. I mean, he left. He left at 9. He left at 9:07. But that's that. The question about what he did when he got down to the scene, and he said he ran up to Paul and Maggie, and he left his phone, and then went back to get his phone, and then he's talking to the 911 operator, and you can hear it, and he says, I've been up to it now, it's bad. He doesn't remember the sequencing, and I don't think anyone should hold that against him. Mr. Waters gets up here and says Maggie was running to her baby. Alec was running to his baby. And can you imagine what he saw? And is it evidence of guilt that he doesn't remember? what the sequencing was in that moment? Is that evidence? Is that evidence of guilt? Or is that evidence of trauma? There's a guy that then went to get a 12-gauge shotgun, and he put 16-gauge shells in it. He knows the difference, but he didn't know that night. And I'm not quite understanding what the state makes of this. Did he not go up to their bodies? Because the forensic evidence sure speaks to the contrary. What we have is Maggie's DNA all over his T-shirt, and you heard that from Agent Zapata. We have Paul's DNA on his T-shirt. How did he get Paul and Maggie's DNA on his T-shirt if he didn't touch them? If he brutally murdered them, hosed off down there next to their dead bodies, got in the golf cart butt naked, drove to the house, changed clothes, went over to his mom's, goes down, calls 911, then searches for Whaley restaurant menu and checking emails, waiting for the police to show up. How does he get their DNA on his body? Because it's on there. Their forensic lab tells you that. Because he went up to them and touched them. And then there's a spot of blood on the Suburban steering wheel that was Maggie's. And we know that the Suburban was never down at the kennel thanks to the OnStar information. I'm not sure that was an accepted fact until OnStar sent their stuff in, but the Suburban never went down to the kennel until after he returned back from Moselle. So we know the blood got on the steering wheel after he checked Maggie like he said he did on the 911 call. And then there's a spot of blood on the gun that he went to get. And then there's GSR. There's GSR. There's 3 particles of GSR on his shirt, 3 particles of GSR on his shorts, and 1 on his finger. And the SLED agent testified that's consistent with transferred GSR when you pick up a gun. But really, we're back to the lie. We are back to the lie. Because that's all they have in this case, is that Alec lied to them when he last saw them. And he shouldn't have. And he shouldn't have. And he said, what a tangled web we weave once we start to deceive. And once he lied the first time, he was stuck with the lie, and he continued to lie. And he shouldn't have. He shouldn't have. And he told you, what was going through his mind. Probably wasn't rational, but he was in the throes of an addiction, and he just found his wife and son murdered. And he's being interviewed. He'd been swiped for GSR. And he does think David Owen is the guy that investigated his friend. But he was wrong. He told you. Turns out he was wrong. But I thought that's who it was that night. And he was under investigation. He was being accused of obstructing the boating accident investigation. And he's under investigation by SLED for that. And he had all these skeletons in his closet. And he was wanting to get them away from him and looking for the real killer. The state in this case has gone to lengths trying to, through a sleight of hand, convince you of this and show you that, and without convince you of guilt, without showing evidence of guilt. Convince you that he murdered his wife and son because of his financial misdeeds were going to come out, which is about the most illogical thing imaginable, and there's no evidence of that. And then the state brings all these shotguns in here, and I'm not going to pick every one of them up, but the forensic evidence on these shotguns is they can't be excluded. Well, okay. They can't be included either, so you know nothing more about these shotguns than you would have the day you showed up for jury selection. Because there's nothing to know about them. Can't exclude them, can't include them according to them, but we do know there's no blood, guts, brains on any of the guns that would have been there from the shooting under everybody's interpretation of how Paul was murdered. They want you to think that because you own guns, that you should be viewed differently. I don't know what else to make of that. I don't know what else to make of that. When this trial began with opening statements on January 25th, Mr. Harpootlian asked why. Why? Why would Alex execute his wife and son in cold blood? And here we are, 6 weeks later. And you've heard weeks of testimony about Alex's financial crimes, drug addiction, and lies. But after all that, the state has failed to provide a satisfactory answer to this question. Why? 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 The state cannot provide an answer to this question because the answer is he would not. He would not, under any circumstances, murder those that meant the most to him. Your oath requires that you hold the state to the exacting standard of proof that the state must prove the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. And when they rely solely on circumstantial evidence, these circumstances must be consistent with each other and when taken together point conclusively to the guilt of the accused beyond a reasonable doubt. And if they merely portray the behavior of the defendant as suspicious, you must find him not guilty. The state's evidence fails to meet these requirements. Circumstances don't point conclusively to Alex's guilt. Far from it. Mr. Waters wants you to believe that Alex slaughtered Maggie and Paul on June 7th and repeatedly lied and changed the story to fit the timeline and evidence. As it turns out, in fact, the state is the one that's been manipulating evidence to fit their theories of guilt, which changed over time from the date of these murders until yesterday. In the absence of forensic science, a reliable investigation, the guns, blood spatter, the time and opportunity to have committed these murders, you're instead left to make inferences about all sorts of interactions and behaviors. Prosecution wants you to view the evidence through the diabolical monster lens that they have tried to paint, but the law requires you to view it through the lens of innocence, where none of these things, individually or taken together, prove conclusively to Alex's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Up until now, you've not been able to say a single word. Can't imagine how frustrating that must be. But soon you will have the most powerful voice in this courtroom. With your words, you can let everyone know that in a court of law, only evidence and the burden of proof matters, not gossip, innuendo, opinions, and most of all, not theories layered on top of speculation. With your words, you can let the state know that they don't get to obtain an indictment by misleading a grand jury and then bring you before you a case built on theories, speculation. There are two words that justice demands in this case, and those two words are not guilty. The oath you've taken in this case is to follow the law, to follow the Constitution, and to hold the government to the burden of proof. And it requires a verdict of not guilty. On behalf of Alex, on behalf of Buster, on behalf of Maggie, and on behalf of my friend Paul, I respectfully request that you do not compound a family tragedy with another. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll send you to the jury room for a break. Please do not discuss the case.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Danny Sabalos. You've been watching the Alec Murdaugh murder trial, uninterrupted coverage here on NBC News. You are watching as the defense wraps up its closing argument. Defense attorney Jim Griffin getting emotional as he attacked the state's evidence over and over again, pointing to inconsistencies and even accusing the state of fabricating evidence. At the very end there, you can hear the catch in his voice as he asks the jury to return a verdict of not guilty. Up next, we will see the state's rebuttal argument. They get to respond to the defense's arguments they made in their closing. Usually it's a lot shorter, but often the case, the state brings the fire and brimstone because they know the defense can have no comebacks. That is the last word that the state has, and the state alone. And that's because they have the final burden of proof. NBC News correspondent Katie Beck joins me now. She was inside the courtroom for part of today's closing arguments. Katie, what did you see there as the defense delivered its closing, and was there any difference in the jury's reaction, as you saw, between today and the state's argument yesterday?
No, they've been very attentive on both days. I think they know that this is an important closing moment for the case, and they want to try and take in as much as they can. Also, on these days, they haven't been hearing extensive witness testimony and seeing extensive exhibits. So I think for the most part, the attention span has been good. I do think it's interesting to note that yesterday we heard a lot about a manufactured alibi, and today we've heard a lot about manufactured evidence. I think the defense today pointing out the fact several times that the grand jury indictment was based on false information, and that there were a lot of pieces of evidence here that frankly didn't have the dots connected all the way. And I think, you know, the blue rain jacket, the misloaded gun, all of those things that they brought up with witness testimony, they pointed to that today, saying this is manufactured evidence and shouldn't be considered to be valid.
And you heard today the defense focusing on some of the mistakes. You mentioned a few of them. What were the big ones that stood out to you? Some discrepancies in the state's investigation.
Well, I think the point that they brought up right from the jump this morning about Maggie's cell phone, that whoever killed Maggie Murdaugh was the one to toss that phone from the vehicle. And as they can tell from cell phone data, those phones, Alex and Maggie's, were not moving in sync in that time period. So that is sort of a question to be raised. How is it possible that if Alec killed her and the killer was the one that threw the phone, that their phones wouldn't be together with cell phone data? They brought that point up very early. They also brought up the point that, you know, this kennel video shouldn't work against them, that this was a happy family moment, that all that establishes is that moments before this time of death, there was a loving situation going on there. So I think, you know, they did sort of wrap it all around the motive in the end, saying the motive here is that, you know, he was in financial distress, his world was caving in, and so to get sympathy and distraction, he put himself at the middle of a murder investigation. I think that's a question that they asked several times as well. So it took a while to sort of get to the heart of the argument here. I think yesterday we saw some of that as well, sort of a slow start and then a more direct landing there at the end.
Katie Beck, stay with us. With us also is Kristen Gibbons-Fedden, a former prosecutor and NBC News legal analyst. And also with us is NBC News legal analyst and civil rights attorney Charles Coleman. Welcome both. Kristen, I want to get to you right away. As a former prosecutor, you've seen plenty of defense closing arguments. What stood out to you about this closing today?
A couple of things stood out to me, but I think most importantly is what stood out is with the prosecution, they really focused on the motive, the means, and the opportunity. But here, one of the highlights of the defense is that they actually played some of the testimony that really highlighted that there was absolutely no motive here. Now, Danny, you know that the prosecution does not need to prove a motive as part of their case. But as any prosecutor knows, and I know you're in defense, it helps create that narrative. And so it is a necessity, particularly in homicide cases. And by showing and highlighting some of the testimony where witnesses talk about the loving relationship, how Alec Murdaugh would do everything for his wife and how his son was the apple of his eye, really dismantled the prosecution's theory that Alec Murdaugh would engage in these very horrific murders with malice.
Charles Coleman, you and I have talked about this case in the hallways and on air so much. I have so many things I want to unpackage about this closing argument. And one of them that stood out to me is at one point I felt the defense was making the argument essentially that if the defendant really wanted to cover up a crime, he wouldn't have driven as fast or as slow as he did back to the homestead, and he would have played around with the phone, returned text messages. Charles, I want your take on this argument that essentially the defense is saying that, hey, he could have committed a better crime. Why didn't he commit the crime with in a more clever manner? I'm wondering, how effective was that argument to you?
Well, Danny, I think that the biggest issue with what we're talking about is that they really wanted to attack one of the strongest pieces of evidence for the prosecution, and that is the timeline. I think that whether you slow it down or speed it up, what they are trying to do with that is essentially suggest that everything that needed to be accomplished in the time that it was done for the way that it ultimately played out simply isn't plausible. And in that respect, I think they were effective. I think that once you start getting into the details in terms of how they broke it down, yes, it came out to be a little bit clunky, and I don't necessarily know that it landed in the way that the defense intended. But overall, what they were going for, what they were targeting in that moment was, we've got to do something to dismantle this timeline. And so I think that they were reasonably effective in terms of poking some holes into that. At what point that seemed almost ironclad, especially after he admitted that he was at the kennels after having denied it this entire time. And so the defense really had to do something that was going to unpack that. And I think they did that reasonably effectively.
Kristen, you heard the defense, and I think this was not a surprise, that they hammered on the prosecution's theory of motive, essentially that Murdaugh killed his wife and son to garner sympathy in the face of pending fraud prosecutions. I've said early on I think this is a mistake because it gives a lot of folks pause. They think this is a pretty unrealistic theory, and just as you pointed out, motive is not even something the government needs to prove. What did you think of that argument by the defense?
I thought the defense did a great job with really dismantling that theory, and I think it's part of the defense's theory. Murdaugh would not do this, and he could not have done this. Those are the two things that the defense is really grasping on here. So I think they did an effective job. But Danny, like you pointed out in the beginning of your segment here, prosecution does have the last word with the rebuttal. So I would hope that the prosecution is going to be able to tie together why, in fact, someone who is loving is able to commit these horrific murders. They touched on it in their closing argument, right? They touched on, you do not know this person, and that's why he is capable of this. He is capable of these crimes. In fact, none of his friends knew. And they did show some evidence on that. They really got to hammer it home. They have to hammer it home effectively. And it's got to be in such a way that the jury is going to rely upon that as they are reviewing the evidence in the back as they deliberate.
Charles, if you're the prosecution, you're stepping up to give the last word, the rebuttal argument, and the defense has no comebacks. What are going to be your bullet points?
You know, Danny, you and I talked about this earlier, and Kristen has been absolutely on point with talking about the fact that this narrative conversation has dominated the defense's closing. And so for me, as a prosecutor in this respect, I want to try to make this as simple as I can because this is my last up to bat. In terms of the narrative, quite frankly, it hasn't worked up to this point, so you might want to abandon it. You might want to make it clear to the jury, you know what? You don't have to understand why he did it. None of us have to understand why he did it. The question isn't why. The question you are being called to answer is if he did it, do you believe that he did it? It's not about whether you believe him. It's not about whether you buy the motive. It's about whether you believe he committed this crime. And so I would absolutely step away from that in terms of what the narrative has been so far, because it simply hasn't worked. It hasn't landed. So there's nothing that you lose by stepping away from that. And then I would try to, again, get them to focus on one or two central issues. I would go back, try to rehabilitate the timeline. I would try to do what I could to knock out this two-shooter theory. And then from there, I would try to make an appeal that focused them on what I felt like was our strongest pieces of evidence and not get them distracted by any notions of motive or narrative.
Kristen, as is often the case, two very different styles in closing from the prosecution to the defense. The prosecution, you saw the use of PowerPoints, lots of words, lots of bullet points, and plenty of passion from Creighton Waters. And then the defense, a little more muted, no PowerPoints, just talk. Which to you was more effective and why?
Prosecution's was absolutely more effective. It keeps the jury awake. Everyone knows when they have to sit through a long speech, such as a closing argument, your attention span is going to go in and out. And so a lot of times when you have a PowerPoint or you have dynamic changes in your voices, you kind of wake the jury up and remind them of why they're there. They're human beings. They're people. They're going not to listen to every single word. And so when you change your presentation sense and you change the audible nature of your voice, it really rewakes the jury. But interesting that you say that, because I really was surprised that Jim Griffin took on that presentation, because he was dynamic and explosive when he began the direct examination of his client. I really did expect to see a dynamic closing, which we didn't have. Now, again, I think he was very effective in hammering some of the points home, but the presentation skills were not there.
Katie Beck is our NBC News correspondent. She's still with us outside the courthouse. Katie, what can we look forward to next? Do we have an idea of how long? I believe we have jury instructions. Well, we have rebuttal and then jury instructions, and then the jury will have the case. Any idea on timeline, what we can expect next?
Yeah, as you stated, rebuttal is next, and we don't expect that Creighton Water would give up any of that time. He's definitely going to take the full extent of that last word, and he will, as stated, he will definitely have to combat that theory. I mean, that was such a big part of what was brought up. So I think that the prosecution's going to have to answer for that, or at least we expect they will. After that, the jury is going to be charged. As you know, that can be a lengthy process, and then they will be sent to deliberation. We have heard from the clerk earlier today that the judge intends to keep the jury here until 10 p.m. tonight and possibly tomorrow night if they have not reached a verdict. He wants to keep this jury focused and wants to keep their attention on the case and wants to get them possibly home before the weekend, given the length of time that they've spent here already. So it could be some long nights ahead for them.
Charles Coleman, if you're the defense, do you want the jury to be worked this hard? Do you want them working till 11 and over the weekend, or do you want them to go home early on, say, a Friday and get plenty of rest?
It's a great question, Danny, and it's always hard to tell. I think part of it depends on what my feel of the jury is going into it. I think that if I've made a persuasive argument that the state has not met its burden, then I want the jury to actually work as long as they can, because what I want to do is get as many of those people who either may be holdouts or who may be votes for acquittal to try and put pressure on the rest of the room. On the other hand, if I think that the prosecution has been more effective in terms of resonating with the jury, I think I may sort of opt for them to go home. But ultimately, I think that because of the volume of information that the prosecutors have put in front of the jury, the more time the jury has to sit back and think about it, I don't necessarily know that that plays in the defendant's favor. Again, some of it is emotional intelligence. You're feeling out the jury. You're trying to see who's with you. You're trying to make an estimation in terms of, you know, how many people you think you might have on your side and how committed they are to actually voting in your favor. So some of it, because we have not seen the jury, we simply don't know. But ultimately, my guess or my gut tells me I have enough people right now that can put pressure on folks that will ultimately yield an acquittal, because the state, in my opinion, hasn't met its burden. And so I want them to work as hard as they can, because I might be able to get an acquittal before the weekend, or at least sooner than later.
It looks like we have some activity in the courtroom, but we may have a minute or two left. Kristen, you're a former prosecutor. Now the state has to rebut. I'm sure they were taking furious notes during the defense's closing. What are the points you're going to hammer if you're the prosecution in rebuttal?
I'm going to hammer everything that Charles was talking about earlier. The other thing I think that's really important to address is to enhance that lie. You know, the defense did a really good job of trying to minimize all the prosecution has is a lie. So they have to rehabilitate their narrative. They have to, I would agree with Charles, they got to abandon that theory, but they have to highlight the lie. Why? If this man was this loving person that the defense is painting them as, why would he lie about something so critical? And why would he change his story only when the cell phone footage showed that he, in fact, was there?
You have a unique situation here, Kristen, where you have, normally it's said that if a defendant loses credibility with the jury, then all is lost. But you have a unique case here because the defendant has no credibility and his team essentially has conceded that. How do you address that as a prosecutor if you're going to follow up now?
I think one of the things that they have to address is show the critical nature of this. This was a homicide investigation. And every point of evidence, particularly from a former prosecutor and a lawyer, knows that we need to know who was at the crime scene and every single piece of it. Okay. The fact that he lied about this, they have to
Kristen, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry to interrupt, but it looks like Judge Newman's back on the bench and court is back in session.
General Alan Wilson, Deputy Don Lincoln, Deputy Attorney General Craig Waters, and this entire team. And I want to name them all, but thank you for being here. Thank you for the attention you've given this case. Being a juror is not an easy job. I'm not a jury watcher. I don't sit and stare at jurors, but goodness knows we've been here 6 weeks. I have looked over occasionally. Not to pry, but I've noticed when I have looked, you've all paying attention, so thank you. 6 weeks. Thank you. And I'm not going to be that long. Your clerk, Ms. Hill, has done an outstanding job bringing the world to Colleton County, bringing the world right here with her hospitality, her grace, making everything as convenient as she can. But the one thing she didn't do and couldn't do is give you a booklet on how to be a juror. 5.5 weeks ago when y'all got here, 6 weeks ago, she didn't have that pamphlet for you because they don't exist. There's not a book on how to be a juror, but you have been preparing for this moment in this courtroom to decide this case your entire life. And it's called life. It's called living. It's called experiences. It's called interacting with your spouse, your children, your neighbors, your coworkers, your good experiences, your bad experiences, evaluating people and deciding what's credible, what's believable. It's true in every case I've ever tried in my 34 years of doing nothing but murder cases. Credibility, believability. And I agree with Mr. Griffin. When I looked at this case the first time, I said to myself, this is a CSC case. Now, in our world, that means criminal sexual conduct. It's not a criminal sexual conduct case. This is a common sense case. And you didn't leave that common sense with you when you came here 6 weeks ago. It's with you now. It's been with you during the 6 weeks here, and you're going to take it back into the jury room. I've been listening yesterday and today, and we all have, about law enforcement didn't do this, law enforcement didn't do that. I think they actually said they fabricated evidence. Putting law enforcement on trial. I once called Mr. Harpootlian in a trial an automatic smoke screen machine. I think what the defense is doing in this case is more like an eclipse. You remember that eclipse on August 17th of 2017, where it kind of got dark for a little bit, and the birds started chirping, and you felt like it was dark, and then it cleared, the eclipse went over, and the light came back. That's what the defense is doing, taking you away from the facts, from the credibility, and saying, wait a minute, there's an eclipse here, there's a smoke screen here, look at that. And somebody said the word offensive. I find it offensive that a family with a great-grandfather, a grandfather, a father, Sylvester Randolph Murdaugh, who was good to me when I was a young man, prosecutor. He knew I wanted to do this as my job. He knew I cared about this job. This is the best job in the world. I tried to be solicitor 3 times as long. It doesn't get any better than this job. And I find it offensive that the defense, through the defendant, who was also a part-time solicitor, is claiming that law enforcement didn't do their job. Listen to me, please. Didn't do their job while he is withholding and obstructing justice by not saying, I was down at the kennels. I was down at the kennels. I was down at the kennels. And he's going to blame everybody else. Is that offensive? Is that offensive? Mr. Griffin said a minute ago, can you imagine coming up on the scene and seeing, can you imagine not telling law enforcement, lying that I was down there and I saw him? I was right there. Why wouldn't you tell them that? Maybe get some more evidence. Did you hear somebody? No, I wasn't even down there. Credibility, believability. That really does sum it up. You remember 6 weeks ago today when Mr. Waters' fantastic opening and talked about direct evidence. And direct evidence is something you know it when you see it. It's evidence you gather with one of your senses. You hear it, you feel it, you smell it, you touch it, and you come in here and tell witnesses, hey, this is what I heard, what I felt, what I smelled, what I touched. But do you remember when he was describing circumstantial evidence? There was a storm that day coming. Part of his theme, the storm just happened to come. And you could hear it coming. And then, during part of his opening, you remember it started raining? You could hear it. You could feel it. It's almost like circumstantial evidence morphed into direct evidence. And that's what happened in this case. Circumstantial evidence became direct evidence in many instances. This case is about two things. It's about being real, and choices. My mama gave me a book when I was a little boy about the Velveteen Rabbit. He's actually going off to college, dealing with people and learning about people and tough times in life. Go get the Velveteen Rabbit and read it if you haven't already. But she just put in the front of that book, and I love my mama. Always be real. Always be real. And this case is about that defendant never being real. And choices, which I'll get to at my end. Ladies and gentlemen, they blame everybody but Alex. Everybody but Alex. Let's go back to the first. I'm not going to bring it out. But this back here, the press release was sent out. There's no danger. There's no danger. What did Alex not do? They showed a tape there. He's asking the sheriff, I think, call Buster. First time he tried to call Buster, took the sheriff a while to get out there. You know when the first time he called Buster? It was about 40 minutes. Well, actually, he texted him, didn't even call him. Wasn't his first thought. Wasn't the thing after he did 911. It was later. Perhaps even when some of his friends had gotten there. Oh, don't call. No, right off the bat, if this happened, call my son. Call him. Buster, stay where you are. You with your girlfriend up there in North Charlotte? Go. We got some people after us. That's what's real. Don't you? You go to the police station right there. And what else do you do too? You don't talk about being real. What do? Y'all, I just left my mama. She's with Shelly. Get somebody over there. Get them over there. If these people are out here to kill us, get them over there. Go, please, take them right now. They're by themselves. I can't do that. That's why I took the guns. I can't tell them that. That's what's real. And he brings up the boat case right away. Right away. A year and a half previous. He's coming up for a hearing. Nobody's thinking about that boat case except Alice. And right then, he's using it to throw off. Here's your first suspect. Does that make any sense? They have a hearing coming up. They're going to look into resolve this thing. Nobody's out there thinking about a boat case on a Monday night. Anybody upset about that? Think about all the facts that would have to happen. They'd have to know both, as Mr. Waters said, somebody in the boat case would have to know that they're both there. They'd have to know they were there. They'd have to know that Alex just wasn't there. Oh, no, wait a minute. That he was there, but just for a little bit and went back up to the house. And they'd have to come. You know what? We don't need a gun. There'll be guns there for us to use. Yes, and that's great circumstantial and direct evidence. I'll get to that. They'll have guns there for us. They'll have guns there for us. We can use them. Does that make any sense whatsoever? Let's talk about murder. Murder is the intentional, malicious killing of another living, breathing human being with malice aforethought. What's malice? Y'all know what malice is? It's the name malice. It's the evil wickedness one person shows to another. You know how long it's got to exist? Just like that. At the pulling of a trigger. 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 Malice aforethought. It can be expressed. Rarely happens. I'm going to kill you. Or it can be inferred. It can be inferred with the use of one gun. There's no claim of self-defense here. They're claiming they weren't there. It can be inferred 2 guns. Malice aforethought. And we don't have premeditation in this state. We don't have to prove premeditation. We don't have to prove motive. I think it's been proven. His world was collapsing. Mr. Griffin goes, does that make sense? It in his mind. His world's collapsing. His world's coming down. This was the only way he could save. The only way he could save Alex. But if you don't, if that motive, well, I don't know, is that enough? Don't know. We don't have to prove motive. We're certainly there. That's one explanation. But if he's down there and he's angry, just don't sound like a real jovial there. Bubba! Don't let me forget about Bubba. Bubba! Come here. Maybe you just got angry. Maybe you got angry at Paul. Maybe you got angry, you know, you started all this with the boat case. And maybe you just lost it. Maybe you just lost it. Maybe it looked like a suicide. And then Maggie came and he had to shoot her. I don't know. Only one person knows. And that's why we've got the motive. That's why we say he did it. But we don't even have to have motive. Just angry, he did it. Nobody else could have done it. Nobody else did do it. I'm going to get to that, and that's how we prove beyond, I want to say all doubt. But our burden's only reasonable doubt. But losing it, and then you get the question, well, have you proven malice? Well, yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. 2 shots to Paul. Malicious. First one didn't do it, the second one finishes them all. 5 shots to Maggie. Not an accident. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots, 4 shots. maybe 5 shots, depending on whether this one's running through. That's malicious. So if you find he killed him and you get the malice, I don't think there's any dispute in here about that this is a malicious killing. But I've got to go over that with you. Malice of forethought. And then the burden on us in this case, as in every case that's tried in this wonderful land of ours, that's why this is so great, I agree with, is beyond a reasonable doubt. I'm going to borrow one of these waters if that's okay. It's not beyond all doubt. If that's the case, this courtroom wouldn't have been here as historically as long as it had. The law doesn't describe that, and listen to His Honor. And I'm not playing up to him, he is the best. He's the law. Listen to him when he reads the law. Beyond a reasonable doubt. It's not beyond all doubt. We can't do that. It's beyond a doubt that would make reasonable folks hesitate to act. I was trying a retrial case years ago and reading reasonable doubt from this ex-solicitor Wilson, I'll give him credit, describing reasonable doubt, and he said, sometimes, you know, questions are just questions. You can't answer every question, and the law doesn't require it. If after hearing all the evidence, you don't, or if you're firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt, you must find him guilty. If, on the other hand, you're not firmly convinced, then you must find him not guilty. He goes to see his mother. He goes, and you see the OnStar taking him up to the side, over near the smokehouse. We submit to you that's when he went to hide the guns. It's common sense. We submit to you that there's a driveway there, nice pavement. You can go look at it. Nice paved driveway. Submit to you when he came, it was 9:30 at night. Testimony is very unusual, very rare. Kind of funny is Ms. Nixon, who testified earlier, we talked to her recently, didn't remember any of the conversation, but said she called and said he told him your dad's not doing well. Well, he didn't go there that afternoon when he got the phone call, when his office is right near there. Go see him then. He didn't do that. He waited to 9:30. I don't know if anybody's got any folks that are suffering from Alzheimer's, but when they're asleep, they're tired. He wasn't going to love his mama. He wasn't going to be with her. He was going there because he loves Alex. He loves Alex. And he was going there to create his alibi. At 9:30 at night, use your common sense. And you remember, she said he called. What happened after that? Well, it was about 5 minutes or so. At first I was thinking, well, that's when he was going to hide the gun. And the time frame over there is so important, not for how long he was from left to come back, but it's how long he was in there with Shelley. How long he was in there. Because that's when he was hiding the guns. The guns are missing, y'all. He was hiding the guns. And what did Shelley say? He didn't stay long. 15, 20 minutes. He left. And later that week, later that week, and I don't know which one in my mind right now, I'm so tired. But one of the days she came by, I think it was after the visitation, and he says, Shelley, you remember I was here about 35 or 40 minutes. Y'all remember looking at her up here on the stand? And she got visibly upset. I said, what's wrong? I asked her, what's wrong? What's wrong there? Was he there 35, 40 minutes? No, sir. Why are you upset? It's a good family. You think she knew right then? He's coming back to say, hey, I was here 35, 40 minutes now visiting my mom. Shelley said, no. No, you weren't. So upset that she calls her brother, police officer in Yamasee. You think she knew right then? And that's real. That's real. And Shelley's real. You saw in her body language is so important, right? Body language was important. We're talking about the defendant. All our body language. You see Shelley's. And then one day that week, never before, never, ever before, at 6:30 in the morning, doesn't call. He didn't need a timeline to create for that one visit. Didn't want a timeline. Didn't want a record of that. He comes to see Shelley. You ever been over that time before? No. What was he carrying? It was some blue vinyl-like. Remember I tried to. What? It's like this. What did you think it was? A tarp? I don't know what it was. And they try to gloss over it now. Take one thing they didn't gloss over. You remember when she was on the stand? I said, well, have you talked to them? Have you talked to their investigators? Well, yes, sir. Did they record you? Yes, sir. Can I have a copy of it? And then we came back and we got a copy. And two investigators, they were worried about it then, went down and talked to her. And talked to her about her times and ran times by her and asked her if she'd ever seen anybody in this blue coat. Have you ever worn it? They were worried about it. Because that's great circumstantial evidence. It kind of morphs into direct evidence. I saw him coming at 6:30. You even heard, they asked one of the experts, well, could it stay on there for 5 years, 10 years? Sure. This was days after the murder. Shelley sees him come in with a blue something. Well, where'd he go? He went upstairs. Why? I don't know. Did you see it later? Thought I saw it on the chair. Can't answer every question. Miss Mixon sure didn't see it the next day. Now I asked her, was there another tarp there? Well, there was a blue and silver tarp. Picture of it too. That wasn't it though. This was all blue. And the only other blue tarp that's in evidence, and I let it go in just so I could argue this right now, is the tarp that they showed Shelley that they got from Kmart. That's not real. This tarp, no. Looked like that. I don't know what it was. He had it bundled up. Well, lo and behold, when we find out this information, and they try to make a big deal about it, I think it makes it more pure. She's at a traffic stop or an accident or something. She tells the police officer, I forgot about this. You can't make it up. So they get a search warrant, and they go search. And lo and behold, crumbling in the closet is a blue vinyl something where you pull it out, and it's this jacket. You see how evidence of a fact and another fact that leads to the fact in question? I don't know why he put it in there. I don't know why he killed his wife and son. I don't have to say why. I think he did it to protect the one he loved the most. The one he really loved the most. So he could keep his lifestyle and not be embarrassed financially, and he wanted to keep going and loving Alex. I don't know why he kept that jacket. Maybe it was Solicitor Murdaugh's jacket. Certainly consistent. It might have been in that truck. I think one of the family said he kept a lot of stuff in that truck. Might have been out in that something else. I don't know. But he brought it back in there and hid it. 6:30. Days after the killing. And what's inside? Wait a minute. What's on the outside? Well, there's a little bit. Gunshot here and there. What's on the inside? The inside. Minimum 38 particles. It got so much that Megan Fletcher finally said, you know, we get, I can't remember the term right now, we get so many, I just stopped. I'd have been there for days. Gunshot residue. Inside the rain jacket, the blue tight garment that Shelley said, I saw him carrying something like that. He got rid of the guns, and he's hiding it there for some reason. Thank goodness he did. Because thank goodness for Shelley for bringing that in. That's what he disposed of the guns with. And he went out of town. She said he left, and before that, she thought he'd left. He came back, and he had moved to ATV, and then he said he was in another truck, and he came back, then he left. He's disposing and hiding whatever he was doing with that evidence. Only one person knows. But that blue rain jacket, that tarp, is incredible circumstantial evidence that we ask you to consider when you go back there. Is Shelley making that up? How could she make that up? How could she know there'd be a blue tarp in that closet? Same closet, same stairs, he went upstairs. We went upstairs. I can't explain the tarp on the chair. Don't have to. We can't answer every question. That doesn't mean it's not reasonable doubt. She saw a blue tarp light. It was in that closet. It's got gunshot residue on it a few days after. Maggie and Paul were brutally murdered. And that's consistent with every reasonable hypothesis. And you know the thing he told Shelley? The night when they were talking. You're getting married, aren't you? You remember her saying that? You get married? If you need any money or help with it, let me know. It's incredible timing. Oh, and your job, don't you work for the school? You know, I've got friends down there. I can help you on that if you need. I was there 35, 40 minutes, wasn't I? Can you make up those sequence of facts that lead to the conclusion he's trying to get her to say, I was there longer. I wasn't outside longer. Blanca. Blanca loved Maggie. I didn't realize that really until I talked to her just a few times. I met her years ago at a federal prison. Remember when I saw her? Remember her name. But you know, even when Blanca was quit working for him for a while, and you remember she had health problems and said she saw Maggie on the road somewhere. And they kind of pulled off and just talked. Just called up. Blanca cared about Maggie. She knew her so well, she knew what she wore to bed and what she didn't wear to bed. And that kind of bothered her about the clothes that were laid out. Some undergarments, which she knew she didn't wear. But Blanca's texting Maggie's texting Blanca on June 7th. And in one of his statements, and I'm going to get to those, he said, you know, Maggie wanted to come. She wanted to come. Well, no, sir. No, she didn't. She was having worked on her other stuff. He tries to say in here today, look, she was in Charleston. She was going back to other stuff. Remember the text to Blanca, well, I left the workers there, but I guess it'll be okay. He had said, come. I want you to come. She didn't want to come. We also know that from her sister Mary, who had a little regret in here today. Didn't hear much regret from over there, but you know who regretted? Who was real? It was Mary. I encouraged her to go. She didn't want to go. They got in clutch. You know, it's like siblings. Jane, Marshall, James. I had to get my siblings on the record. We love each other. But she had that relationship. You know, we weren't close. Then we got closer as the kids got older. I got young. We were close. We talked. One of her best friends. And she told her, why don't you go on over there? She regretted that. But she killed her about it. But that refutes his lie. Oh, she wanted to come. She wanted to come. No, so you wanted to come. Why? Had he already planned it out? Was his world collapsing? He didn't have to. We don't have to prove he did. But he got her there. She wasn't planning on being there. Blanca's got the food ready. She leaves. Let's stay on the real train for a minute. She goes home. She gets a call sometime that night. And this is real. What does she do when she hears? She drops the phone. Remember that? Her husband had to get on the phone. She dropped the phone, real emotion, because she cared about Maggie. That's real. And you remember she described that day when she left Alex leaving, and I put his shirt up, got his collar, helped him with his, I assume it was a blue jacket, I don't know. Described the shirt. Remember, just kind of tucked it in. And now on Alex's second interview, when he's confronted by David Owens. And they actually showed him the video of the tree. They showed him that. When did you change? When I saw you that night, you were wearing shorts. When did you change? And you remember what Alex said on that interview? When is that? You sure that? When is that time was that? And then he told him the time, 7:44, whatever it was. He said, well, I guess I changed after that. Well, those are the clothes he was wearing when he murdered Maggie and Paul. Those are the clothes. And what does Blanca tell us? That was on August 11th. She said sometime mid-August. I didn't know this. I got it. You can't make it up. Sometime mid-August he comes to see her. Do you remember that shirt when I left that day? I said, no. I mean, yes. It's a Vinnie Vine shirt. You weren't wearing a Vinnie Vine shirt. I fixed your collar. He tries to get her to tell what he was wearing. He tried to say, no, you weren't wearing that shirt. That Columbia shirt, you've got one of those. But guess what? I ain't seen that one since. I have not. Blanca and Shelley. That's great circumstantial. Did you ever see that shirt again? Never saw that shirt. Ever. Where's the shirt? You know what? I forgot about Shelley. I don't think this was mentioned. When Shelley sees Alex that night, you remember what she said about his clothes? Shorts, shirt. You know what she said about his shoes? Sperry type, cloth shoes. You remember that? When Dave Owens and those get there, when I think I accidentally put some of the dust out on the... Those aren't Sperry shoes. He's changed his shoes again. I'll get to you in a minute why that's important. When we want to visit his mom, he's got Sperry type shoes. He comes back and puts on the shoes. Why? Is she making that up? Blanca said, I've never seen the shoes before. When I got there the next morning, there was a T-shirt that looked like it had been pulled down, fell on the floor. Where does he keep it? She washes her clothes. Those are clean shorts up there. This is where he kept his shorts. Did he wear these shorts much? No, he didn't wear them much, but she knows that family. She knows where the shorts are, where the shoes are. Do you remember the Sperry shoes? Yeah. Did you see those? You never saw them again. Never saw that shirt again that he was wearing in the video. Never saw it again. And when he confronted her at the house about what he was wearing, she had real feelings and told him about that and told law enforcement about that. Is that real? And why is that important? Because it goes back to credibility and common sense. Those were clean clothes that Shelley had washed. Excuse me, that Blanca had washed. And when we get there on the scene that night, you remember Laura? Miss Rupp? She's sitting in the back, David's in the front, Alex in the front, his lawyer's on the side. And you know, it's something else I don't understand. Your wife and your son has been killed, and you're worried about having a lawyer around? Everybody said, well, you know, just agents. We need to have a lawyer around. Really? My wife and son have just been butchered, and I'm worried about having a lawyer. But they did. And that threatening, overbearing, cheating, manipulating. You know, let's go, Dave. Put his hand on his shoulder. So did Laura. What are you doing? I got a heart. Is that rushing to judgment? I got a heart. They didn't rush to judgment. They were saying, tell me what happened. Tell me what happened. Well, and he starts looking at his phone. You can check my phone, the alibis that he's created, that he's doing. And he says, I went and ran. I got on my knees over here. Went and ran, and I tried to take the pulse of Paul. I'd still be on the ground arguing myself. And I tried to turn him over. Kept trying to check his pulse. Really? I went to Maggie, checked her pulse. And you can't do that in 20 seconds. He's now trying to say you can. You can't. And they've tried to chain his ass. And he never did it. Because what did she say? What did Miss Rutland say? He was clean. He was clean. He was clean. He was clean. He washed up. Yeah, and you hear the water running in the dog video. You hear it. He'd washed up. And this phone, I tried to make a big deal about this phone that you do see right afterwards when we know he was down there. There's some movement on Maggie's phone. But every expert has said, just because if one phone's down here and the other one's walking, you're not going to have steps on that phone. He took Maggie's phone, the golf cart, however he got, drove back up to get those shorts and that shirt. And yes, you can get it and manipulate it and call to see if you made a call, put it down. That's not going to record steps on that phone because it's not moving. But that doesn't mean it wasn't with his phone. Don't fall for that. That's not real. Every expert said that. Every expert said that. And doesn't that make sense? You can grab it, see, make a call, put it down. You keep walking, it's not going to record if it's there. If it's in the car, it's in the Suburban. And I'm getting to that. So what happened? And this is why I asked Miss Rutland. And they're bringing in drug use. If he did as many pills as he said, he'd be dead. You can't take that many pills. That's your common sense. But why I ask her this, I want to look at every one of y'all. Tell me what he was like in that car. You've got the video. Did he appear to understand you? Yes, sir. Were his answers timely? Yes, sir. Were they subject matter appropriate? Yes. Do you understand him? He can understand you. Look, he's thinking. He's opened the door. Was he in his right mind? Of course he was. And why is that so important? He says he didn't go down there. Is that enough? Yes. With everything else, that's enough. I never went down there. He's in his right mind. I never went down there, Dave. I never went down there, Lord. I never went down there after supper. I stayed up. I took a nap. He goes from taking a nap from 6-7. Then the next time they met, 6-10. I took a nap. August 15th. You sure you're down there? Or up there taking a nap. I took a nap. I never went down there. Never, ever, ever. You think he would have taken the stand and said, you know, I was down there, y'all, if that video hadn't come out on that phone? Well, no. Now, under Mr. Waters' cross-examination, I lied. Why'd you lie? I wrote it down. I'm still not clear. I had paranoid thoughts. Usually I can take a deep breath and get through it. But I couldn't, so I just lied. Once I lied, I continued to lie. And he continued and continued and continued. until 627 days later when he took the stand, the first time he'd ever told anybody. He told his family, he told his friends, he told everybody, and they believed him. I wasn't down there. Why is that so critical? That's the time of death. That's when it happened. That's what the records show. That's when the conversation, yes, it is important. Paul, who uses his phone all the time, Paul is in a conversation about the dogs, interacting. Well, send me the picture. He does. And then it stops. Yes, that's when it happened. And then Maggie's phone. A little bit text. She reads that text. I think she went to her car. Y'all decide. Nobody knows. One person knows. She goes to her car. And she's got some rings there she's putting back on. I think she's got 2 rings there, and she's putting on another in the car. Maybe they've been working in the kennels. There's one shooter. There's only one shooter. And she hears that shot, and she comes back around. She hears the shot. She reads the last text y'all have in there. I think she opens the thing about Solicitor Murdaugh. He doesn't. And then you don't see anything else. You don't see anything else on the phone. So is that common sense? Yeah, that's when they were gone. Yes. Yes. When they interact so much. Yes. That's common sense. And that's why it's so important. You want to help law enforcement? You're in law enforcement? I was down there. Y'all know what? I was down there. I didn't take that nap as long as I did. Did you hear anything? Why would you not give that information? Okay, then the 10th, with his lawyer, Mr. Griffin, in the car. Did you go down there? No. Look at him. Is he coherent? Is he under the influence of anything? Is he withdrawing? No. I want to help you. I want to help you. And then on the 15th, here's this video. Here's you in the tree. Now, Rogan says he thought he heard you down there earlier. Well, I don't think so. Why not say it then? Think about it. That's just Rogan's word. Does that make any sense? Just Rogan's word. No, sir, I can handle that. He made a mistake, like Shelley did. Like locked it and closed. No, sir. I can handle that, though. But when the video comes out, he's stuck. He's stuck. I'm going to try to wrap up. Yeah. Yesterday morning at 2:53 in the morning, I don't sleep much during trials, but I kind of woke up. And what he did when he took the stand was corroborated that he's a liar. He corroborated the fact he doesn't tell the truth. The one thing that was more important than anything. And you know, they're putting these law enforcement on trial, talking about blood evidence, talking about other things that were presented to the grand jury, which that blood evidence was investigated, and the state didn't offer it. That's what you do in your prosecution. Didn't try to offer it. Now they're trying to put us on trial for doing our job. Think about that. Blame everybody else. Look, they looked into this, and it didn't turn out to be. So now we're going to blame them. We didn't try to present it. Isn't that ironic? They're now jamming us for doing our job. Jamming us for doing our job. All the evidence of the guns, and I'm going to get that in a minute. The timeline, the incredible timeline, his lies, all of that, the gunshot residue, all of that's presented. And do we make mistakes? Yes. And that happens in life. But you don't lie and misremember being at the scene of a murder when you said you weren't even there, or being at the scene where your family was brutally murdered. You don't lie about that. That's not a mistake. That's not a mistake. This is the state of South Carolina versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh, not the state versus David Owens, not versus Sled. And I want to tell you something. Sled, Walterboro, Laura Rutland's working with David Owens. Sled starts working with the FBI. They're working together. This is, think about it. Rush to judgment. They gave that man every benefit of the doubt. Oh, what are y'all doing? How's it going? You remember that third interview when he was David Owens, whoever? And I submit to you, they're taking those interviews where he's trying to come find out what they've got on him. Well, how's this thing looking? How's this thing looking? Well, we've got some shell casings. By Maggie's body, out over there where y'all shot in the range, and some shots out there by the side of the house. The shell casings, they all were came from the same gun. All cylindered in the same gun. You think if they didn't, they could find an expert to refute that, they would have? And Alex says, oh really? So the gun was there? Yeah. You see his reaction? They all came from the same gun on Maggie. Now the other one, Mr. Griffin tried to argue, Paul Greer, yeah, it could have come from that shotgun. Don't know. Is that credible evidence? But it could have. Not saying it did or didn't, but it certainly could have. He's got that gun. It's got Maggie's blood on it. Don't know if he used that or not. But I know the assault rifle's missing. And Will Loving comes from a fine family in Columbia, I can tell you that. Says we were down here not in March, it was more like April or May. We were shooting his gun on the side of the house and no shell casings. That's where they found them. And lo and behold, the shell casings match the shell casings around Maggie. They were all cylinder in the same gun. They came out of the same gun. They've been in the same gun. Yes, Mr. Waters is right. That's a family-owned gun. And is that incredible, circumstantial, and direct evidence? Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir, it is. That's powerful. You can feel it like the rain. The murderers come in, there'll be a gun there. We'll just use their gun. Does that make any sense? Y'all too young. You ever watch Columbo? When I first looked at this case, this is an episode of Columbo, except this is real. And you get to see one of my heroes, the detective, didn't always look that good, wasn't all that, but you got to see the crime, and then you got to see him figure it out, and the mistakes they made. And that's what happened here. He killed him. He thought he could get a timeline, but it got him. Within 20 seconds, he's texting Maggie on that phone when he's passing the location of her phone. Is it common sense? He threw that phone out, called her, and threw it, and the orientation didn't go on. They said, if you pick it up, yes. And we had somebody come in here, you throw it rough, and it doesn't come on. And what are the chances it's anything else? He'd almost had to bump into him. Almost had to bump into him. And you take this new story, I was down there till 8:50, whatever, go up and take a quick nap, come back, he didn't hear the shots, just happens to come back. It's common sense. Don't leave it with you. Take it back there with you. I'm down there now, my wife told me this. I'm down there under this new story, and the deal was to come talk, go see my mama at 9:30. And you're right down there, you've just seen them now. When you said before, we hadn't even seen them, don't forget that. And you go up to the house, why don't you say, hey, Mags, I'm going to go see Mom real quick. It's just a few minutes later. No, you go up there, you take a quick nap. You know what, I'm going to try to call them, let them know I'm going down. Does that make any sense? And then when you get to the why, you'll see the light. When y'all went out there yesterday, those trees are much lower. Go back in and look at the way it was. And I think even Buster said when you get down there, if the light's on, you can see. Why don't you just go right over there? Hey, I ain't going down there. No? Doesn't hear anything, doesn't do anything. He just takes off. He just takes off. Does that make any sense? We've proved that nobody else could. With that timeline. Does it matter when he's rushing back? Yeah. I doubt he's ever killed two people before. So he's not thinking, he's frantic. Puts the wrong two shells in the gun. Coming back, he's got Maggie's phone. It had been sitting there. That's why the steps weren't on there. He's moving. He gets it. I can't take this phone with me. He's a lawyer, so he tosses it out. That's the only thing that makes sense. And what did he say about Paul's phone when he went up there? You know, I started to get it. I didn't know I got it out. And then it kind of just popped out too. Does that make any sense? You've got to evaluate everything. If you can't believe somebody's credible on one thing, how can you believe them on the ultimate issue when they said they didn't? When the only thing they corroborated for you throughout the investigation, throughout this trial, and throughout Mr. Waters' cross-examination is he's a liar. And that's all you can judge people on. The three witnesses that were beautiful, that were uncontroverted. And one was Paul. He didn't testify to you up on the stand, but he testified through Dr. Raymer, and he testified through his phone. And it is so beautiful of evidence. It's so pure. He didn't know he took that video. That's why he said he wasn't down there. And this is beyond all that. We respectfully submit. Paul knew. Dad, I got some insurance. I got some insurance. Not the kind of insurance you've made money off of. An insurance some clients you gave back and some you didn't. I've got some insurance on you. I don't know why you killed me. I've made some mistakes. You heard a lot of good things about Paul, too. I know I put your life, open your life, your faith life, with this boat case. Your finances are coming out. I know that. But if you go lie and say you weren't down here, I got you. I don't know when it'll come out. Maybe you'll go ahead and lie. But this is going to come out. Paul had that insurance on him. And maybe that's why he was worried about that phone. And you can't make that up. Because you remember when I asked David Owens, does anybody else in the world know that that video was out there except Paul? No, sir. And that's incredible evidence. And it did sit there until law enforcement, working together, the states, the local, SLED, everybody, got it out. And that's great law enforcement. Thank you. Yes, and that's when the case changed, along with all the other evidence. Maggie testified to me. He shot me here. He shot me here. And look at all the shell casings around me. Y'all look at them. They're the same ones that Will Loving shot with Paul. They're the same ones that have been shot down there. Yeah. They came out of the same gun. That's great direct and circumstance. And finally, and my daughter-in-law, Sally, and my Aunt Sissy still calls my dad Jack this. My daughter-in-law been married about 3 months, one of the happiest days of my life, because they were happy. They were watching that kennel video. She and her dog Tater. And when Bubba started to bark, that's what my aunt calls him, Dad, Bubba. Tater bark. And Sally said, isn't it something that your best witness in here are the dogs? You know, some people say they got a sixth sense. You think Bubba knew? You think Bubba knew something? He got Alex to say something. Bubba! Thank God for Bubba. DNA, and that DNA, when people live together, you'll have it all over your shirt. That's not it. But DNA, in this case, that dog negates all. Thank you, Bubba. And guess where Bubba is now? Bubba's with Blanca. Bubba's with Blanca. You can't make that up. And that puts him down there. And that's the lie he told and told and told. I went down there. Why aren't y'all doing something, law enforcement? Why aren't you telling us you were down there? Why aren't you telling us you were down there? Thank you. If he tried to respond to his phone, as Mr. Griffin said, it would show that he was going to Malamita. He had to get rid of that phone. He had to get rid of it there. Finally, it's about your greatest power. My dad gave it to me when I was young. He said, read it. Your greatest power. You know what it is? Your greatest power is your power to choose. Choice. We've all got it. We're born with it. We use it every day. We use it when we treat people, whether we say hey, whether we're nice, whether we forgive people. We make good decisions. We make bad decisions. But what my dad always told me, don't blame anybody else. If you make a good choice, that's good. Don't get too cocky. Be humble, but that's good. But if you make a bad choice, you're responsible for it. There are consequences. It's your greatest power. And for whatever was going on in his mind, his world's collapsing. It's coming down. All these world is coming down financially. He's confronted that day by somebody's law firm. Where's this check? He's got another hearing coming up. It's a motive. Don't have to have it. But yeah, it's there. And is this rational? When he said that, is that rational? Was it rational to be on the side of the road and claim you're shot? And when you're in the ambulance, and go watch this if you need to, and you're talking to the officer in the ambulance, and you say, what happened? Oh, by the way, he wanted to kill himself. He called 911. He called 911. When he told the officer in the ambulance, well, what happened? Well, some guy shot me. He even did a sketch. He faked the sketch. But what did he tell the guy in the ambulance? It sounded like a shot. He's trying his world, and he says there in that last interview with the call-in interview, Mr. Harpootlian and Mr. Griffin, what you got in there. Ryan, I'm sorry, I lied about everything. I was under a lot of pressure, had a lot going on. Really? Your wife and your son were murdered 3 months ago, and now this is the real Alex. Well, my world's coming down. My world, Alex's world is coming down. Been confronted by his law partners. Losing his job. Now it's me. My world's being affected. Not about that, but now. But I'm sorry I lied. I've lied about everything. Richard Alexander Murdaugh loved, I think he loved Maggie. I think he loved Paul. But you know who he loved more than that? You know who he loved more than that? And who is going to make sure that life, wanted to make sure that life, he loved Alex. And he exercised his greatest power of choice to make sure that life continued, or try. And it couldn't. And now, ladies and gentlemen, after his honor charges you, you're going to go back there and exercise your greatest power. Based on the evidence you've heard, the evidence you haven't heard, the credibility, the believability of the witnesses, and especially of Richard Alexander Murdaugh, who has lied and lied and lied and lied. And it's been okay. And he got you through. It stops here. We respectfully request it stops here today. No, it's not okay. And we're going to exercise our greatest power and find you guilty of killing Maggie and Paul. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have now heard the evidence and you have heard the closing arguments. Next up will be jury charge and then your deliberations. We're at lunchtime. We're going to take a break for 1 hour and 15 minutes for lunch, and you'll come back. I'll charge you on the law, then you will deliberate. Please do not discuss the case.
Welcome back. I'm Danny Sabalos. You've been watching live coverage of the Alec Murdaugh murder trial in South Carolina. You just heard prosecutor John Meters in rebuttal after the defense's closing call down the fire and brimstone. And that's because the prosecution knows that they are the final word. They have the rebuttal. There is nothing the defense can do or say to counter what they say in rebuttal. So now you have the jury's going to have their charges. They're going to have a short lunch, and they're going to get the jury instructions. And from there, they're going to deliberate. Judge Newman still on the bench making some announcements. But meanwhile, with us still is Kristen Gibbons-Fedden, a former prosecutor and NBC News legal analyst. Also with us is former prosecutor and NBC News legal analyst Charles Coleman. Kristen, I want to go to you first. We talked about what we might expect in the rebuttal. Did they deliver? Was it everything you expected?
I think they did a great job delivering. They rehabilitated the timeline. The other thing I think that was important is they emphasized the lie. But most importantly, they truly did embrace the defense. They said, look, he loved Maggie, he loved Paul, but of utmost importance, he loved himself. And I think that was the best way for them to abandon the narrative, but then not fully. He talked about he exercised his greatest power of choice to protect himself. That is something more digestible for the jury. And I think it's going to be top of mind when they go through the evidence, when they analyze all of the forensics, and really go through that timeline that the prosecutor did a great job rehabilitating.
Charles, does this represent a pivot by the prosecution, moving away from the theory that financial crimes and garnering sympathy motivated the killing of his wife and son? Is the prosecution in rebuttal moving away from that a little bit and essentially saying, who cares about the motive? The evidence is there.
It does, Danny, and I think that the prosecutor must have been hearing and listening in on some of our conversation and gotten some notes, because what we talked about is exactly what we saw happen. He got away from the notion of the need to explain the motive or the need to convince the jury of the motive, and really just focused on the strongest parts of their case, rehabilitating the timeline, as Kristen said, and then focusing on what they believe are the strongest pieces of evidence that they have. I think that if this individual had actually been the attorney who would deliver the closing, they would have had a much better shot at the overall case in front of the jury. I think that this may have been the thing that breathed new life into this case, this rebuttal. It was smart. There was another thing that I saw during the rebuttal that I want to point out. This theme of the distrust of law enforcement is going to play very well in front of a South Carolina jury. The idea that they were now putting law enforcement on trial, challenging law enforcement. We're talking about South Carolina, a place that is very much so a red state, a place that is very much so back to blue, and not to become political, but this is a place where law enforcement is highly respected. So touting that theme of Murdaugh now essentially questioning law enforcement, challenging law enforcement, or persecuting them for doing their jobs. You heard him say that a number of times, not just himself as a solicitor and as a prosecutor, but also police. That was a brilliant move by the prosecution in this matter to try to bring something else to the jury that might bring them to their side.
All right, NBC News correspondent Katie Beck joins me now. She was inside the courtroom for part of today's closing arguments. Katie, what can we expect? The jury's out for lunch. What's up next?
Well, they're going to come back, and the judge is going to give them the charging instructions, which can be quite lengthy and I think pretty detailed. These sides have been hashing out these instructions for several days behind closed doors. I think the language is going to be important, exactly what they're charged and instructed to consider, the language that they're charged with, that's going to matter. And then they're going to go into deliberations. We've heard from the judge that those deliberations could extend as long as 10 o'clock tonight and possibly till 10 o'clock tomorrow night if the jury has not reached a verdict before then. I do think that the theme, the final wrap-up there from the prosecution in rebuttal was that Alec Murdaugh is a proven liar, an admitted liar, and everything he said throughout this case was a lie. So therefore, using that as your common sense, judge his credibility, judge what you believe, judge what's reasonable. Would a reasonable person, would an innocent person believe or behave the way that he has? I think these are the things they tasked the jury with, and I think the ending there was pretty effective at that.
NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett also joins me now. Laura, what did you see in the prosecution's rebuttal, the defense's closing today? What's your general takeaway?
A return to common sense, I think, Danny, was the biggest point for the rebuttal. Just trying to show them that a person would not go to their mother's house, their mother has Alzheimer's, at 9:30 at night to have a conversation. A person wouldn't approach a caretaker and a housekeeper trying to get their story straight after the murders, talking about clothes, talking about how long he was there. It's that type of theme, a return to common sense that you heard from the prosecutor on rebuttal. But the defense, again, I think goes back to this issue of motive, how this was a loving family. And that's the biggest hole here, Danny.
Katie Beck, if you're still with me, question about the jury instructions. Oh, looks like we need to wrap here. That does it for our live coverage. We return you now to NBC News Daily.
Comedian Chris Rock is ready to talk about it publicly for the first time.
This is such a huge story. We have none other than the entertainment journalist of our time, the pop culture expert, Brian Balthazar, who joins us now. Brian, I didn't even know about this, which I'm sort of shocked about, that this wasn't on my radar. Right. I'm now trying to plan my Saturday night around this. This is going to be massive.
Right, and a great PR move. So Chris Rock has a live special on Netflix Saturday night at 10 p.m. called Selective Outrage, where we already know it's been leaked and told that he's going to talk about the Oscar slap, which he has not said much about. And when you think of timing, you can't have timing better than doing it a week before the Oscars. Right. So it remains to be seen. Will he take slaps at Will Smith, slaps, no pun intended, the Academy and how it was handled? It's already in the news. And, you know, I think this also kind of puts it to bed. I think people probably have a little Oscar slap fatigue by the time he's done with it. So,
but can I say one thing? It's genius.
Yes.
Everyone was like, say something, Chris, say something, Chris. He waited a year.
And monetize it.
And I'm sure the paycheck got bigger and bigger.
Yes.
Oh, my gosh.
It's a brilliant move. And people will watch. And a lot of comics are going to be there as part of the pre and post show, including Jerry Seinfeld, David Spade. The list goes on. Oh, you can see Wanda Sykes, Amy Schumer.
This is going to be so good.
It's going to be a big night. And it's also new territory for Netflix, who doesn't do a lot of live stuff.
Live Saturday night. You're going to have to contend with a sleepover.
I know. I don't know what I'm doing. I have like 9-year-olds at my house. I'm like going to have to
turn the volume way down, put the headphones on.
Right.
All right, Brian, a lot of controversy already and rumors about The Weeknd, who has an upcoming HBO special. So what's the drama there?
Right. So we could spend the whole segment talking about this. There's a lot to unpack. There's a show called The Idol that's upcoming on HBO Max. And I say upcoming because it's been upcoming for years. There have been script rewrites, a change in directors, and now a Rolling Stone article that just came out yesterday that basically sources 16 anonymous crew members saying it is a mess, and the whole focus of it has changed. It's supposed to be like an edgier version of Euphoria, but set in the
How can that even be possible?
Thank you. It's unfortunately taken a tone of kind of toxic masculinity, and there's a lot of adult themes in this. And then Rolling Stone has had a lot to say about it, but then The Weeknd posts this clip from the film.
I want to see this.
I want you to see this because you'll see what I'm talking about. Take a look.
Rolling Stone? Are they a little irrelevant?
It's a cover. It's a heritage brand. I think it's fail-safe.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it might be kind of past its prime.
Okay, some big stars.
So you hear that there's snarky commentary about Rolling Stone being past its prime, of course, and so he's posting that kind of in retaliation. Which came first, right? Are you a little hurt? Are you a little upset? But the fact of the matter is we have not heard good things about the production, and sources are saying there's some really uncomfortable content that is problematic. And of course, The Weeknd is a co-creator as well as an actor on this. Sam Levinson, who is actually the new director behind Euphoria himself. So it remains to be seen. Of course, this is garnering buzz, so we'll see how. But we don't know when it's going to run.
Talented people.
Yeah.
Oh,
the
kind of
Troy
odd. Sometimes when you push the envelope.
Lots of buzzy cast members.
Let's take a turn. Let's go back to something happy, okay?
Yeah, thank you.
The movie musical version of a story that was loosely based on Vicky Wynn in high school, Mean Girls. No.
Ouch.
Never.
Not a mean girl.
Never. She was not a mean girl. She's amazing.
Right.
Talk to us about this because it was already such a hit.
Right. So there's, we've seen the movie, we've seen the Broadway musical. Now the movie musical is coming. Tina Fey is back, Tim Meadows is back, and now we know that Busy Phillips is joining the cast. This is going to start shooting, I should say, just days from now. By the way, Busy Phillips is going to play Cool Mom, Mrs. George.
I love that. She'll be great in that role.
And then Renee Rapp from Broadway is going to play Regina George, which I think is great because so often the Broadway stars don't get in the movie version, so it's kind of cool to see that. But everyone's very excited about this, and this is a story based on the book, not called Mean Girls, but it's lasted the test of time. It's an iconic kind of generational zeitgeist thing, and to see that it's coming back to screens, it's going to be a huge success.
Well, they did that Super Bowl commercial, right? Wasn't that? Yeah.
And now will we see Lindsay Lohan? They've all alluded to the fact that they're game for appearances.
Okay.
5 seconds, Brian. We love you. Thank you for all that.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
We'll be right back.
tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico.
What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
For decades, John Williams has composed some of Hollywood's most memorable movie anthems.
Yeah, and to celebrate his 53rd, can you imagine? Yeah. 53 Oscar nominations. Williams sat down with Nightly News host Lester Holt to talk about some of his biggest career moments.
From terrors of the deep to visitors from deep space, John Williams' musical scores have lifted us and raised our pulse.
John, I have to tell you, knowing I was going to sit down with you this morning, all morning long, I'm hearing your themes in my head from some of the movies. Dun, 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 dun. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes?
Well, no one could ever have guessed it. You know, when you're writing it and recording it for a particular purpose, and we finish the film and it's done, you put the music in a drawer.
His music endures.
This is NBC Nightly News.
Including the signature theme he wrote for this broadcast 38 years ago.
The piece is about 4 minutes long, and they said, if we have a slow news day, we'll play the whole piece.
Well, now, John Williams is in the news. For his Oscar nomination at 91.
Is it still a thrill to hear your name?
Absolutely. I guess well, it's now 53 Oscar nominations, which seems unreal that anybody could be that old and working that long.
He is nominated this time for The Fabelmans. Once more showcasing one of Hollywood's most lasting partnerships, John Williams and director Steven Spielberg.
It seemed that our score should be very lean, very simple, very touching if possible.
The Fabelmans is personal for Spielberg, a loose telling of his own story.
Did that present a challenge to you as you began to score the film?
Well, every film is a challenge, of course. One has to search for what should the film sound like as well as look like. This is a particular interesting challenge. It's Stephen being so frank, so unguarded about his family.
The pair's work spans 5 decades. Williams' last Oscar win was nearly 30 years ago. He has won 5 for his movie scores.
I think most people would think you would have won more because your music is so familiar.
Well, my wife thinks I should have won more. And someone asked her, Samantha, why do you always wear black dresses to the Oscar? And she says, because we lose every year.
Win or lose, John Williams is still harnessing the power of music to bring images to life.
What would a score of your life story sound like?
Oh, dear. I don't know. I hope it has a cello solo in it somewhere. Then we can have Yo-Yo Ma. I've just been so fortunate in it and so truly blessed to work in music.
Such a fun story to do, too, right? That, of course, was Nightly News host Lester Holt reporting. And here is what's trending right now. Fox Nation is revisiting the infamous Jussie Smollett hate crime story in a 5-part docuseries called Jussie Smollett, Anatomy of a Hoax. This series will feature exclusive interviews with 2 people who were part of an elaborate plot to help stage the incident. It will premiere on March 13th.
I'm excited about this one, Tom. A new play based on Stranger Things is heading to the stage. The prequel story. It's called Stranger Things: The First Shadow. It focuses on characters in the hit TV show played by Winona Ryder and David Harbour. The First Shadow is set to premiere in London's West End in late 2023. Hopefully they'll come to New York City.
Right. And legendary rock band, speaking of New York City, Kiss is announcing the final dates for their farewell tour. The last leg of the band's tour starts in Texas and ends with 2 back-to-back shows at New York's Madison Square Garden in December. In a statement, the band says they formed in New York City half a century ago and look forward to finish touring where it all started. My favorite Kiss song, New York Groove, which is, I think, their best song. Yeah,
I love it.
It was awesome being here, too, with you.
It was so fun to have you. Thank you for being here.
I'm Tom Llamas.
I'm Vicki Nguyen. You're watching NBC News Daily. You can watch us free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. Do that wherever you stream, all of the places, Tom. YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock, of course. The news continues after this.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today, Thursday, March 2nd, 2023. Breaking news, the final word. Attorneys in the Alec Murdaugh murder trial finishing their closing arguments. The key statements made on both sides and why one juror was removed from the trial.
New threat, a dangerous winter storm on the move, bringing strong wind, hail, and even tornadoes. Meteorologist Bill Cairns is timing it all out.
High anxiety, multiple new incidents on U.S. airplanes, including a cabin fire and severe turbulence. How the government is now responding.
And critical diagnosis. Colorectal cancer cases are surging across America. Who doctors say is most at risk and how you can protect yourself. It is 11 a.m. in Palm Springs, 1 p.m. in Peoria, and 2 p.m. in New York City.
And we begin with breaking news out of that Alec Murdaugh double murder trial. After 6 weeks, more than 75 witnesses and a trip to the crime scene, the case is on the verge of being handed over to the jury.
Alec Murdaugh's attorneys delivered their closing arguments today. The disgraced former lawyer is accused of killing his wife and youngest son in June of 2021. After that, prosecutors gave their final rebuttal.
But before all of this, the judge announced a major twist first thing this morning. One of the jurors is now off the case.
In order to preserve the integrity of the process and in fairness to all the parties involved, we're going to replace you with one of the other jurors.
NBC News correspondent Katie Beck is at her post outside the courthouse in South Carolina. Also with us is NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos. Katie, let's start with that juror dismissal. Why was that person replaced?
Well, this was a matter of the judge just taking maybe 15 minutes this morning to address this, saying that he had been contacted by someone outside of this court case, saying that juror had had an improper conversation discussing matters of the case outside of the courtroom. That, of course, is not allowed. So he said he did a pretty thorough investigation, interviewed the person who notified him, talked to the juror, and then in reconciling all of that, figured the best course of action is to let this juror go and replace it with an alternate, which he did shortly thereafter. So that is the reason that you have several alternates in these cases. We've seen several go because of COVID and sickness and some family matters, and now finally an improper conversation. So we do have one more alternate just in case there is another reason to use one.
All right, so back to the lawyering for today then, Katie. Prosecutors just finished their rebuttal to the response from the defendant's team a few moments ago. Walk us through the arguments today.
Well, the defense team basically did their best to poke holes in the SLED investigation, which they did with witness testimony, talking about the fact that there was a lot of evidence that wasn't collected, the crime scene not properly secured, and that there was some evidence that they called manufactured evidence, like the blue raincoat. They said no one was able to identify that coat. No one ever said Alec had it or wore it. So they did their best with the SLED investigation. They also pointed to the motive a lot. They talked about the fact that the prosecution's motive is that Alec Murdaugh did this for distraction and sympathy. And why would someone who was in financial ruin, who wanted sympathy and distraction, draw more attention to themselves by becoming the center of a murder investigation? Here's some of that exchange from the courtroom.
The state's theory is that it was a storm a-coming, clouds are arising, and that his financial house of cards is about to collapse and he's about to be exposed. And because of that, he does what every rational person would do: go kill your wife and son. That is their theory of motive.
Now, prosecutors saying in rebuttal that basically, they don't have to prove motive, that basically they acknowledge that Alec Murdaugh probably loved his wife and loved his son, but that he loved himself more and that he was a serial liar who had lied to everyone he's ever known. They also pulled sort of the common sense card, if you will. Would someone who is using common sense in these situations have acted the way Alec did that night? That certainly was brought up as well.
All right. Thank you, Katie. Let me turn over to Danny Savalos. They also talked a lot about the lie that he had told about being at the scene of the crime that night. I'm curious, you've been watching for what, 2 days now? All of the arguments, all the closing arguments. If you're that jury, what are you thinking about?
Well, you never know what the jury's thinking about, but I will say this. The defense, no surprises there. They stuck to really the only points they could. The 5 or 6 points of maybe shoddy investigation. They pounded home reasonable doubt and the burden of proof, pretty standard, and they seized upon what may be a gift that the prosecution gave them, which is a really unbelievable theory that somebody would kill their wife and son to get sympathy and avoid prosecution. But with the rebuttal, the state brought the fire and brimstone. Part of the reason they do that is because they know the defense has no comeback. They can't get up and say anything. But they address some critical points. Among those are Alec Murdaugh would not have taken the stand and fessed up to lying if he hadn't been caught. If the video, the Snapchat video, the other data, the other evidence hadn't emerged showing that he was a liar. And it really brought home the fact that he was lying about everything, including to the people who he would want to go out and find the real bad guy.
All right. This is where it now goes to the jury.
Right. We wait and we watch now. Danny Savalos, Katie Beck, thank you both.
Well, a dangerous storm system moving from the west coast to the east.
It is now posing a severe weather threat from Texas all the way to Tennessee. Hail, strong wind, even a new round of tornadoes possible. Northern California is still bracing for 1 to 3 more feet of snow over the next few days. And east of Los Angeles, heavy snow triggered an avalanche overnight Tuesday into Wednesday.
Let's bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns now. Bill, so walk us through this. What's coming and when?
It's going to start this afternoon and through tonight. That's the dangerous portion of this storm system. This is the one that dumped the heavy snow in California. Now it is racing its way through the Four Corner region. Tonight it's going to head into East Texas. We have a moderate risk of severe storms today that includes the Dallas-Fort Worth area to Texarkana. And this area has the greatest chance for getting not just tornadoes, but a couple strong tornadoes. So make sure you have your family safety plans in place in case those tornado sirens go off where you are. You're going to have to quickly get to shelter because we do have life-threatening storms that are likely over the next couple hours, probably starting about an hour or two from now and then right through the evening. And then tomorrow we take that risk into areas of Kentucky and also through Tennessee. A lot of wind damage, isolated tornadoes. We're also going to get a snowstorm out of this. It's going to be a narrow band of very heavy snow somewhere near Chicago, somewhere through southern Michigan. Someone in here has a chance of getting up to a foot of heavy wet snow and gusty winds. So power outages could be a big issue. And then northern New England, this is Friday night into Saturday morning, mostly a heavy snow event for areas in the ski resorts, northern New England, a messy snow to sleet in areas of the central portion of the country. And on top of everything, guys, we have a huge flash flood risk tonight, too.
All right, Bill Cameron's with us today. Thank you, Bill.
Environmental activist Aaron Brockovich will be back in northeastern Ohio today. Concerns over waste from that toxic train derailment are now spreading beyond East Palestine.
They don't know the effect that it has on the community. They don't have tests that can be verified, and that's disturbing.
That man lives in an area where some of that waste might go. Let's take a look at this new video taken this morning of the cleanup that is underway. Nearly 2 million gallons of toxic wastewater have been hauled to treatment centers in Ohio, Michigan, and Texas already. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen's been following this story. Ron, what's causing all these concerns beyond the crash site?
These are in places like East Liverpool where the hazardous materials are going to be disposed of. And in the case of East Liverpool, there's a plant, a facility there where there has been a long-running, for several years, dispute between the residents and the plant operators about safety conditions. There have been lawsuits. There have been violations, allegedly, of EPA rules. And so the arrival of this material from East Palestine to this other facility 20 miles away has reignited all of those long-running concerns. And that's happening in Michigan and Texas and other places as well.
And all this happening as political pressure over the response is growing. How is all of that playing into what's happening on the ground?
Well, remember, this is a very red area of Ohio that went for President Trump by some 70% back in 2020. He was there. There were calls for Pete Buttigieg, the transportation secretary, to come. There have been calls for President Biden to come. And now Governor DeWine is echoing those comments. So take a listen to what he said on Fox News this morning.
Look, he should come. There's no doubt about it. The president needs to come. The people want to see the president. He should be there.
It's interesting that a week or so ago, Governor DeWine and Governor Shapiro of Pennsylvania, who was a Democrat, made a point of standing at a podium and hand in hand saying that this is not a partisan event. This is about health and safety in their communities and that they're working together every day. So it's interesting that the Governor DeWine is now taking this political posture, but that's the way this is going. Positions are hardening. Residents are concerned. Officials keep telling them it's safe, and they don't believe them.
All right, Ron Allen for us. Ron, thank you.
An early morning liftoff from the Kennedy Space Center today.
3, 2, 1. Engines full power and liftoff of Crew 6. Go Dragon, go Falcon.
Always an incredible sight. The SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket blasted off early this morning, sending 4 people to the International Space Station, 2 American astronauts, a Russian cosmonaut, and the first Arab persons assigned to a long-term space mission. This is the second attempt, actually, for this rocket to take off after plans to launch on Monday were scrapped because of a clogged filter in the engine ignition system. That crew is expected to dock with the International Space Station early Friday morning. Ford is testing out some unique new technology, and we have new numbers out about the labor market.
Christina Partsinevelos joins us now with today's CNBC Money Minute. Hi, Christina.
Hi. So let's start with Ford. The car maker is working on a new plan to move vehicle repossession in-house. The company has applied for a patent for systems and methods that aid in vehicle repossession. So this means that autonomous Fords in the future may be able to drive away if the owner misses payments. Obviously, this is probably really far in the future. And even if the car can't drive away. This new patent may allow Ford to turn off features like power seats, air conditioning, and the radio until payments resume. Can you believe that? All right, next story. Jobless applications were slightly lower last week, another sign of a strong labor market in the U.S. Applications for unemployment benefits remain at historic lows despite widespread layoffs across a number of industries. Unemployment numbers, though, for last month are due out next week. And lastly, this story. A chandelier bought for only $300 proves to be a worthwhile investment. A painter in 1960 recognized a chandelier made by the famous sculptor Alberto Giacometti and bought it for $300. That chandelier went on auction earlier this week, sold $3.5 million. What? $3.5 million.
Wow.
Wow. Christina, thank you.
Thanks.
A top NFL prospect charged in a teammate's death. Coming up, what Jalen Carter is saying after turning himself in. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
College football star and top NFL draft prospect Jalen Carter has turned himself into authorities after a warrant was issued for his arrest. Jail records show he was released shortly after posting bond. The former Georgia defensive tackle is accused of reckless driving and racing tied to a deadly crash. Here's NBC's Stephanie Goss.
Top NFL prospect and former Georgia Bulldog Jalen Carter is facing charges in connection to a fatal crash in January. His teammate Devin Willock and team recruiter Chandler LaCroix were killed. According to jail records, the star player turned himself into authorities overnight, was booked into the Athens-Clarke County Jail, and released a short time later. According to an arrest warrant obtained earlier by NBC News, police filed 2 misdemeanor charges against Carter for reckless driving and drag racing. This surveillance video obtained by our NBC News affiliate appears to show 2 cars matching police descriptions of the vehicles allegedly racing minutes before the crash. Police have not confirmed the cars in the video were the ones involved. Investigators finding both Carter and LaCroix drove at high rates of speed, overtaking other motorists and switching between lanes. LaCroix said to be driving over 100 miles an hour with a blood alcohol level more than twice the legal limit.
It was a car that definitely sped away.
But there are questions surrounding Carter's statements to police about where he was at the time of the crash. According to documents reviewed by the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, he left the scene apparently before police arrived, but then returned nearly an hour and a half later and gave shifting accounts about the crash. When he returned, Carter initially told police he was nearly a mile away when the crash happened, making it seem like it was a single-car accident, but later acknowledged he was actually alongside the other car, according to the documents, which have not been seen by NBC News. This week, Carter has been meeting with teams in Indianapolis at the NFL Combine, but left shortly after his warrant was issued. In a statement posted on Twitter, Jalen writing in part, numerous media reports also circulated containing inaccurate information concerning the tragic events of January 15th, 2023, adding, when all of the facts are known, I will be fully exonerated. Now, with charges laying in wait, an NFL future hangs in the balance.
It's a bit early right now to say definitively that his draft stock is going to plummet. But we have seen many situations over the years where off-the-field issues arise.
Stephanie Gosk, NBC News.
A discrimination case against the NFL is heading to court after a federal judge rejected the option of arbitration. You may remember Coach Brian Flores sued the league and 3 teams a year ago, saying the NFL was, quote, rife with racism. The judge said a jury can decide the merits of his claims against the league, the Denver Broncos, the New York Giants, and the Houston Texans. However, his claims against the Miami Dolphins will go through arbitration. The NFL said it plans to move forward with the arbitration and will seek to dismiss the remaining claims.
Students at Clark Atlanta University are mourning the loss of one of their own today. Police say a member of the basketball team was shot and killed near campus. NBC News reporter Maya Eaglin joins us now. Maya, do we know if this was a targeted attack?
Aaron, police say they do not believe this was a random incident, but they are still looking for the person responsible. The university identified the victim as 20-year-old Jatone Sterling. He was a sophomore member of the basketball team. Atlanta police say he was shot multiple times in the parking lot of the Lake House Catholic Center Tuesday afternoon. Authorities believe Sterling knew his killer and was shot during an argument. The students are understandably very shaken. The university's athletic department paid tribute to Sterling on social media, writing, Clark Atlanta Athletics send its condolences to Jatone Sterling's family and friends. Gone too soon. Please keep Jatone's family in your prayers. Aaron?
Well, Maya, I understand that this incident is also sparking some safety concerns on the campus there. What are we hearing from students?
Right, Aaron. Although investigators don't believe this was a random incident, some students aren't happy with how they were notified about the shooting. They claim they only found out about the shooting hours later when the university sent out an email.
They sent an email with 2 or 3 sentences with condolences, and it's unacceptable. Where was, campus security? Where was the cameras? Where was anybody to help him, really? Like, where is all this support you're supposed to get in college? Where was that for him?
One of our peers was lying on the floor for 10 minutes, his body uncovered for anyone to see.
Some students say they need more security to feel safe, and in the meantime, a vigil was held last night to honor Sterling's life. People who knew him best described him as a young man with great integrity. Aaron?
All right, Maya, thank you.
Coming up, the scare in the air on board 2 separate planes that sent more than a dozen people to the hospital. You're watching NBC News Daily.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
If you're looking to rent, you know that finding an affordable place can sometimes be pretty challenging. Well, scammers know that too, and they've seized on the opportunity using tactics to make rentals appear available when they're not. Here's Tracy Davidson from our NBC station in Philadelphia.
Lydia Grushetska bought this condo about 2 years ago. She made herself at home in Francisville.
I have a really nice view.
And finds joy in the small details.
Kind of remodeled it myself a little bit.
Lydia wants people to know something. She lives here. It's not for rent.
I'm being kind of like targeted, my apartment being targeted.
Targeted by someone who is telling people the home is available for rent. Lydia says she first learned about this problem nearly 1 year ago when interested renters started reaching out to her on social media. She shared some of the messages with us.
My girlfriend and I am trying to move into Philadelphia, and we are going everything virtually. I saw your name on the master lease agreement. Good day. I have a question about your property in Philadelphia before leasing.
Lydia says people sent her the link from a Craigslist ad, her place for rent, for $1,100.
Somebody posted on my behalf claiming that I gave them the rights to do so, subleasing my apartment, and they even have my signature, that it's fake signature.
Whoever posted this ad apparently looked up the public property record, putting Lydia's name on the fake lease to make it seem legit, and tried to collect a security deposit.
I don't like this going on.
It's not an uncommon problem, sadly.
Bill Lublin is the vice president of the Pennsylvania Association of Realtors. He says 3 things should set off alarm bells for renters who are house hunting. The landlord can't meet them at the property. They need you to send a security deposit through a payment app, and the price seems too good to be true. Lublin says if you found a property online and you're interested in renting it, take this step.
Check to see the property is listed, whether the property is listed on more than one website. Make sure that the information is consistent, that the rental amounts aren't different.
If you believe you lost money to a rental scam, report it to the website where the ad was posted and to the FBI. The FBI's most recent data about rental and real estate scams shows us in 2021, 684 people in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware reported being a victim of one of these scams, a total loss of more than $21 million. Lydia tells us in her case, she stopped potential renters who reached out to her from sending any money to the scammer. She contacted Craigslist and asked them to remove the ad, which it was. Lydia also asked several real estate websites to remove pictures from when her condo was for sale. She hopes it will stop scammers from using the old listings to make scam ads.
Tracy Davidson reporting there. Your credit score affects a lot, from loans to insurance to housing applications. Some people turn to credit repair services to help fix a bad score, not realizing you could do it yourself and save some cash. Susan Hogan from our NBC station in Washington, D.C. shows us how.
Pull up your credit reports for free from annualcreditreport.com. Through the end of 2023, right off the bat, you have a lot of information at your fingertips and you have not spent a dime.
Once you have all 3 reports, review them and look for suspicious accounts you don't remember opening. This happens often with common names. Search for inaccurate information like account balance, credit limits, and hard inquiries. And make sure any public records information like evictions and judgments are accurate. Some negative items on your report can only stay for a period of time. Usually these are removed automatically after their time is up, but if they're still lingering on your report, dispute them.
And you might find that once that does come off, your credit score jumps significantly overnight.
To dispute information on your report, send a letter to all 3 credit reporting companies with an explanation for each error and supporting documentation. The credit reporting company generally has 30 calendar days to investigate your dispute. If doing it yourself is too overwhelming, there are reputable credit repair companies out there. You just want to look for warning signs. If the company is asking you to dispute accurate information, makes promises to remove negative information, or request upfront fees, don't hire them. I'm Susan Hogan, News 4.
Coming up, the anti-Semitic threats targeting Michigan's Attorney General and more. You're watching NBC News Daily.
And tonight on NBC News Now, Steven Spielberg, The Fableman, an in-depth look at the life and career of the award-winning director. That's tonight at 10:30. The news continues after this.
This is what it looks and feels
the latest film. The bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
A Chicago police officer is dead after being shot while responding to a domestic violence incident. 32-year-old Andres Vasquez Lasso was shot on Wednesday afternoon. He was pursuing a suspect who was reportedly chasing a woman with a gun. Police say the suspect fired at Lasso at close range.
A Buffalo, New York firefighter is dead after flames broke out inside a building on Wednesday. An eyewitness captured these dramatic pictures. We're told the building housed a theatrical costume shop. Firefighters had to evacuate as the building began to collapse, but it appears that one of them was unable to escape. The initial cause of that fire is under investigation.
The mayor of College Park, Maryland, is under arrest, charged with dozens of counts of child pornography. Patrick Woyan submitted his resignation to the city. His arrest stems from a criminal investigation that started last month when police received a tip about a social media account distributing illegal material. Woyan has served as College Park's mayor since 2015.
This hour, we are tracking 3 concerning incidents involving 3 separate airports.
Let's walk you through them on this map. Starting at the bottom, a Spirit Airlines flight had to make an emergency landing in Jacksonville, Florida, after a fire broke out on board. Going north, a Lufthansa plane had to make an emergency landing overnight in Virginia. Multiple passengers were hurt when the plane encountered extreme turbulence.
And in Pennsylvania, authorities are trying to figure out why a man tried to bring concealed explosive materials in his checked baggage.
NBC News correspondent correspondent Emily Aketa is tracking all these incidents for us, and she joins us here. Walk us through all these incidents.
So let's start with the Pennsylvania one. The Pennsylvania man who was accused of hiding a live explosive device in the lining of his baggage, going before a judge for his first time in the case today as he faces federal charges. The court appearance comes amid a string of various serious scares for travelers that landed some people in the hospital. Chaos and fear in the sky after two airlines made emergency landings.
Lufthansa Airbus A330 experienced extreme turbulence.
7 people were taken to the hospital after a Lufthansa flight traveling from Texas to Germany experienced significant turbulence and had to land at a Washington airport.
The plane completely just dropped, and everything, all the food and everything just flew everywhere. And it was pretty scary, honestly, for a little bit.
Earlier in the day, a Spirit Airlines flight flying from Dallas to Orlando was also diverted after a battery in an overhead bin caught on fire.
All of a sudden, just a ton of smoke came out. So I yelled fire a few times.
Frightening moments ensued as the cabin quickly filled with smoke. But thanks to quick reaction from those on board, the fire was extinguished and the plane landed safely in Jacksonville, Florida.
There was a retired fireman that jumped up, and a flight crew came in. They got it put out. The flight crew did a really nice job.
10 people were transported to the hospital, according to the Jacksonville Fire and Rescue Department. It comes amid a serious scare at a Pennsylvania airport after authorities say a man who is now detained tried to bring an explosive device on board an Allegiant airplane heading to Orlando. According to federal officials, 40-year-old Mark Muffley checked a suitcase at Lehigh Valley International Airport Monday morning that contained a combustible device. About an hour later, when TSA agents screened the bag, it set off alarms. According to charging documents, agents found a circular compound containing a granular type of powder often used in commercial-grade fireworks. Authorities say the device, which was found hidden in the lining of the suitcase, also contains several fuses. The FBI was called to the scene and part of the airport was evacuated. Investigators say surveillance cameras captured this picture of Muffley leaving the airport just after being paged to come to the security office.
And so, Emily, what is that man facing now?
Okay, so Muffley is facing possession of an explosive device at an airport, also attempting to place it into an aircraft. In a court appearance ending just moments ago, the defense argued the devices discovered were simply fireworks, while prosecutors called him a flight risk and argued he created a dangerous situation. Muffley is now in federal custody as this case continues to play out, guys.
All right, Emily Aketa with us. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks.
The FBI is investigating a man in Michigan. He's accused of threatening to kill elected officials in the state's government. Investigators say he tweeted that he specifically wanted to kill Jewish politicians. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney joins us now. Ken, do we have any idea who specifically received these threats?
Kate, Michigan Attorney General Dana Nussel says she was targeted. There are also reports that the suspect threatened Congresswoman Alyssa Slotkin. Court documents say the suspect made these threats on Twitter, and he was arrested in mid-February. And after the FBI began investigating these threats, they said they learned that this suspect had previously been arrested on assault charges and that he owned a number of firearms, including handguns, shotguns, and rifles. A Twitter account allegedly connected to him claims he was fired from the University of Michigan for refusing a COVID-19 vaccine. The university is saying it employed him for 10 years and let him go in 2021, but has not said why. He's been charged with transmitting an interstate threat and is being held without bail. Kate.
You know, we've covered the alarming rise, Ken, in anti-Semitic violence in the last few years now. The Anti-Defamation League says that last year there were more than 2,200 anti-Semitic incidents in the U.S. Is the federal government doing anything to try to address this, Ken?
Yes, they are, and you're absolutely right. I spoke to an FBI official today who says they are seeing an alarming rise in anti-Semitic and other kinds of hate attacks. And this is not necessarily a problem that the federal government can solve, but President Biden did set up an interagency group to increase and better coordinate U.S. government efforts to counter anti-Semitism, also Islamophobia, and related forms of bias and discrimination. Biden asked that group to develop a national strategy to counter anti-Semitism, to raise understanding about it and the threat that it poses. And meanwhile, the FBI and other law enforcement agencies continue to investigate domestic violent extremists suspected of breaking the law. Kate.
All right, Ken Delaney in Forest. Ken, thank you.
You bet.
We are also following some breaking news from Capitol Hill now. The House Ethics Committee just announced it will move forward with an investigation into Congressman George Santos. The freshman New York lawmaker is facing scrutiny over potential campaign finance violations, as well as potential conflicts of interest. Santos has been under the microscope for months now, both over admitted and alleged lies on his resume and other falsehoods. CPAC is back in action. Top Republicans are gathering near Washington this week for that annual Conservative Political Action Conference. It's billed as one of the biggest political events of the year. And while those who are attending are making news, so too are those who are not attending. NBC's Dasha Burns is at National Harbor, Maryland, where that conference is happening again this year. So, Dasha, talk to us about who's on the guest list and who's not.
Yeah, Aaron, you're right. The buzz around CPAC this year is really not as much about what's happening on the stage behind me, but about who's not taking the stage this time around. We just saw Senators Ted Cruz and J.D. Vance speak, received a warm, enthusiastic response from the audience here. But some notable names who are not in attendance include Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, RNC Chair Ronna McDaniel, former Vice President Mike Pence, potential 2024 candidate Governor Glenn Youngkin. And, you know, Aaron, when we talk to the folks here, the one name that keeps coming up that everyone was hoping would be in attendance, but is in fact not planning to come, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. As much as CPAC has really become the Trump show, this is a conference that has been remade in Trump's image since the Trump era began. Essentially, this is a name that's coming up a lot here, which will be interesting to see what that means, especially, Aaron, for that straw poll that's happening at the end of the conference, where even though DeSantis is not here, he will be on the ballot alongside Trump.
So outside of the people that are and aren't there, what are you hearing from the folks who are attending about their hopes, what they hope to hear from top Republicans?
Well, the thing about CPAC, if you take a step back, this used to be sort of they called it the Woodstock for conservatives. This was the setting where Reagan gave his City on a Hill speech. This used to be really focused on core conservative policy issues, national security, immigration, fiscal responsibility, right? The shift, though, in recent years is more so to culture wars, to those wedge issues. And, you know, Aaron, this crowd isn't thrilled, of course, with the current administration. And there's a lot of sort of pessimism about the direction of the country and an eagerness to talk to like-minded people here. Take a listen to what we heard.
This is a great opportunity to come and actually commingle, if you will, with people that are like-minded, that believe in freedom and liberty that we used to have, and are unfortunately seeing an erosion of almost day to day.
This is my fourth CPAC. I love the entire sense of we are being forward-looking. We are working hard to right the ship that is the United States of America.
And by the way, some of those names that aren't here, Governor Ron DeSantis, former Vice President Mike Pence, are instead in Florida at a Club for Growth event, kind of a split screen in the Republican Party this weekend, Aaron.
All right, Dasha Burns for us just across the river from D.C. today. Dasha, thank you.
And speaking of Florida, could Floridians say goodbye to the state's Democratic Party altogether? That is exactly what one state senator there wants to do.
Yeah, he's proposing a bill called, quote, the Ultimate Cancel Act. If it's enacted, it would eliminate the Florida Democratic Party entirely. NBC News political reporter Adam Edelman is following this story and joins us now. So, a little bit odd. Walk us through what this bill has in it and how it all came about.
So, the bill would cancel the political filings of any political party that had any time in its existence previously advocated or supported slavery. And because the Democratic Party, more than 150 years ago, had technically, as part of its platform, done such a thing, that it would apply to them, and it would essentially eliminate the party in Florida.
And what are Democrats saying about this? I mean, it's hard to wrap your head around. If they've eliminated the Democratic Party, could it exist in some other way, or what are Democrats saying?
Well, the state party has said that it's unconstitutional and unserious. And on the second charge, they may be right. The Republican lawmaker who filed the bill basically admitted on Twitter that the whole thing was part of a larger troll. That said, because there is a Republican supermajority in the state legislature down there, anything really is possible.
But, I mean, is it really possible? I mean, does it seem like this is something that people are latching onto and trying to help advance, or?
Well, the upcoming legislative session is going to be chock full of other red meat for conservatives. Yeah. There's bills about changing defamation laws. There's bills about various things that could help elevate Governor Ron DeSantis's expected or likely White House bid. This is likely to take a back seat to that, but like I said, I think Republicans there enjoy being in the spotlight and, enjoy kind of starting some of these feuds with Democrats.
All right, good to have you here, Adam Edelman. Thank you.
Well, coming up, the growing spread of colorectal cancer in young people and what symptoms to watch out for. More NBC News Daily right after this.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
In today's Daily Health, there is a new warning from the American Cancer Society.
The rates of colorectal cancer among people under the age of 55 are on the rise now, and most cases involve advanced stage cancer. NBC's Tom Costello has more.
At 45, Justin Kelly thought he was probably too young to get colon cancer. But when his doctor said the recommended screening age had dropped from 55 to 45, he ordered a mail-in Cologuard test. The result was positive. A colonoscopy confirmed stage 3 cancer, and Justin began an experimental immunotherapy last fall.
I'll share what my doctor told me when she came in to share the news. She said, you wouldn't have made it to 50 without coming in to see me. That's how, far along it was.
Justin is part of a younger generation of Americans whose colorectal cancer rates have nearly doubled over 25 years. In 1995, 11% of those 55 and younger were diagnosed with colon cancer. By 2019, it was 20%.
Unfortunately, there has been a rise as well in advanced stage diagnoses, where the colon cancer has not only spread to lymph nodes, but also to distant organs in the form of metastases.
The symptoms to watch for: a change in bowel habits, blood in the stool, abdominal pain, unintentional weight loss, fatigue, and shortness of breath. But while it's the second leading cause of cancer death, many people are reluctant to discuss their symptoms or seek help.
There needs to be open communication between patients and their family members about what might be going on, as well as patients and their primary care providers.
The risk factors include obesity, physical inactivity, a diet low in fruits and veggies but high in red and processed meat, smoking, heavy alcohol use, and a family history, with Black Americans, Native Americans, and Alaska Natives at an elevated risk. Justin Kelly is just grateful he took the test.
I do see it as a close call. If I hadn't gotten that physical, I would have been in a very different spot.
Diagnosed and now cancer-free. Tom Costello, NBC News, Washington.
In today's mental health check, today is World Teen Mental Wellness Day, and we're taking a look at how social media is affecting young people and their mental health.
A Pew Research Center survey shows 54% of teens between 13 and 17 say it would be hard to, at least somewhat, give up social media. Joining us now is Chief Science Officer for the American Psychological Association, Dr. Mitch Prinstein. Dr. Prinstein, we appreciate you being here. Last month, we know you testified before a Senate committee talking about online dangers and how social media may be affecting teenagers. What were some of the main concerns about the role that social media plays with young people today?
Well, psychological scientists are really unpacking the effects of social media on mental health, and we've identified at least 8 different ways that this might be relevant. Just a few of those are the potentially addictive effects of social media on kids, the extent to which they're exposed to discrimination or online hate, the amount of stress that they experience from overloaded notifications and too much information, and also emerging research showing that social media might be actually changing the way that adolescents' brains grow during this super sensitive period of development.
I'm nodding along because I remember about 5 years ago I did a story, and the research then was really mixed about the impact of devices and social media. Are we at a point where there's more consensus now about the negatives that you listed?
Well, it's really starting to get there. So we used to look at whether screen time in and of itself was a problem. And I think clearly now it's not the amount of time you're spending on screen. It's specifically what you do when you log in, what kinds of things you're exposed to, and how that interacts with the person you were before you even logged in.
So if you spend all your time looking at cat videos, the impact is going to be less than some of the other things that are out there that are, not so friendly. We know that social media can be very addicting, right? How can parents know if their kid actually needs help, and then what should they do?
So we're finding now that over 50% of kids are reporting at least one symptom of clinical dependency on social media when we use the same kinds of questions we would use for substance use or addiction to illegal drugs. If parents find out that their kids say that they're having a hard time getting off of social media, even when they try and stop, or that it's interfering with their ability to get done with daily roles and routines, that's a warning sign that kids might be getting too attached to some of the content that artificial intelligence and machine learning might drive them to spend more time with than they should.
Yeah. Okay, real quickly, TikTok announced that it's going to default any users under 18 to a 60-minute time limit on TikTok. Asking for a friend, is that enough? Should they be doing more?
Okay, it's a good start, but let's make sure there's a way that can ensure these kids really are under 18, and there's a real way to monitor that.
Dr. Mitch Prinstein, thank you so much.
It's got to be a lot more than just lip service with these things.
Yeah.
There's more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
There's a new royal rift making headlines after Prince Harry and Meghan were asked to remove all their belongings from Frogmore Cottage, their royal residence in the UK. Here's NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiella.
A spokesperson for Prince Harry and Meghan Markle saying the couple is being kicked out of their Windsor home, telling NBC News the Duke and Duchess of Sussex have been requested to vacate their residence at Frogmore Cottage. The cottage, owned by the Crown Estate and just minutes from Windsor Castle, was a gift to the couple from Queen Elizabeth. It's been their official residence in the UK since the birth of their son Archie. They talked about it in their recent Netflix docuseries.
It was a place where we had so many memories. From our courtship, our engagement, our wedding, our walks. And then where we ended up, having our baby.
The eviction coming after the couple was critical of the royal family in that Netflix series and in Prince Harry's explosive memoir, Spare.
It's a dirty game. The pain and suffering of women marrying into this institution, this feeding frenzy.
The message that the King has sent by taking Frogmore Cottage away from them is you, Harry and Meghan, have made it very clear that you see your future in the United States. You've made your bed and you can lie in it, and I am not going to provide you with a bed, courtesy of the royal family, in the United Kingdom.
The couple were heavily criticized after spending a reported $3.2 million of taxpayer money renovating the country estate before moving in, later repaying those costs after stepping down as senior royals, but hoping to hold on to the property.
Frogmore Cottage is a very private, very secure house on an estate where Harry and Meghan's privacy was never intruded upon. So in some ways, not having that in the United Kingdom will be a wrench for them.
Harry and Meghan, who are now raising son Archie and daughter Lilibet in California, renewed a long-term lease for Frogmore Cottage in 2020, staying there last year while in the UK for the Queen's Platinum Jubilee and throwing a birthday party for Archie. Now that home away from home, no longer an option. Kelly Kobiella, NBC News.
Well, a shocking discovery inside the Great Pyramid of Giza is being called one of the most important revelations of the 21st century. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter has the details.
A new discovery inside the Great Pyramid of Giza. Behind these gigantic chevrons above the main entrance, for the first time, a look inside, a precise analysis, a real characterization of the North Face corridor.
This discovery, in my opinion, is the most important discovery on the 21st century.
The towering structure has for centuries kept secrets out of reach of scientists and archaeologists. And now, for the first time, images showing a vaulted ceiling, a corridor measuring 30 feet with 5 chambers designed to release pressure.
This corridor, it's protecting or reducing the pressure on something beneath it. It might be chamber, it might be something else. Very soon we can figure out what is the main issue of this corridor.
Inside the Great Pyramid, the possible tombs, the unknown artifacts, even the ancient construction techniques, it's all fascinated the world for the last 4,500 years.
It's wonderful that we keep getting new developments and learn new things.
Back in 2016, a cavity behind the North Face was first discovered. Scientists believed it was horizontal, and now they know it is, with perhaps a small upward slope. After 7 years of exhaustive investigation, a true picture of what it looks like. Launched back in 2015, Scan Pyramids set out to penetrate the walls of this ancient pyramid without disrupting them. No drilling required, no excavations. Using advanced cosmic ray scans in the form of muons, scientists can peer behind the thick limestone walls with technology far more powerful than any X-ray. But the questions remain. What else is behind the North Face? What's below that corridor? What is it hiding? Molly Hunter, NBC News.
It's almost like the questions that are cooler than the discovery, because you know there's something, there's more there.
That is so fascinating. I am
cool.
the daughter of an archaeologist, though, so I love all things
That's
like
on my bucket
that.
list. We should go.
Yeah, let's go.
Let's do it.
Let's book the tickets. All right.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
I'm Kate Snow. You're watching NBC News Daily. We're also streaming for free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. NBC News Daily starts right now. It's Thursday, March 2nd, 2023. Breaking news, closing argument. Alec Murdaugh's defense attorney delivers his final argument in this double murder trial, and why one juror was suddenly ousted from the case.
Storm on the move. The system that slammed California now marching east. What it's packing and who will face the worst of it.
Bling Ring, the international criminals stealing millions of dollars in valuables from homes, who they're targeting and why.
And Bitter Pill, an app to help you save on prescriptions accused of selling personal information, how to keep it from happening to you.
We begin with the breaking news today in the Alec Murdaugh double murder trial.
After 6 weeks, more than 75 witnesses and a trip to the crime scene by the jury, the case is now on the verge of being handed over to that jury. Alec Murdaugh's attorneys delivered their closing arguments today. The disgraced former lawyer is accused of killing his wife and youngest son in June 2021. After those arguments, prosecutors then gave their final rebuttal.
Before all this, though, the judge announced a major twist first thing this morning. One of the jurors is now off the case.
In order to preserve the integrity of the process and in fairness to all the parties involved, we're going to replace you with one of the other jurors.
NBC News correspondent Jay Gray is at the courthouse in South Carolina. Also with us, NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos. Jay, we'll start to you. We'll get to that jury in a moment here. First, walk us through the defense's closing arguments today and then how the prosecution responded.
Yeah, and Aaron, the defense wasted no time getting straight to the core of their defense of Alec Murdaugh, saying that investigators, quote, failed miserably investigating the murders of his wife and son, and that they potentially fabricated evidence in the case. They said that the prosecution was failing as far as the timeline was concerned, as far as circumstantial evidence in this case. And they also questioned their theory on the motive, saying it just doesn't make sense.
The state's theory is that, that there was a storm a-coming, clouds are arising, and that his financial house of cards is about to collapse, and he's about to be exposed. And because of that, he does what every rational person would do: go kill your wife and son. That is their theory of motive.
Yeah, now prosecutors got the last word with the jury in their rebuttals, saying that Murdaugh has lied to everyone closest to him, that he is lying to the jury, and that he was pushed by everything going on and collapsing in his life to commit these murders. They told the jury, use common sense when you begin deliberations.
And Jay, talk to us about that juror dismissal that we mentioned. Why was that person replaced?
Yeah, Kate, this one's pretty simple. There were reports that she had been discussing the case outside of the presence of the jury. 3 witnesses were called to the judge's chambers last night after proceedings. They all testified in the judge's chambers that she had discussed things with them and left him with no choice but to dismiss her. 28 days into this case, 6 weeks she had sat with that panel, and she has been dismissed. An alternate moved in. The judge did go on to say he didn't think there was any malice here, that she wasn't trying to cause any problems, but that she had moved outside of his rules in the courtroom.
All right, Jay, thank you. Let's turn to Danny Savalos now and get your analysis of this. Danny, this was the last chance for the lawyers to leave an impression. What did you make of the defense's closing argument and the prosecution rebuttal?
Defense's closing, no surprises there. They didn't have a lot to work with. They focused on maybe 5 different minor points that the prosecution or the law enforcement may have done a shoddy investigation, but they really hammered home the beyond a reasonable doubt standard, the presumption of innocence, and they seized upon what will be likely considered a gift from the prosecution. That entire, we just played a clip from that, the entire financial crime motive for killing the wife and son. It isn't plausible. Defense seized that. They used it against the state. State, meanwhile, in rebuttal, brought the fire and brimstone, which they usually do because they know the defense can't get up and say anything afterwards. So very effective there. They addressed some really important points. Among those are that if Murdaugh hadn't been caught by the state's evidence lying, would he have taken the stand and admitted that he was lying? And of course, the answer to that is almost certainly no.
It's going to be really interesting. The jury will have it soon, and then we've got a weekend coming. We don't know how long this will take. Danny, thank you. Appreciate it.
Jay Gray as well. A dangerous storm system moving from the west coast to the east. It's now posing a severe weather threat from Texas to Tennessee. Hail, strong wind, even a new round of tornadoes are possible. Northern California is still bracing for 1 to 3 more feet of snow over the next few days. And east of Los Angeles, heavy snow triggered an avalanche overnight Tuesday into Wednesday. Let's bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns now. Bill, walk us through this storm system. What's coming and when's it coming?
Yeah, that next storm for California is going to be Saturday and Sunday, so that's when we'll focus on that area. And, you know, they're still trying to clean up from the last one. The storm that hit California is now heading into Texas. Our severe weather outbreak has begun. We have 2 severe thunderstorm watches. Baseball-sized hail is likely today in a few areas. That's enough to do significant damage. And sometimes you get these big, huge hailstorms, and you could get like $1 billion weather disaster if it hits the wrong place. So this is the area of greatest concern, not just for a large hail, damaging wind, but also possibility of a strong tornado or two. And it looks like the storms will arrive in Dallas about 6 to 7 o'clock local time, and then eventually head towards Texarkana by around 9 to 10 o'clock. It may not make it all the way to Memphis until about midnight tonight. That's kind of the timeline. And this hatched area is where we have the chance for a strong tornado. We don't expect a lot of strong tornadoes, but just 1 or 2 is possible. And of course, we all know how damaging that can be. Then tomorrow into areas of Kentucky and Tennessee, we'll have a chance of some isolated tornadoes. And severe weather as far as winter goes, goes, Chicago to Detroit and also northern New England, you're going to get a snowstorm out of this. Tomorrow during the afternoon, it changes from rain to snow from Chicago to southern Michigan. A heavy, wet snow with gusty winds. Power outages are possible. And then, guys, we'll end this storm Friday night and Saturday in northern New England with another snowstorm.
All right, Bill Cameron's with us today. Thank you, Bill.
Environmental activist Aaron Brockovich is in northeastern Ohio today, meeting with residents impacted by that waste from the toxic train derailment.
They are not stupid. They are not making things up. This is very real to them. And I really hope that everybody will spend time with them and go to their properties, smell it for yourself, experience it for yourself, feel what they're going through.
Take a look at this video taken this morning of the cleanup that is underway. Nearly 2 million gallons of toxic wastewater have been hauled to treatment centers in Ohio, Michigan, and Texas. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen has been following this story now for the whole time it's been going on. And communities outside of East Palestine, Ron, are now worried about the impact of that toxic waste coming from the crash. What's causing the concern?
They're concerned because this has to go somewhere. It's waste and it's water, and it's going to facilities that, in some cases, for example, a facility 20 miles away from East Palestine in East Liverpool, there's a somewhat checkered history of the facility and a long-running dispute with residents who've complained that the plant is not functioning properly. There have been lawsuits. There have been hearings with the EPA, and that's what's causing some concern there. Something else new that just happened, the NTSB just released another statement about what led to the cause of this whole situation, and they're honing in on something called a pressure relief device and the aluminum protective covering over it. And this is something on the tank car. You remember they had to release the pressure on the tank car to prevent an explosion, and they did a controlled explosion. So the NTSB is trying to take apart what happened here, and they've zeroed in on this very technical thing called a pressure relief device that malfunctioned and melted in the heat to explain why they had to go through this controlled explosion and all that, which is a very controversial aspect of how this whole situation was handled.
So in other words, if that device had worked, they wouldn't have had to explode so much stuff into the air. Interesting.
Yes, exactly. In scientific parlance, yes, exactly.
Yeah, right. I mean, I'm not a scientist. I'm just trying to understand.
I hear you, yeah.
Listen, there's some politics here, too, right? This morning, Ohio's Republican Governor Mike DeWitt called on President Biden, obviously a Democrat, to visit. Are we hearing any response out of the White House?
Yes, some press caught up with the president today, and he shouted questions, and he basically responded by saying that he's spoken to every official in Ohio, Democrat and Republican, on a continuous basis. Essentially, he's not saying that he's going to East Palestine, but that he is going to deal with some of the issues raised there through legislation. And, for example, the Secretary of Transportation the other day released a long list of proposals. There was also a bipartisan bill introduced by the Republican and Democratic senators of Ohio that covered a lot of rail safety issues that the administration has brought up, including safer tank cars to carry hazardous materials, for example, like the ones that were a big issue there. So the president basically saying, I'm not going, I'm dealing with this through established channels.
Thank you, Ron. And I want to correct myself. I meant to say Governor Mike DeWine of Ohio. Appreciate it. Thanks.
An early morning liftoff from the Kennedy Space Center today.
3, 2, 1. Engines full power and liftoff at Cruise 6. Go Dragon, go Falcon.
The SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket blasting off early this morning, sending 4 people to the International Space Station, 2 American astronauts, a Russian cosmonaut, and the first Arab assigned to a long-term space mission. Now, this is the second attempt for Falcon 9 after plans to launch on Monday had to be scrapped because of a clogged filter in the engine ignition system. That crew is expected to dock with the International Space Station early Friday morning.
Apple is reportedly blocking an app that uses ChatGPT, and a light fixture found at a thrift store sells for millions.
Morgan Brennan joins us now with our CNBC Money Minute. Hi, Morgan.
Hi, good afternoon to you both. Well, Apple is delaying an update to an email app featuring AI over fears that it may produce inappropriate content. The Wall Street Journal is reporting that Apple has deferred the approval of Bluemail, which uses a custom version of chatbot similar to ChatGPT. Apple has raised concerns that children could be exposed to inappropriate content in the app. It's requesting that the age restriction be raised to 17 and over. The FDA, meantime, though, has denied several requests from Elon Musk's brain-computer interface company, Neuralink, to perform tests tests on humans. That's according to a new Reuters report. Musk has promised for years that the technology will be tested on humans, but the company only applied for approval last year. Musk and others at the company have promoted grand ambitions for the tech, like curing mental health issues. It has already been tested in some animals, like monkeys. Kate and Aaron, I'll send it back to you.
All right, interesting. Morgan Brennan, thank you. Coming up, why an NFL hopeful turned himself into police and what it could mean for his future prospects. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
College football star and top NFL draft prospect Jalen Carter has turned himself into authorities after a warrant was issued for his arrest. Jail records show he was released shortly after posting bond. The Georgia defensive tackle is accused of reckless driving and racing tied to a deadly crash. Here's NBC's Stephanie Gosk.
Top NFL prospect and former Georgia Bulldog Jalen Carter is facing charges in connection to a fatal crash in January. His teammate Devin Willock and team recruiter Chandler LaCroix were killed. According to jail records, the star player turned himself into authorities overnight, was booked into the Athens-Clarke County Jail, and released a short time later. According to an arrest warrant obtained earlier by NBC News, police filed 2 misdemeanor charges against Carter for reckless driving and drag racing. This surveillance video obtained by our NBC News affiliate appears to show 2 cars matching police descriptions of the vehicles allegedly racing minutes before the crash. Police have not confirmed the cars in the video were the ones involved. Investigators finding both Carter and LaCroix drove at high rates of speed, overtaking other motorists and switching between lanes. LaCroix said to be driving over 100 miles an hour with a blood alcohol level more than twice the legal limit.
It was a car that definitely sped away.
But there are questions surrounding Carter's statements to police about where he was at the time of the crash. According to documents reviewed by the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, he left the scene apparently before police arrived, but then returned nearly an hour and a half later and gave shifting accounts about the crash. When he returned, Carter initially told police he was nearly a mile away when the crash happened, making it seem like it was a single-car accident, but later acknowledged he was actually alongside the other car, according to the documents, which have not been seen by NBC News. This week, Carter has been meeting with teams in Indianapolis at the NFL Combine, but left shortly after his warrant was issued. In a statement posted on Twitter, Jalen writing in part, numerous media reports also circulated containing inaccurate information concerning the tragic events of January 15th, 2023, adding, when all of the facts are known, I will be fully exonerated. Now, with charges laying in wait, an NFL future hangs in the balance.
It's a bit early right now to say definitively that his draft stock is going to plummet. But we have seen many situations over the years where off-the-field issues arise.
Stephanie Gosk, NBC News.
The Chicago Police Department is mourning the loss of one of their own today. An officer was shot and killed in the line of duty yesterday on the city's southwest side. NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach joins us now. Gary, what are we learning about this officer and what happened?
Kate, a 5-year veteran of the Chicago Police Department, was shot and later died after responding to a domestic violence call in the Gage Park area of Chicago yesterday, just before 5 p.m. When 32-year-old officer Andres Vasquez Lasso arrived on scene with a fellow officer, police say the suspect was seen chasing a woman down the street with a gun. One of the officers engaged with the suspect, who then ran away. That's when the two officers began pursuing the suspect, and police say shots were exchanged at close range between the suspect and the now deceased Officer Lasso. The 18-year-old suspect was taken to a local hospital with a gunshot wound to the upper body, and Police Superintendent David Brown says the loss this department is dealing with isn't just impacting the officers of the Chicago PD.
Policing is a big family of people who know at some point they may be asked to make the ultimate sacrifice, but you never wish or hope that it actually happens.
Lasso was the first Chicago police officer shot and killed in the line of duty in nearly 2 years. Chicago police say an investigation and review of body camera footage is ongoing. Kate?
All right, Gary Grumbach, thank you. A discrimination case against the NFL is heading to court after a federal judge rejected the option of arbitration. You may remember Coach Brian Flores sued the league, NFL, and 3 teams a year ago, saying that the NFL was, quote, rife with racism. The judge said a jury can decide the merits of his claims against the league, against the Denver Broncos, the New York Giants, and the Houston Texans. However, the claims that he made against the Miami Dolphins will go through arbitration. The NFL said it plans to move forward with that arbitration and will seek to dismiss the remaining claims.
And coming up, the international crime ring that police say may be impossible to stop. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Also want to mention to you something special tonight on NBC News Now. Steven Spielberg, The Fableman. It's an in-depth look at the life and career of the award-winning director. That is tonight on NBC News Now, streaming everywhere at 10:30.
We are also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live. You see many of the places listed right there on your screen. The news continues right after this.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Well, we've been hearing for years now about global supply chain issues, right? And how they're affecting the systems that bring us the products that we need every day. Well, now, one company right in the middle of that chain thinks the links are finally connecting once again. CNBC senior editor Lorianne LaRocco tells us why.
The flow of trade has been a leading indicator on both supply chain issues and inflationary pressures. One of the leading global barometers on trade is the world's largest container shipping liner, MSC, Mediterranean Shipping Company. The company, which has almost 18% of the container market, is growing at a time where we are seeing contractions in the maritime space. They are adding vessel capacity, and they tell me they are optimistic on the second half of the year.
We are seeing positive signs out of China. We're seeing positive signs out of India. So it gives me some belief that by middle of this year, we will start seeing some normality and a return to some single-digit growth numbers.
Toft explained the rate of the growth in trade all depends on inventory levels. He said at the present time, North America and Europe inventories are still high, but signs on ocean bookings out of China are encouraging. Toft said they see the U.S. in very positive shape, noting the reduction in inflation, the strong jobs market, and being a net energy exporter. Toft added they build based on where their clients want to bring in their cargo or export their cargo. MSC has been on an investment boom in the U.S., creating terminals in Baltimore and New Orleans, as well as additional investments in Los Angeles. In Asia, they are building the largest terminal in Quanzhou. These are bullish signs on their outlook on the U.S. economy and friendshoring, because these projects take years to complete and for returns to be made. For CNBC Business News, I'm Lorianne LaRocco.
Well, America is getting older, and there seems to be a shortage of qualified caregivers to help people who need help. AARP expects the need for caregivers to grow by 30% this decade. Health aides who care for seniors in their homes often struggle to get training, certifications, and livable wages. But one former caregiver is on a mission to change that. CNBC's Bertha Coombs joins us now with more. Hi, Bertha.
Hey, Aaron. You know, Helena Diazon worked through college and high school as a caregiver, and when she decided to launch a business, she thought, maybe there's something here that I can do to make this educational process better for others like her.
We're going to work on giving Andy a bed bath.
It takes hands-on training to learn how to bathe a patient, but staying up to date on home health aid skills takes more than a few classes.
So many times I'd be showing up at a client's home and really having very basic or bare level experience.
Helena Diazon worked her way through college as a home health aide. After business school, she launched Care Academy to help women like her who work in home health care learn the skills they need on demand.
We think about ourselves really very similar to a Netflix of healthcare.
With advanced skill training that can help home care workers earn higher pay.
Rushing can increase confusion, so give your client plenty of time.
We have 600 plus classes. We have specialized certifications as well. So that includes learning about the needs of clients throughout their dementia care.
Boston home care agency Best of Care signed on to the program in 2018 and saw staff turnover fall below 25%. For home health aides working night shifts especially, online training has been a game changer.
We'll see that they've completed a Care Academy education course at 3 a.m. while their client is sleeping overnight. They're able to get some training in.
You know, Aaron, this is one of those things where they are working with home agencies and a lot of nursing homes, but they're also with those agencies trying to expand and maybe allow home caregivers, those of us who care for our parents and grandparents, to be able to get some of this training, because it's hard work.
Yeah, I can imagine it is. Bertha Coombs for us today from CNBC. Bertha, thank you.
Coming up, the anti-Semitic threats targeting one of Michigan's top leaders and others. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We are also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live, including YouTube, Hulu, Apple TV, Zumo, Tubi, all the places.
Keep going.
Roku, Fubo.
There we go.
That's a new one. The news continues right after this. Stay with us.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
A Spirit Airlines flight from Dallas to Orlando was forced to make an emergency landing in Jacksonville after a battery fire in an overhead bin. Smoke filled the cabin before the crew and a retired firefighter on that flight put the fire out. We know at least 10 people were taken to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries.
Greek rail workers are on strike today to protest the government after Tuesday's train accident that left at least 43 people dead and dozens more hospitalized. About 2,000 people took to the streets of Athens to vent their frustration. The demonstrators say government negligence led to that tragedy. They want the railroad company to take accountability. They want the government to invest in Greece's rail infrastructure.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken and Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov met for the first time since the war in Ukraine began. The top diplomats chatted on the sidelines of the G20 meeting in India today. They met for less than 10 minutes, but Blinken said the two discussed Russia's decision to suspend a nuclear treaty, the war in Ukraine, and Paul Whelan's detainment.
We are learning new information this hour about a cross-country criminal network with roots in South America. Police say a group of thieves from Chile are coming into the U.S. and stealing millions of dollars in cash and valuables. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin has been tracking this story from Los Angeles for us. Dana, what do we know?
Well, Kate, I first covered this story more than a year ago when I was a local reporter in San Diego. The burglars are targeting some of the wealthiest communities there, and after a 6-month hiatus, the burglars appear to be back on the prowl. Authorities trying to track down these notorious burglars. San Diego police saying they suspect they are part of a Chilean crime ring. The criminals, highly coordinated, covered from head to toe, taunting security cameras in the mansions they rob in less than 15 minutes.
They are up in their game. They're getting smarter as how they're acting and what they're doing.
The Chilean nationals are suspected in at least 21 burglaries since December. San Diego police believe these crime tourists are hiding in nearby canyons. They plagued the area last year, but then went quiet until this recent string of robberies. In this heist, they made off with more than $80,000 in jewelry and heirlooms.
They knew exactly what they were doing and where they were going. They just were like an organized group like you see in the movies.
Police say these Chileans are entering the U.S. on 90-day visas, hitting some of the wealthiest neighborhoods across the country. Authorities are also looking into robberies in New York, Connecticut, Washington, D.C., New Jersey, and Florida that they believe were also carried out by this ring.
We had a safe that was hidden in the back of the closet, bolted to the floor, had been ripped out of the floor and had been smashed open.
In Long Island, New York, 3 Chileans were arrested in January of 2020, accused of committing burglaries across multiple states.
In the Nassau County area alone, they probably count for 10 to 12 burglaries. Throughout the tri-state area, there's probably a couple of dozen burglaries.
Police tracked the alleged burglars down to this house in Queens, New York, where they found the proceeds from multiple heists. This doorbell camera shows a suspect running away from police in Saddle Rock, New York. Investigators say at least 2 homes were targeted there, including one belonging to the town's mayor.
That episode was a real punch in the gut.
While these arrests were made in 2020, experts say even if these criminals are caught, the bail for nonviolent property offenses can be low or non-existent, giving them the chance to make a getaway or even fly back home with the score. Now, some may be wondering why these suspects were released. And in the case we mentioned from New York, one of the suspected burglars was released from jail because of the new bail reform that eliminated cash bail for most misdemeanors and nonviolent felony charges. In late 2019, 2 other burglars were also arrested, but they posted bond and disappeared. Police believe they are back in Chile. Kate?
Interesting. Dana Griffin, thank you.
The FBI is investigating a man accused of threatening to kill elected officials in Michigan. Investigators say he tweeted that he specifically wanted to kill Jewish politicians. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney is joining us now. So, Ken, do we have any idea of who specifically this man is accused of having threatened?
Well, the Attorney General of Michigan, Aaron, Dana Nussel, said on Twitter that she was one of the officials targeted. The criminal complaint does not name others, but there's a report that Congresswoman Alyssa Slotkin, who's Jewish, is also among those who were threatened. This man, according to the criminal complaint, was posting these threats on Twitter. I've reviewed that Twitter account. It's full of rantings and ramblings. It's clearly the work of a very disturbed person. And what the FBI says is once they began investigating, they learned that the state police was also investigating this man for the theft of a handgun. They learned from his mother that this man possessed weapons, including a high-powered military-style rifle, which got them very concerned. They tracked his phone, and they ended up arresting him. He's now charged with making these threats, and he's in custody in Detroit, Aaron.
You know, Kim, we've talked a lot about the rise in anti-Semitism and the violence connected to it in the last few years here. The Anti-Defamation League says last year there were more than 2,200 anti-Semitic incidents in this country. How aware is the federal government? Is it taking any action to address this?
Well, Aaron, this is a difficult problem, as you might expect, for the federal government to really tackle. But the Biden administration is trying to do things, including President Biden appointed a committee to sort of examine the state of anti-Semitism, a task force in the United States, and raise awareness about it. But more importantly, Aaron, the FBI, the Justice Department, federal law enforcement agencies are hyper-vigilant right now because they know there's a climate in this country where hate motivated crimes are on the rise, not just anti-Semitism, but other kinds of hate crimes, extremism, lone violent extremists, people who are mentally unbalanced are taking action and committing violence. And the FBI is investigating those people when they are suspected of breaking the law and arresting them when they can, Aaron.
All right, Ken Delaney for us in Washington today. Thank you, Ken. We're also following some breaking news from Capitol Hill today. The House Ethics Committee just announced it will move forward with an investigation into Congressman George Santos. The freshman lawmaker from New York is facing scrutiny over potential campaign finance violations, as well as potential conflicts of interest. Santos has been under the microscope for months now over both admitted and alleged lies on his resume and other falsehoods. In a statement on Twitter, Santos said he is fully cooperating with the investigation.
Right now, Republicans are holding their annual Conservative Political Action Conference. It's known as CPAC. The event is drawing some big names, but what may be more notable this year is who will not be there. NBC's Dasha Burns is in National Harbor, Maryland, where the conference is taking place. So, Dasha, who's there? Who's a no-show? And what are people saying about it?
Well, Kate, I've got Florida Senator Rick Scott over my shoulder here speaking right now. We just saw also Senators Ted Cruz and J.D. Vance take the stage. But you're right. The buzz around CPAC this year is less about what's happening on the stage and more about who will not be taking the stage this year. Of course, the big headliner will be former President Donald Trump. But there are some high-profile names that are not in attendance. And those include Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, RNC Chair Ronna McDaniel, former Vice President Mike Pence, and, of course, the name I've been hearing the most here who is absent is Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. It's really interesting here today, Kate, as I've been talking to attendees. This is very much the Trump show. In fact, folks here have been calling it TPAC. Trump has really remade this conference in his image in the last few years. So it was notable that just about every conversation I had, someone was bringing up Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, wishing that he were here and eager to see him throw his hat in the ring for the 2024 presidential contest. Take a listen to what one attendee told me. If it is a Trump-DeSantis battle, which way do you go?
May the best man win.
For you, who is that best man?
I'm waiting. I think they both have strengths. I'd like to see it play out.
So folks split, but they do want to see that matchup from the people that I've been talking to. At the end of this conference, Kate, there will be a straw poll, and while DeSantis isn't here, his name will be on that ballot. So in this very Trump-centric event, it'll be interesting to see if DeSantis can run up those numbers on the straw poll. Could be pretty telling here, Kate.
All right, Dasha Burns watching that for us. Dasha, thank you.
We have an update now on a story we've been following for several months on child labor.
Yeah, NBC's Julia Ainsley has exclusive new reporting. The Department of Homeland Security is now widening its investigation into migrant children found working dangerous jobs at slaughterhouses. Julia is here with more of her reporting. Julia, you've been reporting on this for a long time, right? From the very beginning. And this is now an expanded probe. We're talking about kids working in slaughterhouses, to remind people. What are they focusing on?
Yeah, that's right, kids. Some as young as 13. Initially, the Labor Department found nearly 24 children working the overnight shift in a slaughterhouse in Nebraska. They widened that. They found there were over 100. Now we're just learning here at NBC that federal investigators from the FBI and DHS are looking not just at those children, but children working for different companies in multiple states nationwide that might be part of a smuggling ring. They think it could be a scheme to bring children here, get false IDs for them, and put them to work in these dangerous conditions and exploit them for the wages that they earn. That's what I understand from investigators. Right now, it's not clear exactly how this operation is running, who might be involved in the investigation, but it's certainly heating up.
Yeah, and it's getting bigger. Obviously, you can understand how it's getting bigger. A couple of questions, though. So what's your understanding of what the next steps are here? And then what potential consequences are there for companies that are sort of caught up in this?
Well, we know so far the Labor Department has issued a fine on one company, PSSI, for $1.5 million. A lot of people are saying that's not enough, but they have paid that, and that's the maximum they could be fined. But as far as criminal violations, it's not clear that federal investigators are actually going after the companies themselves unless they find evidence that they knew or were complicit in this smuggling ring. But they will be looking at employees to see if there's anyone who knowingly turned a blind eye to hire a child, hoping that they could hire them for a lower wage, or knew that they were part of a smuggling conspiracy.
You've told us before, these are people that don't look like adults in some cases. You have to, it strains credulity to think they had no idea that there were children.
That's true. And the investigators who have gone and have said there is no way you would think these were adults. A 13-year-old does not look like an 18-year-old.
Julia Ainsley, thank you so much for that reporting.
An app for prescription drugs accused of selling users' personal data. Coming up, how you can keep your private information private. More NBC News Daily coming your way right after this.
This is what it looks and feels
the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes. New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments.
We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
In today's Daily Health, relief is on the way for millions of insulin users after drug maker Eli Lilly announced it's capping prices. LX News storyteller Jalen Henderson shows us how that drug has evolved over time.
The year was 1921. World War I was ending. Babe Ruth was in his prime, and insulin was just discovered. The people credited with the discovery are Frederick Banting and his assistant, Charles Best. They figured out how to remove insulin from a dog's pancreas. Now, with the help of previous research, the duo believed that insulin could help regulate a person's blood sugar. So they kept researching and developing alongside their colleagues, J.P. Collip and John McLeod. And by the end of the year, the team created a purer form of insulin, this time from the pancreas of cattle. That next month, the researchers had their first human patient, Leonard Thompson. He was 14 and dying from diabetes. In 1922, he became the first person to receive an injection of insulin, and it saved his life. Before this discovery, people with diabetes didn't live long because there wasn't that much doctors could do for them. The most effective treatment was to put people on strict calorie-restrictive diets with minimal carbs, and it delayed death for a lot of people. But eventually, they died of diabetes or starvation. That's why a diabetic medical breakthrough was in such high demand. And this particular breakthrough saved the lives of millions. In 1923, the medical firm Eli Lilly became the first company to produce and commercialize insulin. Early versions of the drug required several injections daily, so researchers set out to make insulin last longer. And by the 1930s, they were able to do just that by adding properties like protamine and zinc. Around this time, scientists also started to notice a difference in patients with diabetes based on how they react to the insulin. This is most likely when we started differentiating between type 1 and type 2 diabetes. By the 1960s, insulin had already transformed diabetes care, but it wasn't perfect. Because insulin came from cattle and pigs, some people had allergic reactions to it, and there were also concerns about manufacturing and supply. So in 1978, researchers developed the first genetically engineered synthetic human insulin from E. coli bacteria. As the years have gone on, there have been several advances in insulin, as well as glucose testing devices, making life with diabetes easier and less painful with each development. Now, it comes in several forms, so people with diabetes can pick and choose from a variety of formulas, what's best for them. And even though it's not a cure, it's a lifelong solution to a lifelong disease.
A company that promises to help people with the cost of prescription drugs is accused of exposing their personal information. Here's reporter Lexi Sutter with our NBC station in Chicago.
Did you know that people everywhere are recommending GoodRx?
GoodRx has helped Dr. Ati Hakimi personally and professionally.
GoodRx has been my go-to.
She often refers her patients to the company to get their monthly medications for a fraction of the price. An affordable option she now realizes carried a cost.
I was taken aback.
Taken aback by the Federal Trade Commission's enforcement this month.
We have been investigating GoodRx's data privacy and data sharing practices
surrounding GoodRx's not-so-good privacy practices. In a civil injunction, the FTC says it found people who used GoodRx between 2017 and 2020 had their private, sensitive health information sold to third-party advertisers like Google and Facebook, breaking a promise to customers that their medications and health conditions would be kept confidential.
Not only was it sharing this information in a deceptive way and lying to consumers, but what we also uncovered was that GoodRx actually had no real sufficient policies in place at the company.
GoodRx settled the complaint but denies the allegations and admits no wrongdoing, the company responding in part. Entering into the settlement allows us to avoid the time and expense of protracted litigation. We believe that the requirements detailed in the settlement will have no material impact on our business or on our current or future operations. As part of the settlement, GoodRx agreed to pay a $1.5 million civil penalty and is prohibited from sharing users' health data with third parties for advertising purposes. The FTC says GoodRx is also required to notify all customers whose data was shared.
So, in general, how can you make sure your personal information isn't made public by a company or a service you use? First, the FTC says to opt out of targeted ads if possible and do so on every device and browser you use. And second, customize your app's privacy settings, denying permission to anything that they don't need, like your location.
The case against GoodRx serving as a good lesson for Dr. Hakimi.
All the technology that we have can be very helpful, but it looks like it can be harmful too.
Lexi Sutter, NBC5 responds.
There's much more news ahead.
Stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily.
day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
So have you seen this new TikTok filter? It's helping users kind of glam up their faces. It's called Bold Glamour, and it is super popular. It's been used more than 8.5 million times and counting. And while some people like the way it makes them look, others fear it could be doing more harm than good. Here's NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro.
You can't even tell it's a filter anymore.
What do you think? Do I look better with it?
Definitely made my lips bigger.
Bold Glamour, the latest viral TikTok filter, is causing a stir. It has users divided over the way it instantly changes how they look compared to what they see in reality.
This filter should be illegal. Here's the real me.
Some are amazed. So this is you without it, right? You look normal. Okay, and this is you with the filter.
Oh my goodness.
What do you think about how you look?
I think it's amazing. Like some famous actress.
But not everyone loves the look. Even actress Katherine Heigl saying this filter is not for me.
I don't like it so much, I have to say.
Why don't you like it?
I look a bit fake, yes.
You know,
too perfect.
What do you think?
You have to live up to like this expectation, like this look that's not realistic, and it creates a world in your mind that doesn't exist. It's destructive to the identity.
It's concerning. This is what a human face looks like.
Content creator Hira Mustafa stunned by the new standard the filter is setting.
What is it about Bold Glamour that makes it different from those other filters that we've seen?
It was just a completely different face to me. The lips were larger, eyes were larger, skin tone was lighter. I've seen more people in my age group than ever pursue cosmetic surgeries to make their faces look more like these filters. And I worry about how this impacts young girls' confidence.
A recent CDC study found that 57% of teenage girls reported feeling hopeless or sad. Many believe social media is among the causes for the drastic increase.
We're going to see psychological consequences.
Psychology professor Renee Englund has spent more than 20 years studying the effects of media and photo editing on women and girls.
You could be forgiven for not even noticing that all of the faces you see are filtered all the time.
She says when the filtered face you see is your own, it's a standard you might never be able to attain.
It's one thing to compare yourself to like some famous, beautiful person. It's another thing to compare yourself to an extra beautiful version of yourself that doesn't exist in the world anywhere.
TikTok hasn't responded to NBC's request for comment on the new filter, but in somewhat of an about-face today, TikTok announcing new restrictions on screen time for users under 18, limiting them to 60 minutes a day before requiring a passcode to continue use. The company says it's all to promote parental involvement in their children's digital well-being.
Do you think there needs to be more of that?
I would love to see that, especially for her.
Brad Baker's daughter, Abby, is 16 years old.
Okay.
What do you think?
It doesn't look like me.
Do you like it? You don't like it?
I like it. I think it's cool. Well, I don't usually wear any makeup, so it's just kind of weird to see.
Her dad, a high school teacher, also trying it out, seeing only subtle changes in his own face versus a drastic transformation in his daughter's appearance.
Yeah, it gives me a little bit more color in the face and, you know, could be improved. A little bit more hair on top would be nice. You know how it is.
And what do you think about what it does to your daughter's face?
Yeah, I mean, I could definitely see them having, I mean, you can tell it like definitely makes their lips bigger and make the, you know, the eyes with makeup kind of stand out. I definitely like her 10 times better in natural.
Valerie Castro, NBC News.
Well, today is Read Across America Day, a celebration of the books of Dr. Seuss, but also a chance to encourage children to read. Today, I had a chance to sit down with someone who may be more associated with reading than anybody. LeVar Burton spent more than 20 years as the host of Reading Rainbow on PBS. He's also spent a lifetime as a literacy advocate and a champion of helping children develop the ability to read. This National Reading Month, his message to children is simple.
By reading, you can pick up a book and travel anywhere in the world.
with your imagination, anywhere in the world or out of this world. That's how powerful the written word is.
It's really cool to talk to him. We also talked about this new documentary that he's the executive producer for. It's about the fight for reading and literacy in this country. We're going to have that story for you next week.
I am really looking forward to that, and you have been talking about that all day.
Very exciting.
What a wonderful interview to have.
We'll talk more.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
If it's Thursday, Democratic division's on display as the party grapples with the politics of rising crime. With President Biden telling Democrats he's not going to veto a D.C. crime bill that's been backed mostly by Republicans. Days after Chicago's Democratic mayor was ousted by voters, with crime as the key issue. Plus, Secretary of State Antony Blinken meets his Russian counterpart face-to-face for the first time since Russia invaded Ukraine. Wasn't a long meeting, but at least it happened, as rising U.S.-China tensions dominate the world stage at this week's G20 summit. And Iranian officials open an investigation after hundreds of Iranian schoolgirls have been hospitalized, apparently after being poisoned in a potential mass attack across the nation's cities. Happy Thursday. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Chuck Todd reporting in Washington. Folks, nothing has split the current Democratic Party or drawn as clear of a contrast between the progressive wing and the moderate wing, quite like the issue of crime and policing. And right now, from local city elections all the way up to the White House, Democratic Party leaders are clearly struggling to navigate this issue, the politics of it, and how it's divided voters. This afternoon, President Biden told Senate Democrats in a closed-door meeting on Capitol Hill today that he was going to side with the Republicans and some moderates on a piece of legislation that would block a series of progressive crime policies in the city of Washington, D.C. Some Democrats wanted him to veto the bill. He told them he's not going to do it. This move not only goes against the more progressive wing of the party on the issue of policing, but it also goes against Biden's avowed support of D.C. home rule. even though the mayor of D.C., Muriel Bowser, herself tried to veto these rules that her progressive city council passed. So yeah, this issue's a bit complicated. Still, Biden's move means this will be the first time in 3 decades that Congress has essentially nullified a law passed in the District of Columbia. But on the larger point of crime and policing, Biden's decision arguably shows how spooked Democrats are, that crime will be used as a political cudgel against them in 2024. So this is a decision Biden's making not as president of the United States, but as leader of the Democratic Party. Because guess what? The party got quite a reminder of the political peril of the issue this week in Chicago, where elevated crime rates played a significant role in Mayor Lori Lightfoot's loss in the city's mayoral primary Tuesday, making her the first mayor in 40 years to lose re-election after just 1 term, and the first incumbent mayor in the city's history not to even make it to the runoff. The 2 candidates who advanced to the mayoral runoff, both Democrats, are very far apart ideologically on the issue of public safety, illustrating the 2 paths forward for the party. You have former Chicago Schools CEO Paul Vallas. He has made being tough on crime a central issue, while Cook County Commissioner Brandon Johnson promised to focus on more progressive policing policies.
Is the fundamental right of every American. It is a civil right. We will have a safe Chicago. We will make Chicago the safest city in America.
We can defeat this structural inequality. We have built a multiracial, multi-generational movement from one end of the city to the other end of the city. We can build a better, stronger, safer Chicago, and tonight is just the beginning.
I've got a whole slew of our reporters on this story. I've got Ali Rafa with the latest from the White House and President Biden's decision. Ali Vitale is on Capitol Hill to talk a little bit about the pressure some congressional Democrats were actually putting on President Biden to give them cover. And right here at the desk is Natasha Korecki, who is usually based in Chicago for us. She's been covering that mayor's race, but luckily for us, she is here in D.C. Ali, let me start with you, because right now, I believe Karine Jean-Pierre is really struggling to explain this decision of the president, who is for D.C. statehood, for D.C. home rule, but clearly is nervous about the politics of this crime bill that the D.C. City Council passed over the objections of their own mayor.
Yeah, Chuck, up until this point, the White House had just said that they were not in favor of the House voting to gut this crime bill, but they hadn't really talked about the possibility of President Biden vetoing it. Now he's coming out and sort of explaining why, the reason behind his reasoning. He tweeted just a short time ago, quote, "I support D.C. statehood and home rule, but I don't support some of the changes D.C. Council put forward over the mayor's objections, such as lowering penalties for carjackings. If the Senate votes to overturn what D.C. Council did, I will sign it." This is sort of a political test for him. It shows not only, as you mentioned, that he is in favor of keeping that home rule, that unique position by Congress to sort of meddle in the affairs of the D.C. City Councils and D.C. voters, but it also shows ahead of 2024 where President Biden could be going with this. You can imagine had he chose to veto this crime bill that's expected to pass in the Senate when it does come up sometime next week, you can imagine how much Republicans would have seized on that and used that in 2024 for possible campaign ads. So this is really serving as a litmus test and an example of how Democrats are going to take up this opportunity to talk about crime leading into 2024. Republicans have attacked Democrats, saying that they are for defunding the police. That's something that President Biden has said the opposite of for years now. He said that, as a matter of fact, police reform will include, in his opinion, more officers on the streets. But this is definitely a test for 2024 and how President Biden, if and when he decides to run, which is looking very possible right now, very likely, how he'll handle this issue of crime coming up, Chuck.
Ali, I'm curious, was he asked now if he was going to have a preference in the runoff in Chicago? And the reason I ask this, I could argue he already has endorsed in this Chicago runoff. He just doesn't realize it yet, because if he is against the new policies at the D.C. City Council, then he's obviously would like to see Paul Vallas win that runoff. How are they handling the Chicago question in that press room right now?
So Up until yesterday, the White House had said that the president would be willing to work with anyone who eventually wins this mayoral race that's going off into a runoff on April 4th. That hasn't been brought up in the briefing as of right now that I've seen, but that is something that Karine Jean-Pierre will have to address, that President Biden will eventually have to come to terms with whoever wins this race and come up with a plan on how they're going to address this crime issue. As you mentioned, this is an issue that's facing not just Chicago, but so many major American cities that have seen a spike in crime since the COVID-19 pandemic began. So that's definitely an issue at the top of mind, for this administration, Chuck.
All right, Ali Raff at the White House for us. Ali, thank you. Ali Vitale, I had a birdie tell me that what Biden did today was providing cover for a whole bunch of Senate Democrats who wanted to vote to nullify this law, but didn't want to get in the president's way, if you will. They were looking for some cover, and the president provided them the cover. And it looks like now you have a rush of Democrats announcing they're going to vote for this bill.
Yeah, because the realities of the Senate map become real fast around here, especially in this Senate climate where Democrats know they are defending such a slim majority, and they're doing it with a map that's pretty unfavorable to them. I mean, the fact that someone like John Tester is going to again try to keep his seat in Montana is something that has Gary Peters, the head of the Democratic Senate campaign arm, breathing a little bit easier, but that's still a red state. Of course, questions about how Joe Manchin will ultimately go up in 2024. He said yesterday he's going to be involved. I mean, you can speak Manchinese however you want on that, but how he's involved is going to be important because that's going to be a tough seat for Democrats to keep. And then you even look over to Pennsylvania. Bob Casey now, in the aftermath of Biden coming here to Capitol Hill and saying that he wouldn't veto this, Bob Casey is now saying, yeah, when this comes up, I'm probably going to vote for it. So this is the reality of the Senate map in 2024 coming into play on D.C. home politics, but it's got much bigger implications.
What else was brought up at this meeting? Clearly, this was something that some in the party wanted him to get out of the way. I mean, trust me, you and I both know Joe Biden considers himself the third senator of Pennsylvania at times, so he knew what Bob Casey was thinking before he made this decision.
Yeah, correct. And, you know, man of the Senate forever, right? He spent some time in the Senate Foreign Relations room after he left the Senate lunch. This is still a place that he clearly feels so comfortable. But look, as he was huddling with his Democratic colleagues here, what one of them told me was that this was just a friendly lunch. Aside from the news around those D.C. laws, this was really just a gathering for them to talk about what the path forward was going to look like. Biden did this with House Democrats last night. The key is just implementation, focus on what we've done for the last 2 years, try to show tangible gains out of the majority, and give people proof of purchase with Democrats as they go into an election year that's tough on the Senate side, tough on the House side. And if Biden gets in, when he gets in, if he gets in, you know, we can go around in circles. Today he said, I'll announce when I announce. But clearly, as he's toying with this, he's trying to lay the groundwork in a congressional sense for everyone to be marching in lockstep on, we did a lot of things the last 2 years. Let's tell the American people about it.
Hey, very quickly, we're down 2 Democratic senators right now not doing business, which means we're at a technically 49-49. Tiebreakers are needed. I mean, is this going to slow down business? Both Dianne Feinstein, John Fetterman's hospitalized, and apparently Dianne Feinstein is still in California, whether for a health issue, not clear if she's been hospitalized.
Yeah, dealing with a medical issue is what her team says. But yes, we're already starting to see, look, the main focus of this Senate is judicial nominees, judicial nominees, judicial nominees. We're already starting to see a little bit of a shifting calendar around that. There could be a few reasons for it, but it's definitely something to keep an eye on, especially as Fetterman's team has said, this is going to be a weeks-long process for him as he deals with mental health issues right now. And that's something that they are obviously focused on entirely. So Feinstein being home in California, Fetterman being in the hospital here or getting the treatment that he needs, rather not in the hospital, all of that factors in when you, again, have these slim majorities. It was the story of last Congress, and it continues to this one.
Ali Vitale in Capitol Hill for us. Ali, thank you. All right, let me bring in Natasha Korecki, who's normally based in Chicago for us. This is not a local race. And I think that is today's news in some ways shows you how much this race could get nationalized depending on who wins. And I say this meaning the race itself, it looks like it's going to be a pretty big ideological divide. But you fill in the blanks. You tell me.
Absolutely. Paul Vallis, the fact that you have a law and order pseudo-Republican who is...
What makes him... I hear this a lot. What evidence that he's a pseudo-Republican?
Well, he once said, I tend to be more of a Republican, so that's one thing. And just listen to his messaging right now. He's very law and order. And the fact that that is his message. He wants more cops on the street.
Right.
He wants to bring some back, and he wants to add more. The fact that that is his message should have every Democrat standing at attention right now.
It was Eric Adams' message in New York,
Absolutely.
too. Right. I mean,
Right.
there is, right. I think there's a whole bunch of law and order Democrats showing up these days again, right?
Right, and it's because of public safety. I mean, what Chicagoans are saying is we need somebody to get this under control right now. Not invest in the future. Yes, we want you to invest in our communities, but please get this under control right now. If you don't have public safety, if people do not feel safe, you cannot do anything else. And that's what Chicagoans are screaming for. I went to a Lori Lightfoot event, and I was, this is people who are, tending to favor her. And she talked a very good talk about crime, investments, the judicial system. Afterward, I talked to people and they said, I still don't feel safe. I don't think she gets it. And what Vallis is saying is, I'm going to fix this right now. I'm going to go in and fix this.
What's his plan? Does he have one?
Well, he wants to bring back 1,800 police officers that they're down right now, and he wants to add another hundreds beyond that.
A lot of people are trying to add police officers. Finding police officers is actually quite difficult right now.
It is very difficult.
Especially like ones who are qualified.
Particularly when you are going to a city like Chicago. Who wants to go in Chicago right now? I mean, it's one of the toughest cities in the country. It is, some of the toughest neighborhoods. So going there, and there's recruitment. I was just at this DeSantis event in Chicago. He's talking about how he's hardcore recruiting Chicago police officers. Come down to Florida. We'll take care of you. We'll support you. We've got your backs.
Right.
That's another thing that Vallis is saying. I've got your back.
Right.
And I think that's what a lot of the rank and file wanted to hear right now, why they're backing him.
Let's talk about the Lightfoot vote, because it's pretty clear, South Side in general, but the Lightfoot voters are probably the easiest way to discern this. She hit Brandon Johnson for defund the police, at least her campaign did. She never did it herself, though, did she? Like, the campaign would do it, but she never said, hey, why did you do this?
She didn't go after him that hard.
It was an odd decision. She clearly was trying to use it against him, but she didn't seem to want to admit it was her doing it.
Right. Well, I think it's also part of it is, it's this balance. Think about what swept in Lori Lightfoot, Laquan McDonald.
Right.
And she was on the oversight committee at the time. People wanted change then because there is this deep-seated distrust of police officers with law enforcement in the community in Chicago that goes back to the 80s.
Especially on the South Side. Yeah.
Especially on the South Side. You had well-documented torturing of murder suspects who were wrongly accused, freed from death row. That goes back decades and decades. So she's dealing with that on top of the Laquan McDonald's. That's when she's swept in. So it is this balance. I mean, Vallis is going to go in now, and that's why I do think some of this is a hot take. I mean, Chicago is very complex, and they have these people have a very complicated relationship with police. And if you go too hard, they want it under control, but they don't want you to go too hard.
I was just going to say, they want more cops on the streets. They just want good cops on the streets.
Exactly.
I mean, when you talk to folks on the South Side, right? Like, that's what you hear. And I think that's going to be, how does Brandon Johnson navigate that?
Right. And that's going to be, that is going to be really difficult for him. They're throwing this defund the police at him, and he has actually already walked away from that.
Lori Lightfoot endorse here or not? Or do you think she stays neutral?
I think she endorses. I think she gets involved.
You do? Which side?
Her hatred seems to be
I was just going to say, who's she more angry at?
More angry. She seems to be more angry with Vallis than Johnson, but there's the Chicago Teachers Union.
I was just going to say, which teachers union is she more, which union is she more angry with?
It is a tough one. It is a tough one.
Natasha Korecki, you have a great story to follow.
Thanks, Chuck.
We'll be following it with you. And before that, thank you to Ali Rafa and Ali Vitale. Coming up, red meat and no shows. The highlights and lowlights from the opening day of the conservative confab known as CPAC. We are live in National Harbor, Maryland next.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. While some of the divisions inside the Democratic Party on crime are on display here in Washington and in Chicago, the divisions inside the GOP are out in full view just a little ways down from here, down the Potomac River at CPAC. What was once the event that united the conservative movement inside the Republican Party has become a red meat rally for the party's most pro-Trump forces. Some Republicans appear to be a bit wary of associating themselves with this gathering this year. Top members in Congress are not attending. Neither is their party chair. Same goes for a couple of top presidential candidates, perhaps the second most important candidate in the field these days, Ron DeSantis, plus the last vice president, Mike Pence. Both of them don't want to be at CPAC. A few of them will actually be at a competing group's event this weekend, an event which notably does not include Donald Trump. And while former President Trump will address CPAC this weekend, another cloud hangs over this event, thanks to organizer Matt Schlapp being under investigation for sexual misconduct connected to the Herschel Walker campaign. Dasha Burns joins me now live from CPAC. And day one CPAC, a little subdued. I think the bigger names that show up are tomorrow. Then we have President Trump on Friday, former President Trump. What are you hearing? What's the theme? And what does turnout look like?
Well, you're right, Chuck. The buzz around CPAC this year is less about what's happening on the stage behind me and more about who is not taking the stage. And the other big part of the story is sort of the shift in tone and in substance here at CPAC since the Trump era. So right now on stage behind me is a panel called Parents with Pitchforks. Earlier today, there was another panel called, quote, Sacking the Woke Mob. You know, this, as you mentioned, used to be sort of the center of gravity for conservatives, with really a focus on conservative policy. You know, this is the setting where Reagan gave his City on a Hill speech. It's where speaker spots were coveted by political up-and-comers, and where there was really a focus on those conservative staple issues, immigration, national security, fiscal responsibility. That has shifted here, and as you said, this really is the Trump show, and you've got that split screen with what's happening here and then what's happening down in Florida with DeSantis and former Vice President Mike Pence at that Club for Growth event. Here's the thing, though, Chuck. Despite the Trump-centric focus here at CPAC, I do keep hearing the name Ron DeSantis come up as I'm talking to folks who are attending here. A lot of people disappointed that he's not here, some even hoping that he might show up at some point. And you know, there is going to be a straw poll at the end. He's very likely not showing up, by the way. We haven't heard anything of the likes. But it's notable, you know, that an event that has really been made in the image of Trump in the last few years. Right. People are still talking about that potential rival in 2024. And there's going to be a straw poll at the end of this event. And while DeSantis is not here, he is going to be on the ballot. Trump is likely going to run away with it, right? But if DeSantis can even run up the numbers a little bit, that could be telling in, you know, in this particular crowd.
So anybody today get any buzz? I saw J.D. Vance spoke today, Jim Jordan. Was there anybody that had a following that people were curious about? Or is it just sort of day one and not a lot of people there?
There is a lot of enthusiasm here, and I've seen groups huddling around the likes of Steve Bannon, Lauren Boebert, Kimberly Guilfoyle was in the hallways. Senators Ted Cruz and J.D. Vance did get a pretty warm, enthusiastic reception from the audience here. So folks excited to be here. There is enthusiasm, but they are missing some of those higher profile names. Notably, no one's quite talked about wanting to see Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell or Kevin McCarthy, already the sort of establishment Republican leadership. The one name that people have been bringing up a lot, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. And he, by the way, we just learned is going to be in Iowa next week. So while he hasn't officially announced a run, certainly the behind-the-scenes machinery is moving.
Look, it is an astonishing decision by DeSantis to skip CPAC on the week he's launching a book. It tells you how uncomfortable he is to be associated with CPAC this year. Whether it's Trump, whether it's Slap, we don't know. But the fact is he's got a book to sell and he's not going there. That says a lot. Dasha Burns reporting on the ground from National Harbor. Dasha, thank you. Up next, the Republican Party's war on woke is heating up. We'll try to get a definition of it for you. It potentially sets the stage for the first veto of Joe Biden's presidency. I'll explain what it means and why it matters. Panel's next.
This is what it looks and feels
the latest film, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Welcome back. As we mentioned, President Biden is expected to break out his veto pen for the first time. Both the House and the Senate voted to overturn a Labor Department rule on so-called ESG investments. The rule permits retirement fund managers to consider environmental, social, and corporate governance factors in their investment decisions. Democratic Senators Joe Tester and Joe Manchin, both up for re-election this November, by the way, in some reddish states, joined all Republicans in getting this through the Senate. Republicans say that ESG investing is part of a trend of what they are calling, quote, woke capitalism, and it appears the party is hoping that ESG becomes a new front in the culture war. So joining me now on set is Reuters White House correspondent Jeff Mason, Democratic strategist Heather McGhee. She's also the author of The Sum of Us, and is out with a new young readers version of the book. I love to see different versions like that. Well done. And then we have National Review senior political correspondent Jim Garrity. Welcome all. Heather, congrats on the book.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right. I kind of, in some ways, both of these stories are kind of connected with our culture, but I want to start with the crime issue first. Jeff, this is your beat. This is the White House. Was this a presidential statement or a statement by the leader of the Democratic Party? This decision on, and I want to go to the Washington, D.C. non-veto decision before we get to ESG.
Yeah, no, I think it's a good question. I mean, in general, crime is something that we've seen was an issue in the last campaign. It didn't end up.
We're not sure how much it bit yet.
But that's just it. It didn't end up being as big of an issue as some. Certainly Republicans were saying ahead of those results. I think another interesting thing to talk about that I think Democrats are wanting to keep in mind when the discussion of crime rates is coming up is that voters do care about guns. Mm-hmm. And that's something that I think we'll probably hear more and more from the Democratic side when the Republican attacks come up.
That's exactly right. There's a set of corporations that are making a lot of money flooding our streets with things that kill our families and terrorize us. And what, almost 20 million guns sold last year? That's a big issue. That's a big money in politics issue. It's a corporate power issue.
All right, but let me ask a version of this question on this crime bill in here. Did you think that with a Democratic Senate and a Democrat in the White House, that D.C. would have a law nullified?
No, I really didn't.
I mean,
it's shocking.
Yeah.
It's shocking. Yeah.
If we did not have a president who was shaped by the 80s and the 90s and the issue of crime in the 1990s, the crack epidemic, the assault weapons ban, all of those fights from that were really central to Joe Biden, who he is. So I suspect he still sees the issue that way. And a president who
I don't
was
know how
in
you can't if that's your experience. I always say, if you want to understand why a politician does the things they do, find out when they first got elected or what they were doing.
A president in their 40s might not see the issue the same way.
I was just going to say, do you concur with that this in some ways this is the generational view of the crime issue?
Absolutely. I think he's come a long way in order to be the head of the Democratic Party today, in order to, in some ways, atone for the excesses of the crime bill and of that period of time. You know, the American people, when you ask them what keeps you safe, what makes for a safe neighborhood, the first thing they say is great jobs, good housing, right? Everybody knows that the safest neighborhoods in America are not the ones with the most police on the street, the most jails and prisons, the harshest sentences. They're the ones that have the most economic opportunity. And so that's where he's trying to, I think, both respond to the economic insecurity that has been a big driver of you know, particularly property crimes, and deal with guns. He's very strong on guns, but this is one of his flanks.
You know, it's interesting, Jeff, to see the White House be sensitive on this crime issue and sensitive about this sort of, some of these, call it a culture war, however you want to, some of these social policy issues that the middle of the electorate gets. ESG, he's not worked up on it. He has no fear on this one at all, even as Tester and Manchin. Why?
You know what? I think part of the reason why, I haven't spoken to anyone there about it, but my guess is it's also capitalism for investment banks to provide services and products that their clients want. And if there are clients that are wanting this and it's in line with their values, which happens to be in line with Democratic values, and there are plenty of Democratic investors out there, just as there are Republican investors, I don't think that's something that he sees as a clash.
Jim, what's the line here? And I'm curious where you are at National Review between government getting involved. Like, there's a fine line here. DeSantis wants to bar this, right? Some people want to bar it from happening. That doesn't feel very free market either.
Oh, it's not. And Larry Hogan said, it was Chris Sununu who said that, well, I'm a fan of limited government. This sounds like big government to me, when he was talking about DeSantis intervening with Disney and such.
Right.
I think one of the things this illustrates is that you have the 52-48 divide in the Senate. But if you have somebody who's up for re-election and their state isn't that blue if you're a Democrat, or it's not that red if you're a Republican, then all of a sudden those last few votes get very wobbly at that moment. If it's not a re-election year, I don't know if John Tester, makes this kind of decision. If West Virginia wasn't drifting to the right, I don't know if you'd be seeing the same thing from other senators. It's kind of one of those things where it comes down to who's up for re-election this year and how much pressure are they feeling. And on this one, I think these two Democratic senators say, you know what, anything too associated with woke, it's just not going to play well at home.
You hear a lot of sort of what I would call sort of middle-of-the-road punditry that says, hey, Republicans are trying to take ESG and turn it into this year's CRT. And I don't know if even CRT broke through, per se.
No, it didn't,
And I can't tell you how many times I have to explain, all right, what's this ESG stuff or the woke thing? It hasn't broken through.
It hasn't broken through.
Has it?
It hasn't broken through. I was just looking at a recent poll, obviously, because my book, The Sum of Us, is out for young readers. So I'm on a tour right now of schools and libraries talking to these young people, middle schoolers, about racism, right? So obviously, the attack on books about race, relevant to me. I was looking at the polling and thinking, okay, how much traction does this really have? 88% of the public does not want books about racism and even CRT, as nebulously as that is defined, to be banned. They think that book banning is un-American. Similarly, on ESG, what we're really talking about is not a mandate, but saying, yes, of course, it's reasonable for analysts to look at the costs of things like climate externalities. We had nearly $200 billion in economic loss to climate change in 2022. It matters. Of course it matters. How can you take something that causes so much economic upheaval and say that analysts would be barred from looking at how that's going to impact investments? These are just, in some ways, I think Sheldon Whitehouse did a great job where he said this woke screen is a smoke screen.
How did this get, Jim, how did the ESG become this thing? And I say this because some of the radicals that have been for this are people like Glenn Youngkin. I mean, you know what I mean? The Carlyle Group. Like, this was something that was not really political until it became political.
Yeah. In your first segment, you talked about how President Biden believes in D.C. statehood. He believes in the D.C. Council. He really wants the district to make its own decisions, except not this one. Whoa, not that one. Corporate, most Republicans say, I believe in the free market. I believe that corporations should be able to chart their own course, make their. Oh wait, no, not that one. No. You're supposed to be free to make your own decisions, but not that. That's going in the wrong direction. I think everybody's belief in freedom gets kind of tenuous. It gets kind of conditional once things do it.
Do you think this is effective?
Look, everything in the culture war is catnip right now. For whatever reason, some people get concerned about Russia, Ukraine. Some people get, people don't really complain about tax rates as much as they used to. Culture war is where the energy is, where the engagement is. Listen to talk radio. So
no, I get it. Jeff, it is one of those things. I get it, but I don't get it. Like I know that it works. I hear that it fires people up, but I'm like, it's hard to find the there.
Yeah,
that's where I struggle.
But I think to pick up on what you were saying is the trend here is this attack that Republicans certainly are seeing as effective for them on wokeness and on the culture war stuff. And that is going from everything to transgender rights to investing. I don't know if that is going to help them in an election, but it seems to be helping them with their base.
Let me pivot to CPAC. We've gone through these iterations, Jim, with CPAC, where CPAC feels like it's relevant and CPAC feels like it's not relevant. They feel like we're in one of those points where, because it's so associated with one candidate, it's less relevant.
Yeah. Look, if you think of the Venn diagram of the Trump brand and the current CPAC brand, it's a circle. There is no, it's the same right now, right? Venn. So if you're Ron DeSantis, what good does it do? I know you said he wants to sell books, but that book's going to sell well whether he goes to CPAC or not.
But it is sort of weird. This is the biggest event you could have in the week. There's a reason he doesn't want to be there.
We'll see what kind of greeting Nikki Haley gets. We'll see what kind of greeting anybody else who's running. But really, it's a Trump rally. It's a 4-day Trump rally on the Potomac. So if you're Youngkin or somebody else who might be thinking about running against him, why would you go there?
Mike Pence isn't going either.
No, he's not.
I mean, that's
he's
another
probably
example.
not going because he doesn't want to be booed.
Well, indeed, but I mean, talk about talk about a shift, though, right?
I'm trying to be polite, guys. Jeez, I was just, I see where you guys are going there with Pence. Jeez,
But also a shift, right? I mean, yes, there would be concern about being booed, but this is a man who served President Trump's administration, obviously.
What'd you make of the Greg Craig column in the New York Times a couple days ago about the running mate business? He was basically saying, well, should Biden's that either we have a open nominating fight for the VP, or there should be, we can't ignore the age question in the room. What say you on this, and what'd you make of it?
So listen, I think in general, the Democratic Party both is worried about the electability of the current president. I think that there's general fond feelings towards the ticket, but people are so scared of Trump and now DeSantis, really see that authoritarianism is a possibility if we don't have the most popular possible person on the top of the ticket. It makes people uncomfortable about their own
alternatives, though. I mean, it is sort of one of these weird things. Like,
I
hear this worrying and hand-wringing. And Greg Craig wrote an op-ed that, in some ways, it's a conversation that's being had in Washington all the time. He just put a name to it.
Yeah.
But this ticket won once.
Yeah. It really won. Like, it really won.
It is amazing, the lack of confidence in it.
Its agenda is enormously popular, and there have been 4, once-in-a-generation landmark pieces of legislation that has come out. I think it has to do with, the Beltway conversation.
You don't think it's about her?
Well, listen, I think there's never been a woman. Yeah, no, exactly, right? So there's never been a woman who has won that great seat, right? And everybody knows it, right? Yeah. So that's the fear talking.
All right. Jeff Mason, Jim Garrity, Heather McGee, the book, The Sum of Us, and a Young Readers Edition. I do hope libraries are accepting this. I assume you haven't run into any problems? Okay, good. Anyway, thank you for being here. Up next, I'm going to speak to a member of the new Select Committee on China after the committee chair warns Washington it needs to toughen up in the face of a, quote, existential struggle with Beijing. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere?
Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken met briefly with Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov today on the sidelines of the G20 meeting in India. It was their first face-to-face meeting since Russia invaded Ukraine just over a year ago. Now, the State Department described the meeting, probably meeting is a bit expansive. It was a brief encounter that lasted less than 10 minutes. So they ran into each other in the halls. Still, it was a face-to-face, and Russia's foreign ministry said they spoke on the move at the end of a closed-door session and did not engage in any negotiations. During a press conference afterwards with reporters, though, Blinken said he underscored America's commitment to Ukraine, called for the release of jailed former Marine Paul Whelan, and urged Russia to return to the nuclear arms control treaty with the United States.
I told the foreign minister that no matter what else is happening in the world or in our relationship, the United States will always be ready to engage and act on strategic arms control, just as the United States and the Soviet Union did even at the height of the Cold War.
While the war in Ukraine dominated the G20 ministerial meeting, it failed to produce a joint communique, with Russia and China blocking it. It comes as the U.S. is reportedly in the early stages of drumming up support from allies, particularly the G7 nations, for potential sanctions on China if Beijing were to provide lethal aid, and we could prove it, to Russia in its war with Ukraine. Joining me now is Congressman Jake Auchincloss. He's a Democrat from Massachusetts, and he's a member of the China Select Committee. Congressman, really appreciate you coming in. You're also a veteran. I think that's important for folks to know as well. So thanks for coming in. So let me start with simply the mission of this committee. How would you describe the mission of this committee, and what does success look like?
Good to be with you, Chuck. The mission of this committee is twofold. We want to rise above day-to-day politics to chart long-term sound strategy for competition with the Chinese Communist Party. And that requires, number one, creating shared awareness of the scope and severity of that challenge within Congress. And number two is putting forward discrete policy recommendations that can get buy-in from a supermajority of members of Congress, 70% of members of Congress going forward, so that we have strong bipartisan consensus.
It seems as if you read in between the lines of the chairman's words, and Mike Gallagher, I think what he hopes to get out of this, right, is a consensus that, hey, we have to decouple from China economically. What does decoupling look like? That's the challenge. And two, we got to be prepared to defend Taiwan. But let me ask you this. Do you think the American people understand why we would go to war with China over Taiwan if we did do that? Do you think they understand this yet, or do you think they need that more educating is necessary on this?
I think the American people, like I will add the Taiwanese people from where I just returned from a CODEL, would much prefer that we avoid war over Taiwan. And that means changing the cost-benefit analysis from the viewpoint of Xi Jinping. We need to expedite foreign arms sales to Taiwan. We need to invest in their porcupine military strategy, which makes them indigestible. We need to help them achieve energy independence so the Chinese couldn't blockade them and asphyxiate them. We need to help them counter Chinese Communist Party propaganda and influence campaigns. We have got to make Taiwan ready to fight for its independence and autonomy such that the CCP decides, no, not the right time.
Do you think we need a Pacific NATO? And I say this, you know, the TPP, which became a three-letter acronym that became a four-letter word in American politics in 2016, was going to be an economic trade treaty that was supposed to serve as a check on China. Is there a way of putting that together as a sort of security pact, and should there be one?
It's a terrific question. It's actually what I raised in my comments during our first hearing of the committee. I think we got to have a parallel approach here. So on the one hand, we've got the Quad, Japan, United States, India, and Australia, which is a security cooperation in the Indo-Pacific to try to ensure a free and open Indo-Pacific. We should build on the Quad. I call it the Quad Plus. Get new member countries to join those military exercises and joint planning. South Korea, for example. Number two, we have got to resuscitate the TPP. Now, whether that starts with just a bilateral trade agreement with Taiwan, whether that's more expansive and looks to be the CPTPP, remains to be seen. But President Obama was right. Free trade agreement in the Indo-Pacific is the best way to contain Chinese aggression and expansionism on the Pacific Ocean, and we have got to lean back into trade and investment.
Let me get at something that a fellow Democratic member of Congress, Judy Chu, a Chinese American, she voted against the creation of this committee, fearing that it was going to, accidentally may be the wrong word, but fearing that it would inevitably lead to more xenophobia. Given what she experienced with the criticism she got from Congressman Gooden, does she have a fair point here?
We always need to be on guard that legitimate and indeed necessary focus on the strategic threat from the Chinese Communist Party does not devolve into, one, a casting of the Chinese people as our enemy. There are 1.4 billion Chinese people. There's 80 million members of the Chinese Communist Party. We wish no ill on the Chinese. And two, devolve into xenophobia or hate towards Chinese Americans or Americans of Asian descent. They are Americans, and they deserve to feel safe and welcome in their communities. And it's unacceptable to be casting aspersions on the loyalties of a member of Congress. That's why it earned a bipartisan rebuke. And it's not in keeping with the spirit of this committee. I think, as we have seen in the first 2 months of this committee is meant to be a bipartisan effort to rise above ad hominem politics and get serious about winning the 21st century.
There was a comment that I saw one person make that says, if you're not worried about the threat from the Chinese Communist Party, you're not getting good intel briefings. Is that a fair way to put it?
Yes. The more one learns about the CCP's activities overseas and indeed in their own country, the more alarming it is. They are thinking in 50-year timelines. They are incredibly sophisticated about how they try to mount disinformation campaigns and influence campaigns. They are patient, and they absolutely want to take the model that they have used on the Chinese mainland and make it a model that sets the rules for an international order.
So that brings me to TikTok. Do you think that this is reason enough to not just ban it from government devices, but do you think this TikTok's a threat to Americans generally and that we shouldn't have it available on our phones?
There is one angle on TikTok that raises its political issues, and indeed it does have ties to the CCP, and that's concerning. And I think the president needs to look seriously at what national security challenges it poses and take actions accordingly. But then there's the second angle, which to me is more impactful, which is what TikTok, Instagram, Be Real, Facebook, what they do to kids' mental health. Yeah. We have seen a precipitous decline in children's socio-emotional well-being in the last 10 years. And it's because these companies, or it's in large part because these companies are monetizing our children's attention spans with no concern whatsoever for their well-being. And it's unfair for parents to have to try to stand up to a $1 trillion company with 10,000 engineers creating new algorithms. Congress needs to take charge.
This sounds like the criticism I heard of tobacco companies in the 70s and 80s.
It is deeply analogous, and the actions against the social media giants need to be equally muscular.
What does that look like?
I've proposed an age limit of 16 that's enforceable and verifiable to use these social media platforms. Parents should be the gatekeepers, and enough with this 13-year age limit that nobody tries to enforce and that's completely unverifiable. We got to put teeth behind it, because we have seen that adolescent boys and girls are suffering on these outlets.
Would you put a time, between 16 and 18, we had, if you think about the old days of near beer, I mean, would you say, okay, you only get 2 hours if you're under the age of 18 a night on social media?
I think the key is that the defaults should put parents in the driver's seat. Right now, you've got parents who have to figure out how to use these apps and how to control their kids and monitor their kids' usage of it, and they're at a disadvantage, and that's just not fair. Parents need to be in the driver's seat after kids are on those programs.
No, and it is on the tech companies to make that possible for us. Congressman Auchincloss, Jake Auchincloss, Democrat, Massachusetts, appreciate you coming on, member of that new Select Committee on China. Up next, Iranian authorities say they are investigating the poisoning of hundreds of schoolgirls across the country in what appears to be a deliberate attack. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Welcome back. Weeks of ongoing protests in Israel turned violent for the first time yesterday as police in Tel Aviv used water cannons and stun grenades in an attempt to disperse thousands of demonstrators who took to the streets to once again protest Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's plan to overhaul the country's judiciary and weaken Israel's Supreme Court. The move has sparked the largest protest movement in Israel in more than a decade. Netanyahu's plan would give lawmakers and parliament control over the appointment of judges, as well as the authority to overrule the Supreme Court. The legislation would also give parliament the ability to pass laws that aren't subject to judicial review. Netanyahu, by the way, just coincidentally happens to be on trial for corruption charges right now, says the changes are needed to rein in the power of unelected judges. Critics, of course, say the plan would be a direct threat to Israel's democratic system of checks and balances, and that Netanyahu's focus is just about his own issues. But despite the unrest, one of the architects of the overhaul says the mounting protests will not stop the legislation. Let me turn now to Iran, where authorities are investigating what the Iranian government is calling potentially deliberate poisoning of hundreds of schoolgirls. According to senior officials, the girls from schools across the country have been suffering respiratory, cardiac, and neurological symptoms. Iranian media is reporting that the poisonings have been taking place for months. Officials also say it may have been a coordinated effort to prevent girls from receiving an education. All of this comes amid the other protest movements that have been all over the country that have erupted against the Iranian regime in recent months. Protests, perhaps not coincidentally, led by women and girls. With me now is Holly Dagres, a senior fellow at the Atlantic Council whose focus is on Iran. Holly, I appreciate you coming in. I think what surprised us on this story is the fact that the government officially is acknowledging this problem. Here's what it tells me. It means that they don't know what to do, or that's why they're going public. Do they need help? Why do you think they went public with this?
Well, Chuck, this has actually been going on since November 30th, where we saw the first incident happen in the holy city of Rome. It's been a story for some time in Iran, and it was only when it started hitting other cities like the capital, Tehran, that we actually saw that it was getting attention because Iranians were making noise about it. Parents, understandably worried and concerned about the health of their daughters, were starting to protest outside of schools. And there was so much pressure on authorities to actually take action. Did this actually become a topic of conversation in the country?
I guess that's what's so. Can we trust the Iranian government to do a thorough investigation? You're already shaking your head.
No, and the reason I'm shaking my head is that this is a repressive government. They have eyes and ears everywhere. How is it that they have surveillance technology from China to actually monitor if a woman is wearing mandatory hijab in a metro station, but they're not able to actually understand where or how this is happening in reportedly at least 15 cities across the country? So it's leading a lot of Iranians to believe that this is deliberate. And we've actually heard the deputy health minister say that this is deliberate. And ironically, just right after he said that, he said he was misquoted. And
I was just going to say, is he still the deputy health minister? Or he had to come out with I was misquoted?
He was misquoted, he alleges. But the truth be told is that a lot of Iranians rightfully believe that this was an act of revenge. We have to remember that the mass protests that have been continuous since mid-September 2022, after the murder of Mahsa Jina Amini, were led by young Iranian girls, Iranian Gen Z, and these are the targets right now. So this seems to be an act of revenge against these very girls.
You know, this is what authoritarian regimes that get accused of genocide do. What should the world community be doing right now about this?
Well, they definitely should not be ignoring it. We should be hearing more condemnation of what's happening. We've heard the State Department say that Iran must investigate what's happening, but as we can see, they've been very incompetent at that, purposely so, possibly. There's been already pressure on families. There's been arrests. Just the other day, a very brutal video of a woman just protesting outside a school, worried about her daughter's well-being, having her hair and her clothes taken and just pulled away and pushed into a unmarked vehicle. We don't even know where this woman went. So it's telling us that they're not listening.
How are our eyes and ears, right? We've always said on the ground, we're good at surveilling Iran. We're not good at as our intelligence sort of being inside that. In many ways, Israel's got better eyes and ears in Iran than the U.S. does. Any of the intelligence assessments here have an idea of where this is emanating from?
It's really hard to say. Unfortunately, because Iran is ruled by an authoritarian government, the Iranians, the only way they're able to get their voices out to the world is through social media. So the only way we've been really seeing what's happening, these videos that have been coming out on social media of girls being hospitalized, not able to breathe, talking about their symptoms, and of course the parents being pushed into unmarked vehicles is really what we're able to rely upon right now.
You are an expert on Iran for the Atlantic Council, which means the other piece of news this week had to do with how close they are, in theory, to enriching uranium to weapons grade. There seems to be not the amount of alarm that you might expect from the West on this. Why is that?
Well, there's a lot going on in the world, for starters, and I think that when we look at the 84% that has been reported in the International Atomic Energy Agency's latest report, right now there's a sense that these were just particles traced, not that Iran was necessarily actually keeping this. Nevertheless, that means it's near weapons grade. 90% is near weapons grade. And so there is definitely concern, but I get the sense that maybe they're thinking about other options, plan B.
Holly Dagres from the Atlantic Council, the Iranian expert over there. Appreciate you coming in and helping shed some light on what is just a very, very scary story in Iran with young women. Thanks very much. Thank you all for being with us this hour. I'll be back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. NBC News Now coverage continues with Hallie Jackson right now.
We are coming on the air officially on Verdict Watch because the jury is deliberating as we speak about Alec Murdaugh behind closed doors, answering the question based on the evidence. Did he murder his wife and son? With his lawyers making one last push tonight. Listen.
There are two words that justice demands in this case, and those two words are not guilty.
We have an NBC News exclusive coming up right here. A look inside the jury room and new reporting from our team's sources on how long those jurors could be there tonight. Plus, right now we are tracking a possible tornado outbreak down south, what could be a bad one. Our team is on the ground in Dallas, where thousands of people are facing that threat. That's not all we're tracking. There's also a potential measles outbreak after one of the biggest gatherings of Christians in decades in Kentucky. What the CDC wants you to know tonight. Plus, a stunning, never-before-seen look at what it's like to be a player in the world's richest sports league, how rats in an NFL locker room and players' wives breastfeeding on the floors of public bathrooms are apparently not unusual for some teams. And the new report gets into the degrading and offensive allegations being made against the creator of Euphoria, Sam Levinson, and the music star The Weeknd on the set of their upcoming HBO show. We'll tell you more about it later on in our show. Hey there, I'm Hallie, and the next time we see Alec Murdaugh in court, it'll almost certainly be to find out whether he's guilty or not of killing his wife and son, something he denies in what's being called the trial of the century in South Carolina. The jury deliberating now after the final arguments from both sides. And let's start with the prosecutions. The main point that they're leaving the jury with, there's a few of them. They say it's important to remember that Murdaugh, in their view, corroborated lies that he's told, acknowledged lying more than once to police over the last year and a half. The state's making the point that it defies logic to think it could have been anyone else based on the evidence that Alec Murdaugh is the only one who could have murdered Maggie and Paul Murdaugh. That they can't answer every question because those key eyewitnesses, of course, have been killed, but that Alec Murdaugh is the only one with the weapons, the opportunity, and they say the motive, malice. With Murdaugh looking to find any way out of the so-called storm of financial pressure that he faced, saying these shootings were not an accident. Listen.
I think he loved Maggie. I think he loved Paul. But you know who he loved more than that? You know who he loved more than that? And who he's going to make sure that that life, wanted to make sure that life, he loved Alex. And he exercised his greatest power of choice to make sure that life continued.
The defense, however, is hoping that these points stick better with the jury. They say the South Carolina State Police mishandled evidence in the crime scene. The defense argues there's a real question mark around motive and no direct evidence, like the fact that nobody knows where the murder weapon is. As for why Murdaugh lied, they point to his, in their words, closet full of skeletons and a mysterious drug addiction, and not the reason that the state says.
What he didn't lie for is because he was covering up the fact that he killed Maggie and Paul. That is not the reason he did it.
So now, the jury is getting locked away in the room that you're looking at now, an exclusive that we are getting here at NBC News. This is what it looks like, right? These are the little details, the pens in that box. Sources telling our team that jurors could be there as late as 10 o'clock today and tomorrow. That's 10 p.m. Eastern time. A dramatic day with the jury, by the way, when one juror got removed for allegedly talking about the case, and she asked the court to go back to get the one key thing that she left in that room. Listen.
What do you have in there?
A dozen eggs.
Say it again?
A dozen eggs.
A dozen eggs. You get a lot of interesting things, but now a dozen eggs.
The drama doesn't end, folks. Danny Savalas is going to give us the legal explainer on all of this in a second, but I want to start on the ground in Walterboro, South Carolina. So, Ellison, we showed a little bit of those jury room pictures. Bring us inside, right? What happens now that the jury has this case?
Yeah, so they are in that room. We were in there this morning. I have said it a lot today, but I will say it again so you can just get a sense of what it feels like being in there. It is kind of a dreary room. There are windows, 4 of them, but the blinds are closed. A massive table in there with chairs around that table. Not a lot of room to relax. Not really a place that most people would look at and think, okay, I want to spend hours upon hours upon hours in this room. They do have snacks in there. They do have a private bathroom, but if they need anything, if they have any questions, anything, they have to do a formal request. They cannot leave this room. We have heard repeatedly that they will be in there deliberating until 10 p.m. tonight. Right now, we're told, Hallie, there are no plans for a dinner break. That could, though, of course, change. We were told by court sources yesterday that the judge plans to have them deliberate until 10 p.m. tonight and tomorrow, if that is necessary. So look, there are a few things to remember about South Carolina. If there's a scenario where the jury comes back and they say, hey, we are split, we are deadlocked, then you will see the judge say, go back, try again. If they come back again and say we are still deadlocked, then what happens in this state, which doesn't happen in every state, is they will give them an Allen charge, which has been described to me as basically a pep talk for the jury. It's based on a Supreme Court case where they say, you know, we chose you because you can do this, go back, try again. And then it progresses, you know, from there. If they come back and say, no, 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 we are still split, then obviously you have a mistrial. We don't move forward there. But if he is found guilty, how it works in South Carolina is they would immediately go into a sentencing phase, and you would first hear victims have the opportunity to address the court, the defendant have the opportunity to address the court, and then an immediate sentencing. Hallie?
Wow. So over and over again, Ellison, one thing we heard from the defense, hammering this idea that there's not a motive. There's no, in their words, common sense for Murdaugh to have done this crime. We sort of gave a bit of the flavor of that as we were laying out at the introduction here, what the prosecution was saying, what the defense was saying.
Yeah, I mean, that was the crux of the defense's closing arguments today, is they were saying, yeah, they have told you he did this, but have they really answered why? Think about it. They said, would a rational person who was worried about financial crimes put themselves in the middle of a murder investigation? They said that the prosecution has not at all adequately answered why he would do this. Listen.
You've heard weeks testimony about Alex's financial crimes, drug addiction, and lies. But after all that, the state has failed to provide a satisfactory answer to this question. Why?
Hallie, I was speaking to someone who is a former prosecutor in this state earlier, and they were talking about the fact how the prosecution has centered pretty much the bulk of their case around the motive, even though they have other circumstantial evidence. And they said that that to them is a red flag. And I'm curious what Danny thinks on this, because they said motive matters if you have varying degrees of murder. But in the state of South Carolina, you don't. There's not first-degree murder. There's not second-degree murder. Murder is just murder. So they said the prosecution focusing their case on a motive, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense when you don't have varying degrees of murder. You didn't really need to do it. And the kennel video and other circumstantial evidence they felt were stronger. Hallie?
Ellison Barber live for us there in Walterboro, South Carolina, teeing up, of course, Danny Savallo. So, Danny, let me just have you jump in on that, right? This idea that the prosecution did focus on motive. There was other, as Ellison describes it, circumstantial evidence. I'm thinking of, for example, the prosecution laying out that casings from the gun that was used in the murder were found on the Murdaugh property a year or months prior, I should say. There were other things that came up over the course of this trial.
The prosecution made a mistake focusing on this financial crime motive, supposedly for Murdaugh killing his wife and son. That's not my opinion. It's evident from the prosecution's pivot away from this theory, not just really in their closing, but more so in their rebuttal. They must have access to social media just like we do, and the general consensus is, among people I've talked to, and you heard it from Ellison there as well, is that this is a hard motive to buy. And it's a misstep because it isn't necessary. The state doesn't need to prove motive. It's clear this was an intentional killing. The prosecution recognized this, and in this rebuttal, you saw them move away from it and instead say, and I'm paraphrasing, we don't need a motive. Sure, it might have been the financial crimes, but it could also just be that he's out of his mind. It could be anything. The motive is not something we have to prove. And look, I can't blame the prosecution for being overambitious. They have to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. And any prosecutor will tell you that creates an anxiety for them that, oh my goodness, what if I don't put in every piece of evidence I possibly can to win this case? So it's understandable they wanted this financial crime evidence, but it may come back to bite them. Case in point, the defense focused heavily on that, and really comparably less on some of the attacks on the prosecution's case in chief. They were given a gift by the prosecution, this unbelievable financial crime motive theory, and they hammered on it. And then, of course, they hammered on reasonable doubt, burden of proof, all of the classics that defense hammers on in closing.
Let me pull back. Let me give it the 30,000-foot view here, right? There's a reporter, Avery Wilkes, of the Post and Courier, who's been all over the story, who breaks down what is just the key central question. Because I don't care if you've been watching every minute of the Murdaugh trial. I don't care if you've watched 0 minutes and this is the first time you're hearing about it. This is the big picture view here, right? That Alec Murdaugh, and this is Avery Wilkes writing this, was a high-profile trial lawyer, a gregarious Hampton socialite, a part-time prosecutor, the heir to a low-country legal dynasty, and a con artist whose thefts brought that legacy crashing down. But was he also a murderer? And Danny, that is it, right? That is what this comes down to, that a jury will decide that. And the question, the bar they have to clear is beyond a reasonable doubt, right? This case is about circumstantial evidence versus direct evidence. The definition of what is reasonable doubt, is it all doubt? Is it some doubt? Here's how the judge summed it up in his charge to the jury.
To the extent the state relies on circumstantial evidence, the circumstances must be consistent with each other and, when taken together, point conclusively to the guilt of the accused beyond a reasonable doubt.
So put this in plain English for us as a defense attorney, right? Help us understand what's going through the mind of the jury when they hear something like that.
Leave it to jury instructions to take a concept and make it more complicated than it was when you first thought of it. What the prosecution really wanted to say, but couldn't, is that circumstantial evidence is often much more powerful than direct evidence. But they had to speak to the jury consistently with the written jury instructions, and those jury instructions equate circumstantial evidence with direct evidence. But we all know that direct evidence is unreliable. Eyewitness testimony is unreliable. And in a murder case, there usually is no direct evidence because all the eyewitnesses are no longer among the living. And that's why circumstantial evidence is incredibly powerful, more so in an era where our phones, as we've learned throughout this trial, are tracking our every movement. And through that, the prosecution can, and did in this case, build a compelling case that actually put the lie to one of the defense's theories, so much so that Murdaugh had to take the stand and explain away why his story was inconsistent with the hard data. And you know what that explanation was? Oh, I was lying.
I lied, right. Right, Danny Savalos, again, we are officially on verdict watch here. It would be, I think it's safe to say, very unlikely for it to come back now, right? I mean, 2 hours in, presumably they'll deliberate for a while longer, but we will see. Thank you. You don't think so?
You never know. You never know.
Okay, Danny, thank you. Hey, listen, we got to talk about some other big headlines, including right now, the first warnings we are getting into us as we speak, actually, about the potential for a tornado outbreak down south. This is part of a major severe weather threat affecting millions of people. It looks like a gorgeous sunny day, right, in Dallas. There's a couple of clouds in the skyline, but here's the deal. There is a tornado watch in effect until 10 o'clock tonight. You've got airports already canceling more than 400 flights protectively out of DFW and Love Field. You've got 27 million people overall. Look at this region, right? You can see it stretches from Texas into Louisiana, a little bit into Alabama even. The potential for tornadoes, a lot of wind, a lot of hail, like baseball-sized hail. That is what people are bracing for, in addition to maybe a ton of rain, which could lead to flash flooding into tomorrow. We've got it covered for you tonight with NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns. NBC News' Morgan Chesky is live for us in Dallas. Morgan, typically I'd start with you on the ground, but Bill, you are getting word now of the first of these tornado warnings coming in. What's happening?
Yeah, we had one about 5 minutes ago, and we just have a new one that was issued, too. This one up here right along the Red River near Denison. This storm has a history of huge hail. This is the first tornado warning with that. That's just across the Red River into southern portions of Oklahoma. Then there's the main line, and this is what will go through the Dallas area between 6 p.m. and 8 p.m. local time. And this has a tornado warning just to the west side of Mineral Wells. And the thing with these storms is they're going to be flying. These storms are going to be moving at like 60 to 70 miles per hour, as fast as a car on the highway. So you're going to get these tornadoes warnings, and then these storms are going to race through in like 5 minutes, and then everyone's going to come outside and see what's left or see what damage has been done. So the tornado watch for the Dallas-Fort Worth area goes until 10 p.m. this evening. You just showed this image here. This is what we call the convective outlook. The Storm Prediction Center in Oklahoma, they're in charge of the whole country. They tell us what areas are most likely to see the highest concentration of severe weather. That's the area in red. Then below that is the orange and then the yellow. So anywhere in this region has a chance for strong strong storms. What we're especially concerned with, especially as we go through sunset into the evening, is strong tornadoes at night. And the risk for that is in the hatched area here. So that takes it from about where the storms are now through Dallas-Fort Worth. Tonight, probably right around 10 p.m., Texarkana to Shreveport, Little Rock up to areas or Memphis, probably 10 p.m. till about midnight. That's the timing for all this. So again, late night tornadoes are the most deadly. And then tomorrow we will see isolated tornadoes from Nashville to Lexington in areas of central Kentucky and also in Tennessee. So it'll be a two-day event. But today it looks like the chance for stronger storms. And then we're going to have a snowstorm out of this too. Somewhere between Chicago and Detroit, someone's going to get a foot of heavy, wet snow, gusty winds, power is going to be knocked out. And then tomorrow night, we'll see that snowstorm moving into central and northern New England. That will be after the rush hour. So that's great, Hallie, for the timing on that one. And the final piece of this puzzle is flash flooding. You know, a lot of people don't even realize flash flooding kills more people in this country every year than tornadoes and hurricanes or any other type of weather disaster. So that includes 23 million people. So we have the dangers from tornadoes, huge hail, as you said, and also water from flash flooding.
Going to be a busy night, potentially. Bill Cairns, thank you. Let me bring in Morgan Chesky, who is live for us in Dallas. And Morgan, this is one of those incongruous moments where it looks like a, frankly, picture-perfect, almost spring day where you are, right? Sunny in Dallas. The concern is what's going to happen as night falls. As Bill has just laid out, I imagine a lot of folks are getting ready for that.
Yeah, Hallie, they've been getting ready for it. I can tell you, having spoken with several people in the Dallas area, this is not a storm that's going to be taking these people by surprise. Meteorologists here have been putting the word out for some time. They knew that there was going to be the possibility as early as a couple days ago, but now that we have that window pretty dialed in, at least for the Dallas area, that 5 to 7 to 8 p.m. around there, people are leaving work early, preparing at home. I spoke to one gentleman earlier who said he actually stocked up on supplies yesterday because in addition to the tornadoes, you have the threat of that significant hail that can be incredibly damaging here. So all eyes are going to be going to the skies here in just an hour or two. But you mentioned it. It's a blue sky, sunshine day here. As nice as it is when you do have the threat of severe weather like this, it almost kind of feels eerie and uncomfortable because you know what's to come here in just a short time. Hallie?
Morgan Chesky, live for us in Dallas. I know, friend, it's going to be a long night for you, too. Thank you for being there for us. Right as we were coming on the air, we found out that Tennessee Governor Bill Lee has just signed a bill that would restrict drag performances. This is the first law of its kind in the country, and we've covered it here on the show. We talked about it just a couple of days ago. Supporters of this law say it is needed to protect kids from adult cabaret that they see as inappropriate entertainment. It goes into effect April 1st. But critics say this law now a law, unfairly targets an art form associated with the LGBTQ+ community and broadly makes it seem like all drag is obscene and sexualized. Antonia Hilton is live for us now in Tennessee. Talk about the implications of this because Tennessee may only be the first domino to fall on this idea.
That's right, Hallie. It's one of at least 14 states where legislation like this has advanced. But as you mentioned, it's the first state where this bill has now been signed and become law. It'll be going into effect the 1st of April. And it's caused a lot of controversy, not just here in Tennessee, but around the country. And in particular, some of the language in the bill, when you talk to civil rights attorneys or experts, there are concerns here that it is broad, that parts of it are vague. There's descriptions of adult cabaret performances of male and female impersonators and restricting them from performing in sexual ways in public or in any place where a person who is not an adult, in other words, a child, would be able to see them. And that's some of the language that has people concerned about what kinds of locations could someone argue a child might be able to see a performer, and who is going to police what constitutes a prurient or sexually suggestive act. Many people here have raised that children are allowed to go to restaurants like Hooters or see cheerleaders or dancers perform at football or basketball games, and that those are public and events that families are allowed to attend and haven't been restricted. So there's concern on the side of performers, of business owners who own restaurants that host events where drag queens perform, of what this is actually going to look like, how this law is now going to be implemented by law enforcement, by prosecutors in the future here. But as you mentioned, it's just the first here, and there's a wave of additional bills that may happen. I just spoke with the senator who authored this bill And they're very aware that additional challenges are kind of centering around the First Amendment and protections around speech and performance and art are likely coming here. So this is, the first law to go into effect, but it's probably not the end of the fight here, Hallie.
And Tony Hilton, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Here in Washington, we're just learning the House Ethics Committee has new plans now to formally launch an investigation into George Santos. That's right. The saga with that controversial congressman continues. You've got now this committee looking at whether he broke the law with all the lies he told during his 2022 campaign, or if the congressman might have failed to give over the documents he needs to hand over in the House, or whether the congressman may have engaged in sexual misconduct. Remember, Santos has not told the truth about a lot of things. He even openly says that he's lied about stuff. His family's background, where he went to school, where he worked, even where his mother was on 9/11 or how she died. So what comes next? We don't know yet, right? The committee isn't saying much else publicly while they investigate. And the congressman's office, for its part, says he is going to be fully cooperating. Ali Vitale is joining us now from Capitol Hill. Okay, gut check us, Ali, here, right? It is not, I think, altogether unexpected that the House Ethics Committee would be taking this step, but it does still feel significant in what has been now weeks or even months-long drama over these Santos lies.
Yeah, it's been months of this, Hallie, and this is sort of the thing that we, I think, assumed was happening because we know that these complaints have been made. It's been widely talked about here on Capitol Hill, everything from potential campaign finance violations all the way to misconstrued or outright lies about his bio and his family and his background. So it's no secret that George Santos is mired in controversy. What's new, though, of course, is the way that this ethics committee is going to be handling it. What you typically have with an ethics committee here in Congress is 10 members, 5 Democrats, 5 Republicans, bipartisan in nature. What we learned today is that not only are they looking into Santos for all of those different things that you put up on the screen already, but they're doing it at a subcommittee level. So they've assigned now 4 lawmakers to this subcommittee to specifically focus on Santos for, again, everything on if he broke the law during the 2022 campaign, to campaign finance violations that he may have failed to disclose, to conflict of interest law potential violations, and then, of course, that allegation of sexual misconduct, that, of course, coming from a staffer who was trying to become an official staffer in Santos's congressional office, who made those allegations of sexual harassment and delivered a letter as well as posted some tweets about the experience that they say they had.
What could the outcomes be? Like, in other words, what's the penalty if they do investigate and find something, if not criminal, at least through the ethics committee, unethical had happened here?
Yeah, sort of depends which of these they end up proving to be true. And of course, the campaign finance ones are different than the sexual harassment ones in terms of the kinds of rebukes and consequences that could actually come from this. Look, the committee could decide that they want to just refer him for a slap on the wrist. Maybe there's a fine. They also could do something a little bit with more teeth, frankly, Hallie, which is to say they recommend he should be expelled from Congress. Now, that's like sort of the range here of what we're thinking about, but there's the immediate implication of what this committee does, and then the secondary implication of what this means for Speaker Kevin McCarthy. Because McCarthy has said, of course, if anything is found to be criminal, that's something they would revisit. He has also said that ethics needs to work its will on this. Clearly, that's happening. We're not going to get any updates on this throughout the process. They are notoriously secretive once they have an ethics violation that they are actively investigating. But for McCarthy, whatever this committee decides is going to force his hand. And remember why we're in this position even now, after all of these lies and allegations. It's because of the margins that the House Republicans have to keep the majority. That's not the outright explanation, but it's the real explanation for why McCarthy is trying to punt on this and letting this committee do the work that it needs to do. But eventually, there's going to be a push on this.
Ali Vitale live for us on Capitol Hill. Thanks, Ali, where we actually have some more breaking news here just coming into us tonight. A Democratic Senator, Dianne Feinstein, she is in the hospital, we are just learning. She's been hospitalized with shingles. Her office, in a statement, says the 89-year-old was diagnosed back in February. She's getting treated in San Francisco. She hopes to return to the Senate at some point this month. Keep in mind that Senator Feinstein is the oldest sitting senator. She is not running for re-election in 2024. Of course, this comes at a time when Democrats have just the slimmest of majorities in that chamber. We're obviously going to keep an eye on how the senator is doing. We're also learning tonight more about a plot to kill Jewish elected officials in Michigan, a plot that apparently included the state's attorney general, Dana Nessel. She's now revealing she was targeted by in her words, a heavily armed man back in February. According to the criminal complaint from the FBI, a guy named Jack Carpenter tweeted he was going to Michigan to, I'm quoting, carry out the punishment of death to anybody who was Jewish in the Michigan government. This is the latest, right, of a lot of high-profile threats to government leaders we've been hearing a lot about lately. And it's coming at a time when anti-Semitic attacks are going up in this country. 2021, the highest year on record for those attacks. Ken Delanian joins us now. And Ken, this is a disturbing example of a, frankly, disturbing trend, as we just laid out here, of threats to government officials and threats to Jewish people specifically. Talk us through this.
That is exactly the right frame, Hallie, because taken alone, when I looked at this Twitter account, this is the ravings of a very disturbed person, right? But this guy was heavily armed. The police learned that he had handguns, a shotgun, military-style rifles, and what we're seeing is a climate in which mentally disturbed people are carrying out violence, hate-fueled violence, in this case, anti-Semitic violence, in other cases, anti-government or racist violence. And so I talked to FBI officials today who said, look, we're seeing a lot of this. It's really disturbing. We're on the lookout for it, but there's only so much we can do.
We're showing some of the numbers here, too, of just how much this has become an issue, this kind of thing, as you explain.
Yeah, I mean, this is the state where just in December, 3 men were sentenced to lengthy prison terms for trying to kidnap the governor of Michigan.
Gretchen Whitmer, yeah.
On the same day, they arrested and charged a man for threatening women and children outside a synagogue in Dearborn. Just a couple of weeks ago in Los Angeles, 2 men were charged with hate crimes, firing at people outside leaving synagogues. So it's a contagion. Obviously anti-Semitism has always been with us, but the ADL says anti-Semitic incidents are surging.
I'm glad you're here to stay on top of it, to shine a light on it, Ken Delanian. Thank you very much. Appreciate you being with us tonight. Coming up here on the show, a new meeting between the U.S. and Russia might have some real implications for Paul Whelan, that American and former Marine who's being wrongfully detained overseas. We'll tell you what the Secretary of State is revealing tonight. Plus, a newly unsealed search warrant. Now sharing more of what police found at the house of the Idaho quadruple murder suspect. That's coming up in the 5 Things.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
It's being called the biggest Christian revival this century, a get-together that started last month at a really small religious college in Kentucky, Asbury University, when a group of students finished up a chapel service in the school's auditorium and decided to keep the prayer going, and word spread and spread and spread online, and people came and they kept coming, thousands of them. Students and people in Kentucky and Christians from all around the country showing up on this campus to pray and to celebrate their religion and re-inspire their faith. That's the whole point of a revival, after all, right? We're talking as many as 70,000 people on campus, according to the school, over about 3 weeks in February. But now there's a new warning that the revivalists may have gotten more than what they came to Asbury for, with Kentucky health officials and the CDC sounding the alarm about a case of measles. Now, it's only one person so far who was there, along with 20,000 other people on one day of the revival. And normally, this wouldn't be a cause for that much alarm, even with how super infectious measles can be. That's because most people in this country are vaccinated against it. 90% of kids 2 or younger have gotten their shots. But the difference here is that some evangelicals, who made up a big part of that revival's crowd, can be skeptical of vaccines for religious reasons. Studies have found that as many as 40% of evangelicals are against most or all kinds of vaccinations. So that is why health officials are worried. There could be the potential for a bigger outbreak here. NBC's Dr. John Torres joins us now. Help us put this in perspective here, right? It's only one person. It is one person in a crowd of what the CDC says was about 20,000 people. Knowing what we know about this disease, how high is the risk of it spreading? What's the potential here?
And Hallie, measles, make no pretenses here. It's a dangerous disease. It's a deadly disease. And before vaccines, it was a killer of a lot of people in this country. And when it comes to measles, the biggest thing is how contagious it is. 90% of the people that come in contact with somebody with measles will end up getting it. On top of that, the measles vaccine, the virus itself can actually linger in the air for up to 2 hours after somebody who's with measles was in that area. And you can get it from breathing that contaminated air or touching those infected surfaces. And part of the issue is that infected people can end up spreading it 4 days before they start getting that rash, which is the biggest symptom we look for. The other thing is, if you look at the danger of measles here, 1 in 5 people end up hospitalized. 1 in 1,000 will end up with brain swelling, and 1 to 3 in 1,000 will end up dying from it. And those are adults. It's even worse in children. And so you can see this is a dangerous disease, and this is a deadly, very infectious disease.
What about this idea, right, of vaccine skepticism that we talked about that exists in these communities? Millions of people used to get the measles every year. Now, like last year, just over 100 were reported, right? There's obviously more of a handle on measles here, but there is also a broader context to put this in here.
And there definitely is a broader context. You can see the numbers there. Pre-vaccine, it was throughout the country. Epidemics of measles happen very often. And unfortunately, around 300 children ended up dying from it every year. And then once vaccines came along, measles was almost unheard of. And then it starts cropping up again in outbreaks in certain communities where vaccination rates are low. And so we can see, and that's the concern, is that because these vaccination rates are in pockets of areas where people are more susceptible to it, like in this one meeting they had here, then that can cause a spread of the measles, and it can not only spread from them, but it can spread to others in their communities as well once they end up going back to those communities.
Vaccines, before vaccines, doctors used to see measles all the time before the vaccine in 1963. And I wonder if, I think this comes up every time there is a fairly significant measles outbreak, or in this instance, right, the potential for one. Obviously, you are a doctor, Dr. John. You learn about this in med school, but how often do, especially younger doctors, see cases of the measles? It's not that much.
And Hallie, this is a definite concern because measles, up until a few years ago, most doctors hadn't seen it and really wasn't on our radar when a patient came in. Once they start getting that rash, then yes, it's very typical of measles. And so, that's part of our training to look for something like that. But even before then, it's one of those things that as they start getting symptoms, they could get sore throat, they could get certain parts of their throat that look more inflamed that could be measles as well. They might not catch that early on, which means that they could go out in their community and spread it. And it's not just measles, it's other diseases as well they got vaccinations for that some doctors might not have seen, might not catch it right away, and eventually will, but at the same time they could be spreading throughout the community before they do.
Dr. John Torres, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, railroad workers in Greece. They are striking today after that deadly head-on train crash that killed 43 people. These workers are protesting poor working conditions, the lack of a more modern rail system. The country's transportation minister has already resigned over this whole thing. Number 2, in Israel, a crowdfunding campaign has raised more than $460,000 for Palestinians. Around 12,000 Israelis have donated to help people whose homes were damaged last week by Israeli extremists in the West Bank. The fund's organizer says he's also received threats calling him a traitor for starting the campaign. Number 3, new documents revealing more about what police took from the family home of the suspect in the University of Idaho quadruple murder case. Investigators found a black face mask, a Glock, a pocket knife when they arrested Brian Koberger in December. Police say that pistol may not have been used in the murders, but it could have DNA evidence or maybe even point to other unsolved crimes. Number 4, a new study is showing just how helpful a nice quick walk can be for older people. We already know that experts recommend walking at least 3,000 steps a day for folks over the age of 70. Well, now research suggests that every extra 500 steps could drop the risk of heart disease by 14%. Number 5, listen to this, another extraordinary miracle in Turkey. Look at this. That's rescuers pulling out a dog alive 23 days after that huge earthquake in Turkey. This little pup is Alex. He was found after somebody reported hearing noises under a building that collapsed. The Turkish news agency reports he's lost a lot of weight, but amazingly, Alex is doing okay. Coming up, we've got a first look at this new report card basically showing how bananas some of the working conditions are for players and their families in the world's richest sports league. The results of that survey of NFL players when we come back.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
This is what it looks and feels
What's the latest development? The bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For the first time in more than a year, for the first time really since the Russian invasion of Ukraine began, we've got the top foreign policy guys from both the U.S. and Russia getting some FaceTime together. We saw Secretary of State Tony Blinken and Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov meeting on the sidelines of the G20 summit in India to talk about that war in Ukraine, to talk about the nuclear treaty Putin pulled out of, and importantly, what will happen to the American currently imprisoned in Russia, Paul Whelan. You probably will remember Whelan. That's him in the middle there. That's him you see on your screen. He's a former Marine who was arrested in Russia back in 2018. He's been in prison there ever since. The U.S. government says he's been wrongfully detained. American officials hoped that Whelan would be part of that trade in December for Brittany Griner, but the Russians said, hey, it's either Griner for Victor Bout, that convicted arms dealer, or no deal. At the time, you heard the U.S. say they would not give up on bringing Paul Whelan home. And Secretary Blinken is talking about that, apparently bringing it up in this 10-minute chat with Lavrov earlier today. Here he is on that moment.
I also raised the wrongful detention of Paul Whelan, as I have on many previous occasions. The United States has put forward a serious proposal. Moscow should accept it. We're determined to bring Paul and every other American citizen who's unjustly detained around the world home.
NBC's Josh Letterman is joining us now for more on this. So, Josh, you heard the secretary say there is a serious proposal that the U.S. has put forward. What are the details? What do we know about that? What's the reporting there?
Well, the hope, Hallie, ever since that Griner deal in December has been that maybe it broke the logjam, right? That it showed that the Russians were serious about prisoner swaps and that the U.S. could have these kinds of conversations with Russia, even as they are completely at odds over the Ukraine war and everything else. But really, since then, we haven't heard about any movement on Paul Whelan's case until today when Blinken mentioned that proposal. Now, the State Department says that today was not the first time the Russians heard about that proposal he mentioned, that the U.S. has been consistently pushing this proposal to the Russians for some time now. But if you remember, Hallie, from last year when those talks were underway for Whelan and Brittany Griner, the Russians were insisting that the U.S. release someone named Vadim Krasikov, who is a Russian who was tied to their intelligence, who was actually convicted in Germany of a political assassination. And at the time, National Security Council spokesman John Kirby said that was not really a serious proposal because Krasikov is not even in U.S. custody. He's in German custody. So Washington didn't even have him to give back. But listen to what Kirby had to say today about this U.S. proposal.
We want Mr. Whelan back. He belongs with his family, and that there is a proposal on the table. We want the Russians to take it. I really, for reasons I'm sure you can understand, I don't want to get into what the back and forth was on that or detail the conversations that we're still trying to have with the Russians about getting Mr. Whelan back.
Now, according to my reporting today, Hallie, there are no indications that the U.S. is revisiting this Krasikov idea or trying to get the Germans to give him up. That idea appears to be dead. But we do know that Russia, for some time now, has been insisting that a Whelan deal be a spy for a spy, because they, of course, claim that Paul Whelan is a spy, even though the U.S. strongly denies that. And so it's likely, although we can't say for sure, that whoever the U.S. has offered as part of this proposal is someone who is linked to Russian intelligence, who the Russians badly want back. But U.S. officials say the more they talk about this, Hallie, the less likely it is Paul Whelan is going to come home, and that's why they're so tight-lipped about this.
Josh Letterman live for us overseas with more on that. Josh, thank you. Coming up here on the show, there is a new shortage for a drug that a lot of kids need, and it looks like it could get even worse. What parents can do to get ready, especially if anyone in their family has asthma. Plus, police have somebody under arrest in connection with a bunch of bombings in California. What they're now revealing about the suspect, coming up in the local. Stay with us.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We are getting the first ever report card from NFL players, giving us a never-before-seen and frankly kind of shocking look at some of the working conditions in the richest sports league in the world. And some of the allegations here that one team has rats in the locker room and players' wives having to breastfeed on the floor of public bathrooms. That's the Jacksonville Jaguars. Another team, the Arizona Cardinals, apparently charges their own players to eat dinner at team facilities. Even players for the defending Super Bowl champions, the Chiefs, describe a culture of fear in reporting when they're hurt. All of it coming from a new survey from the Players Union, talking with 1,300 players over the last year. Now, all three of those teams you just mentioned, they're in the bottom 5 in this report card layout with a ton of D's and F's. The Washington Commanders, they were dead last. On the top of the screen, right, those are the top 5. Minnesota Vikings right there in first. The Eagles ranked 14th, by the way. Shaq Brewster is following the story for us from Atlanta. Shaq, walk us through more about these report cards, why the Players Union says they're so necessary, and some of the revelations that are coming out that we haven't really heard before.
Well, Hallie, the Players Union said this all came about because players express interest in having a guide, a team guide, essentially, especially when they're free agents. So to players shopping around for which team they want to join, this is a resource for them to be able to compare each team. And they went through, they interviewed about 1,300 players that participated in this survey, going through about 8 different categories, asking them about everything from how families are treated, the nutrition in their food. You see them there on the screen, the training room staff, and even some of their travel conditions. So all of that went into this survey. This is a statement that we got from the Players Association president explaining a little bit about this. They say if knowledge is really power, then providing players with information about each club would not only help them make important career decisions, but it would also help them raise the standards across each club. So some of the more revealing takeaways, you went through some of them, but some that I found interesting, the fact that some of the players get salaries docked, so they have to pay if they want to eat dinner. And some players, when they're on the road, they need to bunk up. So you have players actually sharing rooms when they're on the road ahead of games.
The timing is really interesting here because these report cards are coming out when all of these new prospects are at the NFL Combine as we speak. They get drafted. They don't get to pick where they're going to get to go play, right? And when you look at some of these allegations, we laid them out right at the top there. Not just the rats in the locker room, but other stuff too. It's not like the NFL's broke. I mean, this is a league that is extremely profitable.
Yeah, Hal, you know, when we talk about the NFL, more times we talk about we use the word billion instead of million. This is a very rich league. This is a league that brings in about $18 billion every year. They're on track to make that about $25 billion by the next couple of years. This is a league that you talk about TV contracts, $1 to $3 billion annually from network TV deals. There's no team in the NFL that's worth less than $3 billion. So a lot of money going around the NFL, and that's why some people are hoping that this causes some embarrassment. This is a statement that you got from the NFL via their comms office, and they write, we welcome the player feedback and look forward to reviewing the data from the NFLPA's poll. That's the Players Association's poll. And the rest of the statement goes on to suggest that they want to be part of the process for future surveys. But again, when you have that much money being spent in this league, there are questions about why the facilities, why the player conditions are not improved, Hallie.
It's also interesting, Shaq, when you look at this, because I think people might be thinking, okay, well, if a team is really good, like if a team is better, then is their quality of life better, right? And it seems like there's not a lot of correlation there, because you look at the Chiefs, who I regretfully know won the Super Bowl this year. They were in the bottom 5, for example. I'm not picking on the Chiefs. I'm just trying to make the point that, like, you know, there is not, it doesn't seem like there's a correlation.
I'm not getting there.
And Shaquille Brewster has lost our IFB.
That last question cut out right as you were asking. Right. I'm sorry. Little comms issue out here in the field. I see you talking, but I can't hear you.
Well, that's all right. We will come back to you on that point. I will just merely note it for the audience there as we get Shaq's tech issues figured out. Good luck to him. NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our Western Bureau, police in Fresno in California, so they've arrested a man suspected of several bombings in the area. They apparently started in December. Police released video. Look at this. This is one explosion at a county probation department. Oof. They said when they searched a place that was connected to this suspect, they found a lot of guns, ammo, meth, thousands of dollars in cash. The person's now facing federal and state charges. From our Southern Bureau, check out this body cam footage just in of police in Florida yanking out somebody who was trapped in his car upside down underwater. Look at this. This guy says he crashed into a canal after swerving. There was like an animal in the road, so he, spun his wheel to try to get out of the way of it. Sheriff's office officials say 911 dispatchers got alerted to the crash after the cell phone of this driver automatically sent out an SOS signal. Incredibly, he is expected to make a full recovery. He's in the hospital now. From our Northeast Bureau, ChatGPT coming up with the recipe for a brewery's latest beer in Massachusetts. This brewery also used AI to come up with a label and a name, AIPA. The brewery says after a couple of tweaks to the recipe, it became a big hit. But if a person is tweaking the bot's recipe, is it still the bot's recipe? Your philosophical conundrum to consider tonight. So listen, there's some new concerns today about a shortage of medicine that's about to get even worse. We're talking about something called albuterol. It's used by hospitals and families to treat asthma in kids and RSV. It's also a component of inhalers. Like if you get prescribed an inhaler, there's probably albuterol in it. And this is all because a manufacturing plant in Illinois has shut down just recently, leaving only one supplier in this country of liquid albuterol. So far, hospitals have been managing. They've been managing this. They've been figuring out the issue. There hasn't been a real effect on patients. But the pharmacy director at one kids' hospital in Orlando says a shortage of generic drugs is a problem, telling the Washington Post, "This is the worst it's ever been in my nearly 20-year career." The FDA is looking into the bigger impact of this plant shutdown, saying they're looking at all the drugs affected by this closure and working with other manufacturers to understand the nationwide supply. Dr. Natalie Azar is joining us now. And full disclosure, Dr. Azar, I have a kid who takes albuterol for something that she has. How serious is this? Asking for a friend and for myself.
I know, Hallie, believe it or not, I think kind of almost everyone in my family is on albuterol now too. My kids are also. After COVID, they both developed this exercise-induced bronchospasm. So my initial concern was just like yours. And I reached out to some pulmonology colleagues of mine and I said, how concerned are you about this? What are you telling patients? And they both said, wow, we really haven't heard about this. And I think that the reason why is that the shortage really is referring to the liquid albuterol that's used. It's changed into a mist that's used in those nebulizers, which I think we all maybe might have seen once or twice, maybe on TV in the emergency room, for example. Kids who come in or anyone who comes in with asthma gets a nebulizer treatment of this albuterol. Whether or not it's going to affect the inhalers that you take 2 puffs 30 minutes before exercise, at the moment, I don't think that's an issue. So I think that's reassuring for everyone. As my colleagues also mentioned, in the hospital, in that setting, if they don't have enough to put in a nebulizer, you can use an inhaler, and there are some alternatives that the docs can also use.
It sounds like this is, we're telling this story here on the news kind of on the early side, right? Because this plant shutdown, which just happened, I think, last week, is triggering concerns about a shortage, even though it's not like freak out level, no Motrin on the shelves level shortage yet. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Hallie, I think you're right. And I think there's really two stories here. One is that, if you are someone who, has asthma or bronchitis or COPD, and we're in respiratory illness season, you need to be aware of this. But I think the other story here is really just exposing how fragile the domestic supply of so many generics is, right? And about how there's such a little profit margin on these generics. So there aren't a lot of manufacturers. So when one goes down, there really is going to be a significant ripple effect, in that sector, in that market for that drug.
Dr. Natalie Azar, thank you for being on with us and for sharing your reporting with your pulmonology colleagues as well. Really appreciate it. Still to come here on the show. It's not even on the air yet, but there's this new HBO show with some pretty big stars that's getting a ton of attention, and not really for the best of reasons. Why it's being called disgustingly off the rails. Next.
podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Some fairly serious allegations coming out tonight now about a celebrity-studded multi-million-dollar show that the creator of Euphoria, Sam Levinson, and The Weeknd, the pop star, are putting together called The Idol. Here's some context. HBO is marketing this upcoming show as, in their words, the sleaziest love story in all of Hollywood and one of the most provocative original programs. The show's still in production, and it had a big creative overhaul after the original director backed out last year. Well, now there is new reporting out